The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1. Memories from the Pod 10. Lin Xuanji could only see brilliant flashes of colors before his eyes. Scenes of the past flashed before him like the scenery one would see while horseback riding. 9 story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He stood in a dark and cold dungeon filled with the scent of rotten flesh. He looked at a young man before him that had been tortured until you couldn't tell that he was human. His tears rolled down his cheeks. Yan Tianan opened a pair of eyes that had already been blinded, used his empty orbitals to face him, and with a heavy tone, he incessantly pleaded, "Kill me. Please be kind to me just this once. And kill me. Xuanji, Yan Tianan is the murderer who killed your father, and he was born to be a messenger of death with an excessively yin body who will only bring you bad luck. For you to even give him one mouth of rice can already be considered extreme benevolence on your part. Don't tell me you're actually going to keep this unlucky broom by your side and raise him. If he looks good, then it could be worth it. You can raise him as an eye candy and a bed warmer, but he's actually this ugly, and is even missing one leg. Don't talk about warming the bed, just looking at him can make people vomit. I really don't get why you're still raising him." The son of a Zeki mainland bigwig waved his fan with a face full of scorn and ridicule, and the person he was ridiculing only lowered his head and silently picked up a piece of jade pendant that had been thrown onto the floor. Lin Xuanji stood beside the young man. He had already recognized that piece of jade. It was similar to the ordinary-looking jade that he had randomly thrown at the young man many years ago. Unexpectedly, Yan Tianan had been carrying it around with him since then. 7 We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Your brother practiced the Yin Ghost Sect's arts, killed the young sect master of Sky Peak Sect, absorbed his chi and refined his soul. Because of his wickedness and the severity of his sins, all of the celestial level sects in all 5 continents have deployed their disciples to hunt him down and even offered a reward of 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you know where he is, you must not hide him. Getting rid of him is helping the world rid of a great evil. 6 Lin Xuanji, for him to have come this far, who do you think it was for? Everyone in this world can hate him, look down on him, or even want to kill him, but only you have no right. 5 His face was overridden with gloom as he forced each word through his teeth in a slow and cold manner. Yan Tianan, I will only ask you once, did you kill Lang Jishui? 4 Since Gerger said that I did, then I did. Your heart has already decided on the truth, so why bother asking me? Yan Tianan's back remained straight. He looked like a cold and sturdy 1,000-year cypress, stubborn yet lonely. He had never bothered to explain, and never knew how to explain. So he had always allowed others to freely splash dirty water on him. 3 Once he heats up or activates his chi, a seal will appear around Yan Tianan's belly and navel area. It looks exactly like the seal that Sect Master has, so he should be the one that Sect Master is looking for. No, don't tell anyone. That's Yan Tianan's biggest secret. If you say it, it'll bring great calamity to him. But as he looked at his memories flash by, Lin Xuanji didn't have the power to change his choices. He could only stare as he looked at himself reveal the secret that no one else in this world knows but him, to a hypocrite with ulterior motives. 2 Gerger. You said before that you would promise me just one thing. 1 Kill me. Please be kind to me just this once. And kill me. The countdown ended, which signified that the winner of this match had been determined, but it didn't mean that the match had ended. The rules of the Tyrant Martial Hall had always been tyrannical. If the one who had lost did not beg for forgiveness within 10 counts, and no one handed over enough silver to redeem that person, then the party who had won was free to step on the loser's head until his brain bursts out. That way, the winner would gain even more silver. Obviously, Lin Xuanji's opponent wanted to get his hand on that money. His opponent's fist had already been raised up high, the veins on his strong arms were bursting and his muscles looked intimidating. One could hear the sounds of his joints rubbing against one another. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. The crowd saw the fist that was about to land on Lin Xuanji's head. Wait, don't hit him, don't hit him. I'll give you the money. I have the money, stop it. A rough and unpleasant shout traveled over from the entrance. It sounded like an air mine had landed on level ground and exploded among the crowd, which made it seem especially conspicuous. But it had stopped the imminent killing. The winner loosened his fist. The crowd began to discuss, yo, someone really came to deliver the money. It's this ugly kid again, ha, he's really fucking ugly. Ugly is an understatement. If you send him to a brothel, no one would even bother finding spare change to buy him. You wouldn't think that this young master from the Lin family who had fallen to dirt from the clouds would have someone still willing to slave away for him. It's really interesting. Who asked the Lin young master to be so good looking? I still haven't seen anyone who's more handsome than him in the whole Qing city. Ha ha ha, he really does look seductive. TN. New project needed something different to translate as a breath of fresh air. It might be a bit confusing because of all the cultivation terms, but feel free to ask Queens in the comments below if anything is unclear. Also, do you guys prefer the original names of the sect's places or my loose English translations of it lol? E.g. Sky Peak Sect equals TNG Sect, TN equals Sky, G equals Limit, Extremes, and Tyrant Martial Hall equals Ba Tien Wu Dao Hall Chapter 2. Possessed. Most of the people who came to the martial hall belong to the lower social classes, and the words that come out of their mouth are the more vulgar kinds that aren't pleasant to the ear. Lin Xuanji opened his eyes that were smeared with blood. He lied facing the ground and his whole body looked like it was falling apart. His hip bone was no longer bent in a smooth arc like before, it looks like it had already been broken. But Lin Xuanji still struggled to turn his head to face the young boy. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I have money, 1,000 gold, to redeem my Gurgur, the young boy shouted and hurriedly stuffed a gold piece of banknote into the hands of the martial hall supervisor. The supervisor frowned, then squinted at the gold banknote in his hand. Yan Tianan was terrified that this guy wouldn't accept it, so he added on apprehensively, you said before that you'll let my Gurgur leave with 1,000 gold, you can't go back on your words. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Kid, what are you so anxious for? Did I say I wouldn't accept it? Go stand at a side, don't stand here and take up my air. The supervisor impatiently waved away the Yan Tianan who had delivered money to him, then looked down at the money mark printed on the gold banknote. The edges of his lips curved up into a hint of a sly smile. Then he rolled up the gold banknote and stuffed it into his storage bag. This kid really does have his way to get money, but it's probably the last bit of money Lin Xuanji has left in his savings. The supervisor then made a beckoning gesture with his hand and said a few words to the attendant beside him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Soon after, someone went on stage to announce, I declare the winner of this match to be Wu Qingzong. After the announcement, the short and skinny young boy immediately rushed onto the stage. But his movements were obviously a bit slow, his left leg was unable to exert a lot of pressure. Yan Tianan had a face full of worry as he kneeled beside Lin Xuanji. He looked at his older brother whose white robe was soaked in blood and was at a loss as to what to do. Yan Tianan had seen Lin Xuanji's injured state before, but he had never seen a Lin Xuanji that had been wounded to this extent. Don't tell him Lin Xuanji is about to die. Yan Tianan frowned deeply, and his face that was covered with bluish-black cracks looked even scarier than before. The current Yan Tianan didn't even think about the 500 gold debt that he was still carrying on his back. He didn't know how he could ever return that money. Yan Tianan's eyes, not knowing whether or not it was because he was too worried or because his brother was bullied to this extent, began to turn red. His two stick-like arms hugged Lin Xuanji as he tried to pull him up onto his back. Lin Xuanji's consciousness began to clear up. He looked at the thin and fragile young boy whose unordinary face was within inches of his and his nose began to sour. The feelings in his heart were as varied as the 5 flavors, sour, sweet, bitter and spicy, and his heart also felt like it was being brutally hammered by a heavy hammer into a pool of heart paste. You're turning 13 soon, how can you still cry this easily? Lin Xuanji raised his hand with some difficulty, and brushed it against Yan Tianan's face that was covered in tears and revealed a sincere smile as he said, let's go home. Yan Tianan first nodded his head solemnly, then immediately looked at Lin Xuanji with a stupefied expression. His Gurgur touched his face just now, and even said that he wanted to go home together with him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He couldn't have been possessed by an evil spirit, right? Or is he possessed by someone else? Lin Xuanji tried his best to support his body that was hurting all over. He rested one of his hands on Yan Tianan's fragile shoulder as a support. Most of his body weight was being supported by Yan Tianan. Under the ambiguous gazes of the crowd, he limped down the stage with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Yan Tianan was in a state of disbelief. He was obviously still immersed in the shock of the gentle way that Lin Xuanji had spoken to him and couldn't snap himself out of it. I will be leaving all forms of address in their original forms. E.g. Gerger per Dalton J, Shangjiang equals Big Brother etc. Different forms of address have different connotation. I will add notes when needed. Gerger is a neutral way of addressing one's elder brother. Dage is used to address the eldest brother and is more formal than Gerger. Shangzong is the most formal version. Chapter 3. Supervisor's scheme. Yan Tianan's left leg couldn't move about freely, but it wasn't to the point that he couldn't walk, so even though he was in a daze it didn't hinder him from helping Lin Xuanji move. When he was about to reach the entrance, the supervisor who had just received 1,000 gold smirked with obviously malicious intentions and said to Lin Xuanji, "Lin young master, when would you like to come and play again next time?" Lin Xuanji coldly replied, "There won't be a next time." The supervisor was stunned, then he laughed. Lin young master really likes to joke. "Hey, stop trying to encourage my Gerger to come back." Yan Tianan bared his teeth at the supervisor. His originally horrifying face looks even scarier now. "Or else, you better be careful. I'll come over in the middle of the night and raise your lousy martial hall to the ground." Ahen, no need to waste your saliva on them. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "Let's go. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Yan Tianan made a gesture akin to cutting his throat, then bared his teeth again and made a threatening expression before he continued to carefully carry Lin Xuanji out of the hall. After Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan left, a few people in the martial hall began to gather again and gossip. Is Lin Xuanji going to change his personality after today? Why did he dare to say that he won't come back again? He just said that to save some of his face. Ever since his meridians were shredded 2 years ago and he lost all his skills, he's no better than a cripple. The only place where he can find some purpose in life is here. How could he bear to stay away? It's probably just cause he was beaten up too badly today and didn't want to throw more face than he already had. Lousy hadn't even used much strength. If it wasn't for that little brother of his who brought the money to redeem him, I would have. You would have what? The supervisor raised the edges of his triangular eyes. You can't beat him to death, or else, how else can we earn this much ransom? Wu Qingzong laughed a big ha-ha and clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked and said, "You're right, I can't bear to kill our little god of wealth so fast. Even though he's turned into a useless bum, his powerful dad is dead and he carries along a burdensome oil bottle too with him everywhere, but, that Lin young master still has his family property. When has there ever been a time when that ugly kid didn't deliver the ransom money when he was about to be killed?" The supervisor laughed too. "Before we empty his pockets, you definitely cannot kill him. After that, if we kill him then so be it. The Lin family has so many descendants and disciples anyway, they won't care about the life and death of one useless piece of trash." Wu Qingzong's eyes flashed with a scheming look. In this world, the strong is king, all rules were determined by the strong. As for the current Lin Xuanji, even if he was crushed to death like an ant, no one would jump out and say anything in defense. Yan Tianwen had hired a horse carriage that was waiting outside of the martial hall's entrance. He supported Lin Xuanji up the carriage before he sat on the coachman's seat. The carriage began to make its way slowly towards the Lin residence. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianen's small, skinny but very straight back, and suddenly felt waves of sadness and regret wash upon him. He couldn't help but remember what had happened in his past life. In the past, he pushed the blame for his father's death onto this innocent child. He always made things difficult for him, bullied him and even used the most vile method to vent his frustrations on Yan Tianen. Afterwards, when he was deceived by the villains and mistakenly treated those people with malicious intentions as his closest, most trusted allies, he revealed Yan Tianen's biggest secret and caused Yan Tianen to suffer a terrible death. He had also suffered due punishment. His soul was refined for a whole 7 years before he could obtain relief. Lin Xuanji's soul didn't scatter, but instead entered the cave of an ancient craftsman by some wondrous coincidence. He stayed there for a whole 1,000 years before he finished refining the revert world mirror, and turned time back to when everything had not began. 1, 2, When a woman remarries and brings their child Ren from their previous marriage to their next husband's place, these child Ren are called drag burdensome oil bottles. Directly translated, Chapter 4. Ahen, come. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes, the tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes were both warm and icy cold. Even till the end, Yan Tianan had never hated him. He actually didn't hate him. He's back. Even though he was back to a time when he was at his lowest, he didn't think it was that big of a deal at all. The past him was a bastard, but from today onwards, until the end of his life, he will never let Yan Tianan down again. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. And just like that, their carriage swayed all the way to the Lin residence's door. Yan Tianan got off the carriage and was getting ready to pull the carriage in when a doorman walked over. When he saw that the person pulling the carriage was Yan Tianan, his face immediately revealed a disdainful expression. I say, only VIPs and the personages of our sect can pass through the main entrance. You guys should go through the side door. The doorman's voice was filled with arrogance. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip and said, we'll need to make a big detour to get to the side door, and the path there isn't easy to walk. My Dage is in the carriage right now. He's injured. He needs to hurry back so that the medicinal masters can take a look at him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Your big brother. The doorman looked face to face with the person opposite him, then both of them laughed together and said impudently, don't tell me it's our family's young master Lin Xuanji. But why do I recall that he's already turned into a useless piece of trash? Lin family has their own rules. Useless trash and dogs aren't allowed through the main entrance. Who did you call a useless piece of trash? Yan Tianan was instantly incensed. He clenched his fists tightly as he itched to beat up these two guys who looked down on others with their dog eyes. However, he couldn't exude much threat. Everyone knew that the kid that Lin Zan adopted is a piece of trash who can't even walk properly, and at most can only be noisy. The doorman said, you and the useless Lin family trash in that carriage. The other person laughed as he asked in a vulgar manner, so, is Lin Xuanji young master's bed comfortable? Even the dog he raised knew that it had to wag its tail in front of others to beg for pity. Why are you still so hell-bent on following him? Looks like he's not too bad in bed. Yan Tianan's fury grew even bigger. You can talk down to him, but he can't endure others speaking badly about Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan raised his fist and was about to rush toward the doorman. To be able to become the Lin family's doorman, naturally their standards wouldn't be too low. Wang Wu didn't care about Yan Tianan's racket in the slightest. The corner of his lips curved up coldly, and he had already accumulated some energy as he prepared to palm the chest of this ugly guy who didn't fear death. Hong, a loud sound rang out. The Wang Wu who was about to palm Yan Tianan's chest was ruthlessly smashed by a heavy object in his head and his whole body flew backwards. Wang Wu's head exploded, his blood and brain matter were scattered everywhere, and the ground was dyed a dark brown color. There was a big patch of white and red mixed together, and the others who were looking at it looked terrified. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. No one could have thought that someone would dare to commit murder at the Lin family's doorstep. Everyone at the scene looked towards the worn-out carriage that had stopped by the entrance. They only saw a jade-like hand draw the curtains and stretch forward from within the carriage. That hand made a beckoning gesture with a curled index finger, then a clear voice sounded, "Ah Hen, come." Yan Tianan nodded, fiercely glared at the other doorman, then limped onto the carriage. Yan Tianan wanted to lift the curtains to take a look, but the hand had already been withdrawn. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose, then reluctantly retracted his gaze. Chapter 5. Who's fighting? Are you hurt? Lin Xuanji asked. Yan Tianan quickly shook his head, but after he shook a few times he realized that Lin Xuanji might not be able to see him. He was about to speak when he heard Lin Xuanji say, "Since you're not hurt, then I won't continue to pursue the matter today. But if there's a next time, then it won't be settled this simply again." Lin Xuanji's words made Yan Tianan stare agape. This is the Dage that had always looked at him with icy cold eyes. That warning shouldn't have been for him, right? Who's fighting at the entrance? A serious voice traveled over from within the doors that brimmed with authority and made people's hearts tremble. Yan Tianan immediately tensed up. He was familiar with this voice. It belonged to an impartial Lin disciple who was part of the Lin family's law enforcement hall, named Lin Zontian. He was famous in the Lin family for his impartiality, and he was especially vicious, especially merciless and especially strict. Yan Tianan crawled down the carriage again. He nervously gulped down his saliva, looked at the tall man standing within the doors and said, "I was fighting. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Zontian's pitch-black eyes glanced over the doorman who had been smashed to death with a hammer, then his line of sight fell upon the hammer that had smashed its way through his head. The hammer contained one attack from a Duangu Realm Expert 1, and it was unclear how many of those attacks were saved up in that one hammer. A hint of surprise flashed through Lin Zontian's eyes, but it was immediately retracted. He looked towards the carriage and said, "Covering up for the perpetrator is also a crime. No fight occurred here." Lin Xuanji's voice rang out again. He didn't leave the carriage and show his face because, based on his current situation, he could still bluff his way through behind the curtains, but once the curtains are drawn, then he wouldn't be able to conceal himself anymore. At these kinds of times, it was more important to maintain some form of deterrence. Lin Zontian narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Do you think I'm blind or an idiot?" Lin Xuanji said, "Neither, but if you insist on a definition, then it should be a one-sided killing on my part." Lin Zontian was taken aback. He frowned as he said, "Lin Xuanji, you should know what the Lin family's rules are. Even if you are the Lin family's young master, you can't arbitrarily murder the Lin family's servants." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji said, "You are part of the law enforcement hall, so naturally you would be more familiar with the rules than I do. But there is one question I would like to ask. If a servant were to treat their master with disrespect and rebel against their orders, and even slander their master, is their master allowed to punish them?" Lin Zontian placed both his hands behind his back, then lifted his chest and said, "Of course, masters and servants have different standings. Servants should behave like servants do." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "Then I've finished what I wanted to say." Lin Zontian, this wasn't just a punishment, this was just straight-out murder. Lin Zontian pondered for a bit, then said, "Even if so, his crime did not warrant death." He had just spoken when he felt a hidden weapon rushing towards him. He abruptly stretched out his hand to catch the weapon. It was a mirror about the size of a palm, but upon closer inspection, it was actually a magic tool that could be used to record sounds. It began to play a recording. "Don't tell me it's our family's young master Lin Xuanji. But why do I recall that he's already turned into a useless piece of trash? Lin family has their own rules. Useless trash and dogs aren't allowed through the main entrance. So, is Lin Xuanji young master's bed comfortable? Even the dog he raised knew that it had to wag its tail in front of others to beg for pity. Why are you still so hell-bent on following him? Looks like he's not too bad in bed." 1. When one reaches the Duangu realm, Duan Gu Jing, their qi will circulate through their bones and their bones will become very strong. Chapter 6. No one dared to stop them. These few sentences repeatedly sounded next to Lin Zontian's ear. The arrogance and sarcasm within its tone made Lin Zontian, someone who wasn't involved, feel like he couldn't listen to the recording any longer. Lin Zontian's expression stiffened, his eyes dangerously narrowed into slits. For such derogatory words to leave a servant's mouth was naturally a huge taboo. If so, then it would be understandable for Lin Xuanji to have killed him. Lin family doesn't need this kind of bully as a servant. Maybe it was better for this kind of troublemaker to die. It saved him the trouble of finishing him off himself. Lin Xuanji's side turned silent and calm. Yan Tianan clenched his fist and grinded his teeth as he said, "They slandered my dage so shamelessly just now, don't they deserve death? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. I'll leave the evidence, but I'll be taking away this other one first." Lin Zontian took a look at Yan Tianan, kept the recorder mirror, and said without sparing another glance at the doorman who was paralyzed with fear on the ground, "Next time when you want to teach the servants a lesson, don't do it at the main entrance." "Thank you," Lin Xuanji said. Even though he was about the same age as Lin Zontian, they rarely interacted with each other before. But this guy was someone who would stick to his principles, both in his past life and his present. Lin Zontian had not tried stepping all over him when he was at his lowest. He was someone who could be worth it to make friends with. After Lin Zontian brought the other doorman away and left, Yan Tianan skipped over to the corpse and picked up the relatively clean hammer, then returned to the carriage. Dage, your hammer. Yan Tianan rubbed it with his sleeves, then said, there's nothing dirty on it, but I should still bring it back to clean it first before returning it to you. Okay, then I'll have to thank Ah Hen for that. Lin Xuanji said, this ground-splitting hammer wouldn't be tainted by anything, but since Yan Tianan had the intention to clean it, Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't refuse him. He liked it when Yan Tianan helped him arrange his matters. Lin Xuanji's heart felt warm and pleased. Yan Tianan's speech and actions were still as considerate of him as before. This hammer actually has the ability to return automatically, but when Lin Xuanji threw it, he had used up all of his residual qi and strength, so he couldn't call the hammer back. But he didn't expect Yan Tianan to be so conscious of him. Yan Tianan turned around and asked, Dage, if we go in now, would someone stop us? Lin Xuanji said, unless they want to have a taste of the ground-splitting hammer in your hands. Ah Hen, if anyone dares to talk down to you or offend you, then you can just throw the hammer you're holding and feed it to him to have a taste. Even though 2 doormen had left, there were still guards that had remained at the entrance. They heard Lin Xuanji's steady voice, and a sudden fear arose in their hearts. Even though Lin Xuanji had fallen into the abyss from the heavens and had turned into a good-for-nothing loser, they were still unable to handle the exceptional magic tools he held in his hands. Yay, then we can go in now. Yan Tianan excitedly waved about the whip in his hands, then drove the carriage as he shouted, Ja 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 one. His voice didn't really sound like a child's voice, but rather quite coarse and unpleasant. The past Lin Xuanji hated it when Yan Tianan opened his mouth and spoke, and had even casted a speech prohibition curse on him before. But now, Lin Xuanji thought that this voice was even more moving than the call of a phoenix. It was practically the most pleasant-sounding voice in the world, coming from the cutest person in the world. Lin Xuanji's heart softened as he laid in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. This time, no one dared to stop the carriage. Chapter 7. Suspecting possession, Tianan's awkward incident. The carriage swayed its way to Lin Xuanji's residence. This yard was located in a remote area. It wasn't one of the sky-level rooms that could be found amongst the Lin family's 1,000-over buildings. When Lin Zan went missing and Lin Xuanji turned into a good-for-nothing who was driven out of profound sky sect, Lin Xuanji and Lin Zan's rooms had fallen below the standards of sky-level yards. And this yard was at most an earth-level yard. However, a remote area comes with its own advantages. At least there weren't many people here, so it was quiet. Usually no one would come bother them either, and it was quite a distance from the Lin family's central area, so they wouldn't need to see the other Lin family disciples often. Like this, Lin Xuanji would be able to plot his big schemes in peace. The carriage stopped. Yan Tianan said from the outside, Dage, we're back. Lin Xuanji propped himself up, drew the curtains and alighted the carriage. Yan Tianan was shocked and he quickly went forward to support Lin Xuanji, but instead Lin Xuanji held his hand. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. I've consumed 1 repair body pill, so my body won't be much of a trouble now. Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan was taken aback in surprise and said, repair body pill? Dage, is it the one that Daddy left behind? It's the bottle that Daddy left behind. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan was dumbstruck. He was almost blinded by the brilliance of Lin Xuanji's smile. Dage smiled at him. The Dage who was always showing him a black face, actually smiled at him. That was definitely a smile and not a sneer, right? Was he hallucinating? He felt like something was off. Lin Xuanji waved his hand before Yan Tianan's eyes, and said, why are you in a daze? I know your heart aches for these medicinal pills. Even though it's a waste for me to consume the repair body pill for this kind of injury, the situation was urgent just now. If I hadn't consumed the medicinal pill and made my body recover rapidly, you would have had to suffer. That was what had happened in his past life. He was lying in that same carriage. He felt resentful that Yan Tianan had used that kind of low-class carriage to drive him back to the Lin family and even went through the main entrance, which made him lose a lot of face, so he just coldly watched from afar as Yan Tianan got into a fight with the doorman. The repair body pills that Lin Zan had left for him were all top-grade medicinal pills. Each pill was worth 1,000 gold. A normal cultivator wouldn't easily consume this kind of pill unless they were at death's door. After Lin Xuanji had turned into trash, he had to rely on this kind of thing to survive, so naturally he wouldn't easily consume it as well. Yet the injury that he had suffered were all minor injuries that would have recovered after a period of rest, so consuming the repair body pill was a huge waste of heaven's gifts. But the Lin Xuanji today didn't mind these matters at all. He just didn't want to see Yan Tianan being bullied, everything else were merely worldly possessions. Yan Tianan snapped out of his daze, and was even more surprised to find that Lin Xuanji was actually explaining himself, and his words were all filled with concern for him. Yan Tianan immediately thought, oh no, was his dage possessed by some weird or strange thing? Originally he thought that when Yan Tianan heard his explanation, he would be a bit happier, but Yan Tianan actually seemed to be even angrier than before. Lin Xuanji thought for a bit, before he continued to console him, don't feel bad, Dage has already found other ways of earning money, next time you definitely won't lack money to spend. No matter how many repair body pills you want, Dage will buy them for you. Yan Tianan hesitated for a moment, stretched out his other hand that wasn't held by Lin Xuanji and touched Lin Xuanji's forehead. You don't have a fever. Yan Tianan said, then carefully looked at Lin Xuanji's eyes for a while before he said worriedly, you weren't possessed either, right? How about Dage you show me a little proof that you're still you, or else my heart will always feel uneasy. Lin Xuanji didn't know whether or not to cry or laugh, but after he thought for a while, he still said, I remember Dad said before, when you had just joined our family, you didn't dare to leave your room alone at night, so you laid in bed and held it in. The next morning when you awoke, you realized that you had already wet the bed. Yan Tianan, Chapter 8. Abolished roots. Yan Tianan's face that had strange cracks crawling all over it was burning up at the moment. It looked like a tomato, which made it look even stranger and uglier. If there was someone else looking at this scene, he would have definitely be scared off by Yan Tianan's face. Yet, Lin Xuanji thought that Yan Tianan's small face that had reddened so suited his tastes very well, especially his white ears that had been tinged with a pink blush. Didi really is cute and simple, Lin Xuanji thought. You really are Dage. Yan Tianan was a bit distressed, he didn't understand why Lin Xuanji's attitude towards him had changed so drastically, it was as if he was a different person. But, he wasn't too hung up on this problem. Anyway, for Lin Xuanji to not give him the silent treatment was already a very joyous occasion for him. Yan Tianan smiled and said, never mind, anyway those repair body pills are what Daddy left for you, you can use it however you want, and I don't think it's a waste at all. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji's heart felt calm. Yan Tianan had always thought about him so wholeheartedly like this. Lin Xuanji still remembered clearly, when Yan Tianan himself was seriously injured, and even his breathing had hints of blood, he still didn't bear to consume a single repair body pill. Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan's hand and entered the yard that they resided in. The yard had 3 rooms, the biggest room belonged to Lin Xuanji, the adjacent room was Yan Tianan's, and the other small room could be considered as a small kitchen. Even though they were cultivators who hadn't reached the foundation stage weren't considered true cultivators. They would only be thought of as quasi-introductory level cultivators and didn't have the ability to fast one. After Lin Xuanji had fallen from a higher realm and turned into a refining chi stage 2nd layer trash, he needed to eat every day to sustain his life, so this small kitchen wasn't useless. Lin Xuanji entered his own room, he familiarly made his way to the side of a praying mat that was placed in the center of his room, then sat down cross-legged. He said to the Yan Tianan who was looking from the outside, "Ah hen, I'll be cultivating for a while now, why don't you make something to fill your stomach first?" Yan Tianan replied with a bit of worry, "But Dage, you can't cultivate anymore, if you activate your chi will be in excruciating pain and you may even suffer from a chi deviation. That was what almost happened last time, Zhang medicinal master said that you definitely cannot cultivate anymore." When Lin Xuanji heard his heads, he only wanted sigh. In the past life he was extremely cold to Yan Tianan, partly because Yan Tianan's words were too straightforward, and at that time he had just turned into a good-for-nothing who had fallen from the clouds into dirt, so he always felt that Yan Tianan's words very harsh, like he was mocking him. But the Lin Xuanji now knows, Yan Tianan was truly concerned about his well-being. Lin Xuanji patiently replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yan Tianan pondered for a bit, then clung to the doorframe and said, "If anything happens, call me immediately, I'll be right outside." Lin Xuanji said, "But I'll only be out in a day if I'm fast, and 3 days if I'm slow, so you don't need to care about me in the meantime and rest well instead. Yan Tianan didn't dare to argue with Lin Xuanji, so he could only nod and reluctantly take his last look at Lin Xuanji's face before closing the door lightly. After Yan Tianan left, Lin Xuanji settled down extremely fast. He did something that 99.9% of the people in this world would never do. He completely abolished all of his roots. Something exploded within his body. Within Lin Xuanji's Dantian Qi, his existing root chassis were fracturing inch by inch. An excruciating pain similar to pulling out one's tendons and bones began to spread out from his lower abdomen to the rest of his limbs and bones, and within a split second it reached his scalp. Lin Xuanji clenched his teeth, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. His thin clothes appeared to have been drenched by his sweat instantaneously. But this kind of pain was nothing compared to the heartbreak he felt when Yan Tianan had died right in front of him, and it couldn't compare to the unbearable pain he felt when his soul was being refined for a whole 7 days and 7 nights. Scenes of the past began to flash before his eyes began to emit a thick sense of hatred, the roots of his teeth almost broke from his clenching. He definitely wouldn't let any one of his enemies off. He swore it with his blood and life story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. 1. There are many types of cultivators in this novel, as well as different levels, stages and layers. I'll create a glossary for this based on what I remember and update it as I go along. Hey, Chapter 9. Soul plates master. The pain from abolishing one's roots lasted for a while before it subsided. Lin Xuanji opened his eyes and suddenly splurted out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xuanji didn't mind this mouthful of blood. After a short period of silence, he raised his right hand up in front of him. He bit his right hand's middle finger. The nerves of all 10 of his fingertips were linked to the heart, so the drop of blood that was squeezed out of his middle finger was his heart blood. He pressed his middle finger on the middle of his forehead. His left hand quickly performed a lengthy yet complicated seal. The drop of heart blood on his forehead flashed a golden light color, then suddenly disappeared from its original position. The soul plate had been unsealed, and it was tumbling about his body again. Lin Xuanji looked into his consciousness. He realized that the soul plate that was originally as big as a small world was now only a bead the size of his thumb. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. How did you become like this? Lin Xuanji silently asked. The soul plate was swimming about his consciousness and didn't make a sound. Lin Xuanji waited for a moment, then said, "If I can unseal you, then naturally I can seal you again." Soul plate suddenly spoke, "Yi. Where am I? Who am I? Who are you? Hadn't I already been sealed?" Lin Xuanji calmly said, "I am Lin Xuanji, your current master." Soul plate, when did he gain a new master? And it's even someone whose Dantian was destroyed, a useless piece of trash who's even more useless than trash. Soul plate immediately wanted to wash his hands off of him and scolded, "Screw your ancestors, which son of a bitch actually locked Benzun 1 in a soul plate, and even gifted Benzun with this motherfucking piece of trash so malicious, so evil." A thought flashed through Lin Xuanji's mind and his heart jolted. He took out one book and a fistful of forged stones from the bastard plate. The soul plate instantaneously stopped talking and didn't move. Those items obviously belonged to him. Why did it get taken away by some stranger so easily? Lin Xuanji lightly said, "I know you're suspicious of my origins. I may tell you everything when the time comes, but right now, I don't trust you. This book and these forged stones, you can think of it as a loan for now. I won't mistreat you in the future." Soul plate's heart was aching and he almost cried. He couldn't help but make some noise. "You rascal, do you know that Benzun is currently relying on those forged stones to maintain my life? I only have that little supply of forged stones that was on the verge of being used up. If Benzun is thoroughly destroyed, from whom else can you obtain this kind of benefit from? That's true." Lin Xuanji calmly said, "Since you don't have enough soul stones, then you should probably hibernate for now to save up whatever vitality you have left." When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for soul plate to retaliate before Lin Xuanji resealed the soul plate. A dark red spiritual mark appeared between his eyebrows. It looked like a small flame jumping about, yet also looked flirtatious and seductive. The spiritual mark adorned Lin Xuanji's flawless face and gratuitously added an evil spirit's seductive flair to it while toning down its previous dignified look. Lin Xuanji flipped open the primary level craftsman introductory stage manual that he had obtained from the soul plate. This manual is called Arabian Crafting Manual. From its cover it looks like a suitable book for laymen to use, but in reality, the word seals, hand seals, ways of drawing qi etc. were broad and profound and weren't easy to learn. More importantly, even though Arabian Crafting Manual was the most basic of primary-level craftsman manuals, it had other higher-level versions such as the Earth Level, Profound Level, and even the Sky Level manual that no one had seen before. This was what Lin Xuanji valued the most. What craftsmen were most worried about was that after they stepped onto their paths, they wouldn't be able to find a suitable craftsman manual to guide them, yet the soul plate had the full set of manuals. Lin Xuanji didn't have the chance to go through one of the books in his past life, but that was because of the restraints of his soul body. He believes that now that he has a physical body, along with his 1,000 years of experience with soul cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem to uncover all of the secrets within the soul plate in this life. 1. Benzun is basically used to refer to oneself, but it's a very proud way of referring to oneself. BC Zun actually refers to Buddha. So it's like calling yourself a Buddha, God etc. Chapter 10. Demanding for tiger cubs. Lin Xuanji took out a 1-foot-long jade-colored raw material for crafting from within the Arabian Crafting Manual. This was another unique feature of the Arabian Crafting Manual. The big shot who wrote this manual actually used some special technique to seal a lot of precious and rare treasures in it. If a cultivator could master one of the techniques in this manual and trigger one of its secret seals, a rare treasure may just drop out. In his past life, Lin Xuanji couldn't get his hands on this piece of mysterious ice jade. Firstly, it was because he was eager for success, so before he had sufficient practice he proceeded to the next step. Secondly, it was because he didn't bear to abolish his roots and restart cultivating through the path of a craftsman, so he had missed his opportunity. Lin Xuanji sized up this whole piece of mysterious ice jade that could be sold for 10,000 gold. His line of thought changed and his eyes stared affixed. It looked like he had thought of something as the edges of his lips curved up into smile. He took out a foundation stage pill that Lin Zan had left behind for him from a spatial storage bag and consumed it, then quickly began to form hand seals with both his hands. Craftsmen's hand seals were typically much more complex than that of alchemists, and a tiny lapse could snowball into a much more serious consequence. If he was just a little bit careless, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He couldn't lack either adequate heat control or one-hand seal. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. But this set of hand seals that Lin Xuanji is performing to kickstart his path to becoming a craftsman had been practiced by him for at least 10,000 times, so his crafting speed was extremely fast. The dozen forged stones that had been piled up in front of him began to float as it followed the flow of qi circulating around him. They were evenly distributed around Lin Xuanji's body and formed a circle, then they began to rotate around him. Lin Xuanji's right hand appeared to hold up the mysterious ice jade with some space in between while his left hand performed hand seals. Meanwhile, he was continuously uttering word seals. The spiritual qi in the surroundings began to rush towards Lin Xuanji's room. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan was pacing up and down within the yard. He walked from one side to the other, then from the other side back again. The sky had turned bright, but there were still no signs of any movement from Lin Xuanji's room. Yan Tianan wanted to open the door, but he was a bit afraid of doing so. Lin Xuanji hated it when he appeared in front of him, and he was especially unwilling to let him into his room. Lin Xuanji had already been inside for 1 day and 1 night without coming out. Yan Tianan's small little face was going to crunch up. Should he go in to see how Lin Xuanji is doing? "Hey ugly, where's Lin Xuanji?" A female voice rang out from the yard entrance. Yan Tianan looked towards her direction and his small face immediately crunched up. This young lady who was wearing a pink luosang one was the eldest daughter of the Han family, one of the 3 big families in Qing City, Han Yanren. She was extremely haughty, and she especially loved to bully Yan Tianan. When she comes over to humiliate Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji will stop her once in a while when he feels like she's crossing the line, but most of the time Lin Xuanji is absent. Yan Tianan was not too repulsed by this big missy. After all, Lin Xuanji's fiancé is her brother, Han Yuren. At this time, the Han family had not yet broken off their engagement. Han Yuren had not given up on Lin Xuanji after he had fallen to the bottom, and would even come over to visit him once in a while and bring over supplements, so Yan Tianan didn't really dare to offend the Han family and give them a good reason to break off the engagement. Yan Tianan said, Dage is in seclusion, no one's allowed to disturb him. Han Yanren's eyes flashed with disdain and said, "What seclusion? His dantian is already destroyed, going into seclusion is just a waste of time, just call him out." Yan Tianen's attitude became tougher. He coldly replied, "I already said that no one is allowed to disturb Dage. Whatever you want to do, I'll deliver the message to him." Han Yanren looked at Yan Tianen's face and only thought that this sight stung her eyes. She glanced over the rundown yard and rooms with scorn and couldn't wait to immediately run out of this place. She had a noble status, stepping into this yard was lowering herself. Han Yanren was too lazy to wait for Lin Xuanji to come out. She looked elsewhere and said, "He previously promised my Gerger to give him that pair of amethyst white tiger cubs. I'm here to retrieve those tiger cubs." Chapter 11. Gathering of Spiritual Qi. Yan Tianen's face changed immediately. He clenched his fist in secret and pretended to be calm as he said, "Those 2 tiger cubs have already been sold." Han Yanren was aghast and almost jumped up in shock. She widened her eyes and said, "Impossible, he already promised my Gerger, how could he have sold them? They've really been sold." The color of Yan Tianen's face changed and his heart stopped. "They were sold for 1,000 gold. If you don't believe me, you can ask around at the demonic beast marketplace if anyone had taken in 2 tiger cubs. They are a pair of demonic beast twins, and yet they were only sold for 1,000 gold. Is there something wrong with Lin Xuanji's brain?" Han Yanren cried out, "You must know, a pair of amethyst white tiger cubs, even if they were the lowest level of demonic beasts, could be sold up to 10,000 gold, but Lin Xuanji only sold them for 1,000. If his brain didn't have a problem, then what else could it be?" Yan Tianen couldn't stand hearing someone speak badly of Lin Xuanji, so he angrily said, "He didn't sell them, I did." Han Yanren was stunned, then immediately turned to anger as she said, "Who do you think you are? You actually dared to sell my brother's things. Who gave you the guts? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. I wanted to save Dage, but I didn't have money, and who said that they belong to your brother?" Yan Tianen clenched his fist and fiercely glared at Han Yanren. "Don't think I don't know who brought my Dage to the martial hall. You guys better stop leading my Dage astray. How's that any of my business?" Han Yanren felt a bit guilty, but still appeared righteous as she said, "You better redeem those cubs for me as soon as possible, or else if you have the ability then you go redeem them. I don't have any money." Yan Tianen said. Han Yanren sheathed her sword and pointed it at Yan Tianen as she scowled, "Do you believe that I'll kill you right now?" Yan Tianen tilted his head and said, "Even if you kill me, I still won't have the money to redeem them." Han Yanren thought to herself, even though she couldn't really kill this ugly clown right now, but teaching him a lesson was still reasonable. Anyway, Lin Xuanji hates this bitch lame kid too. This could be considered as her helping Lin Xuanji get rid of a thorn in his heart. Maybe Lin Xuanji would be so happy about it and even casually gift her some elixirs. You must know, even though Lin Xuanji had turned into trash, an emaciated camel is still bigger than a horse. Just as Han Yuren lifted her long sword and prepared to stab Yan Tianen's thigh with it, suddenly the air around them became turbulent and the surrounding qi all rushed towards the same direction. Yan Tianen suddenly raised his head and looked towards the main room in the yard. The spiritual qi appeared like it was being sucked in by a huge suction cup, and it was rushing towards the main room like crazy. Even Yan Tianen could feel his body involuntarily absorbing quite a bit of spiritual qi. But this was too unbelievable. You must know, spiritual qi will only exhibit this kind of aggregation at places where there are spiritual stones, gathering spirit formations or ley lines. Or, if someone was about to advance and thus had to absorb spiritual qi like a madman, or it could occur when a top-grade medicinal pill or a top-grade magic tool was about to be born. But Lin Xuanji's current state obviously had no relationship with any of these situations. The crazy aggregation of spiritual qi did not last for long. When the spiritual qi started to settle, Yan Tianen immediately ran towards the main room. A Jia one sounded, the door was opened by someone from within. Dressed in a snow-white robe, Lin Xuanji held a bright, jade-colored hairpin in his hand and slowly walked out. Dage Yan Tianen's face broke out into a smile. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianen's face, and calmly said, "Have you eaten?" Yan Tianen shook his head. "I was waiting for Dage to eat together." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji, I told you to eat your meals. Yan Tianen rubbed his nose like a child who had just done something wrong, and quietly said, "But I was worried about Dage, so I had no appetite, I'm sorry." Lin Xuanji couldn't bear to blame him, he had said those words purely because he was worried about Yan Tianan. Because of Yan Tianan's body, his cultivation level was still stuck at refining Qi first layer and was 18,000 miles away from being able to fast, so he had to eat at least 2 meals a day or else his body would collapse. Chapter 12. Wicked. Though Lin Xuanji saw that Yan Tianan had withdrawn into his shell again, so he couldn't help but feel even more distressed and his tone became much gentler. "Prepare some of your favorite ingredients, go and wash them clean." Yan Tianan thought that Lin Xuanji was hungry, so he quickly nodded and ran off. Right outside of their yard was a vegetable field. Yan Tianan had planted many different kinds of spiritual plants and vegetables in the field. He carefully watered the field every day, and used what little qi he had to promote the growth of the plants, so the spiritual plants all looked pretty fresh. One look would whet your appetite. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan picked the biggest cabbage that was most concentrated with spiritual water, then began to ponder on how to cook for Lin Xuanji that night. Within the yard, Lin Xuanji calmly glanced over Han Yanran. Han Yanran's line of sight had always been on the jade hairpin in his hand. Han Yanran came from an influential family of cultivators, so naturally she had seen her fair share of treasures. She could tell at a glance that this hairpin was extraordinary. Han Yanran thought, from how the spiritual qi was rushing towards the room just now, this hairpin is definitely at least a high-grade tool. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Han Yanran had not seen the hairpin that Lin Xuanji was holding clearly, and didn't even know what kind of design or pattern it had, but just based on that luster, glossiness and degree of transparency, she could tell how precious it was. Of course, Han Yanran didn't consider that the spiritual qi could have rushed into Lin Xuanji's room because he was advancing, and thus naturally thought that he had taken a magic treasure out from a storage bag which triggered the surrounding qi. Han Yanran had an idea. A smile spread across her face as she said, "Xuanji Gerger, what are you holding in your hand?" Lin Xuanji calmly said, "A hairpin that someone had given me." Han Yanran's eyeball turned slightly and she said sweetly, "Xuanji Gerger, who gave you this hairpin? It looks so pretty, that kind of color is rarely seen and would go really well with my brother's jade feather robe, they're like a match made in heaven." Lin Xuanji sneered in his heart. Even though Han Yuran was his supposed fiancé, it was an engagement that had been decided by their fathers. He didn't have any ill feeling towards Han Yuran, and he didn't want to make matters awkward for his dad, so naturally he treated Han Yuran with due respect. Plus, Han Yuran is a famous craftsman in Qing City, and had already been accepted into Profound Sky Sect. Not long after, he would enroll in Profound Sky Sect and become an official disciple. Lin Xuanji had thought that a marriage between a magic cultivator and a weapon cultivator was acceptable, so he never felt dissatisfied with the engagement. As a descendant of an influential family, as well as being a cultivation genius ever since he was young who was second to none, Lin Xuanji was naturally quite generous and wouldn't mistreat Han Yuran when it came to material possessions. It was to the point where whenever Han Yuran asked him for something, Lin Xuanji would always casually give him what he wants generously. He was never stingy in this area. But, ever since Lin Xuanji turned into a good-for-nothing and returned to Qing City, even though Han Yuran still showed him some superficial concern once in a while, he never really thought of marrying Lin Xuanji. In fact, after Lin Xuanji's assets were plundered clean by Han Yuran, he had ruthlessly kicked him to the curb and turned Lin Xuanji into the joke of the three big families in Qing City. And now, the hypocritical Han Yuran still pretended to be kind to Lin Xuanji because he knew that he could still squeeze some value out of Lin Xuanji. After he had seen through Han Yuran's true colors, Lin Xuanji's expression didn't change as he said, "This does match Yuran very well, and it's a treasure that my dad left behind as a dowry for his son-in-law." Han Yanran's eyes immediately brightened and she anxiously said, "Then Xuanji Gerger, I'll bring this hairpin to my brother right away. Once he sees it, he'll definitely be very happy." As she was talking, Han Yanran actually extended her hand towards the hairpin and wanted to grab it. Lin Xuanji turned his hand and immediately kept the hairpin in an interspatial ring and Han Yanran ended up grabbing air. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Han Yanran's face tinged with an awkward blush. "After we're married, I'll naturally pin this hairpin onto my wife's head personally. I don't need to trouble little sister with this kind of matter." Lin Xuanji lightly said. Han Yanren smiled and said, why be so particular about when you'll give it, it'll belong to my brother sooner or later anyway. Lin Xuanji's heart was filled with utter contempt, it'll belong to him sooner or later. That's not necessarily true, no, that is absolutely impossible. Han Yanren realized that she probably won't be able to get her hands on that high-grade hairpin, so she could only give in for now. She quickly turned to anger instead and complained, Xuanji Gerger, do you know that servant of yours actually sold your pair of amethyst white tigers without letting you know, and he only sold them for 1,000 gold, don't even know where he spent the money on. Maybe he's colluding with someone with ulterior motives and wants to murder you for your money. The Yan Tianan, who had plucked quite a bit of vegetables concentrated with spiritual water, heard Han Yanren complaining to Lin Xuanji just as he entered the yard. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip and walked to Lin Xuanji's side. He said, Dage, I used that money too. I know, you don't need to explain. Lin Xuanji cut Yan Tianan off, and coldly looked towards Han Yanren and said, I asked him to sell those amethyst white tigers, do you have anything to say about that? Chapter 13. Look forward to his gracious presence. Han Yanren was stunned, then she was so anxious she started jumping about and shouted, how could you let him sell those beasts? Did you forget that you had promised to give them to my brother? They already belong to my brother. What right does your brother have to think they belong to him? Yan Tianan glared at Han Yanren, then straightened his back and said, those 2 tiger cubs were given to me and my Dage by our daddy. Your big brother had never really cared about my Dage from the beginning. Both of you obviously know that my Dage is in a pretty bad situation right now and don't have much money, and yet you guys still dare to come over here to ask for treasures. Don't you think that's too much? Han Yanren was berated so thoroughly she immediately felt like she had lost all face, and was shamed into anger as she said, who do you think you are? You actually dare to lecture me? Soon after, she began to talk in a coquettish manner towards Lin Xuanji and acted like she had been maliciously wronged. Xuanji Gerger, look at him trying to drive a wedge between us. Who knows how badly he speaks of you behind your back? He even caused Lin Shushu's one death. He's such an ugly baddie who has an even uglier heart. Yan Tianan's face immediately paled. Even though his face was covered by those ugly cracks, one could see from his shivering body that at this time, he must have suffered a tremendous shock. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji was immediately incensed and shouted in a stern voice, Han Yanren, you are in no position to tell me what kind of person my Didi is or is not. Those 2 tiger cubs were my dad's gifts to Tianan. Since he's unwilling to give them out, then no one has the right to covet them. Go back and tell your elder brother, those 2 tiger cubs, he can't have them. Han Yanren was frightened by the sudden burst of pressure that Lin Xuanji emitted. She held back her shock and angrily said, Lin Xuanji, you dare to go back on your words. What I said in the beginning was that I would make a decision after discussing it with my Didi. Since my Didi is unwilling, then I cannot give them to him. Lin Xuanji said coldly. Han Yanren was so angry her face had turned red. She didn't expect that the Lin Xuanji who had always fulfilled Han Yanren's every request obediently would suddenly be so hostile. This change had completely caught her off guard. Han Yanren tried to appear fierce though she was cowering inside. She didn't want to lose without putting up a fight. Lin Xuanji, aren't you afraid that my Gerger would break off the engagement in a fit of fury? Break off the engagement? He, please do. Lin Xuanji smiled, I look forward to his gracious presence. Han Yanren didn't manage to reap any benefits, and instead left the Lin family with a belly full of hot air. Yan Tianan lowered his head and silently placed the vegetables he had plucked on the kitchen's chopping board, then picked up a kitchen knife and began chopping the vegetables. These spiritual plants that absorb dew and spiritual chi every day didn't need to be cleaned, they were already naturally rid of impurities and taste deliciously sweet. Lin Xuanji walked into the kitchen. He stood beside Yan Tianan, looked down at the vegetables and said, let me cook today. Yan Tianan was a bit surprised as he looked up and said, Dage, you know how to cook. In his past life, Lin Xuanji did uphold the principle that cultivators should discard their desires for good food and didn't worry about matters concerning the kitchen. Even during the period when he was resting in the Lin family, he never had any qualms about eating the food Yan Tianan cooked, and was even extremely picky. He often criticized the taste of Yan Tianan's food for being hard to swallow. But after Yan Tianan died, he suddenly missed the food that Yan Tianan made terribly. Sadly, he could never recreate that taste again. For the sake of recreating the taste of Yan Tianan's food, he experimented countless times and eventually became quite a good cook, but he was still unable to recreate the taste from his memories. Chapter 14. Gone too far. Even though Lin Xuanji misses Yan Tianan's food, he knew that he definitely had ample time to taste it again in the future. He wasn't impatient, and honestly, Yan Tianan's cooking was really lacking. He either had inadequate heat control or his food would have a weird taste. Lin Xuanji just wanted to show off his skills in front of Yan Tianan right now, and let this silly boy who didn't even know that he was starving eat a good meal. Lin Xuanji took the knife from Yan Tianan's hand and said, "Go and steam some 5 yuan rice." Yan Tianan rubbed his nose, he lowered his head and stood to one side as he said, "We've run out of 5 yuan rice." Lin Xuanji's hand paused. He recalled that 5 yuan rice was considered quite expensive and a typical cultivator wouldn't be able to afford it, but as the eldest son of the Lin family, he naturally had a steady stream of 5 yuan rice sent to him every month. However, it seems like he hadn't seen someone send 5 yuan rice over for almost a whole month now. Lin Xuanji asked, "When was the last time they sent rice over?" Yan Tianan said, "The first day of the last month. Today was already the 30th of this month, and yet they hadn't even glimpsed the shadow of any 5 yuan rice. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan quickly said, "Dage, tomorrow I'll go and hurry the steward." Lin Xuanji said, "When did we run out of rice?" Yan Tianan said, "Yesterday." Lin Xuanji frowned and said, "We get a fixed amount of 5 yuan rice every month. The amount we get is just nice for 2 people for 1 month. How could our supply last for 2 months? Yan Tianan rubbed his nose, then softly said, "I gave my portion to Dage." Lin Xuanji was startled, then his heart immediately softened. "Then for the past 2 months, what did you eat?" Lin Xuanji put down the knife in his hands and looked towards Yan Tianan as he asked. Yan Tianan didn't know why Lin Xuanji was suddenly concerned about this, so he truthfully answered, "I found some wild potatoes growing at the back of the mountain, so I would roast or cook them. They're quite filling." Lin Xuanji didn't say anything for a while. This silly boy would casually find random things to eat for himself every day and make do with it, and yet he would leave the best things that belonged to him in the first place for this unreliable Gurgur to eat. And he had even done it for 2 months. No, it definitely wasn't only for 2 months. If it was for 2 months, then Yan Tianan definitely wouldn't look for potatoes to eat just as they had sent the rice over. Lin Xuanji stared into Yan Tianan's eyes and asked, "How long has it been?" Yan Tianan understood what Lin Xuanji was asking, and said, "From the moment the medicinal master said that it was impossible for Dage to show any form of improvement, they started to send us rice once every 2 months." Lin Xuanji immediately flew into a rage and slammed his hand against the table. He gritted his teeth and said, "They've gone too far." No matter how useless he was still the eldest son of the Lin family. Even if he will no longer receive resources for cultivating, but just based on the contributions his dad made towards the Lin family when he was alive, plus the aid he had given the Lin family when he was at his peak, the Lin family should at least guarantee that he would be well fed and clothed. But he didn't expect the Lin family to be this petty. In his past life, because Lin Xuanji never bothered to ask about these matters, he didn't even have a clue about what was going on. He wasn't angry because he was being looked down on, but because his heart ached for Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan was frightened by Lin Xuanji. Ever since Lin Xuanji turned into a good-for-nothing, he often became quite moody. It was still okay when he would keep to himself and not say a word, but once he gets angry, the chi that was originally restless in his body would be agitated even further and the aftermath would be horrible. "Dage, don't get angry." Yan Tianan was worried that the damage done to his body would become even more serious, then hurriedly said, "I'll go find the steward to request for 5 yuan rice now." Even though he isn't very reliable, but Dage is the Lin young master, he wouldn't dare to step out of line. "No need." Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes, then toned down his anger and said to Yan Tianan, "We'll make do today. As for the rest, we'll talk about it tomorrow." He wouldn't do something as simple as just requesting for rice. Whatever belongs to him, he'll definitely get all of it back, and whatever debt other people owe him, he'll definitely make them pay. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji calmed down, then slowly said to Yan Tianan, "Go out and wait for a while first and rest, I'll make you something to eat." How would Yan Tianan dare to leave at this kind of timing, he shook his head and said, "I'll accompany Dage." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's skinny and short body. He held the kitchen knife again, and spoke as he chopped the vegetables skillfully. "If you encounter any problems in the future, make sure to tell me. Don't think that you can resolve everything on your own. Especially when you're being taken advantage of, you definitely cannot stay silent and endure it, understand?" Yan Tianan was confused, but he nodded obediently. He didn't really understand what was happening. Is his Dage angry or not angry? Is he angry about his inaction or because the steward looked down on him? In any case, he's really changed. Chapter 15. Won't sell tiger cubs. Lin Xuanji skillfully cooked for Yan Tianan while Yan Tianan watched from a side with wide eyes and stared unblinkingly. When did Dage learn how to cook? Yan Tianan quickly discerned Lin Xuanji's standard. Just by the way he held the knife, Yan Tianan could tell that Lin Xuanji was better than him. Lin Xuanji casually said, "A long time ago." Yan Tianan was a bit puzzled. A long time ago? When he was still in Profound Sky Sect. Profound Sky Sect actually made their own disciplines cook for themselves. That wasn't very nice. Yan Tianan didn't dare to mention Profound Sky Sect, because every time he mentioned Lin Xuanji's ex-sect, it would make Lin Xuanji very unhappy. Yan Tianan felt like a heavy stone was crushing his heart, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. After he hesitated for a while, he finally plucked up the courage to say, "Dage, those 2 tiger cubs, I only sold one of them for 500 gold. After the beast tamer who buys beasts found out that I had another tiger cub, he gave me another 500 gold as a deposit. I couldn't bear to sell the other cub, so he said that if I returned the money to him within 3 days, he would treat the 500 gold deposit as a loan. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "Tomorrow I'll accompany you to go find that beast tamer." Yan Tianan immediately tensed up. He pinched the edge of his sleeves, looked at Lin Xuanji and pleaded, "Dage, can we not sell the remaining tiger cub? I can take up 3 more jobs to earn money, plus Daddy left behind quite a bit of money. You can take it as I borrowed the money from Dage. You can even make me write an IOU." Lin Xuanji knew that this silly boy had completely misunderstood him. Yan Tianan's probably thinking that he would choose to sell the other tiger cub too. Actually, he never thought of selling the tiger cubs at all. In his past life, Yan Tianan never mentioned anything to him regarding this matter. After he discovered that Yan Tianan had hidden the remaining tiger cub at the back of the mountains, he took the tiger cub and directly gave it to the Han Yuan who had shown up at his doorstep requesting for it. Lin Xuanji remembers, Yan Tianan had sobbed very pitifully at that time, and for the first time ever he didn't approach Lin Xuanji for 3 whole days. For the Yan Tianan at that time, that was an extremely rare occurrence. Lin Xuanji abhorred his past self. Is there anyone else under the sun who's more heartless than him? Lin Xuanji put out the crystal fire he used for cooking, then seriously said to the pleading Yan Tianan, "Ah hen, I'm not going to find him to sell the other tiger cub, but to redeem our tiger cub that was sold." Yan Tianan's eyes widened instantly and thought that he had heard wrongly. "What? You want to redeem it? But it would cost 1,500 gold if you were to spend all your savings now. What would you do if you urgently need medicinal pills next time? Your body isn't in a good state now, you can't stop your intake of medicinal food and pills. 1,500 gold is not a small sum of money even for a refining chi stage cultivator." Even though Lin Xuanji still had some magic tools and pills that were of some value on him, but these items were used to hold down the bottom of their box 1. Based on Lin Xuanji's current situation of only consuming and not giving out too, if he wants to live out the rest of his life well, then he can't easily convert these treasures into money and only take them out during critical situations. Yan Tianan immediately became anxious. He's capable of earning money, it's just that he can't earn a lot. But in order to upkeep Lin Xuanji's health, they would require high-grade medicinal pills, and that was definitely not something Yan Tianan could afford. Lin Xuanji hadn't even opened his mouth when Yan Tianan appeared to have made up his mind and said, we should just sell the other tiger cub too." Lin Xuanji didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and felt a bit helpless as he said, "Ah hen, I can still afford to pay 1,500 gold, or have you not realized that my current body is completely different from before?" When Yan Tianan heard his words, he immediately looked Lin Xuanji up and down carefully, and Lin Xuanji had also removed the disguise that he had set up within his body so that even Yan Tianan could clearly tell the difference. After his careful observation, Yan Tianan was stupefied and almost jumped. Dage, you seem to have reached the second layer of refining qi. Lin Xuanji nodded slightly and said, I've already broken through refining qi's second layer. In a few days' time I should be able to reach refining qi third layer. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan's opened his eyes so big they almost popped out from its sockets. How can this be? It's only been one night, and Lin Xuanji actually jumped from the first layer to the second, and even more importantly, Lin Xuanji had already been diagnosed by the most authoritative medicinal master in the Lin family to be unable to cultivate anymore. Did you practice any of the devil's arts? Yan Tianan suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. He had heard before that demonic and ghost cultivators didn't need a Dantian Qi to practice their arts, but once they start practicing, their personality will undergo a 180-degree change and become bloodthirsty murderers. Yan Tianan was afraid that Lin Xuanji would take this unconventional path and become that kind of demonic cultivator. Lin Xuanji patiently said, No, I didn't. I've already abolished my own Dantian, and restarted cultivating through the path of the craftsman. Simply put, I started cultivating from scratch. Yan Tianan gasped with his mouth wide open. What Dage meant was that, you've changed your cultivation path, and then within one night, your cultivation jumped to refining qi stage second layer. Lin Xuanji was very satisfied with Yan Tianan's comprehension ability, then nodded and said, Exactly so. 1. Stuff that you use to hold down the bottom of your box is a Chinese phrase to refer to items that are very precious, items that are very meaningful, items that you won't easily show others, precious family assets, etc. 2. I'm not very sure what the author was trying to say here cause the original phrase directly translated meant only going in and not out, so I took it to meant LXZ would only eat all kinds of expensive medicinal items but not offer anything in return because he still can't cultivate, so eventually he'll go broke. Chapter 16. Too strange. Yan Tianan swallowed with much difficulty, then said, Dage, you're really too amazing, even the best craftsman in the Qi family can't compare to you. Lin Xuanji has always had a very steady temperament, but when he hears compliments that come from Yan Tianan, he can't help but feel a bit pleased with himself. I naturally have some talent for crafting, Lin Xuanji said, and some of the cultivation methods used by craftsmen do not require a Dantian. I can enhance my soul force through crafting, then my cultivation level will also rise just like that of a magic cultivator 1. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan was so excited he was at a loss for words. He didn't even ask what kind of cultivation method Lin Xuanji was using, then nodded with all his might and said, For Dage to return to normal, that's really great. From now on, no one will dare look down on us and bully us anymore. Lin Xuanji smiled and said, Yes. Not only that, a craftsman is an existence worshipped by the entire Dongzhou 2 mainland. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The swords used by swordsmen, the furnaces used by alchemists, and the magic tools used by magic cultivators, as well as all kinds of offensive and defensive auxiliary tools, all of these depend on craftsmen to be made. Most of the time, the equipment crafted by craftsmen can be used to determine a cultivator's true ability. They are so important that no one on the Dongzhou mainland would belittle a skillful craftsman. However, a good craftsman is rarely found. After all, it could be considered as the end of the magical era right now, so it has been several years since the birth of a magic treasure that could shake the earth and heavens. Also, most of the mighty powers had passed away after the ancient immortal Devil War. Countless magic treasures had perished, and because the path of a craftsman is an auxiliary cultivation path, the number of craftsmen had declined rapidly. Today, craftsman cultivation methods that are above the profound level can rarely be found in the Dongzhou mainland. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. As someone who had been reborn, along with the revert world mirror that he had repaired, Lin Xuanji had absolute confidence of becoming the #1 craftsman. After he knew that Lin Xuanji was no longer a handicap and didn't need to return to dirt after living for a short 100 years or so, Yan Tianan felt as happy as he had picked up 10,000 spirit stones for free. He was so happy that he unwittingly swept clean all the food that had been cooked. As he saw the empty plates, Yan Tianan wiped his mouth in embarrassment. His Dage had not touched the food at all, and was only looking at him eat from start to finish. He actually didn't notice that his Dage hadn't eaten. It was really a big mistake on his part. Dage, are you hungry? Yan Tianan scratched his head and asked. Lin Xuanji smiled, I'm not hungry, are you full? Yan Tianan nodded, I'm super full. Lin Xuanji asked, how does it taste? Yan Tianan's eyes lit up as he praised, Dage, your cooking is amazing. It's obviously the same vegetables, but how do you make it so good? Lin Xuanji began laughing, and gently said, since you like it, then I'll cook for you every day from now on. Without waiting for Yan Tianan to recover from his shock, Lin Xuanji continued, rest earlier today, tomorrow I'll bring you out to redeem the tiger cub. Okay, Yan Tianan replied in a daze. After he had snapped out of his daze, he realized that Lin Xuanji had already returned to the main room and closed his doors, even the plates on the table were gone. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan. This was too strange within the Han residence. Han Yanran pursed her lips and dashed into Han Yuren's room in a fit of anger. Han Yuren was preparing to craft an equipment. When he saw Han Yanran, he furrowed his pair of elegant eyebrows and said, Yanran, do you have any manners? Didn't I say before that you're not allowed to come in when I'm crafting? 1. The Chinese term for this is fa shu, which refers to cultivators who wield the 5 elements, wood, water, earth, fire and metal. I find the term magic cultivator a bit weird though, but I can't think of an alternative and I don't have much exposure to English translated xianxia. Haha, would appreciate it if anyone knew if there was another term for this kind of cultivator too. Dong equals East Chapter 17. Schemes and plots. Han Yanran stomped her feet, then ran and sat facing Han Yuren. She angrily said, you're still in the mood to discipline me. Do you know what kind of grievances I faced at that trash Lin Xuanji's place? Han Yuren glanced over her, then continued with what he was doing and said, what kind of grief can he give you? Lin Xuanji is not a fool, as of now he still needs to cling onto the Han family for help. But he has never ever asked for anything from our family. Han Yanran sneered. She rolled her eyes, then moved closer to Han Yuren and pretended to be mysterious as she said, Dage, I suspect that Lin Xuanji's dad left him quite a bit of treasures before he died. Of course. Han Yuren paused what he was doing, then said, no matter what, Lin Zan was a powerful cultivator who had his feet in the primary level realm, and he had considerable assets, so it's not like he wouldn't leave anything behind for his own son after his death, but... Han Yuren changed the topic and said, most of the good stuff that he inherited should have been wasted away in the past 2 years. Lin Xuanji spent God knows how much money on buying top-grade repair pills, and after he turned into a good-for-nothing, he didn't have any method of earning money. That lame and ugly brother of his could only earn a bit of money through the odd jobs he took on, so Lin Xuanji would naturally sell the treasures that his dad had left for him. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. And recently, judging from the fact that Lin Xuanji didn't even have enough money to buy medicinal pills, most of the treasures that his dad left for him should have been sold off by now. He probably has nothing left. Han Yuren pondered a bit, then thought that after he gets his hands on those 2 white tiger demonic beasts, he'll head to the Lin family to break off their engagement. He already had a better candidate in mind, so naturally he wouldn't expend too much energy on Lin Xuanji. Also, his sweetheart didn't like his ambiguous relationship with Lin Xuanji, even if it was in name only. When he thought of this, Han Yuren revealed a sweet smile. Han Yanran took in this whole sight, and knew what her brother was thinking. Han Yanran couldn't help but roll her eyes, then coolly said, those 2 white tiger demonic beasts, you don't need to think about getting them anymore. Han Yuren was stunned. What happened? Han Yanran said, they were sold off by that ugly Yan Tianan, and do you know how much he sold them for? 1,000 gold. What? Han Yuren stood up at once. His movement was too sudden, which caused the forged stones that he uses for crafting to overturn. When Han Yanran saw his reaction, she added oil to the fire by saying, Yan Tianan is really an ugly idiot who likes to cause trouble, and he even dared to talk back to me. And he also looked down on Dage. He tried to sow discord between you and Lin Xuanji right in front of me. I don't know what other dirty things he did behind our backs. Han Yuren's face immediately blackened, then he looked towards Han Yanran and said, where did that ugly kid sell those white tigers to? He said he sold them to someone who buys demonic beasts. Han Yanran also yearned for those 2 white tigers. She pursed her lips and said, but there are so many demonic beast marketplaces, how would we know who he sold them to? Han Yuren narrowed his eyes, then pondered for a bit before saying, he should have used the money to save Lin Xuanji. If so, then he shouldn't have ran very far. The demonic beast marketplace closest to Tyrant Martial Hall is the East Market in one of their streets. The beast tamers there have probably left by now. I'll personally make a trip down there tomorrow. Han Yanran was a bit surprised and said, Dage, you're going to redeem those two beasts? Han Yuran nodded and said, definitely. Han Yanran immediately furrowed her brows, and her heart ached as she said, but, it'll definitely cost more than 1,000 gold to redeem them. Han Yuran glanced at her and said, what do you know, those two aren't just any demonic beast, they're. Han Yuran closed his mouth. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Han Yanran asked, they're what? Han Yuran said, nothing, I'll explain everything to father tomorrow, then take the money to redeem those demonic beasts. No matter how much money it costs, we definitely have to get our hands on those demonic beasts. Han Yanran couldn't understand her brother and asked, even though twin tiger demonic beasts are rare, but it's not like they're indispensable. We have so many beasts, there's no need for us to spend so much money to redeem those two demonic beasts, right? Han Yuran only shook his head and didn't explain further. If those were only ordinary demonic beasts, then he, Han Yuran, would not even have them in his sights. But who said that those two were ordinary demonic beasts? Lin Xuanji actually went beyond his means and tried to show off by giving those two tiger cubs to him. On the one hand, Han Yuran was delighted for getting such a good bargain, and on the other hand, he spurned Lin Xuanji for being so blind as to not recognize the value of those tiger cubs. He actually couldn't tell that those cubs were spirit beasts. But, when he thought of how Yan Tianan actually sold those spirit beasts for such a trivial matter, an extremely strong urge to kill Yan Tianan rose within Han Yuran. Chapter 18. Amethyst Tiger Cubs. Oh right, Dage, there's one other thing. Han Yuran's rolled her eyes and said, when I was at Lin Xuanji's place, I saw the surrounding spiritual chi rush towards his room. When he came out, he held a jade hairpin in his hand. I could tell at one glance that the raw material for that hairpin was actually a mysterious ice jade. Mysterious ice jade. A light suddenly flashed across Han Yuran's eyes. He clenched his fist tightly and said, I've heard that this kind of spiritual jade is most suitable for crafting hairpins. It can be used to test for poison and detoxify poisons, and it's a specialty of the Nanzhou One mainland. A piece about the size of a fist costs at least 10,000 gold. Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Han Yuran nodded solemnly. Of course I wasn't mistaken. When Daji moved to Nanzhou after her marriage, I saw a hairpin amongst her dowry. It was a mysterious ice jade hairpin, and that hairpin's raw material couldn't compare to the one in Lin Xuanji's hands. Han Yuran was immediately tempted, his heart couldn't stop hammering away. To craft a mysterious ice jade hairpin is considerably difficult, its raw material is very brittle, and if your technique wasn't right or your heat control was inadequate, the entire piece of mysterious ice jade would crumble and turn into scrap, and your efforts would all be wasted. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Han Yuran himself is a craftsman, so he naturally knew how precious that hairpin is. He must get his hands on that hairpin. Han Yuran narrowed his eyes and said, did you ask him for it? Of course I did. Han Yanran was annoyed as she continued, but he insisted that he would give that hairpin to his wife after they're married, and his attitude on the matter was so firm that there was no room for negotiation. Why not you marry him first, then you can divorce him after getting that hairpin? That's impossible. Han Yuran resolutely refused. Even though he's greedy, but he hasn't let his greed get to his head. If I break off the engagement, I can still say that it's because Lin Xuanji isn't worthy of me, but if I divorce him after we get married, then that'll be slapping the whole Lin family's face. Even if the Lin family doesn't think much of Lin Xuanji, they won't take this kind of slap lying down. Then can't you just kill Lin Xuanji? Han Yanran's small face broke out into a smile brimming with determination. She blinked and said, if he were to die after you guys get married, then you won't be involved with him any longer. Han Yanran narrowed his eyes slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. Early next morning, when Lin Xuanji got out of bed, he realized that Yan Tianan was missing. He was planning to go out to search for that guy, but before he even reached the yard entrance, he saw Yan Tianan limping back in the distance, and there was even a small, white ball following him by his side. This small ball that had a pair of amethyst eyes and a pure white coat of fur was an amethyst white tiger cub. They were twins personally picked up by Lin Zan, who was out searching for treasures in one of the smaller worlds, from the side of an amethyst tiger beast who was about to die. At that time, the 2 tiger cubs hadn't even opened their eyes. An amethyst tiger's infant period is considered relatively long. Beasts also needed to increase their cultivation level in order to grow bigger. When Lin Zan was still alive, the amethyst white tigers consumed all kinds of spiritual food, but they still hadn't grown much in 7 years, though their fur did become much shinier and smoother. And ever since Lin Zan's disappearance, Yan Tianan's situation became worse and worse by day, so the tiger cubs naturally couldn't eat foods that were concentrated with spiritual qi and their growth slowed down even more. But luckily, the Lin residents had ample spiritual qi, so the tiger cubs could still dig up foods that were full of spiritual qi. Chapter 19. Skinning Tiger Dage. Yan Tianan saw the Lin Xuanji who was standing at the entrance and immediately called out. He sped up and ran over, smiling gleefully as he looked at him and said, "I went to get Abai out of the mountain cave." Abai climbed up Yan Tianan's trousers, then Yan Tianan grabbed Abai and carried him in his arms. He affectionately rubbed his chin against Abai's furry head then said, "What's wrong? This is Dage, don't you recognize him?" Abai wrapped itself around Yan Tianan's neck and used his pink tongue to lick him a few times. Then, he raised his head and bared his teeth as he growled at the indifferent Lin Xuanji. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan was a bit embarrassed and said, "Dage, Abai didn't used to be like this, it's probably because he felt stifled by being in the small and narrow mountain cave for an entire night, so he's not in a very good mood." Abai immediately scratched at Yan Tianan. "That's not the reason," but Lin Xuanji could see through the tiger cub, and calmly said, "This is a white tiger beast, even though it hasn't completely triggered its spiritual awareness and can't transform, but its intelligence now is on par with a human child. Abai would have known that you sold his little brother because of me, so that's why he's baring his teeth at me now. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." "Ow ow," Abai called out twice. His amethyst eyes revealed a hurt look similar to that of a human. Yan Tianan was stunned. He pursed his lips and rubbed Abai's head as he said, "I'm sorry Abai, I'm the one who wanted to sell Hupo, it has nothing to do with Gerger." Abai hung his head down low. No, it's his fault, but seeing Abai like this made Lin Xuanji glad instead. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Demonic beasts are demonic not only because they can understand human thoughts, but also because they are extremely loyal to their masters. In his past life, the number of things he regretted were countless, and one of those things was giving away these 2 spiritual tiger cubs to someone else. When Han Yuren had obtained the 2 tiger cubs, he immediately formed a binding contract with them. No matter how loyal the 2 tiger cubs were to Yan Tianan, under the pressure and restraints of the contract, they eventually forgot about Yan Tianan and became Han Yuren's loyal lackeys. Obtaining these 2 spiritual pets was equivalent to obtaining 2 more protectors for Han Yuren. About 10 or more years later, these 2 spiritual pets had become the leaders amongst demonic beasts. Under their protection, Han Yuren's cultivation journey was extremely smooth sailing. He didn't even need to lift a hand during fights before these 2 spiritual pets got rid of his enemies for him. In the end, Lin Xuanji expended a lot of energy in order to get rid of Han Yuren. Of course, before getting rid of him, he had to personally kill these 2 white tiger beasts that Yan Tianan had always been concerned with for his whole life. In this life, Lin Xuanji decided that no matter what, he wouldn't be so stupid as to do things that would aggrieve his loved ones and make his enemies happy. These 2 tiger cubs, even if they must die, they have to die while protecting Yan Tianan in battle. Lin Xuanji stretched out his hand and pinched the back of Abai's neck. He lifted the tiger cub who was kicking its legs about furiously in the air and held it in his arms. The tiger cub fiercely reached out and scratched Lin Xuanji's face. "Abai!" Yan Tianan cried. The small claw that was about to land on Lin Xuanji's face stopped about an inch away. The tiger cub bared its teeth at Lin Xuanji. But to Lin Xuanji, this kind of display was devoid of threat. Lin Xuanji flicked the tiger cub's head, then he looked at the tiger cub that had been flicked silly and said, "I'll help you get your brother back today." The tiger cub stuck its tongue out and stared at Lin Xuanji spiritedly. You're not lying, right?" Lin Xuanji continued, "but you must form a contract with my deity. From today onwards, he'll be your master, and you'll be his servant. When he's in danger, You must rush forward to protect him, and you will not betray him. If he lets you live, then you may live, but if there's one day when he wants a scarf made out of tiger skin then you'll have to willingly let him skin you. The tiger cub was so frightened by Lin Xuanji's words that it started shivering. Those are the words a devil would say, skin him and use his skin to make a scarf. No way. Chapter 20. Contracted. Bai Yan Tianan blinked his eyes in confusion and said, I won't skin my family's Bai. Plus he's such a small little ball, even if he bites someone he wouldn't leave any teeth marks. I don't need Bai to protect me. But Lin Xuanji's attitude was very firm. He said, if you're not willing to form a contract with him, then let him form a contract with me. The tiger cub immediately let out a sorrowful howl and abruptly jumped out of Lin Xuanji's arms. He sneaked his way onto Yan Tianan's shoulder. All right, he'll give in. Between losing his freedom and turning into a piece of tiger skin, he resolutely chooses the former. Okay. Yan Tianan hadn't had time to speak nor respond when the tiger cub bit down on his neck forcefully. What are you doing, Bai? Yan Tianan was afraid that the sight of Bai biting people would make Lin Xuanji unhappy and make him change his mind about not selling Bai. But, after Bai bit him, it pressed the center of its forehead against the few drops of blood that was squeezed out. Suddenly, a mysterious sense of contract abruptly forced its way into Yan Tianan's consciousness. A new contract was added to his consciousness, and after it had conformed to the heavenly laws and rules, it immediately disappeared. What replaced it was a faintly discernible white tiger imprint that floated within his consciousness. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan instantly knew that this imprint came from a beast's voluntary subordination contract. A childish voice rang out in his consciousness, Bai, ow. Bai. Yan Tianan raised his head and looked at Lin Xuanji, stunned into oblivion. Dage, why can I hear Bai talk? He hasn't even transformed yet. Infant stage beasts that haven't transformed cannot open their mouths to speak no matter what. Lin Xuanji said, Bai only knows how to repeat words that he has heard the most often, and only you can hear it. After contracted beasts raise their level to a certain standard, they can communicate with their master through your shared consciousness. This is one of the benefits of a contract. Yan Tianan appeared to be deep in thought as he nodded, then looked at the tiger cub on his shoulder that was raising its head to look at him. He smiled until his eyes turned into slits and rubbed its head. He had never thought of forming a contract with his tiger cubs. After all, most beasts were wild in nature and were difficult to tame. In order to demand absolute obedience from beasts, the contracts set by human cultivators usually had many binding clauses, and they would even deprive beasts of their thoughts. This made the idea of contracting very repulsive to Yan Tianan. The tiger cubs were personally brought up by him. He treats them as his good friends. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Lin Xuanji's life, Yan Tianan would have never sold the tiger cub. Don't worry, Bai, I'll definitely treat you well and won't let other big beasts bully you. Yan Tianan raised his fist and vowed. Ow ow, Bai said in a baby voice in Yan Tianan's consciousness. Don't worry, master, I won't let that big devil bully you. Yan Tianan. Big devil, he's talking about Dage, right? Yan Tianan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Dage is just a bit strict. It's not just a bit, he threatened to skin me and use my skin as a scarf, Bai called out in AOS as he complained with tears in his eyes. Yan Tianan couldn't help but look at Lin Xuanji, then said, Dage is just teasing you, he's even going to redeem Hu Po, don't make him angry. Bai secretly stole a glance at Lin Xuanji, then lowered its head dejectedly in fear. When one lives under someone else's roof, one must lower one's head. Lin Xuanji looked at this one human and one tiger cub whispering non-stop in front of his face and felt like laughing, but he wasn't going to let this tiger cub keep sticking to Yan Tianan like this. Ah hen, where did you park the carriage yesterday? Go bring it over. Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan said, in the mountains at the back. I'll go right now. Dage, please wait here for a while. Just as Yan Tianan was about to leave, Lin Xuanji stretched out his hand and grabbed the tiger cub who was riding on Yan Tianan's shoulder. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Tiger cub. QAQ. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly, then said, I still have some things I want to say to him, you go ahead first. Yan Tianan nodded, then did a mini dash away. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Tiger cub. Master, come back. Obviously, Yan Tianan did not receive the tiger cub's message. The tiger cub called out in AOS, its 4 short limbs were kicking about in the air furiously, but its efforts were futile. Lin Xuanji grabbed the back of his neck, then used his pair of long and narrow pair of phoenix eyes that had a slight upturn to stare at Ah Bai. Since you're following Ah Hen, then you have to commit wholeheartedly to protecting him. If there comes a day when you dare betray him, I'll really skin you and turn your skin into a tiger carpet. Little tiger cub glared angrily at Lin Xuanji. Of course I won't betray master, only a big baddie like you will bully Ah Hen. Chapter 21, Fleas. Very good, that's the attitude I'm looking for. Lin Xuanji was satisfied with Ah Bai's anger, then said, also, if I see you slandering me in front of Ah Hen again, I'll skin your brother. Ah Bai, tyrant bastard devil, just one disagreement and he wants to skin us. That's too cruel. The Ah Bai who had opened its mouth to curse in AOS was stuffed with something that melted the moment it entered his mouth. Ah Bai was so frightened the color drained from his face. He thought that the big devil had fed him some poison that would erode his intestines. He was just about to puke it out when he felt a warm air current flow out from the demonic pill. His whole body felt like it was sinking onto a bed of soft and warm cotton. It was so comfortable that the demonic beast couldn't help but roll about on the ground. That was a supplementary medicinal pill that would help stabilize a demonic beast's meridians and demonic core. It's called demonic delight fruit, and even though it wouldn't greatly enhance a demonic beast's powers after consuming it, it would make them feel very comfortable, increase the stability of their body's foundations and nourish their demonic cores. Even if one consumes a lot of it, there wouldn't be any side effects. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. For a demonic beast, this kind of demonic delight fruit can be said to be their favorite medicinal pill, and some demonic beasts have even been tricked by human cultivators because of these fruits. Ah Bai quickly absorbed this high-grade demonic delight fruit. It stuck its tongue out and softly let out 2 AOS. Lin Xuanji put down the Ah Bai whom had just been bribed. Dage, the carriage is ready, we can head out now, Yi. Yan Tianan had just entered the yard when he saw the tiger cub who was rolling about beside Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan, when Ah Bai saw his master, he immediately stopped looking like an idiot and put on a serious expression as he turned over and stood up. Ah Bai and Yan Tianan stared at each other, then within a short moment, Ah Bai opened up his 4 little legs and jumped at Yan Tianan to ask for hugs. Lin Xuanji waved his sleeves and brushed Ah Bai to a side. Ah Bai was flung onto the floor, then he crawled up and looked all around him in confusion. Yan Tianan asked, what was he doing? Lin Xuanji smiled dubiously as he casted a glance over Ah Bai, then dragged Yan Tianan out while he said, there's a flea on his body, so he's jumping around to try and get rid of it. Flea, Yan Tianan said, how could he have such a thing? Ah Bai has always been very clean. Maybe he rubbed his body against some dirty surface yesterday in the mountains, so don't hug him anymore today. Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan looked at the howling Ah Bai who wasn't refuting Lin Xuanji's words with pity, then nodded and said, Ah Bai, go and take a bath and clean yourself thoroughly today, you need to get rid of the bugs on you. Ah Bai was fuming but he didn't dare to say anything. He had wanted to expose Lin Xuanji's lies, but after he thought about it carefully, in order to get more delicious demonic delight fruits in the future, it could only tearfully admit that it was a demonic beast with fleas on his body and temporarily leave his master's warm embrace. Yan Tianan drove the carriage while Lin Xuanji and Ah Bai were the passengers as they drove towards the Lin residence's door. On their journey, there were countless people casting all kinds of looks at this carriage that didn't match the Lin family's status. Most of these looks were looks of scorn and condescension. After all, even the more useless ones in the Lin family would use demonic beasts as their means of transportation, who would use this kind of animal to travel. Originally they still restrained themselves, but not long after people started whispering. The person sitting on that carriage can't be Lin Xuanji, right? Yeah, we're talking about the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the primary level realm before the age of 20 in the Lin family, the genius Lin Xuanji. I heard that he was still at the martial hall yesterday, and was almost killed by a mere refining chi stage first layer martial artist. He's such a disgrace to the Lin family. I really don't get why they haven't thrown him out and cut all ties with him yet. Yeah, the Lin family is not one to raise good for nothings. Don't even know how many elixirs they threw away to try and cure him, it's purely a waste of resources. Chapter 22. Let them look. These outrageous words traveled their way without obstruction into Yan Tianan's ears. He grasped the whip in his hands tightly and was so angry that all the hairs on his body were going to stand. The carriage curtains were drawn. Yan Tianan turned around and saw that Lin Xuanji actually came out and sat beside him. Yan Tianan quickly looked around him, then with an anxious face he said, "Dage, hurry and go back in. If they see you sitting at the coachman position they'll laugh at you. Do you think that if I don't sit here, then no one would look down on me?" Lin Xuanji lightly returned a question, but didn't look angry at all. He instead took the whip from Yan Tianan's hands and said, "Also, if you can do this kind of thing, then why can't I? But they're all looking at you. Then let them look." Lin Xuanji said openly. He looked at Yan Tianan and smiled, "Don't you think your Dage is worthy of their looks?" Yan Tianan immediately understood what Lin Xuanji was trying to say. He had to admit, in the whole of Qing City, Lin Xuanji was initially famous for his peerless beauty. His flawless and unforgettable face had stunned numerous people. He heard that even in the profound sky sect that is littered with strong cultivators, Lin Xuanji was still the most eye-catching existence there. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Yan Tianan's face reddened. His Dage's smiling face looks really handsome. He had long and narrow eyebrows that pointed obliquely upwards at the ends. His eyes glittered like the stars while his face resembled a bright moon, and his lips appeared as if it was painted on. His whole existence was like a beauty amongst the clouds separated from the other mortals. He looked just like a celestial being. Lin Xuanji saw that Yan Tianan actually blushed so hard from his question and immediately wanted to tease him further. He even moved closer to Yan Tianan with his face just inches away, then laughed softly. "Does Ah Hen think that my face would make others stop in their tracks?" Yan Tianan just thought that Lin Xuanji had suddenly become very frivolous. If this was like in the past, Lin Xuanji would be giving him the cold shoulder and showing him a black face, much less direct a smile towards him. And Lin Xuanji isn't a narcissist. The words "my face is especially handsome so they're all appreciating it" would never leave his mouth. But Lin Xuanji seems to have changed a lot. Dage is the most handsome one. Yan Tianan blushed. Lin Xuanji lightly laughed, then stretched his hand out and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "That's right, so whatever they say or do, you don't need to mind it." Yan Tianan furrowed his brows and said, "But their words are so unpleasant, and I don't like the way they look at Dage. Then I'll dig out their restless eyeballs and cut off their tongues." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "But I won't do it now. I'll do it when I have the ability to do so." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji looked at him too and said, "Why, do you think Dage is too cruel?" Yan Tianan shook his head and said, "No, just a bit surprised. Dage had always been someone who wouldn't talk about killing so easily. People are bound to change." Lin Xuanji said, "Also, even if I don't kill, it doesn't mean that others won't kill me. Won't talk about killing so easily. The past him was like that. He would never kill others arbitrarily, and even treated his family and divine mission with utmost importance." At that time, Lin Zan was still alive, and was the Lin family's next appointed head. As the son of Lin Zan, as well as being the most accomplished genius cultivator of the Lin family, Lin Xuanji would undoubtedly be treated as the successor to the Lin family. Lin Xuanji similarly set high standards for himself. He made it his personal mission to save and help everyone in the world. He had a gentle, modest and polite persona and carried himself like a fine young master in a turbulent world. But it was this same young master who wouldn't talk about killing easily, who was pushed by his enemies whom he had pardoned towards hell one step at a time. He crawled out from hell, not to become that gentleman who was bent on saving the world. He didn't cultivate the demonic path, nor became a devil, but it didn't mean that he would still be that blind bastard who repaid others' kindness with evil. If others were to bully him, betray him, shame him, harm him, scheme against him, he would kill them. In this life, Lin Xuanji swore to let each and every one of his past life's enemies pay the price. When the time comes, he'll undoubtedly look for them to get even, and also. Lin Xuanji looked at the Yan Tianan beside him, and his icy cold eyes began to defrost. In this life, he will definitely not let Yan Tianan down. Chapter 23. Demonic Beast Bazaar. Qing City lies near the center of the East Continent's mainland, and because it is situated right in the middle of the intersection between its surrounding towns and the biggest sect in East Continent's mainland, Profound Sky Sect, it acts as a city hub with a lot of cultivators going in and out of it every day. Even though East Continent's mainland has a countless number of cultivators, but most people living in the continent are mortals who don't have spiritual roots and are thus unable to cultivate. The small towns and the hundreds of villages in the vicinity of Qing City consist mostly of mortals, but a lot of these mortals can concoct up rare and weird items that they bring to Qing City's downtown area where they test their luck to see if they can exchange it with medicinal pills, equipment, etc. The streets were bustling, and the enthusiastic calls of salesmen reverberated throughout the street. The Tyrant Marshal Hall was built on the most lively street that was filled with people from all walks of life, so when they had just entered the street, Yan Tianan's ears were filled with various sales calls and loud shouts. Yan Tianan realized with some unease that there were quite a few people on the street staring at Lin Xuanji's face. He couldn't help but say, "Dage, why don't you go in and sit down first? I'll call you when we reach the place. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji doesn't like it when other people look at him. In the past, his cultivation level was high and could thus emit a suffocatingly strong pressure. This ensured that people who had low cultivation levels wouldn't even dare to lift their heads in his presence, unlike the people now who would dare to look at him so fearlessly. Hence, Lin Xuanji entered the carriage. Without the various gazes of unknown origins looking at them, Yan Tianan felt much more at ease. The demonic beast marketplace was situated at the end of this street. There was a demonic beast market there that was open 24/7 that collected money through the rental of its stalls. Each day's rent costed about 1 silver, and anyone could come here to buy or sell demonic beasts. When their horse was some distance away from the demonic beasts, it stubbornly refused to continue walking any further. Their horse snorted and stomped its hooves against the ground, then quietly stood its ground to protest. Yan Tianan had no other choice but to let the horse stop by the roadside, then said to Lin Xuanji, "Dage, we've almost arrived. The horse is probably scared of demonic beasts, so it can't go any further." Lin Xuanji alighted the carriage and said, "We can just walk over." Bai hopped down the carriage too. Then he wanted to rush straight into the demonic beast market. His brother Hu Po is in there. Lin Xuanji was dressed fully in white. He had a tall stature, broad shoulders, narrow waist and a jade-like appearance. One look and you could tell that he looked like a celestial being. Standing beside him was a skinny and short young man with strangely ugly cracks all over his face, and there was a tiger cub covered in pure white fur with amethyst eyes that was running around in front of them. This kind of combination was definitely the most conspicuous sight within the entire street. But Lin Xuanji didn't seem to mind this. He held Yan Tianan's hand the whole way and stepped into the outdoor demonic beast market. Bai rushed inside, then immediately howled. This was some howl. The whole demonic beast market immediately livened up. One demonic fox wasn't standing properly and fell off its master's shoulders, while another peacock that was grooming its feathers was so shocked it plucked its own feathers off. Within a second, the entire demonic beast market was buzzing about with unprecedented liveliness. But the culprit didn't care about these demonic beasts that had been frightened by him and instead rushed towards the stall located in the innermost section of the market. Behind the stall sat a man who was adorned in a plain, teal gown. He was carrying a small white tiger in his arms and he was using a stalk of green bristle grass to tease the nose of the cub, while the small white tiger was pulling an obviously long face as he ignored the man. Bai jumped onto the low, black table in front of the man as he howled at Hu Po. Hu Po bit the tip of the green bristle grass and used its tail to sweep the man's hand away, then jumped forward and softly growled at Bai. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bai and Hu Po bumped their heads against each other to express their longing and affection for one another. The man who looked to be about 20 couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at the two tiger cubs who were communicating with each other with keen interest. "Are you the one who bought the tiger cubs from my family's deity yesterday?" A voice that could make one melt traveled down from above. Chapter 24. Ji Family's Yunwei. The man suddenly looked up, and after he took a clear look at Lin Xuanji's appearance, a hint of fascination flashed across his eyes. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, both males and females included, this was still the first time he saw someone so flawless. His temperament was extraordinarily refined, mild and elegant, while he appeared to be standing alone, apart from the rest of the world. And on the other side, Lin Xuanji was also inwardly surprised, because this young cultivator had crossed paths with him in his past life. This person is called Ji Yongwei, the Ji family's young master. When Lin Xuanji saw him in his past life, Ji Yongwei was being jointly pursued by the Ji family and a few of the large sects in the West continent. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The reason they pursued him was because Ji Yongwei had gone crazy and killed all of the Ji family's 1298 demonic beasts within a single night, and had cruelly dug out their demonic cores, then refined each one of them before feeding the soul pills to his soul beast at that time, a nine-tailed fox. The Ji family and all the orthodox sects of Shizhou had suffered heavy losses, so they naturally wouldn't let Ji Yongwei off so easily. At that time, Lin Xuanji was one of the leaders who had been entrusted by his sect with the task of providing aid. He had thought that someone who would use such ruthless methods to murder demonic beasts must be an insane madman, and leaving him alive would just lead to disaster, so he personally defeated the man and imprisoned him. However, he didn't expect that when Ji Yongwei was defeated, he had long lost all his will to fight. And the reason for that was because his nine-tailed fox soul beast, in order to save Ji Yongwei from suffering divine punishment, had chosen to scatter its soul. Ji Yongwei said, "You only saw how I killed the Ji family's 1298 demonic beasts, but you didn't see how they allowed those demonic beasts, after they had tricked me into going into the small grotto heaven 1 to slave away for the family, devour Ju's meat and gnawed his bones bite by bite, then divided up his demonic core, drank his blood and even tortured him until even his soul couldn't rest at peace. Tell me, didn't they deserve death?" Even though Lin Xuanji had felt pity for what he had to go through, but at that time his heart leaned towards his sect, so he said, "The war with the devils is about to start. The demonic beasts that you killed should have been used to resist the combative powers of the devil beasts and demonic cultivators, so no matter your reason, your sins can't be forgiven. If I can't be forgiven, then so be it." Ji Yongwei's eyes were devoid of emotion. He looked up straight at the seemingly endless water prison, and said in a numb voice, "I've already taken my revenge, and Ju is no longer here. No matter how you want to punish me doesn't matter anymore. It's probably better for me to die, then I wouldn't have to bear this excruciating pain in my heart." In the end, Lin Xuanji killed Ji Yongwei, but allowed his soul to re-enter the reincarnation cycle. He had hoped that Ji Yongwei could regain his happiness in his next life. Hundreds of eyes from the large sects were monitoring him, so Lin Xuanji couldn't have changed Ji Yongwei's ending, but he could satisfy his own selfish desires. And in this life, Lin Xuanji didn't expect to meet Ji Yongwei this early on. On the same day today in his past life, he had just passed the money to Yan Tianan and asked him to come to the demonic beast market alone to redeem the white tiger. He did not make the trip down himself, so he had missed the opportunity to meet Ji Yongwei. And now, Lin Xuanji's eyes had an austere look. He was determined to not let this talented beast tamer to once again turn into that pitiful madman in his past life. This wasn't because Lin Xuanji had a compassionate heart, but rather it was because through Ji Yongwei, he had seen the past him who had been on the brink of despair and sorrow. "He did sell them to me." Ji Yongwei smiled with a relaxed and confident demeanor, then used his bright and amorous eyes that weren't obscene to glance over Lin Xuanji's face. He raised his sword eyebrows too and said, "This kid carried 2 tiger cubs and hurriedly ran over yesterday. He said that he wanted to sell them for 1,000 gold, but not many here could recognize their value, so no one was interested for a while. I took pity on him, so I kept one and reserved the other. Is your purpose for coming today to sell the other tiger cub, or to redeem this one?" Lin Xuanji said, "Name your price, I want to redeem both tiger cubs." Ji Yongwei blinked, then said, "For 500 gold, you can redeem the one I reserved. I won't even charge you interest. As for the other one, your brother had already sold it to me, so it won't be so easy for you to get it back." Chapter 25. Up your alley. Yan Tianan immediately began to panic and said, "Yesterday you obviously said that you'll return me Hupo for 1,000 gold. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today, and yesterday my terms depended on you being the redeemer. Since there's someone else doing the redeeming today, then naturally I'll have to change my conditions a bit." Ji Yongwei took out a fan out of nowhere, flicked it open, then began to fan himself with an idle composure. Hupo let out a low growl at Ji Yongwei. Ji Yongwei slanted his eyes to look at it, then smiled, "What's wrong? If you follow me you get to eat and drink whatever you want, and it wouldn't be a problem no matter how many demonic delight fruits you desire. Plus, there would be other tiger cubs to play with you too. Why are you unwilling? Don't tell me you must follow a master who had sold you for money, only to be happy if you're sold off again. Hoopoe's whole body of hair was standing on its ends. It angrily bared its teeth, lowered its body and raised its tail up high. But, not long after, Hoopoe hung his head and laid down on the table with a heartbroken expression on its face. Abai laid down next to Hoopoe and used its body to bump Hoopoe. He even stuck out his pink tongue and licked Hoopoe's face to comfort Hoopoe. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. As he took in this whole sight, Yan Tianan felt so guilty that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Even though yesterday was an emergency and he had to sell Hoopoe against his wishes, Yan Tianan had sworn to get these 2 tiger cubs back no matter what. However, he still felt very aggrieved over it. After all, he had personally raised these 2 tiger cubs and they had already become his best friends. To have to resort to selling his own friends, one can imagine how Yan Tianan must have felt. Lin Xuanji lifted his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's head, then said to Ji Yunwei, I had never thought of selling Hoopoe. Yesterday was an emergency. No matter what conditions you have, you can say it. Ji Yunwei's fan closed with a paw, his eyes turned into slits as he smiled. What if I definitely want this tiger cub? Someone who's only of a refining chi stage 2nd layer cultivation like you is definitely no match for me. Lin Mo One will only raise my hand against enemies. Lin Xuanji lightly said, as a primary level realm beast tamer, since you didn't directly form a contract with this demonic beast, I'm guessing that there's still room for negotiation. Ji Yunwei's eyes lit up slightly, then said, so your surname is Lin. Lin Xuanji said, the humble me is Lin Xuanji. Ji Yunwei suddenly had an epiphany and clapped his hands together, then smiled as he said, I've always heard of you, but today I finally got the chance to meet you in person. Lin Young Master's great reputation is renowned throughout the 5 continents. In fact, ever since I entered the East Continent, I've heard cultivators talk about you non-stop. Now that I've seen you today, I understand why people say you have an extraordinary appearance. Lin Xuanji lightly smiled, then said, I fear Ji Young Master didn't only hear good things about me. And talking about being renowned throughout the 5 continents, I think Ji Young Master is more suited to be complimented as so. Ji Yunwei was slightly surprised, how did you know who I am? Yan Tianan also looked at Lin Xuanji with a puzzled expression. How I knew about you isn't important, what's important is, I'm laying my sincerity on the table. Since we both know each other, then why don't we sit down and have a nice talk? Lin Xuanji threw out a friendly brick. Ji Yunwei clapped his hands as he laughed aloud, then nodded and said, that would be great, I am very interested in getting to know Lin Young Master. Yan Tianan looked at this two converse back and forth, and in a moment they had even decided on where to sit down to have their discussion. He inwardly sulked. His Dage is actually quite a cold person, and acts even colder to strangers. Today was obviously the first time his Dage had met Ji Yunwei, yet they acted as if they had been friends for a long time. This had completely overturned his impression of Ji Yunwei. Don't tell him, his Dage likes the Ji Yunwei type. Yan Tianan's head was smacked. You're not allowed to imagine weird things in your head. Lin Xuanji lowered his head and said to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan was stunned, then realized that he had unconsciously said aloud whatever he was thinking, and within a second his face turned bright red. On the other side, Ji Yunwei looked very amused, then he revealed a faint smile as he narrowed his eyes and sized up the two people in front of him. These two look pretty interesting. One's beautiful and the other's ugly, one's calculating yet the other's simple-minded. If it wasn't because they were brothers, they would actually complement each other quite well. Chapter 26. 14 comments. Just as the three of them were preparing to head to Qing City's biggest restaurant, a voice transmission talisman flew over from the horizon and floated in front of Ji Yunwei. Ji Yunwei stretched out two fingers and clamped the voice transmission talisman. A short while later, it turned into ash and disintegrated into the air. Ji Yunwei revealed a shocked look on his face, then turned around and said to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, looks like we won't be able to drink and be merry today. A rare and ancient nine-tailed fox spirit beast was sighted in Ziliang. I need to head there immediately to see it myself. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to obtain a new spirit beast. We'll meet again if fate allows it. An ancient nine-tailed fox spirit beast. So the story between Ji Youngwei and the nine-tailed fox began here. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly and said, I sincerely wish for your success. I believe that you'll definitely be able to tame that nine-tailed fox. Ji Youngwei laughed a big ha-ha, then waved his hand and said, the news of the reappearance of the nine-tailed fox has already traveled to the ears of all the beast tamers in the West Continent. Various beast tamers are already searching for traces of the nine-tailed fox. I'm just going to join in the fun. This kind of ancient spirit beast that had been extinct for almost 10,000 years, I'll have no regrets as long as I can catch a glimpse of it, and I wouldn't dare ask for anything more. But, Ji Youngwei cheekily raised his eyebrows at Lin Xuanji, thanks for your kind words. If I do manage to tame that nine-tailed fox, I'll certainly have to treat you to a round of drinks. The heavens are on Ji Young Master's side, so you'll definitely get what you wish for. Lin Xuanji smiled. Ji Youngwei said, I really appreciate someone like Lin Young Master. Why not we drop the formalities and just address each other by name? Lin Xuanji said, Youngwei. Xuanji. Ji Youngwei's naturally smiley and handsome face looked incredibly charming, but it was the kind of charm that made onlookers feel like they were being bathed in a warm, spring breeze. Oh right, those two tiger cubs are not ordinary demonic beasts. Now that they've returned to their original masters, you two need to treat them with kindness and not sell them off so easily again. Or else, sooner or later you'll regret it. There are too many people walking about here, so I'll send you a message regarding the details later. It's not convenient to say any more here. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, much thanks for Youngwei's guidance, I'll remember it. He took out a glossy jade bottle from his storage bag and passed it to Ji Youngwei. This is a medicinal bottle I crafted myself. If you store ordinary medicinal pills in this, I can guarantee that its spiritual qi and medicinal qi would not dissipate in 100 years. If you store top-grade medicinal pills in this, its level will definitely not go down within 10 years. You can treat this as a gift for our first meeting. There are some people whom, upon your first meeting, you would feel like you've already known them for a long time, while there are others whom you may have known for many years but feel no affinity with. Even though Lin Xuanji didn't have a deep understanding of Ji Youngwei in the past, he can be sure that Ji Youngwei was not someone who would take advantage of others. Lin Xuanji isn't someone who liked to take advantage of others either. Plus, in his past life, he had already ascertained that Ji Youngwei was someone whom he could forge a strong bond with, so he generously gave Ji Youngwei the most valuable and practical item on him, second only to his mysterious ice jade hairpin. Ji Youngwei's eyes lit up. He accepted the medicinal bottle and looked it over, then stared at Lin Xuanji with a profound look in his eyes and said, Brother Xuanji, I've heard of your situation before and had always felt that it was a pity. I was thinking that on my way through Qing City, I would see for myself what kind of person the genius Lin Xuanji, who had shaken the entire East Continent's mainland with his peerless talent, was. I didn't expect that even though your Dantian was destroyed, you would overthrow your previous cultivation and re-establish a path that was even more suited for you. I'm sure that in due time, Brother Xuanji would definitely become the top craftsman in the entire 5 continents. Thank you for your kind words too. Lin Xuanji said, this is such a precious magic treasure, I'll accept it for now, thank you. After Ji Youngwei finished talking, he clasped his hands together into a fist and said, I'll have to take my leave now. A penetrating cloud shuttle one rose into the air, and the Ji Youngwei who was in front of them just a moment ago suddenly disappeared into thin air. The people in the demonic beast market couldn't help but widen their eyes in wonder. The speed of a penetrating clouds shuttle depends on its grade, and the penetrating clouds shuttle used by Ji Youngwei was obviously at the level of a magic treasure. This was rarely seen in the whole of Qing City. Yan Tianan blinked, then looked at the 2 tiger cubs on the table. He said to Lin Xuanji, Dage, that guy just now, how could he tell at a glance that you were cultivating the craftsman path? Lin Xuanji smiled. Then while he held Yan Tianan's hand and walked out, he said, from your observations, Ji Youngwei should be a beast tamer of what level? Yan Tianan seemed to have realized something, then sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, the guy just now is Ji Youngwei. East Continent's mainland beast tamer family's Ji Youngwei. That's him, Lin Xuanji said. Has Ah Hen heard of Ji family's young master? Of course I've heard of him. Yan Tianan nodded and said, Daddy used to tell me all about the local customs and influential cultivator families in each of the continents in the 5 continents. He said that Ji Youngwei can be considered a legendary genius. I heard that when he was just born, more than 1,000 spiritual birds of different types were circling around in the skies above the Ji residence, and they had stayed there for 3 whole days. The moment he came into this world, he already knew how to tame beasts, and naturally understood beast language since his birth. He's so amazing. Yan Tianan couldn't help but praise him. Lin Xuanji looked at his idolizing look and couldn't help but smile, then said, Ah Hen is very amazing too. These 2 tiger cubs, you didn't spend a single cent to get them back. No, I'm not. Yan Tianan pursed his lips, then said, Don't think I can't recognize the value of items. The jade bottle that Dage took out just now is definitely a high-grade magic tool. It can be sold for at least 5,000 gold. When he thought of this, Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He could tell that Lin Xuanji and Ji Yunwei aren't common people, so naturally they wouldn't be concerned with money. Lin Xuanji had given that precious magic tool to Ji Yunwei in order to express his thanks. Lin Xuanji thought that a Yan Tianan who looked like he had just eaten a bitter gourd looked really cute, and couldn't help but rub his head, even though the medicinal bottle was precious, but making a new friend is even more valuable. Ah Bai and Hu Po were running around at the back chasing and biting each other, seemingly engrossed in their own entertainment. Lin Xuanji looked at them, then when he saw that they were following along obediently, he didn't bother with them anymore. Yan Tianan pondered for a bit, then asked, Dage, you seem to have known Ji Young Master for a long time, and even had good feelings towards him. But I've also only seen him once yesterday. Of course, I'm not saying that Ji Young Master isn't a good person, and I'm not trying to intervene in Dage's choice of friends, I just thought it was a bit surprising. In the past, Lin Xuanji absolutely hated it when Yan Tianan asked about his private matters. Whenever Yan Tianan would mention a topic regarding his choice of friends, Lin Xuanji would throw Yan Tianan a cold face. If it wasn't because of the sudden change in Lin Xuanji's attitude in the past 2 days that had made Yan Tianan let his guard down, Yan Tianan wouldn't have had the guts to ask him. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's hand and said, In the past, we did meet once. Ah Hen, when it comes to relationships between people, sometimes you don't need to know the other party for a long time. As long as your interests and attitudes align, you only need one meeting to determine whether or not the other party is the same kind of person as you. Just like himself. In his past life, when he had seen through the repulsive faces of those around him and had thoroughly regretted what he had done to Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji chose to take revenge like a madman, not just on those people, but also on himself. When he resided within the ancient soul plate, every day he had to experience a pain akin to being in purgatory, but he felt that he deserved that kind of pain. He will not let off anyone who had hurt Yan Tianan, including himself. And Ji Yunwei was of the same nature. Yan Tianan looked pensive as he nodded, then broke out into a huge smile and said, Congratulations Dage for finding a kindred spirit. He's my friend, so he's your friend too. Lin Xuanji said, In the future, you must tell me whatever you're thinking. If you have any doubts, don't bottle it up, and if I were to know something, I'll definitely not keep it from you either, okay? Yan Tianan's eyes shone brightly, and he smiled until his eyes had turned into crescent shapes. He nodded forcefully, then excitedly said, Dage, you don't hate me anymore. Lin Xuanji shook his head and said, How could I hate you? After Daddy left, you're my only family left. From today onwards, the 2 of us brothers will be relying on each other for the rest of our lives. When Yan Tianan heard him bring up Daddy, the smile on his face instantly froze. He secretly took his hand out of Lin Xuanji's hand, then disappointedly hung his head down. Lin Xuanji's heart stirred, he knew where this reaction was coming from. Ah Hen, Daddy's death is not your fault, don't take it to heart. Lin Xuanji said, No, Daddy died because of me, he was protecting me. Yan Tianan lifted his head and stared at Lin Xuanji with teary eyes. Lin Xuanji had never been able to ask for the details of Lin Zan's death. On the one hand, he had a good relationship with Lin Zan, so he didn't want to relive the pain of losing him again. On the other hand, the day before Lin Zan encountered trouble was the day when he had been seriously injured by his enemy's devious plot and was bedridden. When he awoke, he no longer had the ability to take revenge for Lin Zan. It's just that, there was someone by his side who kept trying to sow discord, and said that Lin Zan died because of Yan Tianan. In his past life, Lin Xuanji had interrogated Yan Tianan about whether he was involved in Lin Zan's death, and Yan Tianan acted the same way as he was doing now, crying while admitting that it was his fault. From then on, Lin Xuanji began to hate Yan Tianan. In this life, Lin Xuanji would definitely not put the blame of Lin Zan's choice on Yan Tianan. Ah Hen, come with me. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan up the carriage, then turned towards the 2 tiger cubs who were playing catch and said, "The 2 of you should recognize the way back to the Lin residence, so the both of you are in charge of driving the carriage today." 1. A shuttle is a tool designed to neatly and compactly store a holder that carries the thread of the weft yarn while weaving with a loom. Shuttles are thrown or passed back and forth through the shed, between the yarn threads of the warp in order to weave in the weft. Chapter 27. One step too late. Hupo and Abai looked at each other. Hupo originally had his own misgivings about Lin Xuanji. If it wasn't because Lin Xuanji was so unreliable, he wouldn't have been sold off by Yan Tianan. At first, Hupo wanted to throw a tantrum by jumping off the carriage and showing Lin Xuanji his butt, but he didn't expect Lin Xuanji to throw a demonic delight fruit at him. Hupo pounced forward with an ow and ate the demonic delight fruit in one bite. Afterwards, Hupo looked like he had just climaxed and happily jumped onto the coachman position, then properly squatted down and howled at the horse that was so frightened its legs had turned into jelly. Abai couldn't look straight at Hupo as he wiped his brother's face. Useless brother, to actually have been bribed by just one demonic delight fruit, you're so vexing. But Abai had completely overlooked how he himself had been bribed before by just one demonic delight fruit. The carriage slowly made its way through the streets towards the Lin residence. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan sat in the carriage, and neither of them spoke for a while. Yan Tianan appeared to be immersed in agony over his daddy's death and couldn't free himself from it, so much so that Lin Xuanji could clearly see the regret and self-reproach on his face. Lin Xuanji gave him a moment to settle his emotions before opening his mouth to speak. "Ah Hen, do you still remember what happened that day?" Yan Tianan shook his head, bit his lower lip and said, "I can't remember very well. I only remember that Daddy was killed by cultivators while he was trying to protect me, yet I can't recall what time we had left the house, why we left the house, where we had met our pursuers, or how our pursuers looked like. But Daddy had blocked a blow for me and sent me back to the Lin family with a formation he had set up." Lin Xuanji furrowed his brows as he thought, Ah Hen's memory regarding that event is so blurry, but all his other memories appear to be okay. That patch of his memory was obviously sealed off by an expert. But Yan Tianan was sent back by his dad's formation. The cultivators who were pursuing them couldn't have had the chance to tamper with his memory. Then that would mean that Yan Tianan's memory was probably erased by someone after he returned. When he thought of this, Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes, his fair, jade fingers lightly tapped on the mat a few times. "It's okay even if you don't remember." Lin Xuanji lightly patted Yan Tianan's hand, then said, "Those cultivators probably had their reasons for attacking you and Dad. Since there was a first time, then there will be a second time. We will eventually find out who they are someday, and it wouldn't be too late to take our revenge then." Yan Tianan pursed his lips, then dived headlong into Lin Xuanji's arms and started wailing in anguish. No one knew how scared, how helpless and how guilty he felt after Lin Zan died. He had always blamed himself for Lin Zan's death. If it wasn't because someone as useless as him was holding Lin Zan back, Lin Zan could have definitely escaped by himself without harm. Dage had treated him coldly. The Lin family always tried to make things difficult for him and bully him. Then Yan Tianan was forced to sell Hupo and Abai. Even though he wasn't smart enough, he's not a fool. During this period, he had almost fallen apart. But to think that a day would come when everything would change. No matter the reason why Lin Xuanji suddenly treated him so well within a day, as long as his brother didn't hate him and didn't want to chase him out of the house, then he would be able to continue living on courageously. He wouldn't even mind being Lin Xuanji's cow or horse. The difference in atmosphere between the interior and exterior of the carriage was drastically different. Hupo and Abai were driving the carriage outside and were extremely excited. Even though the horse was so terrified by these two spirit beasts' natural pressure that it peed itself, it didn't dare to stop moving. Thus, it could only trudge on and pull the carriage towards the Lin residence with its trembling hooves. 2 people, 2 tigers and 1 horse. This combination had become the most eye-catching scene in Qing City. Not long after Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan left, Han Yuran and Han Yanran leisurely strolled towards the demonic beast market. When they were in the vicinity of the market, Han Yanran pinched her nose and furrowed her exquisite eyebrows and said with a face full of disgust, "This place reeks, the stench of demonic beasts is horrible." "Dage, are you sure that ugly idiot sold those demonic beasts here?" "I'm certain," Han Yuran said with confidence. "I had already dispatched some people to scout around for information ahead of us. Yesterday, that ugly idiot did bring those 2 tiger cubs here and sold them off to a cultivator who was dressed in a teal gown and carried a fan around with him." Most of the demonic beasts sold here were of low caliber. The market was small, but there were many demonic beasts cramped in this small space, so naturally there would be an unpleasant odor wafting about the market. Usually, Han Yuren would only visit high-end demonic beast trading companies to pick demonic beasts, so he absolutely wouldn't spare this kind of roadside stalls. A second glance just by being near them made him feel like he was lowering his status. In any case, he was the eldest young master of the Han family, and was even the Han family's best craftsman, so naturally he had a highly regarded status. Han Yanran pursed her lips unhappily, then said, "Dage, isn't it okay to just send some servants to go find them? There isn't a need for us to follow them, right?" Han Yuren thought about it and agreed. If it wasn't because he really wanted those rare and precious tiger cubs, he wouldn't have made this trip down himself. So Han Yuren stopped in his tracks and said to the chamberlains following behind them, "Go and find the one who bought those tiger cubs. Once you've found him, bring him and those tiger cubs to me." After the two chamberlains left, a flippant young man adorned in a glamorous attire equipped with magic treasures from head to toe walked over. When Han Yuren saw him, his face immediately turned black. "Yo, Han young master, what a rare guest." Duan Yuyong stood in front of Han Yuren with a devil-may-care attitude, then looked towards Han Yanran and began to size her up. His eyes lingered at her uplifted chest, then smirked and said, "Didn't Han young master always think that this kind of place would stain your eyes with just one glance? Why did you personally come down here today? Don't tell me you're here to pick up that good-for-nothing fiancé of yours, Lin Xuanji. ORH, that's not right. You should be here to see if that fiancé of yours was beaten to death, right?" Han Yanran quickly hid behind Han Yuren. Even though Duan Yuyong looked handsome, his reputation is as dirty as a piece of tattered rag. The rumors surrounding him are bad enough to scare kids into crying and women into staying at home. Qing City is overseen by three big cultivation families, the Lin family, Han family and Duan family. The eldest successors of the Lin and Han families were outstandingly talented and refined. The only exception was the eldest son of the Duan family, who's just a useless bum. Duan Yuyong is an idiot good-for-nothing who barely sees any progress in his cultivation, so he needs to rely on medicinal pills to raise his level and magic treasures to help him fight. Not only that, he's extremely perverted. Usually, bolstered by the support of his father, the master of the Duan family, and his mother, a primary-level cultivator, he would bully everyone in sight and commit all kinds of misdeeds. Teasing people on the streets was commonplace for him. Even though he had restrained himself a little because of a public outcry, he had just changed from doing his deeds brazenly out in the open to doing it in the dark. Rumors has it that he had already tarnished many young women, and even kept them by his side as his concubines. Han Yuren furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Duan Yuyong, what are you trying to say? Shouldn't Han young master know best what I'm trying to say?" Duan Yuyong smiled maliciously, then said, "Good ol' me thought that the reason Han young master kept encouraging Lin Xuanji to go to Tyrant Martial Hall to compete was because you hoped that one day, that trash would be killed in one hit by the fighters you employed. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Han Yuren waved his sleeves and stared at Duan Yuyong angrily. "Stop trying to sow discord here, it's more than enough for you to just mind your own business. Don't provoke me, can't afford to. Duan Yuyong laughed, then indecently made eyes at the Han Yanran who was hiding behind Han Yuren before he turned around and left with huge fanfare. After Duan Yuyong had walked far away, Han Yanran's face blackened and said, "Dage, can we think of some way to kill that guy? He actually dared to stare at my chest, and even asked father for my hand in marriage. He's too disgusting, too shameless." Han Yuren's face turned solemn as he said, "Father has already rejected the Duan family's proposal. This Duan Yuyong, he might look a bit crazy, but he definitely isn't a fool." Even till now, Han Yuren's heart hadn't stopped beating crazily. Most of what Duan Yuyong had said just now was the truth. It really was him who had intentionally encouraged the Lin Xuanji, who was anxious to find a sense of purpose in life, to go to Tyrant Martial Hall to compete, and everyone that Lin Xuanji had fought did so under his orders. On the one hand, Han Yuren wanted to squeeze Lin Xuanji of all his assets, and on the other hand, why wouldn't he want Lin Xuanji to die in the Martial Hall? Even though breaking off their engagement would be considered reasonable, people's words can be dreadful. There will definitely be people who would criticize him for being selfish and unkind behind his back. But if Lin Xuanji courted his own death and killed himself in the process, then he, Han Yuren, wouldn't just have a good reputation, he would also be able to get rid of that good-for-nothing who kept pestering him. The thing is, Han Yuren had always been very secretive when he handled these matters. Even when it came to selecting the fighters, Han Yuren had never appeared personally, so he never expected that this Duan Yuyong who had nothing to do with him would suddenly jump out and expose him. Of course Han Yuren would feel unsettled and be on the verge of panicking. If their conversation had been heard by someone else, his reputation would have been torn to shreds. Dage, what should we do? Han Yanran furrowed her brows, and said worriedly, it looks like he knows that we're the masterminds behind that good-for-nothing's competition results. If he were to spread it around. He won't spread it. Han Yuren narrowed his eyes, then said, if he wanted to say anything, he would have done so a long time ago. For him to privately warn us today, he probably wants something from us. If so, he would definitely come find me again. 1. To be someone's cow or horse is to be their slave. TN. My favorite side character has made his appearance. Chapter 28. The siblings, schemes. Han Yanran angrily stomped her foot and scolded, that shameless bastard, doesn't he know how to piss and take a look at his own reflection? He definitely wants to marry me, but he can keep dreaming he's just a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Han Yuren laughed coldly, then slowly said, don't worry, Xiaomei too, in the future you'll definitely marry a powerful overlord as the first wife like Daji 3. Dage wouldn't let this guy get in your way. Han Yanran patted her chest, and with a face that looked like she hadn't recovered from her shock, she said, I'm relieved to hear Dage say that. The fortune teller said that I was born with a phoenix's fortune, so of course I'll have to marry an important figure in the future. Han Yuren nodded and appeared to have silently consented. Not long after, Han Yuren saw their two chamberlains run back in a panic. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Young Master, one of the chamberlains nervously said, I just went to ask. That person who had bought the demonic beast tiger cub yesterday had already boarded a penetrating clouds shuttle and left. Penetrating clouds shuttle. When Han Yuren heard the name of this magic treasure, he had a sense of foreboding. Cultivators that can use a penetrating clouds shuttle definitely don't lack money. The 1800 gold that he had prepared is probably not enough to exchange for those two spirit beasts even if he catches up to that cultivator. Han Yanran anxiously jumped up, but she hadn't thought as far ahead as Han Yuren. The guy ran off, but what about those two tiger cubs? The other chamberlain said, those two tiger cubs, we heard that they were taken away by Lin family's young master. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Han Yuren abruptly narrowed his eyes, then said, Lin Xuanji has already redeemed them. Yes. The chamberlain nodded. Han Yanran let out a sign of relief, then said to Han Yuren, Dage, luckily those cubs are in that trash Lin Xuanji's hands, let's go find him now. In order to gain Dage's approval, he'll definitely pass those tiger cubs to you without a second thought. If we return home right now, we might even see Lin Xuanji at our doorstep with those two tiger cubs in hand. He came to redeem those tiger cubs so early in the morning, it must be because he was thinking about Dage. Han Yuren was pleased with how much Han Yanran was flattering him. Even though he felt that other than his face, Lin Xuanji was useless in all other areas and wasn't worthy of him, but who didn't like to have a brainless, poor but generous suitor by their side? Han Yuren nodded slightly, then said, that's right, he had already promised to give me those tiger cubs for my birthday. My birthday is coming up soon. Lin Xuanji probably doesn't have anything else appropriate to offer me as a birthday gift other than those cubs. Han Yuren had already believed 80 to 90% of what Han Yanran had said, and he thought to himself, Lin Xuanji is the kind of person who likes to go beyond his means to save his face. After all, he is an influential family's young master who had been at the center of attention ever since he was a kid. He's the type who would only ride on demonic beasts when he leaves his residence, and only eat and drink the most expensive things. Even though he's in dire straits right now, he definitely wouldn't want to lose face at his own fiancée's birthday banquet where respected figures from all around the continents had been invited to. Han Yuren thought of all these, then instantaneously relaxed. Then Dage, do we go and ask for the tiger cubs now? Han Yanran asked. Han Yuren shook his head, then said, showing up at their doorstep to ask for the cubs directly looks too impetuous. Since those two tiger cubs had already been redeemed, then they can't escape Qing City. Let's wait until my birthday banquet in half a month, where Lin Xuanji will take the initiative to give me those tiger cubs himself. Han Yanran nodded too and smiled, Dage is the smartest. Han Yuren said, Lin Xuanji is just too easy to see through. He has no money, yet he'd rather die than lose face, so he'll definitely offer a gift that stands out from the rest. That pair of rare amethyst white tigers are the best gifts he can offer right now. Of course, Han Yuren still wanted that piece of mysterious ice jade hairpin. But he needs to properly conceive a thorough plan to get that hairpin. He can't be impatient. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. 1. A toad who wants to eat swan meat equals to yearn for something that one is not worthy of, e.g. an ugly man wanting to marry a beautiful woman. 2. Xiao equals little, Mei equals younger sister, Xiao Mei equals younger sister. 3. Da equals big, Jia equals older sister, Da Ji equals eldest older sister. Chapter 29. Ah Hen was beaten up Lin residence, in Lin Xuanji's yard. The moon was already hanging up high in the sky, yet Yan Tianan had not returned. After Lin Xuanji had finished cultivating, he called for Yan Tianan a few times before he realized that this kid actually hadn't come back home even though it was already this late. He immediately started to worry, so he went to the yard and waited for Yan Tianan to return. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. But it's already so late, where could Yan Tianan be? At the first of the 5 night watch periods 1900 to 2100, Lin Xuanji heard the sound of footsteps outside, and if one listens closely, you could tell that it didn't belong to just one person, but one of them stepped harder on one foot than the harder, so those footsteps must belong to Yan Tianan. Tianan, listen to me, you should just leave the Lin family. A voice sighed and said, you work so many odd jobs every day just to earn those pitifully few silver, your body will collapse sooner or later. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. It's okay, I have a sturdy body, Yan Tianan said. You call this tiny body sturdy? Duan Yuyong pinched Yan Tianan's arm, then tsked twice and said, don't even have 2 tails 1 of meat, even if we weigh it in catty 2, you won't even be able to sell yourself for 3 walnuts and 2 jujubes. 3. If you have the strength to do all that, why not just cultivate, maybe you'll even have a breakthrough someday. Yan Tianan laughed at Duan Yuyong's descriptions, then said, I'm definitely more valuable than 3 walnuts and 2 jujubes. 3 walnuts and 2 jujubes can only be exchanged for a few copper coins, but I already earned 5 silver in one day today. What breakthrough? Yan Tianan had never had any hopes with regards to that. Even since he was adopted by Lin Zan had already used all kinds of methods to help him cultivate. He had eaten all types of elixirs, and had learned all kinds of amazing cultivation methods. But Yan Tianan's Dantian Qi Si is like a bottomless pit, it couldn't be filled up no matter what. After wasting so much time on his cultivation, he was still only a refining Qi stage first layer cultivator, no better than a layman who had just started cultivating. Why are you so tactless? Duan Yuyong sighed helplessly, then said, that Dage of yours, it's not that I'm discrediting him on purpose, but he's really not a good guy. He always shows you an icy cold face, yet he would go hold up that Han Yuren's smelly feet, and was even duped into going to that martial hall. I really doubt the existence of his brain. This kind of person, even if you treat him well, he won't take it to heart, so why bother? It's not like that. Yan Tianan shook off Duan Yuyong's hand, bared his teeth, then said, Dage isn't as bad as you make him out to be, he treats me really well too. He cooks for me, and even helped me kill the guy who scolded me. And he also redeemed Ah Bai and Hu Po. Pei, the honorable young master Mi is the one who treats you well. Duan Yuyong said with disdain, you ungrateful little rascal, can't even see what Gerger does for you. Ha ha ha, Yuyong Zhe is also a good person. Yan Tianan's eyes turned into slits as he smiled. No matter how badly other people speak of Duan Yuyong, Yan Tianan only believes in what he sees. If it wasn't because Duan Yuyong chanced upon him when he was being bullied, he would have been beaten to death a long time ago. Duan Yuyong shook his head and said, I'm serious, that job at the Lin family's spiritual plants plantation isn't fit for humans, yet they still suppress you and bully you on purpose. Plus they give you all the dirtiest, most tiring and most labor-intensive jobs. And they even dared to fucking hit you who hit Ah Hen. A voice filled with anger traveled out from within the yard. Duan Yuyong was stunned at first, he didn't expect Lin Xuanji to still be up when it was already this late. Meanwhile, Yan Tianan had immediately turned into a bundle of nerves. He sped up his steps and nimbly rushed towards the courtyard. Dage Yan Tianan saw the long-haired Lin Xuanji under the moonlight who looked like a celestial being. Oh, no, he looked more like a ghost. Yan Tianan was startled, and at the same time, he felt a bit apprehensive. Lin Xuanji is handsome all right, but no matter how good-looking a person is, if he were to put on a cold face that was further accentuated under the glow of the pale moonlight, he wouldn't look like a deity, but more like a ghost who's preparing to take your soul. But Lin Xuanji isn't bothered by what Yan Tianan was thinking at the moment. He pulled Yan Tianan in front of him, and with one glance he saw a wound on his forehead. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji immediately fumed, but his voice still carried a little restraint and he tried his best to calmly ask, "How did you get this wound? Are you hurt anywhere else?" Nowhere. Yan Tianan quickly shook his head. He was about to touch his head, but Lin Xuanji grabbed his hand. "Don't touch your wound, I'll apply some medicine for you," Lin Xuanji said. Duan Yuyong was stupefied and dumbstruck by this sight. He didn't understand what was going on at all. 1 tael of silver equals 40 G2. 1 catty equals 600 grams 3 walnuts and 2 jujubes equals a very insignificant amount. Chapter 30. Scared silly Lin Xuanji, what are you doing? Duan Yuyong couldn't help but ask. Lin Xuanji single-heartedly devoted himself to applying his medicinal powder onto Yan Tianan's wound. It was only after the wound immediately closed up and diswelled under the elixir before he turned towards the self-aware Duan Yuyong who was standing at his side. "Thank you Duan young master for sending Jadi 1 back home even though it's already this late," Lin Xuanji said. A question mark appeared above Duan Yuyong's head. He furrowed his brows, baffled, and looked Lin Xuanji up and down before he said, "What the hell are you trying to do?" "What do you think I'm trying to do?" Lin Xuanji asked him back. Duan Yuyong choked, then didn't hold back as he said, "You're waiting for Honorable Me to leave before you bully Tianan. Honorable Me is telling you now, I've already seen through your crafty schemes, so today I'm staying here no matter what and won't leave. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL please retype the gibberish parts." Yan Tianan was afraid that Lin Xuanji would get angry, so he hurriedly said, "Yuyong Jie, thank you for sending me back today, but you should go back home soon or else your dad will worry." "You rascal." Duan Yuyong was so angered by Yan Tianan he almost laughed. He kindly offered to help Yan Tianan overcome this crisis, but to think, this rascal was actually helping Lin Xuanji chase him away. Duan Yuyong had the temperament of a young master. He wouldn't stick his face to other people's cold asses too, so he immediately sneered and said, "Fine, I'll leave. When you get beaten up or sold or bullied don't count on Honorable Me to come save you." When he finished, Duan Yuyong turned around and walked out of the yard. "Duan young master," Lin Xuanji's clear voice rang out. "What, you wanna fight?" Duan Yuyong stopped in his tracks, then turned his head and rolled his eyes at Lin Xuanji. He held his head up high and said, "Honorable Me had never been interested in bullying the weak. It's beneath my dignity to lift a finger against a refining chi stage second layer good for nothing like you. But if you insist on fighting like you do in that martial hall, then Honorable Me won't mind helping you loosen your joints." Yan Tianan was slightly angered, his face darkened and was about to say a few words for Lin Xuanji when he heard Lin Xuanji say with gratitude, "Warong 3 can't thank Duan young master enough for the many times you offered Jadi a helping hand. If you were to need any help in the future, I would undoubtedly go through water and tread on fire for you without complaint." After he spoke, Lin Xuanji even took a bow. Duan Yuyong was so frightened his soul almost scattered. He took a step back and said with a face full of shock, You have you gone crazy?" He had just casually lifted a hand to help Yan Tianan, that kind of effort was nothing to him. And yet it actually incited such a huge bow from Lin Xuanji, as well as words that sounded like a promise. "You must know, this person is Lin Xuanji." Even though Duan Yuyong and Lin Xuanji didn't interact much previously, but anyone in Qing City must have heard of all kinds of flattering words about Lin Xuanji. What about his lofty and unyielding character? How he's a gentleman with a jade-like disposition. How he's the best person in the world. In short, Lin Xuanji definitely isn't the kind of person who would easily bow to give thanks and be so serious about this kind of matters. Duan Yuyong was scared silly. Yan Tianan was also scared silly. He was at a loss for what to do as he stood behind Lin Xuanji, his chin had almost dropped to the floor. His Dage, hadn't he always looked down on Duan Yuyong? Previously, When Duan Yuyong had sent him home, they had also met by accident then. At that time, Lin Xuanji had coldly sneered at him, "You mix around with this kind of garbage." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. But it had only been a few days, and now Lin Xuanji is actually treating Duan Yuyong with due respect. This was just too weird, yet Lin Xuanji didn't care how much shock he had brought to these two people. After his bow, he stood up straight and once again turned into the unyielding and sturdy cypress he usually was. Lin Xuanji said, "It's already this late, so we won't ask you to stay for tea. Who wants to drink your tea? What's wrong with you? You scared honorable me to death." Duan Yuyong was seriously afraid that Lin Xuanji had been possessed. His eyes were full of doubt as he looked at Lin Xuanji warily, then he threw Yan Tianan a look that said, "Good luck, you're on your own," before he sneakily slipped away. 1. Ja equals family, D equals younger brother, Jadi equals my family's younger brother. Calling someone your family's etc. is a very affectionate way to refer to the person too. The actual phrase is to stick one's hot face to someone else's cold butt ass. It means that you're very enthusiastic about doing something for the other person, but that person is like, meh, whatever, I don't need your help. 3. Warong is LX's alias, similar to how Hua Cheng in Hob has an alias as well. His full alias is Yushan Warong IIRC, it'll be revealed why he's called this in the later chaps. 4. To have a jade-like disposition is to be gentle, brilliant, reserved, self-aware, magnanimous, someone who treats others warmly, and to deal with affairs like a warm, spring breeze. I have no idea why a jade is associated with all these dispositions qualities, it's a rock. Chapter 31. A great debt of gratitude. Lin Xuanji brought Yan Tianan into the main room. Yan Tianan snapped out of his daze, then apprehensively looked at Lin Xuanji's beautiful face under the lamplight and said, "Dage, are you angry?" Lin Xuanji put down the teapot in his hands and said, "Why would you ask that?" Yan Tianan rubbed his hands together, then said, "Dage didn't allow me to hang out with him last time, and never allowed me to return home this late." Lin Xuanji stayed silent for a long while before he said, "How did you get acquainted with Duan Yuyong?" Yan Tianan thought for a bit, then said, "I work at the Lin family's spiritual plants plantation. Yuyong Jie was picking some spiritual plants one day when he saw that I was fighting with someone. He helped me, and from then on, we became familiar with each other. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." "Who was Ah Hen fighting with?" Lin Xuanji asked. "With some brats who had unclean mouths." Yan Tianan rubbed his head that had already healed, then stuck his tongue out and said, "Don't judge me just based on my wound today, they are usually in a worse state than I am. I'm really good at fighting." Lin Xuanji nodded and said, "Ah Hen is the best." Since this was just a scuffle between kids, then it wouldn't be good for him to stick his nose in for now. Yan Tianan smiled. Lin Xuanji said, "I've already prepared hot water for you. Ah Hen should go and take a bath now and sleep earlier tonight." Yan Tianan nodded and said, "Thank you, Dage." Lin Xuanji said, "Are you thanking Dage for preparing water for you to bathe, or for waiting for you to come home?" Yan Tianan ran outside as he said, "Thanking you for both. Dage is the best." Lin Xuanji looked at the Yan Tianan, who ran off happily like a small rabbit before the smile on his face faded a bit. When he saw Duan Yuyong, he recalled some of his memories from his past life. In the past, Duan Yuyong was the one who understood Yan Tianan the most in this world. And when Yan Tianan had fallen onto the devil's path, he didn't choose to stand on the same frontline as the upright sects, but instead continued to stay by Yan Tianan's side. Even though Duan Yuyong looks like a crazy person who doesn't care about how others see him, he's incredibly good at seeing through people's true natures and is a very sentimental person. Before Yan Tianan fell onto the devil's path, he had personally looked for Lin Xuanji as he had planned to tell him some important matters regarding Yan Tianan. But at that time, Lin Xuanji was wholeheartedly focused on advancing, plus he didn't regard someone like Duan Yuyong well, so he had refused to see Duan Yuyong. Afterwards, Yan Tianan cultivated the devil's path and killed a few of the large sect's elders and the disciples of some large families. He turned into the public's enemy, and after he was besieged and escaped with serious injuries into a small grotto heaven, he was found by Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji had intended to seize Yan Tianan, but he was stopped by the Duan Yuyong, who had arrived just in time. Duan Yuyong carried many treasures on him which helped him send Yan Tianan to some other place. With a cold face full of scorn, he said to Lin Xuanji, for him to have come this far, who do you think it was for? Everyone in this world can hate him, look down on him, or even want to kill him, but only you, have no right. Many things happened after that. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes, he didn't want to think about it anymore. If it wasn't for Duan Yuyong, Yan Tianan would probably have died even earlier than he did in the past life. If it wasn't for Duan Yuyong, Yan Tianan would have inevitably become a loner. For a kid like him who loves lively places, if there wasn't a single friend by his side or someone who understood him, how pitiful, painful and lonely would that have been? Lin Xuanji was genuinely and sincerely grateful to Duan Yuyong from the bottom of his heart. You could even say that the debt he owed Duan Yuyong was as heavy as a mountain. In the past life, Duan Yuyong had come to his end because of physical limitations and couldn't live past the age of 200. And in this life, Lin Xuanji plans to lend him a helping hand. At the very least, he had to help him see through the plots of the people around him earlier and get rid of the strong poison within him in order to resolve the greatest limitation to his cultivation. Chapter 32. Sharing a bed. Yan Tianan comfortably took his hot water bath and was a bit reluctant to leave the bathtub. This is the water heated up personally by his Dage. It wasn't just rare, it was precious. Yan Tianan had half his head underwater and blew bubbles for a while before lifting his head up again. Did he forget to ask about something? Yan Tianan scrunched his small face up and pondered for a bit. He saw his reflection in the water and suddenly wilted, so ugly, so scary, even he was about to cry from his ugliness. His Dage definitely won't like it. Thus, the Yan Tianan who was engrossed in his ugly appearance completely forgot about the Duan Yuyong whom he had thrown to the back of his mind. Suddenly, Yan Tianan's door was opened from the outside by someone. Yan Tianan looked up and saw Lin Xuanji. Beside Lin Xuanji were two tiger cubs. When Bai and Hu Po saw Yan Tianan, both of them pounced towards the bathtub. One little tiger cub fell into the water. Two little tiger cubs. The second one was picked up by Lin Xuanji by its neck and into his arms. Bai let out an ow woo and glared at Lin Xuanji. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws and couldn't wait to scratch that face of his. He wants to play in the water, he wants to be with Hen. He didn't want to be hugged by this baddie, to be trampled on. Lin Xuanji skillfully grasped all four of Bai's claws in his hands. No matter how much Bai was flailing about randomly, it was all for naught. Hu Po was in the water and kept bumping against Hen with his body, the fur on his body were dripping wet. Yan Tianan was initially scared out of his wits, then his mood brightened up. He grabbed Hu Po from within the water and kissed his small nose as he laughed. Hu Po wants to take a bath too. Then let's take a bath together. The hairs on Hu Po's body immediately exploded. He turned around and tried to escape from the bathtub, but Yan Tianan was already pinning him down in the water. Hu Po, I just like to play with water, I don't like taking baths. QAQ. However, Lin Xuanji quickly lent Hu Po a helping hand. He stretched out one hand and fished Hu Po out of the bathtub, then casually flung him onto a bed not too far away. Hu Po did a somersault and all of the water on his body was now on the bed. After he stood up on his four small limbs, he even quickly shook his body to get rid of the remaining water on his body. Yan Tianan was about done with his bath. He looked towards his own bed and said, Hu Po, you've made my bed so wet, how am I supposed to sleep on it tonight? You're really too naughty. Hu Po, you're asking for a beating. Yan Tianan saw what he was doing and immediately jumped out of the bathtub. He rushed over and was about to grab Hu Po to smack his butt when Hu Po sneaked along the bed pole and up onto the beam. He squatted there and stuck his tongue out at Yan Tianan. Hey, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. Yan Tianan was so angry he laughed. He rolled up his sleeves to go beat up Hu Po. He didn't think roll, he rolled nothing. Yan Tianan silently looked towards the Lin Xuanji who held Bai with one hand and was standing by the door with a faint smile on his face, then quickly grabbed a long gown that was resting on the clothes rack next to him and put it on at the speed of light. Lin Xuanji lightly laughed, then said in a teasing manner, Did Hen feel like it was a bit windy down there? Yan Tianan's face turned bright red. He was so flustered his hands were everywhere as he recklessly tied a dead knot on his clothes and really wanted to dig a hole in the ground to bury his head in. He walked over to Lin Xuanji with his head hung low as he said, Dage, sorry for being inappropriate. Lin Xuanji released Bai, then casually took a cloth to lightly rub Yan Tianan's head that was covered in Hu Po's golden, wet hair. He laughed, Hen is still a kid, what's there to be embarrassed about? Even though Yan Tianan was young, he still knew what he was supposed to know, so his face immediately flushed red. He felt a bit embarrassed as he pursed his lips and said, "Dage, you're actually cracking this kind of joke with me. Daddy said before that my absorption capabilities aren't very good, so my nutrition can't keep up. And I'm still young now. In a few more years, I definitely won't just be like this, I might even become more amazing than Dage. I only said one sentence, yet you returned me so many." Lin Xuanji lightly pinched Yan Tianan's nose as he teased, "Looks like our Ahen isn't a kid anymore, he still knows how to feel embarrassed." Yan Tianan nodded with a very serious face and said, "Dage, I'll definitely grow up to be very big in the future. If you don't believe me, I'll measure myself every day and use actual numbers to prove it." Lin Xuanji, PFFTY, is his family's Ahen so interesting? His hair had almost been rubbed dry, but the tiger pee on his bed was a big problem. Even though the tiger cubs feed on spiritual plants and food every day, so even their pee didn't have a weird smell, but in the end, it was still pee. Yan Tianan scrunched up his ugly little face and said, "If it was just the bed sheets it would still be okay, but I don't have any extra blankets. This Hupo is asking for a beating. When I catch him tomorrow, I need to teach him a good lesson. Sleep with me tonight then." Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan was stunned, then subconsciously said, "How could I do that? Why not?" Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan with a hint of a smile in his eyes, and purposely asked, "Or does Ahen despise Dage and isn't willing to sleep on the same bed with Dage?" Yan Tianan hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I've always looked forward to be as close to Dage as possible." After he finished speaking, he felt like his words sounded a little wrong somewhere, so he quickly explained, "What I meant was, I treat Dage as the person I'm closest to, so I'm definitely willing to be with Dage. Since that's the case, then Ahen should go get your pillow and follow Dage back to rest ba." Lin Xuanji said. It was only when Yan Tianan was lying next to Lin Xuanji when he realized that he had actually slept on Dage's bed this easily. "This is Dage's bed." Yan Tianan flipped over and sniffed the bed's light and nice smell. It was a smell that belonged only to Lin Xuanji, cool and clean, yet also kind of quiet and mysterious. Lin Xuanji turned over and embraced Yan Tianan with one hand. Yan Tianan's body stiffened up. Lin Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at Yan Tianan's nervous face up close. He said, "Ahen, has Daddy slept with you before?" Yan Tianan nodded, and said, "Daddy always used to bring me along with him. No matter where he went, he would bring me along." As he spoke, Yan Tianan's face revealed a nostalgic look. Lin Xuanji asked, "Did Daddy treat you well?" Yan Tianan nodded and said, "Well, Daddy treated me especially well. Then from now on, Dage will treat you even better than Daddy did." Lin Xuanji said, "You need to start getting used to it." Lin Xuanji inwardly sighed. This silly boy is really too easily coaxed and contented. How can what I've done be considered as treating him well? At most I've just treated him like how I would any other person. But from now on, Lin Xuanji secretly swore to himself, he must spoil Yan Tianan to the point where the whole world would envy him. "It's getting late, you should rest," Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan obediently listened. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. But Lin Xuanji's eyes remained open. He gazed at Yan Tianan's quiet sleeping face. Those irksome cracks on Yan Tianan's face looked like they had torn his face apart, but the truth is that Yan Tianan wasn't born with those cracks. A malicious person had casted a demonic seal in his body and fed him poison, while his savior casted a similar magic seal to suppress the poison in his body's natural yin qi, which resulted in the cracks on his face as well as his weak, left leg. In order to undo the demonic and magic seals, as well as the poison that had already seeped into his meridians and dantian, Lin Xuanji had to hurry and get stronger in order to earn enough capital to do business with the powerful people who can help Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji sat up, he tucked Yan Tianan into the blankets, then silently wore a robe and got off the bed. Like a soundless and shadowless wind, he left the room. The Hupo and Abai, who were resting by the left and right sides of the entrance respectively, immediately looked up warily and stood up. Awu Abai called out softly, but immediately shut up when Lin Xuanji swept a glance across him. Hupo coldly showed Lin Xuanji his tiger butt, his tail was still swishing about. Hupo was one to hold grudges. Even though Lin Xuanji had redeemed him, he didn't forget the reason he had to be sold in the first place. "You guys did well today, I'll reward you both with demonic delight fruits." Lin Xuanji wouldn't bother bickering with a little tiger cub. He took out 2 demonic delight fruits from his storage bag and threw them at the 2 little tiger cubs. The tiger cubs immediately bit the demonic delight fruits, then began savoring them from all kinds of angles excitedly. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Lin Xuanji left behind a sentence rich with meaning before he left the yard and walked towards the back mountains. Hupo and Abai communicated through beast language. Abai tilted his head to one side. He bit his demonic delight fruit with a puzzled expression and asked, "What does he mean by saying we did well, and keep up the good work?" Hupo coldly replied, "Idiot, he wants us to continue pissing on Henhen's bed." Abai dejectedly licked his demonic delight fruit for a bit, then asked, "Then are you going to continue pissing?" Hupo threw him a look, then said, "Don't you want demonic delight fruits anymore?" Abai shook his head, then spoke righteously, "You'll get hit if you do that." Hupo nodded and said, "So, tomorrow it's your turn to wet the bed." Abai, he really is my biological brother actually, isn't it enough for his mother to give birth to him alone, why did she pop another one out? He thought about the other family's younger brother Yan Tianan, then looked at his own younger brother. Abai really felt like comparing beast and human would anger him to death, but if Lin Xuanji wants Henhen to sleep on the same bed as him, then can't he just say so directly? Why does he need to use this kind of vile and obscene method that strips us noble, amethyst white tigers of all our dignity to trick Henhen into sleeping with him? Chapter 33. Luojia's glittering jewel. Hupo chewed his demonic delight fruit thoroughly before swallowing it, then contentedly belched and said, "If you can't comprehend that, then you're not a white tiger, you're an idiot one." Abai, "Oh, wait, you're naturally a bit idiotic," Hupo said with a face full of disdain. "Abai, do you know why Henhen sold me off and not you?" Abai puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Isn't it because I'm so obedient and cute that master couldn't bear to sell me off?" Hupo shook his head, then sneered with an ow. "I heard him talking to the big devil the other day, he said, it's because Hupo is smart." Abai always looks a bit dumb. If he were to sell Abai, he feared that within a few days you'd turn into a piece of tiger skin. But if he were to sell Hupo, based on how clever and quick-witted he is, he might even be able to escape and run back by himself. Abai looked like he had just been struck by lightning. He instantly stared at Hupo with his mouth agape, his whole tiger. Being didn't feel too good. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Which part of him is dumb? His intelligence just isn't very obvious. He really regretted not letting Master sell Hupo off and never redeeming him back at the back mountains. Lin Xuanji was standing at the peak with his hands behind his back. He was looking towards the large mountain behind the law enforcement hall. The Lin residence occupied more than 10,000 mu of land. It had innumerable pavilions and kiosks, and its inner structure was perfect. Its whole layout was equivalent to a town. The Lin family had their own commerce and teaching systems. In order to encourage the Lin family's disciples to put in all their efforts into cultivating and strengthening themselves, the Lin family even set up a promotion system that corresponds with their cultivation levels. At the back of the Lin residence stood a vast mountain called Luogia Mountain. Luogia Mountain has numerous rare treasures and beasts. One could say that you could make a living with its natural resources. The Lin family's 5 elders have a fixed seclusion area located at Luogia Mountain's main peak, Glittering Jewel Peak. As for the other Lin family disciples, they have to reside at the foot of the mountain first. When they have cultivated to an appropriate level, they will then have the right to obtain the entry permit to Luogia Mountain's secondary peak, Heaven's Secrets Peak, and be able to cultivate in the Lin family's core mountain peak where the concentration of spiritual qi is at its greatest. In the past, Lin Xuanji had that right. He could come and go into any of Luogia Mountain's peaks aside from the Lin family's elders' Glittering Jewel Peak. In fact, if he were to fancy any spiritual plant, as long as he gave a greeting he could take it away. But today, he has lost that right. Lin family's biggest secret was hidden on the Lin family's main peak. In his past life, Lin Xuanji did not personally solve this secret before he degraded into a soul body. In this life, he decided that he wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Glittering Jewel Peak. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked towards Glittering Jewel Peak as he sat on the ground cross-legged. Within Glittering Jewel Peak was a huge gathering spirits formation. All of the scattered spiritual qi in the Lin family is influenced by this gathering spirits formation, which is why it wouldn't dissipate elsewhere. As you get closer to Glittering Jewel Peak, the surrounding spiritual qi would get thicker, and facing glittering Jewel Peak is the best place for absorbing spiritual chi and cultivation. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes and formed his hand seals. He had settled down within a second. Even though he's unable to repair his dantian right now, he didn't seem to mind it at all. After all, as a craftsman, he didn't need his dantian chi si at the beginning stages to store chi. He could craft and advance through levels based purely on his soul force. Lin Xuanji opened up the soul plate in the corner of his consciousness that he had almost forgotten. The soul plate gradually reappeared. The moment it awakened, it began to cuss noisily. "Fuck you, you little rascal, you actually dared to lock Benzun up in this lousy plate and silence me. Do you believe that the day Benzun sees daylight once more is the day you visit the netherworld to meet Hades?" Lin Xuanji lightly said. "If you continue spouting rubbish, I'll finish using up all your forged stones before you can even get out of there." Soul plate. Lin Xuanji's cold eyes narrowed slightly, then said, "Now that's called a threat." 1. This is a pun. White tiger equals Bai Hu, idiot equals Bai Kai, so Hu Po said that if A Bai isn't a Bai Hu, then he's a Bai Kai too. 1 mu equals 667 m2 Chapter 34. I don't have a mother. The soul plate gave in and said, "Alright, you win, whatever you say goes." "Say it, you spent so much effort to look for Benzun and even woke me up to get help with what matters." Lin Xuanji said, "I'd like to correct that, you're the one who looked for me, not the other way round. You probably did so because there's a place within my body that feels familiar to you." If the soul plate had a physical body, he would be furrowing his eyebrows right now. "You rascal, I didn't have the chance to ask you before, but now that I take a closer look you do seem to have a bit of my enemy's blood running through your veins." Lin Xuanji's eyes turned austere. He said, "Your enemy." Whatever he had said was just a plot to trick the soul plate. One must know, when he entered the soul plate in his past life, the soul plate had already turned into an old fritter that wouldn't absorb any more oil and salt. No matter what he said or what he did, the soul plate paid no attention to him. Plus Lin Xuanji was in a soul body at that time, so he couldn't form a contract with the soul plate and become his master. Thus, even till the end Lin Xuanji didn't know why the soul plate sucked him in and even lent him a helping hand. And in this life, Lin Xuanji was interested in knowing why. He also believes in karma. His meeting with the soul plate must have been the result of previous events. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. If he didn't figure this out, it may be dangerous for him when he advances in the future. The soul plate was searching for something within Lin Xuanji's body. After a short while, the soul plate asked, "Rascal, what's your surname?" Lin Xuanji said, "My surname is Lin." The soul plate considered it for a while, then said, "That shouldn't be the case. Your body obviously has that person's chi running through your veins. What's your mother's surname?" Lin Xuanji said, "I don't have a mother." "How could you not have a mother? Don't tell me your dad gave birth to you with himself." The soul plate sneered. Lin Xuanji wasn't provoked. He said, "Ever since I was born, I've never met my mother, and my dad had never told me anything about her. My dad's no longer here now, so it would be even less likely for me to know who my mother is. In the past life before he used the revert world mirror to rebirth, he still had never seen this so-called mother of his. Whenever his dad mentioned his mother, he would just laugh it over vaguely or sigh with a frustrated face. In any case, he wasn't willing to mention a single word about her. And it was because of that that Lin Xuanji guessed that his mother either passed away not long after giving birth to him, or because of some other reason, could no longer be with dad anymore in this life. However, Lin Xuanji still had an impulse to investigate his mother's identity. "You said that the blood running through my veins carries whose chi?" Lin Xuanji asked, but the soul plate didn't want to continue this topic anymore and said, "You're just a kid, why are you asking so many questions? Benzun is currently in poor health, my cultivation is far from what it was, so maybe I could have made a wrong judgment. But if you really do have that person's blood, knowing who that person is wouldn't do you any good, so it's better for you to not know." Lin Xuanji was a bit disappointed, but he had a few conjectures of his own regarding the soul plate's words. Soul plate, probably, figured something out. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji wasn't impatient. After all, he had time. The soul plate is recuperating within his consciousness and wouldn't be able to escape in the near future. As of now, the soul plate was still that old man of few words who was past his prime that Lin Xuanji knew in his past life. Lin Xuanji had the confidence that one day, he would be able to pry his mouth open. Lin Xuanji took out a few forged stones from the soul plate, and the soul plate immediately laughed in anger as he said, "You're really self-aware, aren't you? Don't you know that taking without asking for permission constitutes as stealing?" Lin Xuanji was especially calm as he said, "The earlier I can craft a higher top-grade magic tool, the earlier I would have extra money to buy forged stones and stuff your soul plate up with forged stones to sustain your life. This is a virtuous cycle one, not an exchange that would incur losses. If you say it like that, should I say that you're being considerate of Benzun?" The soul plate asked coldly. "Not really," Lin Xuanji said, "I'm just incidentally doing you a favor." Soul plate. He was about to die from anger. This rascal actually said something so unpredictable HNG the soul plate didn't utter a word to express his dissatisfaction. Lin Xuanji said, "How should I address you?" Soul plate said, "Don't think that I'll forgive you just because you're trying to act familiar with me." 1. Opposite of Vicious Cycle Chapter 35, Hand Seals for Fly. Lin Xuanji said, "The Arabian Crafting Manual I took out a while back has a section that mentions how craftsmen cultivators can utilize the absorbed spiritual qi in forged stones to fly. I've tried a few times, but couldn't grasp the method behind this trick. Do you know if there's a knack to it?" When the soul plate heard those words, he didn't even think before saying, "Isn't it just because your soul force hasn't undergone enough cultivation and is too low-leveled, so you couldn't grasp how to absorb and utilize the forged stone? This depends on your level of comprehension. There are some craftsmen who can reach the earth level without understanding how to use forged stones, while there are craftsmen who are only at the refining chi stage 7th layer when they figure out the trick to it." The soul plate made it sound really complicated, but simply put, it could be summed up in one word: talent. Lin Xuanji didn't waste any more time. He pinched a piece of forged stone, formed his word and hand seals, then borrowed the power of the spiritual qi within the forged stone to help his body attain flight. But he hadn't even lifted half a meter off the ground before he tumbled back down. Half the forged stone turned gray. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji heard the soul plate sneer. Lin Xuanji didn't mind it, and continued to take out the second piece to practice. Within a short period, he won't be able to rely on his body's internal qi to fly on his sword like most martial cultivators. In fact, he wouldn't even be able to leap 3 feet, but flight was an essential skill. The spiritual qi within the forged stone is stable, but when it's being absorbed it would start to dissipate in every direction, which made it very difficult for Lin Xuanji to keep his balance. After he fell a few times, when Lin Xuanji was about to take out a few more forged stones, the soul plate finally couldn't take it anymore and cried, "Idiot! You're really idiotic. Those hand seals that you're forming are wrong in the first place. Don't tell me you can't even figure that out." Lin Xuanji heard his words and thought to himself, "I knew it." He had already discovered beforehand that his hand seals resemble the crafting hand seals and it was likely wrong, but the problem was, if he were to go search for the correct hand seals himself, it would waste a lot of time and wouldn't be worth it. The edges of Lin Xuanji's lips curved up slightly and he said, "Then what's the correct set of seals?" The soul plate was incensed. He really didn't want to help this little bastard who keeps threatening him, but he couldn't bear to keep watching Lin Xuanji continue wasting forged stones, so he instructed in a harsh tone, "Your previous set of hand seals, start from the middle, form the seal after it, then form the one before it to try." Lin Xuanji listened carefully and followed his instructions. He saw his body steadily rising from the ground and it only stopped when he was 10 feet from the ground. Lin Xuanji was stunned, and he was about to pinch a second forged stone to continue rising up when he was stopped by the soul plate. "For your level right now, that's the highest you can go. If you go any further, it'll be very hard for you to stabilize yourself." Lin Xuanji slightly narrowed his eyes, then pinched the forged stone and smoothly landed on the ground. The feeling of soaring into the sky made Lin Xuanji feel incomparably thrilled. He looked at the forged stone that had turned into ash in his hands, then turned his hand over and let the ashes scatter into the air. The soul plate was slightly surprised and said, "Why aren't you the least bit excited? You must know, in the present age, you'll definitely be the top craftsman sooner or later. There has never been a person who could grasp the trick to flying with forged stones when they were only of a refining chi stage 2nd layer cultivation. Lin Xuanji said, then why aren't you surprised? The soul plate sneered and said, in the era where Benzun was born, there were genius craftsmen everywhere. There were some whom could even use forged stones to fly the moment their feet touched the ground. Benzun has such extensive experiences, what kind of genius have I not met? Getting worked up over nothing is something an ignorant cultivator would do. Lin Xuanji nodded, I think so too. Soul plate. Lin Xuanji looked towards glittering Jewel Peak. He meditated for the whole night and only stopped right before daybreak the next morning. He relaxed his hands that were forming chi seals, got up, and went down the mountain. Chapter 36. Humiliation in the spiritual fields. Yan Tianan was still snoring loudly. Lin Xuanji sat at the bedside stool to appreciate this sight for a while before he got up to make breakfast. Yan Tianan continued sleeping for a quarter of an hour before he woke up. He smelled a delicious fragrance wafting over, then ran over to find Lin Xuanji. But he realized that Lin Xuanji was no longer in their small yard, and he didn't know where he went. Yan Tianan saw a piece of paper on the table that had a small stone on it that served as a paperweight. Ah hen, I'm going out today to buy some supplies, have fun while you're at home. Yan Tianan grinned widely for a while, then after he cleared the table of food, he stuck out his perfectly round watermelon belly and walked towards the Lin family's spiritual plants plantation. The two tiger cubs were nowhere to be seen, but Yan Tianan wasn't worried. Ever since Lin Zan left, Bai and Hu Po understood that Yan Tianan couldn't afford the spiritual food they usually ate, so they would go to the back mountains by themselves every day to do some scavenging. They still managed to feed themselves until their fur was all slick and bright, and now they were even as fat as a ball. The Lin family's spiritual plants plantation was located in the eastmost side of the Lin residence. It was a 2-hour walk from the residential area, main area and commercial streets, so it's usually quite deserted. Unless there were people there to collect or buy spiritual plants, usually you would only see servants hard at work in the plantation area. Yan Tianan didn't need to come to this kind of place to do physical labor at first, but if he didn't come, he and Lin Xuanji wouldn't have any source of income. Even though Lin Zan had left a lot of treasures for Yan Tianan, but on the one hand, Yan Tianan couldn't bear to exchange them for money, and on the other hand, he had already handed his storage bag over to Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji had always been very generous with his spending. In order to cure his destroyed dantian, his expenditure had turned into a bottomless pit. No matter how much assets he had, it wouldn't be enough for him to exhaust. Yan Tianan's daily task was to get rid of the weeds in the plot of spiritual plants allotted to him. This kind of work isn't simple. One had to first wrap your chi around those weeds, then you have to ensure that the roots of the weeds aren't entangled with the spiritual plants before you can pull them out. If the weeds are entangled with the spiritual plants and was robbing the spiritual plants of its nutrients, then the weeder has to waste quite a bit of chi to separate the roots of the weeds and spiritual plants before pulling them out. The roots of the spiritual plants had to be perfectly intact before you could say that you've completed the task. Yan Tianan had to squander away all of his chi every day before he was done. But, even though this was the most tiring kind of job, its upside is that it gives quite a bit of money. You could earn 5 silver in one day. 100 silver is equivalent to 1 gold, so within 20 days he could earn 1 gold. One must know, to a normal family, 1 gold is more than enough for them to live on for a year. Yan Tianan gave it his all in getting rid of the weeds in his plot. His luck was pretty good today. The weeds he encountered weren't entangled with the spiritual plants, so he was relatively fast at pulling them out. Yan Tianan's task for the day was almost finished by noon. Yan Tianan was scratching his head over pulling out the last few weeds in his plot, but there were some people who found his presence unpleasant. 2 teenagers adorned in relatively chic attire walked over sloppily. Yo, ugly idiot, you're working pretty fast today. Yan Tianan ignored him. The other teenager lifted his leg and kicked his lower back, then said, we're talking to you, ugly idiot, or are you mute too? Yan Tianan patted off the dirt on his body and stood up. He looked up and glared at these 2 teenagers who were a whole head taller and half a body bigger than him, then said, you guys lost in our fight yesterday, what more do you want? Who fucking lost? I even smashed your head in. You. The teenager's triangular eyes instantly widened. He pointed at Yan Tianan's forehead and turned pale with fright. Where's your wound? Yan Tianan said expressionlessly, oh, your level's way too low. That kind of small wound, even if I don't pay attention to it, it'll heal by itself in a couple of hours. Triangular eyes stared agape and said, that's impossible. What's impossible? Yan Tianan tsked, then placed his hands on his hips as he said, "Don't just see how I'm plucking weeds here with you two and how we're all refining chi stage first layer cultivators, I'm different from you guys." The teenager who wore a gold bracelet said, "What's different?" Yan Tianan patted his chest and said, "My dad said, sooner or later I'll become a cultivator who's even more amazing than him, it's just a matter of time." Puhahaha. Triangular eyes and gold bracelet laughed together aloud so hard they held their stomachs. "And my dad said that I can become an earth-level cultivator." Your dad was just lying to you and you actually believed it, you can't actually be a fool, right? Triangular eyes narrowed his already not very big eyes, then stared at Yan Tianan and said, "Shut it with your fucking nonsense, hurry and pluck out the weeds in my plot, or else, I'll beat you up so hard today that you won't even be able to get up." Yan Tianan looked at him coldly and said, "I'm not going, finish your own work yourself." Gold bracelet pushed Yan Tianan. He took out a whip from his sleeves and sneered, "You rascal, don't think that you're still the Lin family's young master. If you don't do as we say today, then I'll let you have a taste of this golden snake whip." Golden snake whips are crafted using the skin of an infant stage snake beast. Even though it's just a toy to real cultivators, but for a refining chi stage first layer dabbler, it's still a treasure that can command absolute submission. He didn't know where gold bracelet got this whip from, but Yan Tianan really wasn't willing to get whipped by that. Yan Tianan pulled a long face and said, "You guys have two plots, which do you want me to work on?" Triangular eyes said, "Mine of course, I said so first." Gold bracelet flung his whip and said, "Of course he should work on mine, if it wasn't for my golden snake whip, how could this ugly idiot be so obedient?" Triangular eyes looked at the sun, then waved his fan and said, "Whatever, then he can do yours first. Once he's done with yours, he'll have to work on mine too anyway." Yan Tianan squatted down to finish up his own plot first. He threw the weeds into a basket, then went to the neighboring plot that belonged to Gold Bracelet and began pulling weeds. This wasn't the first or second time he was bullied, but those who can work here must have some kind of blood relation with the Lin family. No matter how distant the blood relation may be, they were still part of the Lin family. When Yan Tianan was adopted by Lin Zan, he was criticized by quite a lot of people. Which one of these families didn't want to push their children onto Lin Zan? Yet an ugly idiot completely unrelated to the Lin family had actually been given that honor, so naturally they wouldn't like Yan Tianan. After Lin Zan's death, Yan Tianan was treated as a servant straightaway. Yan Tianan's temper can't be considered good, but he understood his circumstances. He knew that his living environment was incomparably difficult, so he would grit his teeth and swallow down the blood in his mouth. Whatever he did, he had to do with the motive of protecting himself, and this job is his priority. Weeds that had absorbed spiritual chi grows at an astonishing speed. Within a night it would already be a foot high. Gold Bracelet had only plucked out 10% of the weeds in the morning, so Yan Tianan estimated that he would probably only be done by midnight. Triangular eyes and Gold Bracelet were chatting away happily and drinking tea under a shed. The other workers who had seen them didn't utter a word. Old-timers bullying newcomers, the strong bullying the weak, this was the norm, everyone had to go through it. Also, towards the types like Yan Tianan who had fallen from a position high above to the dirt below, most people harbored the attitude of watching a good show. They couldn't wait for him to fall into even more miserable straits. It was already hard enough for them to hold back from stepping on him themselves. Yan Tianan plucked weeds for another 2 hours before he suddenly heard someone shout, "When I was outside just now, I obtained news from a credible source that Steward Fang will be inspecting this place in an hour, so everyone hurry up. Be careful not to make Steward Fang unhappy, or he'll fire you guys." The full-time workers who were originally taking their time to pluck weeds were all shocked, then immediately sped up their plucking rate. Why is Steward Fang suddenly coming over now? Didn't he hand over his work to his disciple a long time ago? Fuck, why couldn't we have gotten the notice for this sooner? Oh heavens, I only decided to laze around a bit for today. It's impossible to finish plucking all these in 2 hours. Why weren't there any signs before this? That's so sly. Hurry and start plucking. Steward Fang is so strict, he definitely can't stand people loafing around. Everyone was complaining, yet at the same time they were also quivering with fear and really wished that they could grow out another 10 pairs of hands right now. Everyone knows how strict Steward Fang is. His rule stipulated that before Weishi 1, everyone had to finish plucking their weeds. If they were to exceed the time limit, their task would be considered incomplete. Towards this kind of people, Steward Fang has only one method of dealing with them, to fire them without a second thought. In Steward Fang's words, everyone's allocated plot was carefully chosen, so the area of the plot definitely wouldn't be too big and there wouldn't be too many weeds. People who were unable to complete their task every day are either loafing around, or their internal chi isn't sufficient for their task's demands, so leaving this kind of person behind is equivalent to ruining the spiritual plants. Anyway, there are more than enough people who want to work here, so it's not like they'll run out of people to hire. It wasn't that Steward Fang was being cruel on purpose, but it's because after Weishi, these weeds would start to absorb spiritual plants, spiritual chi and the nutrients in the earth like crazy. This would end up harming the spiritual plants greatly, so removing the weeds as early as possible is to ensure the quality of the spiritual plants. Steward Fang is an impartial man who wouldn't be swayed by anything, and he can be considered as someone of high status. After all, he has the biggest say in arranging the personnel for the entire spiritual plant garden. Whoever he asks to leave, has to leave, whoever he allows to stay, can stay. Yan Tianan quietly continued to take his time plucking weeds. His task was finished for the day anyway, whatever happens to the others was none of his business. However, Gold Bracelet and Triangular Eyes had started to bicker. He has already plucked weeds for you for 2 hours, he should start plucking in my plot for a bit. Triangular Eyes said. Gold Bracelet waved his golden snake whip around and said, "No away, he'll pluck weeds for you tomorrow, he can only work for me today. Or else, both of us wouldn't be able to finish our tasks." As he was talking, Gold Bracelet started walking to his own plot to start plucking weeds. If 2 people work on the plot, they'll definitely be able to finish within 2 hours. 1. Weishi equals the period between 1 to 3 p.m. Chapter 37, You did well. Triangular Eyes immediately panicked. He grabbed Gold Bracelet's wrist and frowned as he said, "Lin He, don't go overboard. Half of my plot isn't done yet. If Steward Fang sees it he'll definitely fire me. If only a little bit of your plot is left undone, Steward Fang won't bother you even if you're fired. What does it have to do with me?" Gold Bracelet relied on the strength of his golden snake whip and began waving it around as he said, "Whoever has the stronger fist has the final say." Triangular Eyes was so angry his face turned green. His fist ruthlessly landed on Gold Bracelet's face, then he spit at him and said, "You fucker, you really think that I'm scared of you?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Gold Bracelet was hit and humiliated, so he immediately flew into a rage and jumped up. As he cussed at Triangular Eyes, he aimed at him and sent his whip over, which instantly whipped off a piece of flesh from Triangular Eyes' chest. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Triangular Eyes howled in pain. His blood rushed to his head and he couldn't be bothered with his spiritual field mottled with weeds. He took out a talisman and threw it at Gold Bracelet. Gold Bracelet was firmly tied up and couldn't move a single inch. Triangular Eyes took advantage of this chance while he was bound by the binding talisman to pummel his face. Within a moment, Gold Bracelet was beaten up so badly he looked like a pig's head. "I won't let you off, Lin Shang, I'll kill you." Ao Yan Tianan had stopped working a long while ago and was standing in his own spiritual field. He looked askance at the 2 people who always partnered up to bully him as they mauled one another. The spectators had wanted to stop them, but when they thought about the imminent patrol of Steward Fang and how they haven't even finished the work on their own hands, they quickly extinguished the thought and continued plucking their weeds. Yan Tianan felt pleased as he looked at Gold Bracelet and Triangular Eyes fight. After a while, he went to carefully check his spiritual field once over, then after he ensured that all the weeds had been plucked, went round the 2 unbecoming guys and left the spiritual plants fields. When he walked to a deserted area with no one in sight, Yan Tianan took out a silver ingot from his pocket and passed it to the kid who had warned everyone about the steward's visit. He said, "You did well." The kid's face broke out into a smile, then used his teeth to bite the silver ingot and said, "If you have this kind of job next time, remember to call me." Yan Tianan nodded, then said, "Don't let anyone discover what you did, or else they'll beat you up." The kid smiled, then stuffed the silver ingot into his clothes and said, "You should worry about yourself first. I don't even work here, they can't catch me, but you can't escape. Well, that's all, I'll leave first." The kid bit on a stalk of grass, and before he left, he made eyes at Yan Tianan and said, "You look so honest and easy to bully, I really didn't expect you to be the kind that was white on the outside but black on the inside." Yan Tianan flashed him a harmless smile, then said, which part of me is black? I didn't do anything, they were the ones who started fighting with each other. I didn't lift a finger nor open my mouth, so I'm not taking any blame. If they were to fight till something serious happens, I'm not gonna take any money out of my pockets for their treatment. The kid thought, don't just look at how Yan Tianan isn't as tall nor as sturdy as him. He's usually the type to not say a word and allow others to bully him as they please, but he had let those two guys start a fight by themselves without saying a word, and their fight is pretty brutal too. That's a bit scary. Tisk tisk, how calculating. The kid thought all this, then raised his thumb up at Yan Tianan before he quickly ran away. It's better for him not to anger this kind of person, or else, one day he might be the one who's stabbed by this blackened person without knowing what had happened. Chapter 38. A belly full of evil tricks. Yan Tianan kind of wanted to see how the fight between the two was going, but he was concerned about Lin Xuanji, so he gave up on watching the show. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that had a hint of laughter in it coming from his back. Why didn't I know before that Ah Hen was actually such a naughty boy with a belly full of evil tricks? Yan Tianan jumped like he had just been electrocuted, then turned around. His eyes lit up, he looked at the young man who had a faint smile on his face and said, Dage, why are you here? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji walked over, then tapped on Yan Tianan's forehead that was covered with a few beads of sweat and said, when I went back, I realized that Ah Hen wasn't home, so I thought that Ah Hen probably came over here to work and decided to come take a look. He changed the topic with a faintly discernible smile on his face as he said, but I didn't expect that. Not only were my worries unfounded, I had actually managed to watch a pretty interesting show too. Yan Tianan scratched his head in shame, then stuck his tongue out and said, Dage, don't misunderstand me, my base nature is that of a simple and kind good kid. It's because those two bastards were crossing the line and kept bullying me all day. If I didn't cause some trouble for them, they would have climbed all over me until there was nowhere else to climb. Even though Yan Tianan didn't feel like he had done anything wrong, but his Dage was an upright person. He had always been straightforward and just, and despised this kind of backstabbing methods. Yan Tianan may not care about how others see him, but he didn't want Lin Xuanji to distance himself from him just because of this matter. You must know, it wasn't easy for him to climb onto Lin Xuanji's bed. How could Lin Xuanji look down on Yan Tianan? From the moment Yan Tianan was being bullied by those two boys, he had already been spectating from the side. He didn't step in because he wanted to see how Yan Tianan usually dealt with these kinds of bullies. Lin Xuanji had thought, if Yan Tianan really plucked weeds until midnight like an honest little boy, he'd definitely have to drag Yan Tianan back and properly educate him, then let those two kids have a taste of some bitter medicine. When he saw that Yan Tianan didn't even need to appear and only got someone else to spread some fake news to cause internal strife between the two bullies, Lin Xuanji was very much pleasantly surprised. Ah Hen really is a smart kid. Lin Xuanji's lips curved up into a smile and said, Ah Hen did really well, but there's just one thing. The kid whom you transacted with, is his mouth really tight? Did you ever think that if he went to tell someone else about what you did, what would you do? Yan Tianan thought for a bit, then said, I did think of that possibility. Even if he told someone else, it wouldn't be much of an issue. Those two guys got into such a huge fight, they definitely wouldn't be able to recover fully in the next 10 to 14 days. Even if they knew that I was the one behind it, they wouldn't be able to find me so soon. Plus, WTH their brains, I don't think they'll even be able to think that far ahead. Lin Xuanji nodded his head in satisfaction, then said, one more thing, if that kid really sells you out, it's okay if you just don't admit it. Yan Tianan was stunned, don't admit it? You don't know him, never seen him before, and never gave him any money. Lin Xuanji lightly tapped on Yan Tianan's nose, then said, dummy, don't you know how to push the blame? Yan Tianan immediately had an epiphany, then looked at Lin Xuanji in wonder and said, Dage, you're actually teaching me how to push blame onto someone else. I used this kind of underhanded means to backstab them, but Dage isn't angry at all. Is he still that Dage of his? He had already mentally prepared himself to be reprimanded. Dage has no other wish other than for you to be able to protect yourself. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan walked towards the fence where the horse was tied to. Then he said, any kind of method is still a method, they aren't separated by how noble or underhanded they are. Dage is very satisfied with what Ah Hen had done today. If someone were to bully you in the future, you should retaliate in this manner. If the other party is stronger than you, then you should think up of all kinds of ways to look for people who are stronger than them to pressure them. Yan Tianan immediately began to cheer excitedly and had a strong urge to jump around for a bit. His Dages praising him A1. He meant this in the purest way possible, I swear. Chapter 39. Yuren's birthday. Yan Tianan immediately began chattering away. He raised his fists and waved it around as he said, "Those two bastards Lin He and Lin Shang are so lazy and are always going around bullying people. If I were to become a refining chi stage 3rd layer cultivator one day, I'll definitely beat them to a pulp." Lin Xuanji had a sudden urge to facepalm. His family's Ah Hen's dream. Isn't it set a bit too low? Refining chi stage 3rd layer, even a cultivator of average talent would be able to reach this stage by the age of 20 if they were to start cultivating from young. Lin Xuanji thought about the condition of Ah Hen's body, then thought to himself that he really needed to speed up his cultivation progress. Yan Tianan said a bit dejectedly, "Daddy always used to say that I would become an amazing cultivator in the future. Dage, do you think that he said those words on purpose to comfort me so that I wouldn't feel too sad?" Lin Xuanji sat in the carriage and gazed into Yan Tianan's amber eyes, then said, "Dage guarantees that you'll definitely become the amazing cultivator that Dad said you'll be." Yan Tianan was shaken, and an inexplicable wave of impulse surged through his body. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." He clenched his fist, muttered an and said, "Dage, I'll definitely do my best." It was going to be Han Yuren's 18th birthday in a few days. 18 years old signifies Han Yuren's coming of age. As the most gifted craftsman amongst the younger generation in the Han family, Han Yuren's birthday naturally wouldn't lack the participation of many respectable cultivators. Today, the Han family opened their doors to welcome their guests. Bai City 1, head of the Feng family and his wife, Feng Young Master and Feng Young Lady has arrived. Kai City 2, head of the Lin family has arrived. Qing City 3, Duan family's second elder has arrived. As they heard the doorman announce each and every one of the attendants, statuses and origins, the guests who had already been seated started up a heated discussion. "Did you hear? Duan family's second elder had personally left his seclusion to come over. This is quite some face they're giving." "Yeah, that elder was probably preparing to advance to the profound level, right? Did you see the green Luan 4 that he was riding just now? That's the only one of its kind in Qing City. Tisk tisk, no wonder he's the most gifted eldest son of the Qing City's Han family, he's receiving so much face today. Why didn't this many people attend my birthday? Haha, what are you being jealous for? Han Yuren Han Young Master was born with a crafting soulfire, and it's the primordial fire soulfire that even the heavens would be envious of. He's not even 18 yet, but he's already a refining chi stage 7th layer craftsman. The equipments that he craft, out of 100 of them at least 5 of them would be high-grade magic tools, and at least half of the magic tools in Qing City are crafted by Han Young Master. If you were at least half as good as him, you wouldn't even be sitting at this table so close to the entrance." That's true. As the number of names that were announced increased, the frown on Han Yuren's face got deeper. His attire was ordered half a year ago with a big sum of money by entrusting someone with the task of requesting for a jade bamboo 100-feather robe from a famous primary-level craftsman. He stood next to the 10 feet tall, 100-meter-wide entrance and prepared to receive guests. Today he was the center of attention, so naturally his attire had to be glamorous and unique so as to incite the envious stares of his guests. In this moment, he had to make everyone carve his existence into their hearts. He is the Han family's eldest son, Han Yuren, but Han Yuren realized that till now, he hadn't even glimpsed the shadow of Lin Xuanji. "Did we send the Lin family an invitation?" Han Yuren asked the Han Yanren who was standing beside him. Han Yanren nodded and said, "Of course it's sent. Although the presence of that good-for-nothing would just make Gerger lose face, but at least he has those 2 tiger cubs." Han Yuren frowned and said, "The guests have almost all arrived, but he hasn't showed up yet." "Aya, don't think about it too much, Jay, who knows if he can even get off his bed yet." Han Yanren apathetically said, "He's probably doing the same thing as last year, where he entrusted someone else to bring over Dage's birthday gift first before showing up." 1. Bai equals white 2. Kai equals red, crimson 3. Qing equals green, teal 4. A species related to the phoenix. Chapter 40. Breaking Sword Peak's young master Han Yuren suppressed the unease he felt and continued receiving his guests. The guests arrived at the Han residence through various means of transportation. Suddenly, the announcer shouted at the top of his lungs, "Profound Sky Sect's Breaking Sword Peak's young master Yuan Tianwen has arrived. Profound Sky Sect's Breaking Sword Peak's young master." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Did I hear that wrong? Someone from Profound Sky Sect actually came. I've heard of that Yuan Tianwen. Even though he's only 23 years old, he's already a foundation stage 5th layer cultivator. He's only a step away from becoming a hardened body stage cultivator. People call him the leader of his generation in Profound Sky Sect, and Yuan Tianwen's so handsome too. He's apparently really modest and would never be stingy with giving advice to his junior brothers and sisters. And he's the Breaking Sword Peak's young master. Breaking Sword Peak is the #1 peak in the whole of Profound Sky Sect. It even ranks above Broken Sword Peak and Sinking Sword Peak also. Core disciples of Profound Sky Sect rarely leave the mountain just to attend this kind of event. Looks like the Han family's young master really does have some godsend talent to be looked upon so favorably by Profound Sky Sect. Well, that's a given, but more importantly, Yuan Tianwen is the East Continent mainland's top Yuan family's eldest son. That kind of status would be second to none even in Profound Sky Sect. I've also heard that Profound Sky Sect has already reserved a spot for Han Yuren. If it wasn't because the Han family couldn't bear to part with him and because he had to take care of the good-for-nothing Lin Xuanji he's engaged to, he should have ascended the mountain a year ago. Speaking of the Lin Xuanji he's engaged to. Did any of you see the Lin family send anyone over yet? Looks like they haven't arrived. Profound Sky Sect's young peak master is the last person to have arrived. It's already past the timing for receiving guests. Looks like Lin Xuanji really isn't planning on coming. Haha. He doesn't plan to, or can't even if he wants to. I heard that he was beaten up quite badly at the Tyrant Martial Hall recently, and even wasted at least 10,000 gold there. It's really such a pity for Han Yuren. If I were him, I would have broken off the engagement a long time ago. I wouldn't even bother taking care of that trash and delay the huge opportunity to enter Profound Sky Sect. That's true. Just based on the Lin family's attitude, even if Han Young Master were to announce his annulment of the engagement today, I'll have to stand on his side. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Who wouldn't? As the discussion heated up, the gossipers instantly had a better impression and valuation of Han Yuren. There's a phrase that says when someone achieves Tao, his poultry and dogs would ascend as well. One. For Han Yuren to be acquainted with someone of Yuan Tianwen's level, it would imply that he has similar capabilities. If someone wants to curry favor with Yuan Tianwen, they would naturally want to curry favor with Han Yuren as well. Yuan Tianwen jumped off from a pentacolored crane that had a beautiful, shiny plumage and lightly landed at the center of the Han family's entrance. Yuan Tianwen wore a full-body jade Wen Mianju armor. His long hair was tied up with an amethyst headgear crafted from amethyst jade at the top of his head, while the rest of his hair flowed freely behind him. He had sword eyebrows, eagle eyes, and an upright posture. The moment he appeared, he had immediately attracted the gazes of everyone who was present. The head of the Han family, Han Wuyun's face brightened up. He personally led his wife and a few of his sons to welcome their guest. For Yuan Young Master to personally show up really brings much honor to my Han family. Han Wuyun laughed loudly. Even though Yuan Tianwen wasn't even half Han Wuyun's age, his status had far exceeded that of Han Wuyun, so he only nodded slightly and said, "Han family head need not be so courteous. I have a close relationship with Yuren, so naturally I would make the trip down myself to congratulate him on his birthday." As he spoke, the boy who carries Yuan Tianwen's sword by his side walked up, then handed over a box made out of submerged sacred wood to the attendant by Han Wuyun's side. The boy said in a clear voice, "This is the present that my family's young master is giving Han Young Master for his 18th birthday. 1000 primary level top grade forged stones." See, someone sucked in a breath of cold air. How generous. No wonder Is Yuan family's young master. 1 primary level top grade forged stone already costs 1000 gold. 1000 stones. Isn't that equivalent to 1,000,000 gold? The 1,000,000 gold isn't what's important. The main thing is, these 1000 high-grade primary level forged stones aren't easily found in the first place. Its cost is probably even higher than 1,000,000 gold. Generous. It really is generous. Looks like the Breaking Sword Peak's young master and Han Young Master don't just have an ordinary relationship. One must know, This world's magic tools are categorized into 5 types: treasure tools, spiritual tools, celestial tools, sacred tools. It's not that there weren't any tools of a higher level, but no one had ever seen those before. And these magic treasures are further partitioned into 4 different grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade and top grade. The effectiveness of the magic tools can have a distinction akin to that between the heavens and earth depending on its level. And forged stones to crafting is like what spiritual plants is to alchemy. Forged stones that have an abundance of spiritual chi stored within them can be used to craft more magic tools, and similarly, it would have a stronger influence on the grade of the magic tool that is crafted. Cultivators separate forged stones into 4 main levels: primary level, profound level, earth level and sky level, and at the same time, they can craft magic tools of different grades which are classified as low grade, mid grade, high grade and top grade. Low-grade primary level forged stones are at most able to craft low-grade magic tools. Mid-grade primary level forged stones can craft mid-grade magic tools at most, and so on. So if one wants to craft a top-grade magic tools, then one would need to use top-grade primary level forged stones as materials. Top-grade forged stones are extremely sparse, and its price is 100 to 1,000 times more expensive than the high-grade forged stones of a similar level. But if one wants to craft a higher top-grade magic tool that would attract everyone's attention, then you can't try to scrimp on forged stones of a higher grade. So, it is unlikely for craftsmen to appear in places other than the large sects or families that can withstand the huge expenditure on forged stones. You can saw that behind every craftsman is a path paved from gold. These 1,000 high-grade primary-level forged stones had undoubtedly become the most outstanding present in today's birthday banquet. Han Wuyun has such a big grin on his face you could barely see his eyes. This guy actually handed over 1,000 top-grade primary-level forged stones at one shot. You must know, his entire Duan family wouldn't even be able to afford even 50 of them. Han Yanren's eyes had also widened in surprise. She grabbed onto Han Yuren's sleeves with her life and almost shrieked. Though she did her best in holding it in, she still looked like she was suffering from asphyxiation due to her excitement as she repeated non-stop, "Dage, 1,000 top-grade primary-level forged stones, 1,000 top-grade forged stones, oh my god, Yuan Dage is really so good and generous towards you. Dage, hurry and annul your engagement and get together with him." Han Yuren was also insanely excited on the inside. This wasn't just about the value of the present, but it's more because from this moment onwards, he, Han Yuren, had completely become the entire Qing city's #1 cultivator of his generation. What Lin Xuanji, what Duan Yuhao, no matter how amazing they are, their reputation definitely wouldn't be as resounding as his. However, Han Yuren maintained a tranquil expression on his face. He only casted a quick glance at the box that was of similar value to the stones, then shifted his eyes away, as if he wasn't at all interested in what was inside the box. But he still looked straight through the few Han family's elders who were standing in front of him and smiled at the Yuan Tianwen whose eyes had been on him from the start, then slightly nodded to express his thanks. Han Yuren said to Han Yanren, "Mei, no matter what present it is, it's all a show of our guests' goodwill. You can't compare their worth by their monetary value alone." Han Yanren stuck her tongue out. She knew that Han Yuren was just putting up a front in front of Yuan Tianwen, so she blinked her eyes and cooperatively said, "Dage is right, Xiao Mei has learned her lesson." As he took in this whole sight, Yuan Tianwen showed a look of satisfaction. The person he had set his sights on was perfect inside and out, and very much to his liking after all. What do these forged stones amount to? As long as it's something Han Yuren wants, even if it's profound level top-grade forged stones, he'll definitely get it for him. Yuan Tianwen's clear and handsome face revealed a few traces of a smile. Yuan Tianwen was invited in, and many cultivators began to gather around. The others stood their ground and greeted Yuan Tianwen with a bow, while Yuan Tianwen returned their greetings with half a bow. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. However, because Yuan Tianwen's was already at least of a foundation stage 5th layer level and was thus considered a true cultivator, other cultivators who were below his level all moved aside to avoid his greeting. They didn't dare receive it. As for the tyrannical ones who were above his level, they still returned his greeting after considering his status. It was only when he arrived in front of the Duan family's second elder table where Yuan Tianwen formally completed a full bow. And the second elder didn't avoid it, he fully accepted his bow. However, the second elder was obviously unhappy and only returned Yuan Tianwen a hng before he closed his eyes again and pretended like he didn't see him. Not only that, he even turned his cheek and obviously showed his displeasure with Yuan Tianwen. Well, this was embarrassing. From the moment Yuan Tianwen appeared, everyone's eyes had already locked onto him, and at this moment, under the gazes of all the attendees, Duan family's second elder actually showed Yuan Tianwen a long face. What happened between them? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen was also baffled. He only remembered that in the past, this Duan second elder would still show him a smiley face when they met each other. Yuan Tianwen thus opened his mouth and spoke, "Senior Duan, before I came to Qing City, my elders specially instructed me to greet Duan family's second elder properly if I were to see you. Does Duan's second elder still remember Tianwen?" Second elder opened his eyes and gave him a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he said, "Old me can't afford to accept profound sky sect breaking sword peaks young master's bow. Old me's afraid that my life will be shortened if I do. The Duan family is considered to be the leading family amongst the 3 big families in Qing City. It's classified as a first-class cultivator family within the entire 5 continents, so naturally a second-class family like the Han family can't compare to them." However, at this moment Han Wuyun's heart was completely inclined towards Yuan Tianwen, so he furrowed his brows and said, "Duan's second elder, today is my son's birthday banquet. No matter what kind of misgivings you may have, you shouldn't be so publicly discourteous." 1. To ride on someone else's success. Chapter 41. No invitation. What a courageous boy, you dare say that I'm discourteous. Duan's second elder didn't have Han Wuyun in his sights at all, and because of his bad temper, he immediately threw out a palm at him. Careful Yuan Tianwen's frowned and immediately flew over. His hands formed a seal which activated his whole body's qi to receive Duan's second elder's palm. Hong's story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The floor made of limestone that was as heavy as 10,000 kati was lifted up by the explosion and shattered into pieces in midair. The crowd all revealed a shocked look on their faces as they scurried backwards. Yuan Tianwen landed on the ground. The blood and qi within the depths of his heart were raging. Even though he was the leader amongst his generation, his level was still far from that of Duan's second elder. He wouldn't even be able to stand up to Duan's second elder's single finger. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yuan Tianwen clasped his hands together and said, "Duan's second elder, please calm down. If Tianwen had done anything wrong, then I sincerely wish to be advised on my wrongdoing. However, today is Yuren's birthday celebration, so please have mercy." Han Yuren's face had turned green. He narrowed his eyes and gazed coldly at Duan's second elder. "Boy, your speed of advancement's pretty fast, not bad." Duan's second elder threw out a compliment first, but his tone immediately turned cold as he said loudly, "But it's a pity you're a blind man who can't see through others' true colors." "What a muddle-headed idiot!" Yuan Tianwen was shocked, then said, "What do you mean by that?" Han Yuren's face immediately turned from green to white. Duan's second elder looked like he wanted to continue, but he was interrupted by a frivolous voice that traveled over. "Grandpa, it's such a nice day, what are you getting so worked up for?" Duan Yuyong adorned a bright red robe and was covered in all kinds of magic tools and treasures from head to toe. He looked like a red butterfly as he strolled over. And by his side was a short, ugly young man who was limping on one leg. When he saw Duan Yuyong, Duan's second elder's black face immediately underwent a 180-degree change as he turned into a smiley, peace-loving old man. Duan's second elder waved his hand and beckoned as he said, "My good grandson, why did you come?" Duan Yuyong walked over to Duan's second elder and pulled out the chair next to him to sit down, then pointed at the Yan Tianan beside him and said, "My little friend has some important business here to take care of. I was afraid that he'd be bullied if he came alone, so I had to follow along. But I didn't think that the moment I arrived I would see Grandpa fuming so badly." "Grandpa, who provoked you again?" Duan's second elder uttered a cold hng and said, "I just can't stand the sight of that muddle-headed rascal." Duan Yuyong looked at Yuan Tianwen. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Even if he's an eyesore, you shouldn't let your anger with him ruin your health. There are countless fools and idiots in this world, just don't bother with them, or else Grandpa would be unhappy every day." This grandpa-grandson pair took turns calling him a fool and an idiot, which showed how little face they gave Yuan Tianwen. But Yuan Tianwen had excellent upbringing. He would never exhibit any kind of rage in front of his elders. At this moment, he was only trying to recall if there was a time he had done something to offend this Duan's second elder. But even after he thought back and forth for a while, he still couldn't think of a reason for Duan's second elder's dissatisfaction with him. Han Yuren heard how Yuan Tianwen was ridiculed in public and immediately wanted to fall out with the Duans. However, the Han family was situated in Qing City and was just a third-class family. Most of the time they still had to follow the orders of the Duan family and rely on the Duan family for their resources, so naturally he couldn't chase them away. Han Yuren thus shifted his line of sight to Yan Tianen. He waved his sleeves and said, "It seems like we didn't send you an invitation for Humble Me's birthday banquet." Yan Tianen's notoriety in Qing City definitely didn't lose to his Shangzong Lin Xuanji. The atmosphere had turned incomparably awkward when they heard the exchange between the Duans and Yuan Tianwen. Everyone had wished that they had arrived a bit later so they could have avoided their confrontation. At this time, Han Yuren turned his target towards the Yan Tianen whom they could all step on, so they quickly followed suit and hurriedly stepped on him themselves. Yo, this ugly kid couldn't have came in place of his Shangzong Lin Xuanji Ba. He came to attend the birthday banquet. Empty-handed, how could someone be this ugly? With that kind of appearance he shouldn't even be out and about, it'll just scare people to death. Chapter 42. Annulling the engagement. Everyone's words had traveled into Yan Tianen's ears, but he was long used to this kind of mockery so he only pursed his lips and didn't bother with these people who only knew how to move their mouths. Yan Tianen gave out a HNG and said, "Who said I came empty-handed?" Two tender tiger roars traveled over from the main entrance. Everyone saw two round and chubby white tiger cubs dash over together to stand on Yan Tianen's left and right sides. They looked like his personal bodyguards. Duan's second elder's eyes turned austere as he inwardly thought in shock, Yan Tianen actually has two rare white tiger spirit beasts. Even though they are only in their infant stages, their future will definitely be infinitely bright. Han Yanren's eyes lit up, then said, "It's those two white tiger demonic beasts. Dage, Lin Xuanji must have sent him here to give you your birthday gift." Her voice wasn't soft, and those who were present were all cultivators with a fundamental skill set, so naturally they all heard her words loud and clear. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." They secretly regretted mocking Yan Tianen just now. In this world, it wasn't rare to see people who would act flexibly to take advantage of the situation. Han Yuren's face hadn't had the chance to soften when he heard Yan Tianen scoff, then say in a loud voice, "Who said that my family's tigers are to be treated as mere gifts? These are the tiger cubs my daddy left behind for me, no one can even think about snatching them away." Han Yuren's expression froze. Han Yanren furrowed her brows, then said, "Then what are you here for? Where's Lin Xuanji? Why didn't he come over himself but let an ugly idiot like you come instead?" Lin Dage had already promised my Dage a long time ago to give him those two tiger cubs as his birthday present. Don't tell me you're trying to take them for yourself. "Hey, why should my Dage give you a birthday present?" Yan Tianen said, "Bai and Hu Po came here to protect me. My Dage said, if anyone dares to bully me, then I should let Bai and Hu Po bite him to death. Haha. Who can those two demonic beast cubs who probably haven't even reached the second star of their infant stage kill? Your Dage probably used his own standards to make that judgment. Bah. Ha 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 ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard all day. Don't come here to make a fool of yourself." But Duan's second elder let out a disdainful scoff in his heart. This bunch of ignorant idiots, what the hell do they know? Spirit beasts should already be at an infant stage 7-star level from birth, which would be equivalent to the cultivation of a hardened body stage cultivator. But they probably didn't have their parents around to guide them and had never seen blood being spilled before, so they haven't awakened their bloodline's inheritance. If today someone actually tried to lift a finger against these tiger cubs, the banquet would probably be awash with blood. The awakening of a spirit beast is a ritual that demands blood as a sacrifice. Bai and Hu Po could feel that they were being looked down upon, so they immediately roared loudly in annoyance. Kong, the refining chi stage 4th layer cultivator who had just made fun of them for being small demonic beast cubs, was so frightened by the pressure in this roar that he fell on his butt. The people beside him couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you too easily scared? They're just two tiger cubs." But that person was inwardly distressed. No matter how much the others around him teased, he didn't dare to speak again and didn't even dare to give those two tiger cubs a second look. Bai and Hu Po shook their heads proudly and looked charmingly naive. Yan Tianen took out a marriage contract that was written with special ink and paper from his robe, then threw it up into the sky. The marriage contract floated atop the crowd's heads. Yan Tianan spoke in a loud and clear voice, "Today, I came to annul the engagement on behalf of my Dage. Annul the engagement." Lin Xuanji actually took the initiative to annul the engagement. That's too unbelievable, isn't it? What right does Lin Xuanji have to annul the engagement? Don't tell me, he dares to be dissatisfied with Han young master. Han Wuyan's face turned gloomy, then walked up and said, "Where's Lin Xuanji?" Chapter 43. Huge humiliation. Yan Tianan's face didn't change even though he was facing a hardened body stage cultivator. "My Dage is ill and doesn't feel well enough to leave the house, but it's more than enough for me to represent him today." Nonsense, Han Wuyun berated. Does the Lin family know about this atrocity? If the Hans had taken the initiative to annul the engagement, then it would be their problem, but if the other party is the one who wants to break it off, then they would be losing a lot of face. Also, Lin Xuanji's reputation was well known throughout the continents. Everyone knows that he's a good-for-nothing now. If other people were to know that their Han family's most talented craftsman young master was asked to annul their engagement by such an archetypical trash, then wouldn't the Han family lose all their face? One. Han Wuyun was so angry his mouth almost turned crooked. Yan Tianan said, "This marriage was set up by my daddy and Han Yuren's maternal relatives. Since my daddy is no longer here, and Han Yuren's maternal relatives have also passed away, both sides' officiators are no longer around, so naturally my Dage can decide for himself." Han Yuren recovered from the shock of being asked to annul the engagement, took a step forward and said in a stern voice, "Why would he request for an annulment? Don't tell me you're the one who's acting of your own accord and came here to cause trouble behind Lin Xuanji's back." "Yeah, that's definitely the case." Han Yanren recovered from her daze too, then immediately stared at Yan Tianan and ridiculed, "You bitch ugly cripple, don't think I can't tell that you've had malicious intentions from the start. You tried time and again to drive a wedge between my Dage and Lin Dage. What kind of ulterior motives do you have?" Yan Tianan glared back at her and said, "I'm not acting of my own accord. When my Dage asked me to annul the engagement, Yu Yongzhe was present too. If you don't believe me you can ask him." Everyone's focus immediately reverted to Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong smiled particularly deviously, just seeing that smirk would make you want to slap him. Yeah, or else, how would our Tianan know where this marriage contract was hidden? If I must say, on such a good day, those who should annul their engagement should just annul it, those who should be getting engaged should just get engaged. Both sides wouldn't interfere with the other and it would be a happy ending for all. Don't you guys think so? As Duan Yuyong spoke, he made eyes at the Yuan Tianwen who had a cold and solemn expression on his face. When Yuan Tianwen saw that, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Annulling the engagement was one thing, but where did the new engagement come from? The crowd couldn't help but wonder. The head of the Han family almost gritted his teeth so hard his silver tooth broke. He fumed and said, "Your Lin family has gone overboard. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. You guys are the ones who went overboard first." Yan Tianan frowned and had obviously started to fume too. He said angrily, "When my Dage was bedridden with his injuries, I didn't see your Dage come visit him very often. And when he did, he only did so because he wanted something from us. My Dage specially requested someone to tailor that robe you're wearing, and yet you wore it to have a tryst with your lover. You treat my Dage really well, don't you dare slander me." Han Yuren was enraged, but what he felt more than his rage was the fear that flashed through his heart. He did have private trysts with Yuan Tianwen, but he was sure that no one knew. Based on Yuan Tianwen's strength, if someone was spying on them, he would definitely have been able to sense their presence. Yuan Tianwen was also inwardly surprised beyond measure, but it was still just surprise. He didn't have a trace of the fear that Han Yuren was feeling. After all, he had the strength, his family and his status to back him up. Even if others would overthink it, they wouldn't dare babble a word of nonsense. Also, he had already treated Han Yuren as his to begin with. If it wasn't because Han Yuren didn't want to make things even worse for the Lin Xuanji who had just fallen to the bottom by asking him to annul their engagement, he, Yuan Tianwen, would have long ago used the privileges in his hand to force the Han and Lin family to annul their engagement. Even if their actions were discovered by others, Yuan Tianwen would still have a clear conscience. No matter if others say that it wasn't a gentleman's behavior by robbing someone else of their loved one too, he wouldn't mind it. How could his reputation be compared to the person he loves? The edges of Yan Tianan's lips curved up in a manner similar to Lin Xuanji, then he casted a glance across Yuan Tianwen and said, "Don't tell me, you dare to swear upon your Tao that you have never had a private tryst nor done anything wrong to my Dage." "There's no need." Yuan Tianwen's cold voice rang out and said, "I must become Tao companions with Han Yuren. But we were concerned about Lin Xuanji's body, and I had been busy with my missions outside, so I didn't have the chance to come over and clarify this matter. I have two aims for coming here today. The first is to congratulate Yuren on his birthday, and the other is to convince Yuren to annul his engagement with Lin Xuanji. As for the compensation required for breaching the contract, I'm willing to take it all upon myself." I say this really is earth-shattering news. Yuan Tianwen is a young cultivator with brilliant prospects. In the future he would definitely become the leader of his generation. And the Yuan family is a super influential family. If the Han family could become in-laws with the Yuan family, then they would undoubtedly jump straight to becoming a first-class family. This kind of news is indeed the best kind of news. Han Wuyun was staring so hard his eyes were about to pop out of its sockets. He was still worrying about the Han family's face before this, but right now, he was practically going wild with joy. Han Wuyun hurriedly looked at his son who was standing next to him. Amongst the crowd's cries of surprise, he lowered his voice, suppressed his excitement and asked, "Why have you never told me that you actually have that kind of relationship with him?" Han Yuren's face sank. Even though he was happy, he didn't think that it was perfect enough. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. His reputation would definitely suffer. But, at the moment he could only go along with the flow. Han Yuren muttered to himself for a while, then said, "Yuan Young Peak Master and my relationship started from affection, but we restrained ourselves with due decorum. We had never crossed the line because of my engagement. My fiancé had just undergone such an unfortunate accident, and I didn't want to be a cold and ruthless person who would hit a person when he was down." Yuan Tianwen nodded and said, "I was the one who unilaterally pursued and pestered Yuren from the start. He had never responded to my advances." The moment Yuan Tianwen said that, words of adulation began to circulate immediately. Han Young Master is an upright and loyal person after all. Young people would naturally long for attractive partners. 3. It doesn't seem as if Yuan Young Peak Master and Han Young Master had been improper, but instead have been rather frank and open about their relationship. It really makes one envious. Also, Lin Xuanji is actually this stingy even though he's a man. He had already been reduced to that kind of state. Don't tell me he intends to burden Han Young Master for the rest of his life. Exactly. It's not like they're married anyway. They should just hurry and annul their engagement. Han Yuren had achieved his goal. The knot in his heart was undone. But Duan Yuyong couldn't listen to them any longer. He impatiently knocked a pair of chopsticks against the table and said, "Hey you bunch of spectators, what crap are you spouting? And isn't this perfect? Lin Xuanji and Han Yuren can annul their engagement, then Han Yuren can go mess around with that Yuan something, so both sides can get their happy endings. As for the rest, you don't need to continue with your bitch bullshit. Honorable me doesn't have the time to listen to your groundless flattery." Duan Yuyong's words were utterly vulgar. Yuan Tianwen couldn't help but frown when he heard them. When he was younger, Duan Yuyong had gone to his house to stay for a period of time. At that time, Duan Yuyong was still a fair and smooth little ball of jade who would run behind him and happily call out, "Gurgur," every day. When he would speak, it would be in a really soft and adorable way, like a sweet little spiritual fruit which made others can't help but hug him in their arms to kiss and pinch his cheeks. But he didn't think that after he grew up, he would turn into this kind of wild countryside dweller. Yan Tianan nodded, then said, "Since the two of you like each other, then why not just be together? On behalf of my brother, I wish for the two of you to reach old age together and die without descendants." Duan Yuyong almost spit his drink out. Han Yuren saw that it was about time, then put on a face full of grief and indignation as he said, "I, Han Yuren, would think that I had never wronged Lin Xuanji in any way. Since he must pour dirty water onto me today and annul our engagement without a shred of consideration for our old ties, then I, Han Yuren, would definitely not invite humiliation upon myself." He took out a marriage contract from his storage bag and threw it high up into the sky as well. Both marriage contracts faced each other in midair. "Today, I announce my annulment of my engagement with Lin Xuanji. From now on, no matter our weddings and funerals, we no longer have anything to do with one another." After he finished, everyone waited for this pair of marriage contracts to self-immolate into ash and scatter amongst the heavens and earth. However, after a short moment, there was still no reaction. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Han Yuren's heart abruptly had a bad feeling about this. When this marriage contract was written, the maternal relatives who had arranged this marriage for him were still alive. This marriage contract was written by his maternal relatives and Lin Xuanji's father Lin Zan. He didn't know what kind of clauses were in it. Don't tell him, this marriage contract can't be annulled. Just as Han Yuren was getting more and more anxious like an ant on a hot stove, a voice as cold and clear as a jade traveled over from the entrance. Lin Xuanji, would henceforth break all ties with Han Yuren. From now on, no matter our weddings and funerals, we no longer have anything to do with one another. Within the twinkling of an eye, the two marriage contracts that had not exhibited any signs of activity began to burn up. One white-colored ash flew towards the east, while the other flew towards the west and scattered into the air. Their paths were different, neither should obstruct the other. Han Yuren's face immediately turned green, his whole body was on the verge of shaking uncontrollably from the extreme anger that he felt. Because the parties in this pair of marriage contracts were actually unequal, it was a marriage contract that stated Lin Xuanji as the husband in the marriage, while he was the wife. If this wasn't the case, then he could have unilaterally annulled the engagement and didn't need to wait for Lin Xuanji to speak up. Before their marriage contract was no longer bound by the heavenly laws to Han Yuren. This was practically a huge humiliation. Han Yuren Loa the fully looked at the Lin Xuanji who wore a white robe. He had his hair lightly tied up with a simple hairpin, which only accentuated his solitary demeanor and celestial appearance. He really wanted to kill him with one strike on the spot. Yuan Tianwen was surprised too. When two men become Dao companions, there would definitely be one on top, and one on the bottom as the woman in the relationship. But when a marriage is contracted, very few people would make such a clear distinction. Most people would set it up such that it was an equal marriage. As for the question of who will be on top or at the bottom, when the couple gets there then they can decide for themselves. Also, Lin Xuanji and Han Yuren hadn't even been born when the marriage contract was written. At that time, no one knew that Lin Xuanji would have the kind of peerless talent that would shock the 5 continents. Plus, at that time the Han family was a second-class family whilst the Lin family was a third-class family. How bad was their situation such that they would let Han Yuren be the bottom one in their marriage contract? For a man, isn't this a kind of insult? As Lin Xuanji walked over, he attracted countless gazes. His elegance was incomparable and he looked like a celestial being. Even though he had already turned into a good-for-nothing, his magnificence could not be concealed. 1. I think I should have clarified this earlier, but the term, face, in Chinese isn't the literal face, but rather something like dignity, honor. The Japanese have something similar. It's the reason why their samurais would commit seppuku. It's to protect their honor too. For a third party to use all sorts of means to steal someone's lover wasn't considered very virtuous behavior. 3. The actual phrase is Nian Xiao Er Mu Xiao I, which literally means youngsters admire pretty ladies. It means that youngsters who had just opened their eyes to the world of love crushes, admiration, i.e. puberty, would naturally admire, lust after pretty girls, handsome guys. Chapter 44. Each on their own path. Yan Tianan's face immediately paled. He took 2 steps back and really wanted to hide himself in one of the cracks in the ground. He had actually kept Lin Xuanji in the dark about coming to the banquet. Duan Yuyong had also began to blink his eyes like his life depended on it. He rolled his eyes. Who would freaking know why Lin Xuanji would suddenly come here? He had obviously mixed in an entire sleeping pill into his food. Lin Xuanji walked over and stood in front of Yan Tianan, lightly casted a glance over him, then continued walking and stood in front of Duan's second elder. He properly completed a formal bow before he said, Warong has met Duan's second elder. Duan's second elder muttered to himself for a bit before he revealed a faintly discernible smile, then nodded and said, not bad, not bad. Lin Xuanji said, Duan young master's skill at feeding others poisonous pills isn't bad either. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong. Fuck. He actually dared to lodge a complaint. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Duan's second elder laughed out loud, then gave Lin Xuanji a medicinal pill bottle and said, my little grandson over here can be a bit naughty sometimes, but he doesn't have any ill intentions. Warong, do pardon his actions. Lin Xuanji accepted this bottle of medicinal pills that came from a primary level cultivator contentedly, then lightly smiled and said, I should be the one thanking Duan young master for taking care of Jodi. I will definitely make a visit one of these days to give my thanks. Duan's second elder was even more pleased. Duan Yuyong almost rolled his eyes up to the heavens. He didn't know what kind of crazy pill Lin Xuanji had taken lately, but he actually knows how to play victim now. Lin Xuanji. Yuan Tianwen said. Yuan Tianwen. Lin Xuanji replied in acknowledgement. When they were in profound sky sect, Yuan Tianwen and him, along with 2 other extraordinarily talented people, were called the Four Swords. But because Breaking Sword Peak was quite a distance from the Broken Sword Peak that Lin Xuanji was in, and Yuan Tianwen was rarely at home to begin with, the two didn't have many interactions to speak of and had actually never met face to face before. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Han Yuren, then said, "There are some words that we are both well aware of, so there's no need to say them. I will no longer be involved with you. From now on, we'll both travel our own paths. I wish us both well." Han Yuren's face was still stiff as he said, "As you wish." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji had achieved his goal for today, so he turned around and looked at the Yan Tianan who had hung his head down low and couldn't wait to stuff himself into the earth and said, "Ahen, let's go." Even though Yan Tianan was scared witless of his upcoming punishment, he still obediently followed behind Lin Xuanji, and under the gazes of the crowd, they left the Han residence. 2 little tiger cubs sashayed their butts and lifted their chests up high as they quickly followed along. After Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan left, Duan's second elder also brought Duan Yuyong along with him and left. Before he left, Duan Yuyong looked at Yuan Tianwen with meaningful eyes and said, "Yuan Young Peak Master, I hope you won't regret the decision you made today in the future." Yuan Tianwen didn't understand the meaning behind his words, but Duan Yuyong had left and it was Han Yuren's birthday banquet, so it's not like he could leave Han Yuren behind and follow along to ask Duan Yuyong what he meant. Yuan Tianwen could only suppress the doubts in his heart and said to Han Yuren, "Yuren, whatever I said was the truth. I came here with the goal of proposing to you. Coincidentally, Lin Xuanji had annulled his engagement with you today, so I was wondering if you would be willing to be my fiancé." Han Yuren bit his lower lip and looked to be at a loss. After a short while, he lifted his head up to look at Yuan Tianwen and said, "Yuan Dage, to be honest with you, I had already invested all of my feelings into Xuanji. Now that he suddenly annulled our engagement, I do feel quite upset about it, so please pardon me for not being able to promise you anything for now." Han Wuyun evidently looked like his anxiety was shooting through the roof. He really wished that he could take Han Yuren's place and promise Yuan Tianwen in his stead as he said, "Yuan Young Peak Master, why not you stay at my house for a few days, then after Yuren feels a little better we'll consider your proposal again." Yuan Tianwen expressed his understanding as he nodded and said, "I understand, and I naturally wouldn't force you too much. Yuren need not feel conflicted, we can just let nature take its course." Han Yuren reluctantly gave him a faint smile, then his long eyelashes drooped and his face revealed a despondent look. This kind of pitiful look in everyone's eyes clearly helped them imagine that Han Yuren had treated Lin Xuanji with utmost sincerity only to be abandoned by Lin Xuanji in the end. The crowd couldn't help but feel sorry for him. However, even though there had been a disruption, the birthday banquet quickly resumed its former liveliness. Chapter 45. I want both. The birthday boy Han Yuren had been called away by the head of the Han family halfway through his birthday banquet. After he closed the door and ensured that no one was around to listen in on their conversation, Han Wuyun anxiously said, "Yuren, since when have you had this kind of tryst with Yuan Young Peak Master? How come I've never heard you mention it?" Han Yuren's complexion didn't look good. He lightly said, "It was an accident. I had intended to annul my engagement with Lin Xuanji first, then wait for a while before announcing my relationship with Yuan Tianwen. But I didn't expect Lin Xuanji to catch me completely off guard today. Someone might be pulling some strings behind our backs and instigated him to do so." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He might not have been instigated. That Lin Xuanji does have something wrong with his brain after all. Ever since he became a good-for-nothing, he's become a complete idiot who doesn't understand how to act appropriately. One Han Wuyun really couldn't understand. What right did Xuanji have to come forward and annul the engagement? But, right now, Han Wuyun didn't care about Lin Xuanji in the slightest. The person he was most concerned about was undoubtedly Yuan Tianwen. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Is Yuan Tianwen serious about you? Han Wuyun asked. He has already proposed to me, how could he not be serious? Han Yuren furrowed his brows as he said. Han Wuyun was stunned, then broke out into raucous laughter and clapped as he said, that's good, ah, I really gave birth to such an amazing son. Yuan Young Peak Master has brilliant prospects. After you marry him, we'll become in-laws with the Yuan family and won't need to worry about becoming a first-class family anymore. Han Yuren still felt uneasy. He felt conflicted, but in the end, he didn't talk about how he got acquainted with Yuan Tianwen, nor how he got Yuan Tianwen to be so head over heels over him. After all, if one more person knew his secret, it meant one more chance of it being exposed. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. It didn't matter even if that person was his dad. Han Wuyun kept his smile, then glared at Han Yuren and said, you foolish child, when he proposed to you just now, why did you reject him? You should have agreed immediately on the spot. Han Yuren shook his head and said, Father may not know this, but the more upset I show myself to be, the more his heart would ache for me. Also, I had just annulled my engagement with Lin Xuanji today, so my reputation must have suffered. If I agree to his proposal too quickly, you don't know how those other cultivators would talk about me behind my back. Han Wuyun thought for a bit and agreed with his son, then said, you managed to upkeep your reputation and get the guy, not bad. But you should know that after rejecting him today, Yuan Young Peak Master definitely won't be too happy. You need to know when to push and pull and feed him a sweet jujube later. Even if you're just doing it for the sake of appearances, you can't go overboard lest you upset him. Han Yuren nodded, then said, Higher 2 knows what to do, father need not worry too much. He wasn't worried about how devoted Yuan Tianwen is to him, what he was worried about was another matter altogether. Ever since they left the Han family's territory, Yan Tianen still hadn't heard Lin Xuanji speak. Thus, he felt even more uneasy. He brisk walked a few steps to stand in front of Lin Xuanji and blocked his path. Yan Tianen gathered up his courage, closed his eyes and said, Dage, I'm sorry, I acted of my own accord today. If you're angry, just hit me ba. Lin Xuanji stopped walking. He looked at the Yan Tianen, who was looking up with an expression that said that he was waiting for a death sentence, then said, you really were extremely audacious to have acted of your own accord. Yan Tianen felt a bit upset, but his sense of self-reproach was much stronger. If this was just half a month ago, he wouldn't even dare think of doing what he had done today. But ever since he heard about what Han Yuren had done from someone else, he couldn't withstand the thought of this despicable person occupying the title of his Dage's fiancé. Thus, he collaborated with Duan Yuyong to teach Han Yuren a lesson that he would never forget. 1. Original phrase is Lin Bu Qing, which means to muddle-headedly act as one wishes without consideration of their circumstance, social customs. Basically, Han Wuyun thinks that since LXZ had turned into trash, then he should be clinging onto the Han family for support like the good-for-nothing he is, but he's only been doing the opposite by pushing them away, so he thinks he's an idiot for not grabbing onto their big thigh too. Higher equals kid. Han Yuren is just referring to himself as his dad's kid. Chapter 46. Settling scores at an opportune moment, but now, Yan Tianen couldn't help but worry. What if his Dage still had lingering feelings for that Han Yuren, then wouldn't he have committed a grave sin? It seems like he had ruined Lin Xuanji's reputation as well. Dage, it's all my fault. Yan Tianen said dispiritedly. It was your fault. Lin Xuanji nodded, then lightly said, you fed me a sleeping pill. That's the first fault. You didn't consult me for my opinion, stole the marriage contract and came here to annul the contract by yourself. That's the second fault. When you publicly denounced Han Yuren and annulled the engagement, your reason was inadequate and not impressive enough. That was your third fault. Yan Tianen quickly opened his eyes and explained, that sleeping pill, I've tried it before. It would only lull people into a deep sleep for 6 hours, it didn't have any other side effects. So it was okay for you to slip me a drug. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianen withered, then drooped his head and didn't dare to say another word. What he did would definitely make Lin Xuanji feel like his rights had been infringed upon. And maybe because of this, Lin Xuanji would seal off the heart that he had just begun opening up to himself. At this moment, Yan Tianen deeply regretted his actions. Lin Xuanji examined Yan Tianen for a moment, then said, the cultivators who came here today are all stronger than you. Before you do anything, You need to consider your actions thoroughly first and think about whether or not you would be able to leave unharmed. Yan Tianan nodded, then in a small voice he said, Bai and Hu Po will protect me, and also, with so many people watching, there shouldn't be someone who would dare do anything too vicious to me. That may not be true. Lin Xuanji said, you may think you know people based on their exterior, but you don't know what they're thinking. You will never be able to guess what kind of person would secretly strike a vicious blow against you in the next second. Hen, I wish that you can stay safe, and not attract attention in this kind of public place with so many people present. Those who are noticed, will be remembered. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but recall the scene in his past life where Yan Tianan was pursued by a countless number of cultivators. But, to request this of Yan Tianan, was actually quite unfair towards him. When all is said and done, Yan Tianan had done all of this because of him. Lin Xuanji let out a long sigh, then said, it's all because your brother isn't strong enough and have no way of guaranteeing your safety. From that perspective, it looks like I'm in the wrong. Yan Tianan turned pale with fright, then quickly shook his head and said, this has nothing to do with Dage, I'm the one who shouldn't have caused trouble for Dage. When Lin Xuanji realized that his marriage contract was missing, he really had been scared to death. And because Yan Tianan actually dared to hide this from him and chose to do everything behind his back, Lin Xuanji felt like he was being excluded from Yan Tianan's world. The moonlighting Yan Tianan had completely disrupted his original plans, so he was a bit upset, and because he didn't have a good grip on his emotions, he blamed Yan Tianan. And now, Lin Xuanji only felt a deep sense of self-reproach. However, self-reproach didn't have much use, so Lin Xuanji quickly calmed himself down and said sincerely, what Hen did today can't be considered wrong, it's just that Weishang one hopes that whenever Hen has anything in mind in the future, you can discuss it with me openly first. Even though we may have different opinions, at the very least I am a few years older and will be able to analyze more pros and cons for you. Yan Tianan forcefully nodded his head, but his eyes had already turned red. All of a sudden Lin Xuanji didn't even have the slightest intention of commenting on his actions any further. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yan Tianan to his side, then pinched his sharp chin to lift up the little face that had always been facing the ground. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I haven't even said much and yet you already feel wronged. Yan Tianan pursed his lips, then said with teary eyes, is Dage angry because I forced you to annul your engagement with Han Yuren? You still like Han Yuren, don't you? Lin Xuanji. 1. Another way of referring to oneself as an elder brother. Can be replaced with brother hopes that. Chapter 47. Acting spoiled and warnings. Yan Tianan lifted his hand and wiped his tears away, then continued to sob, I know Dage treats Han Yuren well, but he really isn't a good guy. He's always cheating Dage of your magic treasures, and even went to find another guy behind your back. Also, Yu Yongzhe also told me, he was the one pulling strings behind your back to get people to goad Dage into going to Tyrant Martial Hall. This kind of person isn't worthy of Dage, leaving him by your side would just bring you disaster. He wants Dage to die. Lin Xuanji didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his heart was also aching as he said, you do have the capability to force me to annul the engagement. Previously I was blinded by Lard 1 so I couldn't differentiate black from white. I've already seen through his true colors, so I couldn't wait to annul my engagement with him. Yan Tianan didn't really trust his words, so he furrowed his brows and asked, Dage wanted to annul the engagement. Lin Xuanji lightly said, you should have been able to tell from how I let that marriage contract turn into ash today. If I wasn't willing, how could I have done something like that? If it was the person he set his sights on, no one, no matter who they were, would be able to force him to let go. But you still scolded me. Yan Tianan felt so wronged. Lin Xuanji helplessly said, whatever I said to you just now, you really didn't listen to a word of it, I've said all of it in vain. Yan Tianan sniffed, then saw his reflection in Lin Xuanji's deep, black eyes and realized that his face had turned even uglier because he was crying. He quickly held in his pity tears and immediately broke out into a smile as he said, then that's good, as long as Dage isn't mad at me for annulling the engagement, then I'm relieved. Lin Xuanji released Yan Tianan's chin then flicked his head lightly. He said, you really are a little imp. You were obviously the one in the wrong, yet you managed to counterattack by changing the topic and I became the one at fault. Then you even made me coax you. But, even 1,000 gold would not be enough as an exchange for his smile. Yan Tianan stuck his tongue out. He decided not to play victim after he had gained the upper hand. At this time it was better for him to obediently keep his mouth shut. This matter was thus considered to be over. Lin Xuanji had originally intended to wait for a short period of time, retrieve solid evidence Han Yuren and Yuan Tianwen's affair, then righteously request for an annulment. However, resolving the engagement this way beforehand was good too. At least it would prevent the thick-skinned Han Yuren and Han Yanren from asking for the tiger cubs again. Today, those two tiger cubs did pretty well, so Lin Xuanji decided to increase their supply of demonic delight fruits. When he reached back home, Lin Xuanji suddenly thought of something that he found strange, so he asked the Yan Tianen who was humming away happily, "Ah Hen, from whom did you obtain the news of Han Yuren and Yuren Tianwen's affair?" Yan Tianen was heating up tea as he said, "Yu Yongzhe was the one who told me. He said that these two dog men were kissing in the forest behind your back, and he had caught them red-handed. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji paused, and the doubts in his heart grew. Based on his past life's understanding of Yuan Tianwen, this guy may not exactly be a man of honor, but he also wasn't a vile character who would snatch other people's lovers. Yuan Tianwen knew about his engagement with Han Yuren, so he might have pursued Han Yuren, but he definitely wouldn't commit an act that others could use as a threat against him. After all, the Yuan family's rules are relatively strict, and Yuan Tianwen can be considered as someone with good self-restraint. He wouldn't do anything improper. Lin Xuanji said, if Duan Yuyong could have seen what they did with his own eyes, he would have definitely been discovered by Yuan Tianwen. He couldn't have just been uttering nonsense, could he? Yan Tianen didn't think much of it. He was evidently very trusting of Duan Yuyong. He pondered for a bit, then said, Yu Yongzhe has so many treasures on him, he definitely has his ways. When Lin Xuanji heard those words, he didn't try to gather any more information from Yan Tianen. In his past life, Yuan Tianwen did marry Han Yuren not long after the annulment of their engagement. But soon after, Yuan Tianwen fell out completely with Han Yuren for some reason, and had even wanted to kill him. At that time, Han Yuren had two white tiger spirit beasts protecting him, so he didn't suffer many injuries and managed to escape. When he reappeared, he was already a primary level cultivator and was capable of crafting top-grade magic treasures, which garnered him the protection of many strong cultivators. By then, Yuan Tianwen was even less likely to be able to lay a finger on him. There was definitely something fishy about this. A slight twinkle appeared in Lin Xuanji's eyes. He decided to find Duan Yuyong one of these days to find out what actually happened. The moon hung up high in the sky, and not a sound could be heard on this silent night. Yuan Tianwen's door was lightly knocked on from the outside. "Come in," Yuan Tianwen said. Han Yuren opened the door and entered. He adorned a thin gown, and his slender figure looked even more slim and frail under the glow of the luminous pearl too. Han Yuren's appearance might not be considered top-notch, but his features were extraordinarily delicate and exquisite, which could strongly incite a man's protective tendencies. Yuan Tianwen got up, then walked over and said, "Yuren, for you to come over this late at night, is something wrong?" Han Yuren sat down, then shook his head with a face filled with sorrow and said, "During my birthday banquet today, Lin Xuanji let everyone know that our marriage contract wasn't equal, and that I was the one who had to subordinate to him by being under him. To me, that was the biggest humiliation I've ever had to go through in my life." Yuan Tianwen nodded. His heart ached terribly as he said, "That engagement was indeed unfair for you." Han Yuren sighed, then his expression immediately turned cold as he said, "Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianen obviously knew that annulling the engagement would result in that kind of outcome, yet they insisted on doing so on my birthday banquet. Weren't they obviously trying to utterly humiliate me in front of everyone? Why does Yuren need to work yourself up over such matters? The engagement has already been annulled, they can't do anything to you anymore." Yuan Tianwen placed one hand on Han Yuren's shoulder, then brought him into his embrace and said, "But, they did go a bit overboard. Even if they wanted to annul the engagement, they need not have chosen to do so today. They deliberately did so to antagonize me." Han Yuren's eyes turned red. He grabbed Yuan Tianwen's sleeves, looked up at him and said, "Ever since his Dantian was destroyed, his personality had undergone a huge change. You never know when he would turn against you three, and he would always accuse me of coming up with all kinds of ways to trick him and harm him. Today he humiliated me like this in front of everyone, then tomorrow he might try to kill me. That Yuan Tianwen slightly furrowed his brows, then said, "It's unlikely that he would go that far." "How could it be unlikely?" Han Yuren wept and said, "I heard from the Lin family that not too long ago, because a servant had uttered a few inappropriate sentences, he used his ground-splitting hammer to directly smash the other party's head into brain paste. Just from this you can tell that he's no longer able to control his own emotions." Yuan Tianwen was slightly taken aback, then said, "Something like that actually happened?" Han Yuren nodded, then said, "Not just that, he often mixes around with people from Tyrant Marshal Hall and had long gone insane." Tianwen Dage, "I'm really so scared." Han Yuren's wretched appearance riled up a growing dissatisfaction towards Lin Xuanji in Yuan Tianwen's heart. Initially, Yuan Tianwen had admitted to have wronged Lin Xuanji by snatching away his fiancée, but right now, as he saw how Han Yuren was suffering from restless nights because of Lin Xuanji, he had to seriously consider whether or not he should go give Lin Xuanji a good warning. He made up his mind, then Yuan Tianwen rubbed Han Yuren's back as he said, "Yuren, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that he won't ever trouble you again in the future." Han Yuren was stunned, then said, "You're going to look for him?" Yuan Tianwen said, "I'll just give him a small warning, that should be enough." A cryptic light flashed through Han Yuren's eyes, then he said, "But if he doesn't heed your warning, and provokes me again, then don't blame me for not holding back against him." Yuan Tianwen lightly said, "No one can bully my beloved for." Han Yuren's eyes teared, he fixated his eyes on Yuan Tianwen, then stood up and threw himself into his arms. He hugged Yuan Tianwen tightly and said, "Tianwen Jie, it feels so great to have you by my side, how lucky must I be to have met you." Yuan Tianwen's heart stirred as Han Yuren took the initiative to throw himself into his arms began to caress Han Yuren's waist flirtatiously. "It should be my blessing of 3 lifetimes, or because we are fated to be that I would have met you when I needed you the most." Yuan Tianwen's began to breathe heavily. He effortlessly carried Han Yuren into his arms and was about to bring him to his bed. Tianwen Dage no Han Yuren's face suddenly stiffened, then he struggled to push Yuan Tianwen away. He bit his lower lip and grabbed his lapel that had already been. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen didn't sound too happy as he said, "You already belong to me, why do you keep rejecting me? In the past you said it was because you were engaged so you couldn't be with me. But your engagement has already been annulled, so what's the reason now? Don't tell me, you still have Lin Xuanji in your heart." "Of course not, Dage, don't misunderstand," Han Yuren hurriedly explained. He looked up at Yuan Tianwen with tear-filled eyes and his face flushed red as he said in a small voice, "Dage, I'm not ready yet, after we get married." "So you're agreeing to my marriage proposal?" Yuan Tianwen had been a bit unhappy about being rejected, but after he heard the underlying meaning in Han Yuren's words, his eyes instantly lit up. Han Yuren nodded, then said, "I've always had you in my heart, and belong only to you, so I shouldn't be rejecting you. But I'm really a bit scared of this kind of intimate." When he spoke up to this point, Han Yuren stopped talking. Yuan Tianwen immediately felt great remorse and heartache, then said, "The last time we had engaged in intimacy was when I was undergoing a chi deviation and couldn't control myself, so I ended up scarring you. For you to be afraid of this kind of intimacy is my fault, I shouldn't be so impatient." Han Yuren said, "At that time, I was perfectly willing." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen recalled the period of tenderness he had with Han Yuren in the past, then his originally hardened heart turned incomparably soft. Yuan Tianwen gazed upon Han Yuren warmly, then said, "Okay, whatever Yuren says go. I'll wait for the both of us to formally become husband and wife. Before we make love." Han Yuren gratefully said, "Thank you Tianwen Jie, how lucky must I be to be the recipient of Tianwen Jie's love." Yuan Tianwen said, "I should be the one saying those words. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be alive right now." It was pretty late, and Han Yuren had already achieved his goal, so he quickly left Yuan Tianwen's room. Chapter 48. The plum tree withers in place of the peach tree. After Han Yuren left, Yuan Tianwen didn't continue meditating. Instead, he furrowed his brows and pondered for a while before he waved his sleeves to summon his pentacolored crane, then rode it towards the Lin residence. As they looked at the pentacolored crane that had taken to the sky, the Han Yanren and Han Yuren who were standing at the highest point of the Han family's mountain peak revealed a smile that expressed their satisfaction with the success of their scheme. Han Yanren gestured a thumbs up to Han Yuren, then said, "Dage is really amazing, you only used a few words to instigate Yuan Young Peak Master to take action. He should be on his way to kill Lin Xuanji now ba. Killing him isn't guaranteed, but a warning will definitely be in place. Han Yuren said. Han Yanren furrowed her brows and said, what can a mere warning do? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. After this warning, if he dares provoke me again, then the matter wouldn't be resolved as easily as today. Also, to get him to provoke me is but a simple matter. A cold glint flashed through Han Yuren's eyes, then he said, Lin Xuanji actually had the audacity to humiliate me like this, I definitely won't let him off so easily. A greedy look appeared on Han Yanren's face, then she said, we definitely need to think of a way to obtain those 2 tiger cubs. And that mysterious ice jade hairpin too, that's a really rare treasure. Han Yuren nodded, then said, if it wasn't for the sake of obtaining those items, I would have annulled our engagement a long time ago. Then Lin Xuanji wouldn't even have had the opportunity to annul their engagement. But Dage, if we can get Yuan Young Peak Master to snatch those 2 tiger cubs and hairpin for us. Han Yanren said greedily. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. We can't. Han Yuren shook his head, then said, Yuan Tianwen might have the ability, but he's not the kind of person who would do that sort of thing. If I request that of him, he would definitely be unhappy with me. Before we get married, I must be extremely careful, like I'm treading on thin ice. Yet Han Yanren wasn't concerned in the slightest. She said, Dage, you are his savior. If it wasn't for you, that time when he had undergone a chi deviation and wasn't of sound mind, his body would have already exploded and he would have died then. Dage, he's basically trying to satisfy your every whim now, so why do you need to be so careful around him? Regarding this, Han Yanren was actually a bit puzzled. She felt that her Dage was way too cautious and timid, which made them lose a lot of opportunities to obtain the tiger cubs. Yet Han Yuren only shook his head and said, what do you know? If he really was the one who had saved Yuan Tianwen, then why would he need to waste so time on Lin Xuanji? He could still vividly recall the scene that day. When Han Yuren had passed by chance, Yuan Tianwen's true savior who had helped him overcome his chi deviation had already left, while Yuan Tianwen had passed out on the ground unconscious. Originally, Han Yuren had intended to kill him and take his treasures, but before he had the time to do so, Yuan Tianwen suddenly grabbed him. At that moment, Han Yuren thought that he was probably going to get killed. But what he didn't expect was that Yuan Tianwen would pull him into his embrace and say in a hoarse voice, so this is what you look like. Since you've already become my beloved and my savior, we naturally have to become Dao companions. At that time, Han Yuren was afraid that his true savior would return, so he kept quiet and didn't agree. As a result, after he had waited for 2 days, that person still hadn't returned. So Han Yuren changed his plans. He silently admitted to being Yuan Tianwen's savior, but he didn't leave with Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen didn't try to force him either. But after he returned to Profound Sky Sect, he somehow managed to reserve a spot for Han Yuren in Profound Sky Sect to become one of the sect's disciples. Han Yuren's status in the Han family immediately rose rapidly. Furthermore, Yuan Tianwen gave Han Yuren quite a few rare and precious gifts which were greatly beneficial for his cultivation. After tasting the sweetness of being pampered, Han Yuren quickly fell into the trap of Yuan Tianwen's pursuit. It's just that, until now, Han Yuren has not dared to get too intimate with Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen evidently wants his savior, as such, they must be linked by some sort of dual cultivation telepathy. The moment he gets intimate with Yuan Tianwen, based on how strong Yuan Tianwen is, he'll immediately figure out that he isn't the person that he was looking for. By then, it won't be an easy matter to resolve anymore. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen was someone who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so he rarely experiences setbacks. If he knew that someone had deceived him regarding such an important matter, and even took advantage of his feelings, then, Yuan Tianwen would definitely not let that person off easily. Han Yuren's schemes ran through his mind. He needs to get his hands on those 2 spirit beasts and complete the Dao companion ceremony recognized by the heavens with Yuan Tianwen first. After that, even if Yuan Tianwen discovers the truth, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him. Chapter 49. Grievously harm a fellow disciple. The Lin Xuanji who was meditating in the mountains suddenly heard the cry of a crane, so he instantly opened his eyes and quickly flicked a forged stone towards the sky. The pentacolored crane avoided the forged stone, but one of its red features was burned off by the tyrannical spiritual chi stored within the forged stone. This angered the pentacolored crane so much that it couldn't stop crying out in anguish. It really wanted to scratch off that asshole's face. Kai Xiao, you're not allowed to attack. Yuan Tianwen landed on the ground, then scolded the pentacolored crane that had opened up its wings and was preparing to fight with the tiger cub that had rushed out from Lin Xuanji's side. The pentacolored crane folded its wings upon command, then walked over to a side with haughty and elegant steps. It lifted its long neck and looked up at the sky, obviously not wanting to bother with this a low-class race like Abai. But Abai looked as if he had discovered a new mainland. He ran towards the pentacolored crane and chased after the feathers on its butt by jumping and trying to bite it wherever it swayed, which irritated the pentacolored crane so much it couldn't stop flapping its wings to retaliate. Yuan Tianwen had no time to bother with Kai Xiao anymore. He stared with a face full of shock at the Lin Xuanji whose lapels were fluttering in the wind. Your dantian wasn't destroyed. Lin Xuanji lightly said, are you blind or has your cultivation level regressed? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell at a glance that he still wasn't able to gather chi. Yuan Tianwen flipped his hand over, looked at the hidden weapon that he had caught and was instantly so shocked he couldn't keep his mouth closed. This is actually a forged stone. Yuan Tianwen looked up abruptly and asked in astonishment, you're a craftsman? As you can see, Lin Xuanji said. Yuan Tianwen couldn't even say a word for quite a while. He sized Lin Xuanji up with incredulous eyes as numerous thoughts ran through his mind. Since you've already become a craftsman and can cultivate through the equipment path, why didn't you return to the sect? Yuan Tianwen furrowed his brows and asked. No matter if one cultivates through the equipment or magic path, it's still cultivation all the same. Although, due to Lin Xuanji's peculiar situation, there might be some limitations, but if their sect knew about his current situation, they definitely wouldn't give up on him. All sects, no matter big or small, will give craftsmen special treatment. They definitely wouldn't reject a craftsman at its doorstep. If Lin Xuanji returned to Profound Sky Sect, he would definitely be favored once again and gain better prospects and resources than if he continues staying in the tiny Lin family. Yet Lin Xuanji only gave him a light, cold laugh and said, it was the people from Profound Sky Sect who landed me in such a plight. Don't tell me you want me to return to that place to court my own death. Yuan Tianwen tightly furrowed his brows then said, but why did I hear that you were injured by the demonic beasts in Yunqi Grotto Heaven? PFT Lin Xuanji only used a scoff to express his disdain. Yuan Tianwen's face sunk. He couldn't stand this kind of underhanded means the most. He had always been engrossed with cultivation and his sword, and since he was born in a first-class family, there were many Yuans in Profound Sky Sect. Ever since he embarked on his path of cultivation, he had never personally seen this type of underhandedness in play, and after he entered the sect, he had never been involved in any internal strife either. Thus, the moment he heard Lin Xuanji's words, Yuan Tianwen's first reaction was to ask who did it. Lin Xuanji's lips curved up. He fixated his pair of eyes that looked like submerged magnetite one on Yuan Tianwen and said, it's better for you not to know. The crease between Yuan Tianwen's eyebrows grew deeper. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He didn't like to partake in conspiracies, but it's not like he didn't know the gains and losses involved in one. He suddenly thought, with Lin Xuanji's status within Profound Sky Sect and his extraordinary cultivation level, if someone really wanted to conspire against him, that person definitely wouldn't be simple. Also, Lin Xuanji was gravely injured in Yunqi Grotto Heaven, and at that time, there were at most only 10 people who had the right to enter Yunqi Grotto Heaven, and these 10 were all core disciples who had been handpicked with utmost care. Yuan Tianwen thought about it again. After Lin Xuanji turned into a good-for-nothing, no one tried to exact justice for him. Profound Sky Sect didn't even bother leaving him some face and directly sent him back to the Lin family. This conspiracy doesn't appear to be as simple as it seems. Yuan Tianwen asked again, who was it who dared to grievously harm a fellow disciple? Chapter 50. Sold himself. Lin Xuanji shook his head. Regarding this question, he chose to keep silent and didn't answer Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen is indeed someone with a strong sense of justice. Towards the end of Lin Xuanji's past life, Yuan Tianwen had become Breaking Sword Peak's master and was the young sect master of Profound Sky Sect. He was next in line to be Profound Sky Sect master. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen had good affinity with people. Anyone who had interacted with him had nothing bad to say about him. Lin Xuanji didn't want to involve this kind of person in his troubles. Why did you come over to find me at this time of the night? Lin Xuanji changed the topic and said. Yuan Tianwen then remembered his original goal for running over in the middle of the night. He saw that Lin Xuanji wasn't willing to speak any further on the previous topic and thus didn't continue chasing him for answers. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. What you did today was not something the old Yu Warong I knew would do. Don't you think you were being too petty? Yuan Tianwen dove straight into the topic, blatantly showing that he was here to get even with Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji casted a light glance over Yuan Tianwen, then said, even though I'm unclear on your relationship with Han Yuren, but I can be sure that based on the kind of person Han Yuren is, just exploiting you alone is far from being enough for him. Yuan Tianwen said, what do you mean by that? Lin Xuanji said, there are some people whom you need to look at with your heart before you can see through their true natures. There's not much use in talking any further. If you're here to warn me, then you can go back now. The conflict between me and Han Yuren is not something you should meddle in. Yuan Tianwen felt unsettled. From what he understood from Lin Xuanji's words, it meant that Lin Xuanji will continue pestering Han Yuren and wouldn't let him off. That's absolutely out of the question. Yuan Tianwen fumed and said, I admit, I've had intimate relations with Yuren, so I've wronged you. Afterwards I continued pestering him. That's an undeniable fact too. If you harbor any resentment because of these things, then why not settle it with me? What do you want me to do? Just say it. I don't mind being hit or scolded or used or hated, but Yuren was forced to do all this because of me. He's completely innocent. You need not target him specifically. But this time, it was Lin Xuanji who was stunned. Lin Xuanji said, you actually had intimate relations with him. Yuan Tianwen said, you actually didn't know. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji and Yuan Tianwen looked at each other. Then Lin Xuanji laughed grimly and said, then I wish for the both of you to live happily together and live to a ripe old age, then die without descendants. Bah. The edges of Yuan Tianwen's lips twitched. He had thought that Lin Xuanji knew everything, which was why he bore grudges. But he didn't expect to have sold himself out. Since you didn't know, then why are you making life difficult for him? Yuan Tianwen asked. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji smiled in a light manner, but the more Yuan Tianwen looked, the more he felt that his smile looked really strange. Since the both of you have already had intimate relations, based on Yuan Young Peak Master's personality, I guess you must become Dao companions with him then. Of course. Yuan Tianwen lifted his chest and raised his head, then looked askance at Lin Xuanji and warned, since he is Yuan Tianwen's person, then I definitely wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate him. Lin Xuanji smiled, since we belong to the same sect before, I'll give you some face. I can promise you that if you refuse to yield, then no matter what I would not take the initiative to cause trouble for Han Yuren. How's that? Yuan Tianwen's expression turned stern as he said, do you mean what you said? Lin Xuanji nodded, then said, I have never went back on my words before, you don't need to worry about that. Yuan Tianwen solemnly said, then I'll trust you. Yuan Tianwen had resolved the knot in his heart and thus didn't stay a second longer. Before he left, he said to Lin Xuanji, just like you said, since we belong to the same sect before and were both part of Profound Sky's Four Swords, we are naturally fellow comrades. Plus, I owe you for this, so if you wish to pursue that person in the future, I'm willing to lend you a hand. Lin Xuanji lightly smiled, then said, if I require Yuan Young Peak's master's help in the future, I naturally wouldn't hold back. Chapter 51. Su Mo's interrogation. When he returned to the Han family's courtyard, the long night was only half over. Yuan Tianwen did not sleep, but instead sat down cross-legged and made use of this peaceful time before daybreak when no one would disturb him to cultivate. Yuan Tianwen achieved all he has today not only because of his talent. In the entire Profound Sky sect, he dares to say that he's the most hardworking one of them all. Yuan Tianwen was in the middle of forming a hand seal during his meditation when the surrounding lights began to flicker, and a kite suddenly knocked onto the window with a Z sound. Yuan Tianwen walked over and opened the window. The kite flew in and landed on the floor, then turned into a hologram of a man. Yuan Tianwen said in shock, "Daddy, why did you come over here personally? Did something major happen at home?" This was one of Yuan Tianwen's dad's soul consciousness that he had attached to a linking soul kite. Even though his dad had not personally made the trip down, thanks to the function of the linking soul kite, it had the same effect as his dad being here in person. Of course something major happened. Su Mo's complexion didn't look good. He pulled a long face that was rarely seen and said, "Why is it that as a dad, I didn't even know that my own son was about to become Dao companions with someone else?" Yuan Tianwen silently breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing big had happened at home, so all is well. Regarding this matter, I had intended to settle everything here first before telling you and father. But since someone had so enthusiastically helped your son deliver the message, it would save me the trip back home. Yuan Tianwen said. Su Mo slammed his palm on the table, then said with a black face, "Looks like your feathers are all fully grown and you're ready to spread your wings now. You actually dared to act first before reporting your intentions to us too." Yuan Tianwen said, "Dad, I've already reached a suitable age for marriage, and coincidentally I met someone whom I want to protect for life. I just don't want to miss this opportunity." Su Mo furrowed his brows, then said, "Of course I'll support you if you want to find a companion, but the one you found doesn't suit you in any way. Daddy has already checked. Before today, he was still the fiancé of Lin Zan's only son. How is it that within the blink of an eye, he's suddenly together with you? Do you have a deep understanding of this person's moral conduct? Also, how did you get acquainted with him? Was he the one who took the initiative to butter up to you?" When facing his dad, Yuan Tianwen didn't dare to hide the truth, so he explained, "He saved my life and we had already made a pledge to get married. I sincerely hope that Dad and Father can agree to our marriage." Saved his life, made a pledge? Yuan Tianwen nodded, then slowly said, "A year ago, I was hunting an infant stage 9-star snake beast at Flying Luan Peak 5000 Li 4 away from Qing City. But it wounded me, and coincidentally I couldn't suppress my cultivation and was about to break through my foundation stage 5th layer cultivation, so within a moment I had undergone a qi deviation and my internal blood and qi were raging within my body." "What?" Su Mo immediately became anxious and lifted his hands up to touch Yuan Tianwen's face as he said, "My son, you actually went to hunt an infant stage 9-star demonic beast by yourself. Were you courting your own death? How are you that audacious?" Yuan Tianwen said with remorse, "I was too conceited and let Daddy down. I definitely won't repeat my mistake in the future." Su Mo suppressed his urge to ask about Yuan Tianwen's body before he said, "Continue your story." Yuan Tianwen said, "After I underwent a qi deviation, I lost sight in both eyes and my cultivation even dropped to a mere foundation stage's 1st layer. That snake beast wanted to take advantage of my plight to kill me, but right at this moment, Han Yuren appeared. He fought off that snake beast and saved me, then brought me to a cave to take care of me." Yuan Tianwen rubbed his nose and looked like he was too embarrassed to continue before he said, "At that time, I needed to find a way to dispel my internal spiritual qi that was in absolute disarray. I didn't expect that the snake beast's saliva would contain a lewd poison, so while my mind was in a mess, I took urine by force." Su Mo's expression became unfathomable. So basically, his son was so big of a bastard that instead of repaying his debt with gratitude, he had actually bitten the hand that fed him and bullied the other party. But afterwards, Yuren didn't get mad and instead continued to take care of the me who had lost my sense of sight. As our interactions increased with each passing day, I fell in love with him unwittingly and he had also grown fond of me. During that period, our interactions with one another were extremely harmonious. When Yuan Tianwen spoke up to this point, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "But he had never told me who he was. He said that he didn't want any form of repayment, and was more than satisfied with our short-lived relationship." Su Mo was stunned and said, "Did he know who you were?" Yuan Tianwen nodded, then said, "I had my breaking sky sword with me. The moment he picked me up he had already recognized me, and even teased me by saying that he didn't expect the profound sky sect's young peak master could be in such dire straits." Su Mo narrowed his eyes, then pondered for a bit as he said, "To remain unmoved even after knowing who you were, he really is an odd one. He really is the most unique person I've ever met." Yuan Tianwen nodded, then continued to say, "When my cultivation broke through to foundation stage 5th layer and I was about to regain my sight, he wanted to leave me without saying a word. I was greatly alarmed and quickly chased after him, but had fallen down the valley and lost consciousness. When I awoke in a daze, I had regained my sight, and coincidentally he was worried about me and returned to look for me, so I managed to catch him. That was when I finally knew who he was, so at least I didn't miss my opportunity to meet him. When Yuan Tianwen spoke up to this point, he sighed with slight trepidation. If he hadn't coincidentally awoke right at that moment, and had coincidentally regained his sight in cultivation, he would have probably missed the opportunity to meet Han Yuren entirely. When Sumo heard his words up to this point, he could more or less guess why Yuan Tianwen was so head over heels for a man who was already engaged and was even willing to brave the risk of being rebuked by his family to lock this person down before reporting to them. Sumo pondered for a bit, then said, "If that's really the case, then Han Yuren really is worthy of how you've been treating him. But there's just one thing, how are you so sure that he was the one who saved you?" "That's easy," Yuan Tianwen said. "When I asked Yuren about it, Yuren didn't deny my claims, and at that time Flying Luan Peak was in the midst of winter. It was somber and desolate with only faint pockets of spiritual qi. It was so deserted you wouldn't see a single person within a 100 li radius. If it wasn't him, who else could it be?" Yuan Tianwen had never doubted that his savior was not Han Yuren. He had also never thought that someone would have the gall to lie to him regarding such an important matter. Sumo was still muttering to himself. Yuan Tianwen feared that Sumo wouldn't agree to his marriage with Han Yuren, so he continued, "Daddy, you and father taught me when I was little to repay others' kindness. Everything that happens in this world has its respective cause and effect. If I don't repay this debt, my cultivation would be affected too." Sumo swept a glance over Yuan Tianwen, then tsked and said, "Did I say that I wouldn't agree to your marriage with him? He hasn't even entered the Yuan family and you're already defending your wife. After he enters our family, will you start talking back to me on his behalf?" "Of course not." Yuan Tianwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately brightened up and smiled. "Daddy's the head of the family, all our lives are in your hands. Even father doesn't dare to talk back to you, so how could I? You've really learned how to sweet talk." Sumo revealed a faint smile for the first time today, then said, "The one you set your sights on definitely won't be too bad a person. Today your father heard about the trouble you caused in Qing City, so he's pretty unhappy. He's chopping trees again this late at night. Looks like I'll have to go coax him." In Yuan Tianwen's family, only his dad could keep his father under control. If they were to allow his father to arbitrarily chop those 10,000-year-old trees down with his bare hands, the elders in his family would probably cry themselves to death the next day. Yuan Tianwen smiled. "Take care, Daddy." Sumo looked Yuan Tianwen up and down, then said, "After some time has passed, bring him home, Ba." Yuan Tianwen rushed forward to hug Sumo's soul consciousness and said, "Thank you, Daddy. All right, don't be so corny." Sumo patted Yuan Tianwen's shoulder. Yuan Tianwen recalled the attitude that Duan's second elder had shown him during the day and was a bit puzzled, so he asked, "Dad, did our family get into any conflict with the Duan family?" Sumo said, "Why did you ask that? The Duan family is a long-time friend of ours. When you were a kid, the Duan family's Xiao Yuyong 5 had even stayed at our house for a short period of time. At that time he was as skinny as a little monkey and was so adorable. Then why didn't Duan's second elder accept my bow?" Yuan Tianwen still felt puzzled, and a little wronged. When Sumo heard that, he had an epiphany and said, "If it's about Duan's second elder, then I know why. Half a year ago, Duan's second elder personally brought Xiao Yuyong to our house. From his tone, it seemed that he wanted Yuyong to marry you. At that time I even asked if you were willing, but you rejected it straight away. Duan's second elder might hold some bias against you because of that." Yuan Tianwen was stunned, then said, "How am I not aware of that? Daddy, why didn't you tell me then? And now you're pushing the blame onto me. How could I not have told you?" Sumo rolled his eyes, then said, "All I said was that someone wanted to act as a matchmaker for you, but you resolutely stated that you already had someone you liked and that you wouldn't want anyone aside from that person. You didn't even bother getting the name of the matchmaker before you rejected them." Yuan Tianwen finally understood what had happened, and a wave of embarrassment flooded his heart. At that time he was in hot pursuit of Han Yuren and wasn't the least bit bothered with who had asked for his hand in marriage. If he had known, then he definitely wouldn't have stupidly ran up to them today to be humiliated like a fool. Also, the Yuan and Duan families are considered longtime friends. If he had been a bit more patient and at least asked for the name of the people who had approached him, he wouldn't have handled it with such little care. As a result of that, Duan's second elder and Duan Yuyong must have a good few reservations about him now. 1. Original phrase is Kai Bang Yingla, which is a phrase often used by parents to scold their kids who talk back to them, make their own decisions without consulting them, with a meaning akin to saying that, wow, looks like you're all grown up now, aren't you? So much so that you dare to talk back to me and won't listen to what I say anymore too. Original phrase is Xian Zan Huzhou, which means you act first then report later, means you don't care about reporting it as much as you care about doing it. 3. Original meaning also meant that they had pledged to get married without the approval of their parents, i.e. they decided their marriage by themselves. 4. 500 meters. 5. Xiao equals small, little. Chapter 52, Baseless Rumors. Thus Yuan Tianwen didn't continue his questioning. Instead, he sighed and nodded as he said, Duan Yuyong has also changed so much. He was pretty cute when he was a kid, but now it's like he's a completely different person. Today I even heard some people talk about him who said that he was famous in Qing City for being a hedonistic, rich second generation who would act like a tyrant on a daily basis. His heart isn't in cultivating at all. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Su Mo said, this Yuyong kid is actually quite pitiful. When he came to stay with our family in the past, I had thought that he was a pretty good and polite kid. Those gossip that you hear, just let it go in one ear and out the other. What's more important is that no matter how awkward it may be, you need to fulfill basic etiquette. Since you're already in Qing City, if you don't visit the Duans, then you're the one at fault for being rude. Yuan Tianwen nodded and said, don't worry daddy, I'll pay the Duan family a visit tomorrow. Su Mo shook his finger and said, wait for a while ba. I think for the next few days, not many from the Duan family would be willing to see you. Yuan Tianwen could only agree. The news of Lin Xuanji annulling his engagement with Han Yuren during Han Yuren's 18th birthday banquet appeared to have grown wings as it spread throughout Qing City within a day. Even people from Profound Sky sect caught wind of the rumors, and they couldn't help but think that there was something wrong with Lin Xuanji's brain. These 2 days, as long as Lin Xuanji left his residence, others would gesticulate at him and say the same things about him, that Lin Xuanji's brain had probably short-circuited, he was actually crazy enough to annul such a good engagement. And an equivalent proportion of people felt that Han Yuren had finally managed to jump out of a fire pit too. So what if Lin Xuanji looked handsome? For cultivators, one's appearance is just a piece of skin. If one was strong, it would be akin to adding flowers to a brocade. 3, but if a weak person had that kind of appearance, it could very well be a calamity for them instead. It's not that there weren't anyone who didn't have any ideas about Lin Xuanji, and there were even more cultivators who wanted to adopt him as a bed warmer. It's just that Lin Xuanji was at least still part of the Lin family. Even if the Lin family had completely given up on him, they would definitely not let anyone humiliate him in that way. After all, humiliating Lin Xuanji was equivalent to humiliating the entire Lin family. Han Yuren's birthday banquet was discussed with great fervor throughout the whole of Qing City. Aside from Lin Xuanji's act of annulling the engagement, the generosity and protection of Yuan Young Master, Profound Sky Sect's Breaking Sword Peak's Young Peak Master Yuan Tianwen, had also undoubtedly become the hottest topic of discussion. That day Yuan Young Peak Master had already proposed a marriage to the Han family, but because Han Young Master had just received quite a huge blow at that time, he didn't agree to it. If it was me, I would have definitely been so happy that I'd be jumping around on the spot and would be too excited to eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Yuan Young Peak Master is so handsome and carefree. Plus, he's the cultivator who has the best prospects of his generation and is of noble lineage too. What is Han Yuren dissatisfied with? It's none of your business, you guys just wait. Han Yuren will definitely be won over by Yuan Young Peak Master sooner or later. That Lin Xuanji can be said to have only done one thing right, which was to annul his engagement with Han Young Master. At least he knows where he stands, or else, for someone like him to fight with Yuan Young Peak Master. Lin Xuanji wasn't even slightly affected by the baseless rumors that were circulating outside. He had engrossed himself in cultivating every day and couldn't extricate himself from his obsession. 1. Not sure if this was clear, but in past times, it was common to unite families through marriage, so one could offer a marriage proposal in the hopes of becoming in-laws with the family for their status, etc. So in this case YTW thought that the Duans proposed a marriage because they wanted to become in-laws with the Yuan family, and his dad was like WTF are you dumb, he wants to marry you cause he likes you too. Jumping out of a fire pit equals escape from a living hell 3. Decorating something that's already pretty. Chapter 53, giving the hairpin a hen, come over here for a bit. Lin Xuanji beckoned over the Yan Tianan who was busy practicing shadow boxing. Yan Tianan immediately stopped what he was doing and limped over to Lin Xuanji's side. Lin Xuanji's hand brushed over his storage bag, and suddenly a glossy, jade-colored hairpin appeared in his hand. Yan Tianan was about to lower his head to carefully look it over when he felt something tighten on his scalp. Lin Xuanji had actually pinned the hairpin onto his head. Yan Tianan was astonished and quickly raised his hand to touch the top of his head. The hairpin felt a bit warm to the touch, and as you rubbed it you could feel how smooth and glossy it is. The spiritual chi within it was barely contained from dissipating elsewhere. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. After all those years from following Lin Zan around, Yan Tianan could be considered to be quite knowledgeable. He could differentiate quite clearly between items that were good, bad, items that could only be seen and not yearned for, and items that were priceless, and this hairpin that Lin Xuanji had inserted into his hair, any child who had just randomly started cultivating would be able to identify how precious it is. Dage, what do you mean by this? Ah Hen asked. Lin Xuanji scrutinized Yan Tianan's face carefully, then nodded with great satisfaction as he said, it matches Ah Hen quite well. Yan Tianan didn't know where to place his hands and feet. He rubbed his nose and smiled abashedly, then said, Dage, I'm so ugly, how could this treasure suit me? I think it suits Dage better. As he spoke, he wanted to pull the hairpin out of his hair. Don't move. Lin Xuanji grabbed Yan Tianan's wrist, then said, who said my family's Ah Hen is ugly? That's just cause they're all blind. My family's Ah Hen is obviously very cute. Yan Tianan pondered for a bit, then said, but Dage, everyone says that they'll only compliment a female cultivator for being cute if she's ugly. Lin Xuanji, great, the one who had said that better not let him find out who he is. Within a certain gambling den in Qing City, the Duan Yuyong who had one arm around a beautiful youngster and was throwing dice in his other suddenly released a violent sneeze. Yan Tianan saw the look of frustration on Lin Xuanji's face and couldn't help but laugh. Dage, I'm just kidding. This hairpin, did you intend to give it to me or are you asking me to try it on for your fiancé? Lin Xuanji said, I'm giving it to you, what does this have to do with Han Yuran? Yan Tianan smiled but didn't answer. He had heard it very clearly that day. Lin Xuanji had told Han Yanran that he wanted to give this hairpin to his future wife, so shouldn't it be a gift for Han Yuran? But, Dage probably said that because he had seen through Han Yanran's greed. Lin Xuanji's satisfaction grew the more he looked at Yan Tianan, then said, Ah Hen, this mysterious ice jade hairpin's initial form is that of a top-grade magic tool. To be honest, with Dage's current level, this is the best I can do. But when Dage advances in the future, I'll continue to refine this hairpin, so its grade will continuously improve as well. Lin Xuanji's original intention was to tell Yan Tianan that he hoped Yan Tianan wouldn't look down on this hairpin for its low grade. But what he didn't expect was that Yan Tianan's focus wasn't on the latter part of his speech at all, but rather he had almost jumped up and his eyes widened as he said, Dage, this hairpin is actually a top-grade magic tool. This kind of precious magic tool, Dage is actually just giving it to me like this. Also, this should be the first magic tool that Dage crafted, and yet it's already a top-grade one. Isn't this too amazing? Although there were times when crafting top-grade magic tools might be a bit difficult for Lin Xuanji, but as long as he's the one doing the crafting, very few of his tools would end up being worse than a high-grade magic tool, so Lin Xuanji didn't think much of it at all. It's just that, Yan Tianan's reaction suddenly made him realize that under normal circumstances, most people may not be able to craft even just one top-grade magic tool their whole lives. Lin Xuanji pondered for a bit. It's probably better for him exercise some restraint. But, there was no need to pretend in front of Ah Hen. Dage's cultivation methods are different from the rest, so the condition of the equipment I craft will be different as well. I hope Ah Hen will help Dage keep this a secret for now. Lin Xuanji smiled as he said. Yan Tianan's eyes were dazzled by this smile, then he immediately smiled in surprise and said, Congratulations to Dage for obtaining a huge opportunity. 1A special cultivation method could naturally be obtained only if a huge opportunity had arisen. Lin Xuanji smiled, but before he could continue talking, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. Someone's here. Chapter 54. Bai Clan's Evil Dog. Someone wearing a steward's uniform walked over. There were a few refining Qi stage 3rd layer cultivators following behind him, and these cultivators were all glaring at them with grim and ruthless faces. These people don't have good intentions, Lin Xuanji thought. Steward Zhang's glance swept over Lin Xuanji, then he said in a cold manner, "Xuanji young master, come with us." Ba. Yan Tianan stood in front of Lin Xuanji and glared at Steward Zhang as he said, "Where are you guys bringing him? What are you here for?" Steward Zhang put on a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, "Xuanji young master really is an eminent person with poor memory. You had brutally murdered a Lin family servant at the Lin residence's main gate a few days ago. Don't tell me you forgot about that. Even if you did, there are others who would never forget." Yan Tianan's pair of mountain brows one furrowed together tightly, then he said, "That servant had obviously insulted my Dage first, which is why my Dage taught him a lesson. And at that time, Lin Zontian had already made his judgment for that incident. It was perfectly reasonable for my Dage to kill him. So what you're saying is, it really was Xuanji young master who made the move?" Steward Zhang narrowed his eyes, then pinched his goatee and laughed coldly. "Since that's the case, then you must come with us, or else, I can only invite Xuanji young master on behalf of Madame Bai." Yan Tianan put on a puzzled look on his face. How is Madame Bai involved in this? Madame Bai came from the Middle Continent's influential Bai family. The Bai family is a renowned craftsman family within the 5 continents. Countless cultivators, sects and families are at their mercy. Even though Madame Bai only belonged to a side branch of the Bai family, her crafting level ability is one of the best in the whole of Qing City. Also, craftsmen are extremely rare in the first place. Hence, ever since Madame Bai married into the Lin family, she had always held an extraordinarily special status within the Lin family. It's just that, Madame Bai's husband Lin Zan's elder brother Lin Xuan had passed away 17 years ago in the Battle of Qing City. Thus Madame Bai had begun her life as a widow, and within a few months, she actually gave birth to a child. That child was a boy. Lin Xuan's father held his face and wept as he said that it was because Lin Xuan had accumulated much merit in his life that he finally received a favor from the heavens and managed to leave behind a successor. With this layer of relationship, coupled with her relatively talented son Lin Zeji, Madame Bai's status within the Lin family went up a notch. But for some reason, Madame Bai had never looked upon Lin Xuanji favorably and always showed him a black face, as if she was looking at something dirty. Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't bother with a widowed woman, so he never took it to heart. Lin Xuanji rested his hands on Yan Tianan's shoulders and said, "Ah Hen, since Aunt is calling us over, let's go over and take a look." Ba. You. Yan Tianan immediately fumed and was about to rebuke him when Lin Xuanji hooked his hand around the crook of his arm. Steward Zhang's right. The edges of Lin Xuanji's lips curved up, then he said, "Then Steward Zhang better remember what you had said clearly today." Lin Xuanji's words made Steward Zhang narrow his eyes. How could Steward Zhang not understand the thread behind Lin Xuanji's words? But he didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Xuanji is just a good-for-nothing now, and when he had just been sent back to the Lin family, the first elder of the Lin family had already looked for the best medicinal masters in Qing City to treat him. And all of the medicinal masters had unanimously come to the same conclusion without a hint of doubt: within this lifetime, he could never cultivate through the martial path ever again. His cultivation would at most be maintained at the refining Qi stage 2nd layer, and his cultivation level would only fall but not rise, unless he's fortunate enough to obtain a sky-level medicinal pill and recover his almost entirely shattered dantian. But, obtaining a sky-level medicinal pill was easier said than done. Putting aside how all of the Lin family's assets would not be enough to buy even just one sky-level medicinal pill, but a sky-level medicinal pill itself had not appeared on the 5 continents in the past 100 years. Even though there was a chance to save Lin Xuanji, reality had already determined that his only lifeline had already been thoroughly cut off. The Lin family naturally wouldn't continue to waste its resources on a good-for-nothing, and even the Lin family's Earth-level first elder had given up on Lin Xuanji in the end. Steward Zhang continued thinking. For the Lin family to still leave a mouthful of rice for Lin Xuanji was already considered an act of extreme benevolence. As for his cultivation resources, naturally it had nothing to do with him. Steward Zhang thought again. Anyway, Lin Xuanji would at most be like how he is now, and for provoking Madame Bai today, this trip to the law enforcement hall now would cost him quite a bit. At the very least, his remaining assets would definitely be thoroughly emptied. It would be best if Lin Xuanji's liver and gall gets torn in a fit of fury, then he'll spit up a mouthful of blood and die. If that happens, everyone would be happy. Steward Zhang thus became even more unbridled. He walked to the front with a peculiar air and played around with 2 longevity walnuts in his hand as he said, "I'll have to say, Xuanji young master, when you used to suppress your fellow sect members in the olden days and was basking in the limelight, have you ever thought that you'd be reduced to such a plight today?" Lin Xuanji said, "Do you know how that person died?" Steward Zhang said, "Didn't he die because of some plot of yours?" Lin Xuanji curved his lips up into a light smile, and the glint his eyes turned even colder on his elegant face. "You'll find out very soon." Steward Zhang was startled by Lin Xuanji's face. He inwardly cursed him for being a monster, then quickly withdrew his line of sight and refused to look at him any longer. Lin Xuanji's dad may have looked good, but it was definitely not the kind of appearance like Lin Xuanji's that would make one forget about all other ordinary mortals when you looked at him. Everyone who had seen Lin Xuanji's past graceful demeanor would have definitely mulled over this thought. What kind of peerless beauty could have given birth to this kind of unordinary-looking child? Yan Tianan followed close behind Lin Xuanji, and would look up at him worriedly every once in a while. Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan's hand to comfort him and said, "Don't worry, I will leave this place unharmed." He had already taken the hairpin off his head and hid it when Lin Xuanji realized that someone had entered their yard. He was afraid that it would be coveted by others if they had seen it. From this small action, one could tell how prudent and careful Yan Tianan is. Yan Tianan's heart was pounding away furiously. He shook his head and said, that Madame Bai had always tried to cause trouble for Daddy. Her son likes to bully me too, but last time when Daddy was around, they didn't dare to cross the line. But now that Daddy is gone, they'll definitely try to hit us while we're down. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head and said, "You silly child, with Dage around, I won't let anyone bully you." Yan Tianan anxiously said, "I'm afraid that they'll bully Dage. Steward Zhang is Madame Bai's steward. I heard from Steward Li that it was Steward Zhang who didn't allow them to send us 5 yuan rice." A barely discernible cold glint flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. He said in a warm and genial tone, "It's okay, since he likes to dock our supply of 5 yuan rice, then I'll let him have his fill of that same 5 yuan rice." Just as he finished speaking, they reached the entrance of the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall is a place for the Lin family to judge right from wrong, settle conflicts and inflict punishment. As such, the law enforcement hall was built with the Lin family's steepest mountain peak as its backdrop. It stood in stark contrast to the endlessly vast mountain wall that looked like no daylight could penetrate through it too, and its air of suppression was tremendously strong. Coupled with the law enforcement hall's use of pitch black as its base color throughout the entire hall, it appeared even more solemn and dignified. Lin Xuanji raised his head and looked at the tablet that hung above the gigantic door of the law enforcement hall, and couldn't help but recall what happened when he had entered the law enforcement hall in his past life. At that time, he had just given the 2 tiger cubs that he had retrieved to Han Yuren. Yan Tianan was extremely depressed because of that, so he ran to the lakeside at the back mountains to take a stroll. But by an unfortunate coincidence, Yan Tianan had ran into Madame Bai and the family's 3rd elder who were having a tryst at the back mountains. Yan Tianan immediately turned tail and ran with great alarm, but how could he be Madame Bai's opponent? He hadn't even taken a few steps when he was caught by Madame Bai. Madame Bai was about to strike him dead with one palm to completely sever all chances of him talking. But 3rd elder was worried. He thought that if Yan Tianan had suddenly died without reason at the back mountains, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of many. And also, the 1st elder had said before that no matter what Yan Tianan did, they needed to guarantee that his life would not be in danger. And thus, 3rd elder and Madame Bai conceived a plan. They collaborated to frame Yan Tianan of stealing a precious Foundation stage pill that had been prepared for Lin Zeji and brought him to the law enforcement hall. When Lin Xuanji finally arrived, Yan Tianan was rolling about the floor in agony. There was a tremendous amount of multifarious qi tumbling about within his body that was threatening to overspill. He had evidently swallowed a Foundation stage pill that had contained a huge amount of spiritual qi, and was thus considered to have been caught red-handed. Even though Lin Xuanji had harbored some doubts, At that time he had absolutely detested Yan Tianan and felt that Yan Tianan was too big an embarrassment for his daddy. Also, a foundation stage pill was indeed precious. Lin Zeji was at the brink of breaking through to his foundation stage, so this matter was of great importance. Thus, he allowed Yan Tianan to be punished according to the Lin family's rules. When Yan Tianan left the law enforcement hall, he had to be lifted out by others. Ever since then, Yan Tianan couldn't speak anymore. His tongue had been ruined by some substance, so he could only let out ah sounds, but never a complete word. It was only until several years later when Yan Tianan fell onto the devil's path that he could speak again. These world-shattering secrets were only discovered much later when Lin Xuanji killed the third elder and was searching through the memories of his soul consciousness. Remorse, vexation, grief and lament were all inadequate descriptions of how he had felt at the time. But Yan Tianan had already died by then. Even if he scattered third elder's soul and made it such that he could never reincarnate, it would all be for naught. Lin Xuanji looked at the law enforcement hall once again, his eyes filled with gloom and desolation. Yan Tianan raised his head and looked at the two open doors of the law enforcement hall in the 100-meter-long hall passageway and shuddered involuntarily. He said in a small voice, "Dage, do you feel like the law enforcement hall looks like the big mouth of some monster? It looks like it's gonna swallow us whole." 1. Mountain brows. 2. Original idiom is in Wu Tian Ri, which literally means that it's so dark that it looked like there was no sunlight, and figuratively implies a world without justice. Chapter 55. Bawling in the hall, Lin Xuanji snapped out of his daze, then suppressed the evil tendencies that arose in his heart. He gazed warmly upon Yan Tianan, who couldn't control the terror that was leaking through his eyes, then said, "If Ah Hen doesn't like this place, then you don't have to go in. You can just wait for me outside. Dage promises you that I'll come back out in no time." Yan Tianan suppressed the uncontrollable fear in his heart and quickly shook his head, then said, "No, I want to go in with Dage. And it's not that I don't like this place, but I just don't know why. When I saw the law enforcement hall's door today, I suddenly felt really terrified and panicky." Lin Xuanji heaved a huge sigh in his heart. Even though he had done his best in repairing that revert world mirror, he couldn't completely erase the past. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Steward Fang gave a cold HNG, then said, "You think the law enforcement hall is a place you can enter anytime you wish? Only people from the Lin family can enter the hall. You are but an outsider who was picked up from the streets, so just wait outside. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji coldly swept a glance over Steward Fang, then took out a delicate-looking small hammer from his storage bag and passed it to Yan Tianan, then said, "Ah Hen, this is the ground-splitting hammer that Dad left behind for me. There is a restriction on it, so it can only release a shockwave equivalent to the strength of a Duangu realm cultivator for a maximum of 7 times. Whenever you're bored, or you find someone an eyesore, just throw this hammer at that person's head, just like how Dage had smashed that reckless blabbermouth of a doorman. You definitely can't be soft-hearted." Yan Tianan took the small hammer, blinked his eyes a few times, then broke into a smile and said cheerily, "Okay, Dage, I think Steward Fang's a pretty big eyesore. He's obviously a running dog, yet he had to learn how to speak the human language, but from what I've heard so far, it still just sounds like barking to me, ma." Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that his family's soft and lovable Ah Hen to also be a clever and eloquent little hedgehog. But he likes Ah Hen as he is right now. Lin Xuanji thus felt that those two bastards who had taken away Ah Hen's speech capabilities in his past life were even more incomparably hateful. Lin Xuanji smiled leisurely, then said, "Then smash him to death. If there are any consequences, Dage will bear it for you." When Steward Fang saw the ground-splitting hammer, he had already been so terrified his face turned white and his legs couldn't stop trembling. After he heard Lin Xuanji's words, he really wanted to roll his eyes and just faint on the spot. Evidently, he had not expected Lin Xuanji to still have this kind of treasure in his hands. Even though he's someone whom Madame Bai had brought over to the Lin family, and Madame Bai will definitely make Lin Xuanji take responsibility if he dies, but of what use is that? The strong will always be right. Steward Fang's eyes immediately twinkled, then he shut his mouth up and pretended to be dead. When Lin Xuanji saw this, his lips curved up into a cold smile. He decided not to bother with this person for now. He gave Yan Tianan a few warnings and banned Yan Tianan from following him in with a resolute attitude. He even summoned the 2 white tigers to accompany Yan Tianan before he smoothed out his clothes and sauntered into the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall's main hall was a full 200 zhong away from the entrance. You wouldn't be able to see the top of the hall if you looked up, so there was obviously an array in place as well as a formation that subdued one's realm to prevent people from resisting or escaping. The law enforcement hall had a cold and gloomy atmosphere. On its 2 sides stood tall and thick warning pillars engraved with golden patterns at the top that spelled out the Lin family's rules, as well as records of the punishments suffered by the past disciples of the Lin family who had broken these rules as a form of warning to the rest. There were quite a few people in the law enforcement hall. Most of them were hall's guards, while some of them were just there to watch a show. There were a few of the family's elders present as well. There were a few people in the law enforcement hall who started to bawl their eyes out the moment they saw Lin Xuanji. "That's the god bitch murderer too who killed my husband. My husband has served the Lin family as a servant ever since he was a young boy, so he's been in the Lin family for many years. He had never encountered any mishaps during his servitude, yet this guy actually killed my husband just like that. Woo 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 woo. Daddy, daddy's dead, May 3 and I can't continue living on anymore, my poor son. At first I thought of it as a huge opportunity for you to have entered this cultivator family, but I didn't expect you to have been murdered so brutally here. You couldn't even outlive your old mother." Chapter 56. Flatter the strong and step on the weak. The youngsters of the Lin family who were spectating at a side began to whisper amongst themselves. Lin Yuro sighed, then said, "How pitiful, this family only managed to produce this one descendant who had a bit of an affinity with the Tao, and their entire family had relied on him to put food on their table. Now isn't this just great? Their entire family's lifeline has probably been cut off." The Lin Zeji who stood at a side looked down at the group of people who were crying, then looked at the Lin Xuanji who was walking over and immediately felt rather carefree. On the surface he said, "Yeah, they really are pitiful. We may be cultivators, but that just means that there is an even stronger need for us to be merciful and treat mortals kindly, as well as follow the laws of the human world." Bai Susu nodded and looked at Lin Zeji with eyes of worship, then said with much infatuation, "Biao, what you said is absolutely right. Someone with such talent and diligence like you who also has a merciful heart is really rare in this world." Lin Zeji smiled humbly, then said, "I don't dare to say that of myself. I'm just like any other cultivator who doesn't like to bully the weak. That should be the bottom line that cultivators of my generation should abide by. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." The respect Bai Susu had for Lin Zeji instantly rose. The pink bubbles in her eyes were about to overflow. The youngsters of the Lin family casted looks of admiration towards Lin Zeji one by one, then praised him. "Zeji Tangshong is indeed one with a magnanimous heart and is worthy of being the one we all look up to in our generation." Lin Zeji was ecstatic, yet he kept refuting such claims on the surface. No, compared to Xuanji Tangdi, I'm still miles away." PFT story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Is Zeji Tangshong joking? The Yu Warong of the past who made people forget about immortals with one look too had long turned into an empty vessel who only has his looks to be proud of. Okay. Warong is Lin Xuanji's Z3. When Lin Xuanji was at the peak of his fame, others would call him by the name Warong Sword Immortal because even though his sword was crafted within the cold lake in the northern territory of the North Pole's ice domain, the person himself stood in stark contrast to this cold front. That sword's name was Zij. The moment it appeared on Earth, there would be ice within 10,000 li and its surroundings would turn somber and desolate. Yet Lin Xuanji would not easily unsheath his Zij sword. Even when he was faced with the most vicious of enemies, he would only use the scabbard of his Zij sword to fight. And it was because he was as gentle as jade and carried himself with a nobleman's demeanor that people gave him the elegant title of U5 Young Master, then added the name Warong. Lin Xuanji thus had an alias that was even more famous than his own name, which was Yu Warong. The Yu Warong who would make people forget about immortals with one look had attracted a huge following of devout men and women. There was once when a mighty power had asserted that Yu Warong was the only star of the apocalypse within the entire 5 continents mainlands, as well as the bane of the people in his generation. With Yu Warong around, no one would bother trying to remember his peers no matter how bright they shone. Yet, the higher they rise, the harder they fall. In the world today, the old Yu Warong is no more. What's left is only the trash Lin Xuanji, who only managed to retain his graceful bearing and good looks, but who didn't have any other qualities that would force others to the brink of insanity. When Lin Zeji heard those words, he furrowed his brows and reprimanded sternly, "What you said was too unreasonable." Even though Xuanji Tangdi has turned into a good-for-nothing, he had still contributed to the Lin family in the past. Outsiders may say those kinds of words, but as part of the Lin family, you definitely can't say such things. The youngsters of the Lin family who had been flattering the strong and stepping on the weak immediately admitted their faults in shame, then sighed in awe. Zeji Tangshong's magnanimous heart really makes me feel ashamed of myself. Yeah, another nodded, then said, in the past when Lin Xuanji was still enjoying his fame, he had suppressed the other people of his generation and even repeatedly snatched Zeji Tangshong's resources, yet Zeji Tangshong didn't make a fuss over those matters. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to just laugh it away. That's a given. Bai Susu looked up and smiled sweetly, then said proudly, how could my Zeji Biaoj lower himself to the level of that kind of trash? Biaomei. Lin Zeji furrowed his brows. What? Did I say anything wrong? Do you think that if you don't call him trash, then he wouldn't be trash anymore? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell. I just can't stand how he always looks like he's above everyone else. Does he really think that he's an immortal? Bai Susu had always detested Lin Xuanji, not only because he had always outshone Lin Zeji in every aspect, but also because he looks so good that both men and women fight over him. As long as he was around, everyone's gazes would be attracted towards him, which made Bai Susu so jealous she felt like her heart was going to explode. You are. Lin Zeji pretended to look helpless, then shot Bai Susu an indulgent look and shook his head. 1. Lillian has kindly pointed out to me that a simple way of remembering the difference between Tang and Biao is that Tang cousins equals cousins who share the same surname as you, and Biao cousins equals cousins who don't share the same surname as you too. LXZ has a freaking long title, which is Jian Er Wang Xian de Yu Wa Rong. Jian Er Wang Xian equals when one looks at him, you will forget that immortals exist, i.e. he's so pretty you wanna cry. Yu Wa Rong equals his Z3. Z equals courtesy or style name traditionally given to males aged 20 in dynastic China, aka his alias 4. A cold front is defined as the transition zone where a cold air mass is replacing a warmer air mass. Cold fronts generally move from northwest to southeast. The air behind a cold front is noticeably colder and drier than the air ahead of it. When a cold front passes through, temperatures can drop more than 15 degrees within the first hour. 5. U equals Jade Chapter 57. Do you admit your guilt? A few of the Lin family's elders took in this whole sight and one by one began to shower Lin Zeji with praise. The frigid face of Madame Bai, who sat on one of the 5 main seats, showed some signs of defrosting as well. To the left of Madame Bai sat the one who wielded absolute authority over the Lin family, Lin Ruai, Lin Zan's 4th brother. Lin Ruai lightly nodded at Madame Bai and said, "Sister-in-law is really fortunate. Zeji has such a good heart and is also the most outstanding cultivator of his generation in the Lin family. In the future he'll definitely be the Lin family's next young head." Madame Bai straightened her back, glanced at the 3rd elder who sat opposite her and said in a cold voice that exhibited neither sorrow nor joy, "Such polite words. Ozzy might have extraordinary talent, but he still falls short compared to the past Xuanji." Lin Ruai looked at the Lin Xuanji who was walking over and revealed a displeased look, then said, "This rascal is getting worse by day. Just a few days ago he was mixing around with the people from that vulgar martial hall, and had even lost every single match he fought in. I don't even want to know how much money he wasted in that place. He has really lost the face of the Lin family big time. No matter how amazing he was in the past, he's just a good-for-nothing now. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Madame Bai shook her head, then coldly curved her lips up and said, "That might not be. The number of treasures 2nd brother left for his son is too many to count. Who knows what kind of trouble he can cause with all the magic treasures and medicinal pills he has on him. Today he used a ground-splitting hammer to smash a doorman to death. Tomorrow he'll dare to kill his fellow clan members, and he'll do all that just because those people were being truthful." When Lin Ruai heard those words, he was well aware of what Madame Bai was trying to say. He stroked his chin pensively and had his own idea about what to do. The one who sat atop the main seat was the Lin family's true head, the 5th elder Lin Runru. Lin Runru can be considered Lin Xuanji's dad's grandfather, and so he's Lin Xuanji's great-grandfather. Even though he had always been the head of the Lin family, he never really bothered with the family's affairs and had always been deep in the throes of his own cultivation, so he wouldn't come out of his seclusion easily. But about a year ago, the Lin family's supervisor Lin Zan met with an accident and Lin Xuanji became crippled. Those in the Lin family who had ulterior motives began to stir, and their ambitions made their heart unsteady. Lin Runru was thus forced to come out of his seclusion ahead of time to return and supervise the Lin family. From his observations within the past year, Lin Runru couldn't find anyone pleasing to the eye. He didn't think anyone had the capability to bear the responsibility of the entire Lin family on their shoulders, hence he temporarily put aside his seclusion to preside over the family, as well as handpick the Lin family's next head. Lin Runru closed his eyes and remained still. He looked like he had already entered a state of meditation, so no one dared to disturb him. While everyone was engaged in a spirited discussion, Lin Xuanji walked to the platform overlooked by the 5 big seats in the hall. After he stopped, he bowed politely to the Lin family's 5th elder Lin Runru, then stood up straight and said, "Lin Xuanji has met the head, 5th elder." The clamorous sounds of discussion began to subside. The lady who was sprawled out on the floor immediately pounced towards Lin Xuanji when she saw him. She wanted to grab Lin Xuanji's face, but Lin Xuanji simply waved his sleeve and the woman was flung onto the floor once again. "Ayoyo. He's killing people, you devil. Murdering my husband wasn't enough for you, so now you even want to kill a powerless woman like me in front of so many people. I know you're trying to kill me so that I won't talk." One along with her outcry, the whole family that had followed behind her began to wail pitifully as well. The Wuwinian crying sounds reverberated throughout the law enforcement hall and its echoes filled the hall. Lin Runru opened his eyes, then said, "Lin Xuanji, do you admit your guilt?" Lin Xuanji said, "Warong doesn't know what I'm guilty of." Lin Runru said, "This morning, this family came to our Lin family's doorstep and started to wail loudly with cries of grievances. They said that it was because you had used a magic treasure to kill Wang Wu just because he had a small argument with you. Did that really happen?" Lin Xuanji carried himself with jade-like grace and stood in a relaxed yet sturdy manner. His voice was light as he said in a steady voice, "I did kill someone a few days ago. If that person is coincidentally called Wang Wu, then I do admit to killing him. But there was no argument involved." "No argument," Lin Runru said. "That's right, that person one-sidedly insulted me and my Adi. I didn't reply him with even a single word." The attendant who stood beside Lin Runru couldn't control the edges of his mouth from twitching. What Lin Xuanji meant was that he wasn't vulgar enough to insult Wang Wu back. 1. Original phrase is sha ren mie ko, which is a common phrase used to accuse someone of murder in order to silence the other party. Like killing a witness so that they can't testify in court. Chapter 58, Warning Pillars Resonance. Yet, Lin Runru thought it was rather interesting. He scrutinized Lin Xuanji's face, then said, "Since there was no quarrel, to be infuriated to the point of murder based solely on a mere few words uttered by the other party, doesn't that imply your Dao heart is a bit too unstable?" "Indeed," Lin Xuanji honestly admitted, then said, "Master One has keen insight. Xuanji's Dao heart is unstable and naturally wouldn't be able to escape the eyes of Master. But that person obviously knew that Xuanji had been in low spirits ever since I was injured, so much so that my Dao heart was unstable and I was feeling dispirited, yet he still provoked me on purpose and even humiliated Jadi. Wasn't he just trying to bring trouble upon himself?" "Nonsense!" Wang Wu's wife immediately pointed her finger at Lin Xuanji, then shrieked, "My husband had just seen a carriage stop in front of the main entrance and asked the people on the carriage to enter from the side door, yet you killed him just because of that. He didn't say anything to humiliate you." "Yes, my son had always been very respectful towards everyone in the Lin family. He had never badmouthed the Lins in front of his folks back home. Whatever claims you make about him requires evidence," Wang Wu's mother immediately continued. "Evidence?" Lin Xuanji thought about the mirror that he had already handed over to Lin Zontian. He raised his head and looked towards the main seat. He saw Madame Bai's glamorous face reveal a confident smile, then looked at the Lin Zontian who stood beside her, who avoided his gaze. Lin Xuanji thus knew that the recorder mirror that had recorded what happened that day should have already been destroyed. The evidence was gone, but Lin Xuanji wasn't the least bit flustered. "If I can't hand over any evidence, how do you think I should be punished?" Lin Xuanji's lips curved up as he asked coldly. Fifth Elder looked at the people beside him and said, "How do you guys think he should be dealt with?" Madame Bai stood up, then said to Fifth Elder, Master, Wang Wu was handpicked by Nujia Tu to be Lin family's doorman, yet he lost his life just because Lin Xuanji had lost his temper. Nujia is thinking, why not hand Lin Xuanji over to Nujia so that I can discipline him properly? It would prevent others from saying that our Lin family's people don't know how to follow rules. Third Elder squinted his long and narrow eyes, then said, but I think that since Lin Xuanji had brought dishonor upon our family's principles, according to our rules, he should be thrown into the ice prison and face its walls to reflect upon his actions for 8 to 10 years before releasing him. That's reasonable. Lin Ruai nodded as well, then said, I've heard that Lin Xuanji nephew had been utterly defeated by many at the Tyrant Martial Hall recently, and that his escapades at the hall is well known by many. He had even thrown away at least 10,000 gold into that martial hall. Isn't that a bit too much of him? The one who sat at the rightmost seat was the Law Enforcement Hall's hall master, Lin Zontian's father Lin Bubai. He also furrowed his brows and said, I have indeed heard of Lin Xuanji's infamy outside our doors, his discipline is really lacking. Madame Bai sighed, then lamented, ever since second brother's horrible death, there had been no one around who would discipline Xuanji. Xuanji doesn't have a mother either, and he's so young, plus he had suffered a huge blow after he turned into a good-for-nothing, so naturally he would trod onto the wrong path. As his aunt, I naturally have the responsibility to discipline and take care of him. Lin Xuanji felt nauseous upon hearing her words. In his past life, he had thought that Madame Bai treated him relatively well, but in actuality, Madame Bai is just a serpent clothed in human skin. Discipline. Take care of him, more like in a few days, his injuries will probably grow even more serious and he'll end up dying after his medical treatment fails. Lin Xuanji drooped his eyelids and said, Xuanji was momentarily muddle-headed, Xuanji knows that I was wrong. A place like the Tyrant Martial Hall, Xuanji won't step foot in it anymore. He was sincerely admitting his fault. He must have been blinded by lard to actually go to that kind of place to search for a sense of purpose and allow himself to be ruthlessly humiliated by the people there. Third Elder sneered in his heart, then said coldly, since you've admitted your wrongdoings, then you should hand over the items that Lin Zan had left for you to the family to safekeep. After you've honestly repented for your sins, the items would be returned to you in its original condition. Returned to him in its original condition. Lin Xuanji, had never heard of a joke that was funnier than that. Items that were taken away, how could they still be returned? He just wanted to hear how shameless these people could get, but he didn't expect that they would actually covet the remaining assets of their orphaned nephew. This was the family that he had carefully protected in his past life. These are the Lin family people whom he had racked his brains to try and protect. Fifth Elder didn't make any evaluation of his own. Instead he asked, Lin Xuanji, do you have any objections about what they have said so far? Naturally, I do, Lin Xuanji said. Madame Bai didn't expect Lin Xuanji to actually dare to quibble with them, thus she sighed and said, Xuanji, don't forget that you don't have any evidence to prove your innocence. If we were to follow the Lin family's rules, then for arbitrarily killing our family's guard, you need to be sent to the ice prison to reflect upon your actions. Evidence? What a joke. Lin Xuanji's gaze suddenly turned cold and the expression on his face turned austere. With his hands behind his back and a voice as cold as ice, he articulated each of his words loud and clear. Don't tell me, as the Lin family's successor of lineal descent 3 who stands here uprightly with nothing to hide, the words I say still needs to be backed up by evidence. I, Lin Xuanji, am the evidence. Whatever I say is the truth. Suddenly, a strong draft blew through the hall and Lin Xuanji's ink-black hair that was draped over his shoulders fluttered in the wind. His hair danced amongst the winds while Lin Xuanji's white robe flapped lightly. Specks of flickering firefly lights floated down from the sky and landed on the celestial being's face that would rouse envy from both the heavens and mortals. They accentuated the aloofness of this immortal who looked like he had casted aside all worldly desires, yet at the same time made him look like a demon that had just climbed out of hell. In any case, no one else dared to look straight at this immortal demon. Lin Runru immediately raised an eyebrow. Lin Zontian raised his head and looked at Lin Xuanji, not because he wanted to look at him, but because the words that came out of Lin Xuanji's mouth actually contained an impressive chi quality that triggered the resonance of all the warning pillars in the hall. The golden engravings carved onto the top of the warning pillars began to emit a buzzing sound, and one by one, they began to flicker with a golden brilliance. The dormant engravings on the pillars appeared to have been awoken as they broke away from the pillars and began to float in the air, joining together to become one large piece of document. Everyone in the crowd was amazed. They looked towards the Lin Xuanji who was standing in the middle of an open area. What kind of ability does this person actually have to have been able to trigger the pillar's resonance? Madame Bai stood up in an instant. She furrowed her brows and scrutinized the warning pillars. Her heart was frenetic and filled with horror. No, this definitely can't be happening. The Lin family's law enforcement hall's warning pillars. Each word written on it had been carved on personally by the Lin family's ancestor, and they contained remnants of the ancestor's sole desire. The Lin family once had a legend: whoever could trigger the warning pillar's resonance and revive all 81 pillars in this hall at the same time would prove himself to be the successor selected by the Lin family's ancestor who had ascended, and for many years, even though there were quite a few people from the Lin family who had racked their brains to try and do it, none of them had been able to revive the warning pillars. How could this Lin Xuanji turn the warning pillars into this kind of state with just one sentence? Don't tell her, this good-for-nothing Lin Xuanji is actually the Lin family's true successor. Madame Bai wasn't the only one who had this kind of thinking and conjecture. After all, the legend surrounding the warning pillars had long spread around to the members of the Lin family. In fact, everyone who was present had once tried to trigger the warning pillar's resonance. The crowd's gazes that landed upon Lin Xuanji had evidently changed. A flicker of panic and fear flashed through Lin Zeji's eyes. After he was momentarily stunned, he immediately thought of something and said in a loud voice, "The head's Dao ways have no boundaries, a flood of good fortune fills the heavens." For his voice sounded like a sudden clap of thunder which snapped everyone out of their reverie. Everyone in the hall kneeled down simultaneously as they faced the fifth elder Lin Runru, who sat atop the main seat and spoke in chorus, "The head's Dao ways have no boundaries, a flood of good fortune fills the heavens." Lin Runru suddenly burst out in laughter and said, "My Dao ways really do have no boundaries, and a flood of good fortune has filled the heavens. I don't need your compliments." But as for these warning pillars, Ma, Lin Runru drawled. His gaze appeared to casually sweep across the crowd below the platform, but ultimately he beckoned Lin Xuanji over and said, "Kid, come forward." Lin Xuanji complied and moved forward. Lin Runru tsked and curled his fingers to beckon him, "Come stand here in front of me. What are you standing so far away for?" Lin Runru's seat was at least 3 jong 5 away from the ground. The crowd waited with bated breath to see how Lin Xuanji would make a fool of himself. But they didn't expect Lin Xuanji to actually lightly tap his foot and fly straight up onto the high platform. You must know, it was practically impossible for a mere refining chi stage second layer cultivator with a destroyed Dantian to reach somewhere 3 jong high with one leap. The crowd was stunned once again. Didn't they say that the highest realm he can ever reach in this lifetime is the refining chi stage's second layer? Don't tell me he actually managed to obtain a sky-level medicinal pill. No way, he must have used some other way. Biauj, what's going on? Bai Susu furrowed her brows and asked with a puzzled look. Meanwhile, Lin Zeji's face had an obviously unsightly look. When he heard her words, he forced out an awkward smile and said, "It's probably due to the assistance of Master, who was feeling benevolent." Bai Susu heaved a sigh of relief, then said, "So that's what happened. I thought that good for nothing had recovered Nay." Yet Lin Zeji's heart sunk. His words were only good enough to trick Bai Susu, but how could Master have helped him? But Lin Xuanji clearly hasn't recovered, and his body's chi obviously belongs to that of a refining chi stage second layer realm. He hadn't used any magic tool to assist him either, so how the hell did he get up there? Lin Zeji found out soon enough. Because the Lin Runru who sat atop the main seat clapped as he laughed, then said, "Looks like you utilized the stored spiritual chi in a forged stone to aid you, and to actually be able to achieve this kind of stability. I see you've taken a liking to crafting." Lin Xuanji stretched out his left hand that had been hidden in his wide sleeve, then opened it up with his palm facing upwards. On it you could see the ashen remains of a forged stone that had lost its spiritual chi. Madame Bai's eyes opened so wide they almost left its sockets. She cried out involuntarily with horror, "You actually cultivated the equipment path, you're a craftsman." 1. Master here equals master of the house, head of the family. I thought using master sounded better than head. 2. Nujia is a derogatory way to refer to oneself when you're a woman, by saying like you're a servant to someone of a higher status. 3. The phrase LXZ used here is Dmai, and people of the D bloodline are descendants of the main wife instead of concubines. 4. This phrase refers to the resonance of the warning pillars as an auspicious sign. 5. 3.3 meters. Chapter 59, To Everyone's Satisfaction. Craftsman. Craftsman is actually a craftsman. Oh heavens, how many years has it been since the Lin family produced a craftsman? Voices of differing pitches carried the same astonishment as they traveled upwards from the platform below. Lin Xuanji heard all their clamoring, and was incomparably glad that the Lin family's ancestor who had ascended and drawn up the family rules was a craftsman himself. It's just that there was no descendant after him in the Lin family who had the talent for crafting. Crafting and martial cultivation are different. Crafting requires not only a spiritual root, but also a soul fire. If someone's soul had any one of the following soul fires, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and lightning that was suitable for crafting, then they can cultivate through the path of a craftsman, or else they would not have the talent for it at all. And a crafting soul fire is inborn. Every cultivator family's descendants have to take the soul fire test the moment they are born. If their soul fire test is positive, they will be sent directly onto the path of a craftsman and be groomed as a core member of that family. But Lin Xuanji had obviously undergone the soulfire test when he was born, which showed that he didn't fulfill the prerequisites for crafting, so how did he become a craftsman? Wouldn't that be the shock of the century? It was practically unheard of and unseen of. No, there were precedents. Third Elder had a malicious look on his face. He stood up and said, Lin Xuanji, do you admit your guilt? Lin Xuanji said, I don't know what I'm guilty of. Third Elder said fiercely, you obviously never had a crafting soulfire for the past 17 years of your life, yet you suddenly have one now. That's definitely impossible. You must have used some unorthodox magic to seize a craftsman's soulfire. Lin Xuanji curved his lips up coldly, then said, you said that I seized someone else's soulfire, but you need evidence to back that claim. You. Third Elder choked on his words. Lin Xuanji had always believed in using his opponent's methods to exact retribution. Since these people had asked him for evidence, then he would require evidence from them as well. He'd really like to know if this bunch of people actually had the ability to groundlessly convict him for being a craftsman. Third Elder, what you said wasn't right, ma. Fifth Elder narrowed his eyes, his smooth face revealed an ambiguous smile, then he said, for my Lin family to be able to produce a craftsman is due to our ancestor taking pity on us. It might even have been a favor bestowed upon us by our ancestor in the immortal realm above. Even though the Fifth Elder was ranked behind Third Elder, that was just because he was appointed as an elder a bit later than Third Elder. But in reality, the Fifth Elder's standing is higher than that of Third Elder. But then again, Fifth Elder would always determine his judgments of right and wrong for the sake of the Lin family. In order for the Lin family to continue to flourish, or even ride on the coattails of someone, he would absolutely need to avoid suppressing someone of extraordinary talent. How could the Fifth Elder not see through the schemes in these people's hearts? He had not intended to go out of his way to protect this great-grandson of his because Lin Xuanji was of no more use to the Lin family. And with so many people eager to throw stones at him while he was down, even if he might be able to protect him this once, he would definitely not be able to protect him his whole life. If Lin Xuanji wanted to live, he would have to save himself. It's just that he didn't expect this Zon great-grandson of his would actually give him such a pleasant surprise. The Lin family is one of the 3 big families within Qing City, but within the entire 5 continents mainlands, or even just within the entire East continent, the Lin family was just a mere third-class family that wasn't worth mentioning. The Fifth Elder thought, the last time Lin family had showed its face in the 5 continents mainlands was when Lin Xuanji entered Profound Sky Sect for the first time. At that time, not fewer than 100 descendants of renowned families from the East continent and even those from the 5 continents had taken the entrance exam, but only Lin Xuanji alone managed to complete the entrance exam set by the Profound Sky Sect's sect master within the allotted time frame. At that time, the Profound Sky Sect's Earth-level sect master Ziguang Shanxi II had declared that the Lin Xuanji whom everyone had fixed their eyes upon would be at the top of the entire 5 continents orthodox sects for the past and future 500 years. An uproar instantly erupted throughout the entire 5 continents mainlands. Ever since then, no matter where the Lin family's members walked, they would be the center of everyone's attention and was admired by many. During those years, the Lin family was indeed 100-fold more well off. It truly made people feel what it meant by when one person achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs ascend as well. It's just that, following the decline of Lin Xuanji, the Lin family was once again suppressed by the backlash. Lin Runru just wanted to face the skies and holler, the heavens would indeed never bar one's way. Lin Xuanji really deserved to be the top member of the Lin family. With him around, the Lin family wouldn't need to worry about planting a strong foundation as the #1 family in the whole of the 5 continents mainlands. When Fifth Elder thought of this, the pair of eyes he looked at Lin Xuanji with were gleaming. Lin Xuanji was not the least bit surprised with how things had turned out. Instead he faintly smiled and asked, "Master, I'm not sure if Xuanji's evidence is to your satisfaction." Fifth Elder had a smile on his face as he nodded satisfactorily. "Of course I'm satisfied. Xuanji, you were and always will be the direct descendant of my Lin family. No one can deny this fact." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "Of course." The Fifth Elder's words had two meanings. One, to reaffirm Lin Xuanji's status as the Lin family's young master in order to suppress the others from having any ideas about that position. Two, to remind Lin Xuanji not to forget his important responsibilities as the direct descendant of the Lin family. Fifth Elder really is an old fox. But Lin Xuanji didn't really mind that. Right now, he really did need the protection of his family's elder in order to focus wholeheartedly on cultivating. Fifth Elder's satisfaction rose. He muttered to himself as he looked at Lin Xuanji for a while, then his face turned cold and he immediately waved his sleeves, which conjured up a gust of wind that blew away Wang Wu's family who were kneeling on the platform below out of the hall. From today onwards, if anyone dares to disrespect Lin Xuanji, they will be dealt with by Lin Xuanji however he wishes. Is everyone clear on that? Fifth Elder's voice was not very loud, but it brought with it a tremendous pressure that scattered among the skies above the Lin family. From the law enforcement hall to the Lin family's door, within the Lin residence that occupied thousands of new, everyone had received the order that came from the peak primary level elder. Even though they didn't really understand what was happening, everyone immediately dropped whatever they were doing, kneeled in the direction of the law enforcement hall and clasped their hands together as they said, "We will obey your command." Lin Xuanji then began to laugh softly. Sure enough, the Lin family is really practical and smart. Fifth Elder was worthy of being the master of the Lin family for the past 100 years. He didn't even need to personally open his mouth before he had swept away all the obstacles on Lin Xuanji's behalf and shut everyone's mouths up. Fifth Elder had given him a lot of face, which allowed him to heave a sigh of relief and dispel the indignance that had been stifling his heart for a long time. Two tiger roars traveled in from outside the hall. Even though one could tell that these roars came from infant beasts who were in their infant stages, the grandeur of these demonic beast hegemons could not be masked. Madame Bai sat paralyzed in her spacious seat, cold beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. She was a craftsman herself, so she naturally knew how highly regarded craftsmen were. But she's not a member of the Lin family, so the Lin family could never wholeheartedly trust her, but Lin Xuanji was different. It's over, everything's over. Madame Bai couldn't help but regret what she had done. If it wasn't because she was anxious and had coveted those few treasures on Lin Xuanji, and had also wanted to vent her frustrations on him, she wouldn't have given Lin Xuanji the opportunity to show his face in front of Fifth Elder right now. If she had known that Lin Xuanji was already a craftsman, she would have definitely thought up all sorts of ways to secretly get rid of him once and for all. Third Elder was feeling despondent as well. His heart felt like it was being crushed by a huge rock as heavy as 10,000 gold. However, there were too many people talking at the same time. Other than gaining a deeper understanding of Lin Xuanji's current situation, Fifth Elder was also anxious to report this shocking and important news to the First Elder who was currently deep in his seclusion. As such, after he had accepted the deference of the Lin family's members, he waved his hand and stood up. Today's trial will end here, everyone can disperse. Ba 3. But at this time, Lin Xuanji bowed and said, "Master, Xuanji still has one more matter to report. Grandson Warong need not be so courteous. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me what they are." Fifth Elder was in a relatively good mood. Lin Xuanji said, "Xuanji doesn't dare to make requests. But when one of our family's stewards went to my yard to bring me here today, he provoked me several times and had even given an order to dock my supply of 5 yuan rice in the past. If it wasn't because my Jadi, Yan Tianan, had not eaten a single grain of rice himself for the past half a year and saved up his portion for me instead, based on the condition of my body, I probably wouldn't have lasted until the day when I had managed to obtain my fated opportunity. Within my Lin family actually lies such a despicable servant." Fifth Elder was instantly enraged. With one palm, he crushed the tall chair casted from Zon metal and the floor below it cracked open. Then he exploded, "Guards, bring that audacious servant over. I want to personally trial him to ask him who gave him the guts to dare to humiliate my Lin family's direct descendant." The crowd below were all dumbstruck. When a peak primary level cultivator gets angry, mountains could collapse and river currents could reverse. Everyone immediately kneeled down and trembled in fear. No one dared to make a single noise as they were afraid to provoke this elder. Madame Bai was even more terrified. Her clothes were soaked in sweat as she feared that Lin Xuanji would call her out. But Lin Xuanji had never liked to bother fussing over such matters with others. This time, he definitely. That steward is Ant's servant, but Ant was probably being deceived by him and doesn't know anything. Bah. Lin Xuanji lightly said, and even casted a glance askance at Madame Bai. Madame Bai instantly turned pale with fright. She inwardly cursed this bitch bastard before she quickly kneeled on the ground and said, Nujia doesn't know anything. Nujia had always taken care of the Lin family's sons and nephews. How could I let people bully Xuanji? Master, please investigate this thoroughly. How could Fifth Elder not know what was going on? He stared at Madame Bai coldly, then lifted his hand and palmed her back from a distance to channel his qi. Injection of qi. Madame Bai shrieked. She felt like there were 10,000 ants with pincers crawling all over her body, pinching all her muscles, tendons and flesh. It was so painful she really wanted to roll about on the floor. As the Lin family's supervisor, you couldn't even discipline your subordinates well. But on the account of you birthing a son for the Lin family and how much you've contributed to the family, I won't take your life this time. This multifarious qi will be considered your punishment. When you manage to dispel this qi out of your body, that's when your punishment will end. Fifth Elder narrowed his eyes and said, Ji Lanjin. Nuji is here. A woman adorned in a violet robe on the platform below spoke. From today onwards, you'll temporarily take over the role of being the Lin family's supervisor. I hope something similar would not occur again. Ji Lanjin didn't dare to raise her head. She hurriedly said, Master, don't worry, Lanjin will definitely do her utmost and wouldn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and I definitely won't let Xuanji nephew suffer even a little grievance. Fifth Elder nodded his head, then said, Where is that despicable servant? He was actually going to personally resolve the matter with Steward Fang. You must know, as the master of the house and the family's elder, to personally deal with a servant is actually a kind of humiliation for Lin Runru, but today. 1. Original phrase was actually the common when one person achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs ascend as well too. Z equals violet, Guang equals light, Xianxia equals immortal teacher, Ziguang should be the alias Z, Xianxia I'm not really sure, sounds like some title given to a respected scholar though. 3. I'm not sure if this is obvious, but Fifth Elder speaks in a really lazy but imposing manner. His laziness is evident from his use of Boz Tn. LXZ had never intended to hand over any sort of evidence. He was just gonna get his way through manipulation. Sorry for the late update today, translator has some IRL issues. Chapter 60. Punish the vile one. Lin Xuanji said, Master need not see that kind of ant, the sight of him would only dirty your eyes. Why not Master hand him over to Xuanji to deal with? It would save some trouble for the law enforcement hall as well. Even if Lin Xuanji said that he wants to be the Lin family's young master right now, Fifth Elder would probably agree, not to mention such a small request. Fifth Elder waved his sleeves and said, Whatever pleases you. Lin Xuanji said, Thank you, Master. Fifth Elder calmed down, then sized Lin Xuanji up and said, You must have been startled today. Go back and take a good rest. I'll look for you to have a nice, long chat in a few days. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, Xuanji obeys. Fifth Elder was even more satisfied with this genial and polite Zan grandson of his, and his satisfaction spilled over to that troublesome kid that Lin Zan had adopted. Your Didi Yantianan is a loyal one who knows how to repay others' graces. I'll reward him with 1 top-grade Recuperate Yang pill. Top-grade Recuperate Yang pill, that's a profound-level medicinal pill that was worth at least 10,000 gold, and it's a treasure that can't be easily obtained even if you have the money. If at this time someone was still unable to tell how much Master favored Lin Xuanji, then there's probably something wrong with his brain. There were quite a few people below who were secretly surprised and envious. Why didn't they give Lin Xuanji some 5 yuan rice when he was down and out? Didn't they just need to follow behind Lin Xuanji every day and grovel before him to be his cow and horse? Taking care of him for 10 days or half a month is something they could do too. That ugly idiot Yan Tianan was really fortunate. Lin Xuanji accepted the medicinal pill bottle, then solemnly said, Xuanji thanks Master on behalf of Jadi. Fifth Elder waved his hand, then disappeared on the spot. Lin Xuanji kept the medicinal pill bottle into his storage bag, then pinched a forged stone to lightly float down to the platform below. It was only when he had disappeared from the law enforcement hall before those who were kneeling dared to stand up. The crowd looked at each other in dismay and a fearful look appeared on their faces. Lin Zeji's face had turned pale, and in a place where no one else could see, he clenched his fist so tightly that his nail that dug deep down into his palm squeezed out some viscous liquid. Bai Susu had not settled down from her panicked state. The envy on her face could not be concealed as she bit down hard on her lower lip and said, "That trash, how could he have become a craftsman?" Craftsman. Lin Yuro furrowed her brows and looked at the golden words that were still shining on the warning pillars, then said, "Don't tell me Xuanji Tangshong is really the one selected by our old ancestor." "He might be," someone else said. "Whatever I've said before doesn't count. You guys better not slander me, I'll definitely not admit it." "Hey, just a while ago you were saying that Xuanji Tangshong is a good for nothing, and even said that he's in this state today because he had reaped what he had sown. Woo-woo, what are you covering my mouth for? Stop trying to sow discord here. I definitely didn't say something like that. You even said that Xuanji Tangshong deserved it. Pay. Shut your smelly mouth. Xuanji Tangshong is like a dragon that was cooped up in a shallow creek. He had just been temporarily trapped. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Zeji heard the lively conversation that went on around him as everyone was afraid that they had offended Lin Xuanji in the past, and were worried that Lin Xuanji would bear grudges against them. He didn't feel too good about all this racket. It wasn't easy for him to become the center of attention in the Lin family. Why is it that Lin Xuanji had just shown his face today as a craftsman, and he would need to return to being a side prop again? Lin Zeji was about to go crazy with envy. His fists were clenched so tightly his joints cracked. Sooner or later, he will make these people regret trying to flatter Lin Xuanji today. Yan Tianan stood outside the law enforcement with a face filled with anxiety as he kept peeking into the hall. When he saw a figure adorned in a white robe appear within the dark hallway, he immediately shouted, "Dage, are you alright?" Lin Xuanji walked out, then looked at Yan Tianan under the glow of the sunlight and lightly smiled, anxious from waiting for too long. "Nope." Yan Tianan walked to Lin Xuanji's side, then walked down the flight of steps with him as two tiger cubs followed along by his side. "Dage, just now Fifth Elder disallowed anyone from being disrespectful to you. From now on, will they not dare to insult Dage anymore?" Yan Tianan said animatedly. Lin Xuanji nodded, then held Yan Tianan's hand and said, "From now on, they won't dare to insult you either. Oh right, you should quit your job at the spiritual plant fields Ba. Before today I didn't have a reliable source so I didn't request anything from you, but from today onwards, I'll be supervising your cultivation progress carefully." Yan Tianan is a smart kid. When he heard this, he understood that Lin Xuanji probably wouldn't lack money from now on. At the very least, with the Fifth Elder's warning, those who had dared to dock Lin Xuanji's food, accommodation and traveling resources would have to exercise some restraint. Thus, Yan Tianan happily nodded and said, "Okay Dage, I'll go and tell the steward later." At this moment, a law enforcement hall guard walked over, then clasped his hands together and said to Lin Xuanji, "Xuanji young master, how would you like to deal with Steward Zhang?" Lin Xuanji said, "Bring him to my residence." Yan Tianan tugged on Lin Xuanji's sleeve and said, "Dage, what are you bringing him to our residence for?" Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and said, "Of course it's to let him experience how the wicked servant from before had died." Yan Tianan shook his head, then said, "Dage, I don't want to let him into our yard. That's where we stay. If he were to die there, it would pollute our yard." Lin Xuanji pondered for a bit. Even though they probably wouldn't be staying in that yard from today onwards, that place did contain traces and good memories of his and Yan Tianan's life there. Thus, Lin Xuanji said, "Ah hen, why not we make a trip down to the law enforcement hall?" Yan Tianan turned around and took a look at the law enforcement hall's doors. Even though his heart still trembled and quivered at the sight of it, with Lin Xuanji by his side, he felt like it didn't seem as scary as it did before. Thus, Yan Tianan nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Xuanji turned around and coldly said to the guard, "Bring Steward Zhang into the law enforcement hall, and bring 2 bags of 5 yuan rice over too." After Steward Zhang had heard Fifth Elder's warning, he had collapsed to the floor in fear. Lin Xuanji had actually managed to regain favor within a day, and had even obtained the master's protection. The master's status was head and shoulders above the rest, even Madame Bai wouldn't dare to touch him. Steward Zhang really wanted to beat his past self up ruthlessly. Steward Zhang was dragged into the awe-inspiring and dignified law enforcement hall. At this time, there were still some spectators who hadn't left that had originally prepared to see Lin Xuanji make a fool of himself. They first saw 2 guards who wore full-body armors and a pike 2 in one hand lift a limp middle-aged man in like they were holding a chicken, then they casually threw him into the middle of the hall. They had thought that the law enforcement hall was going to deal with yet another perpetrator. However, when they saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan follow behind them hand in hand, they changed their thought. Lin Xuanji was probably about to deal with someone who had offended him. This person was probably that pitiful bug Steward Zhang who was almost personally palmed to death by Fifth Elder. Lin Xuanji stood about 5 meters away from Steward Zhang, then swept a glance over the members of the Lin family on both sides of him before he said, "I'm going to deal with a despicable servant now, all of you may leave if you wish." The Lin family members looked at each other in embarrassment, then someone said, "Since he's a despicable servant, then we would also like to see him receive the punishment he deserves." That's right, this wicked servant actually dared to deceive his superiors and oppress those below him. Xuanji Tangshang, you definitely can't let him off lightly. Lin Zeji's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists tightly. This Steward Zhang was his mother's personal servant whom she had brought over from the Bai family. He had always been loyal, and if it wasn't because Lin Xuanji had gotten Fifth Elder to personally give out the order, his mother would have definitely been able to safeguard Steward Zhang. But now, even his mother had suffered serious injuries and had been brought away by Third Elder to recuperate. A cold, murderous glint flashed through Lin Zeji's eyes. Yan Tianan felt this sudden gust of cold air that came from the crowd, then warily looked over to where it had came from. When he met Lin Zeji's eyes, he returned the other party's look with an extremely fierce gaze. Bai Susu was scared stiff by this face full of cracks. She placed her hand on her chest and said, "This ugly idiot really is disgusting." Yan Tianan rolled his eyes, then leaned closer to Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji was used to curious onlookers, so he didn't really mind the crowd. The more people who stayed, the better. A guard lifted 2 bags of 5 yuan rice and walked over. Lin Xuanji said, "Wake him up, then make him stand." The guard walked forward, then bent over and grabbed Steward Zhang's collar. He pulled the unconscious Steward Zhang into an upright position and jabbed Steward Zhang's back with his finger a few times. Steward Zhang let out a cough, then his eyes rolled about before he gradually awoke. When Steward Zhang saw the scene in front of him, he was so frightened he instantly started shaking like a sieve 3. What do you want?" Steward Zhang's legs were trembling and his teeth were chattering. He said, "I am a steward brought over to the Lin family by Madame Bai. If you want to lay a finger on me, you'll have to ask Madame Bai first." Lin Zeji's face immediately blackened, even his last bit of intention to save him disappeared. This idiot, how could he not be begging for forgiveness at this point, and he's even trying to implicate his mother for. He's practically dragging others down to die with him. Lin Xuanji curved his lips up into a cold smile and said, "Right now, I can tell you how that servant from before had died." Yan Tianan gave out a hng and said, "He died because he had spoken too much crap." Steward Zhang's face paled and he was sweating like a pig. He saw the Lin Zeji who was standing within the crowd, but the other party didn't look like he had the slightest intention of standing up for him. "It's over, everything's over this time." The light in Steward Zhang's eyes dulled, and that slow-witted brain of his finally turned around. He immediately kneeled on the floor and kowtowed non-stop as he wailed in agony and begged for forgiveness. "Xuanji, young master, your old servant here must have been blinded by lard to actually have the gall to disrespect you. I beg you to take into account what I've contributed to the Lin family all these years, and how I've been extremely careful to not make the tiniest mistake and let me off this once. I'm willing to become your cow and horse in the future and will obey your every order." Lin Xuanji's eyes were covered with frost as he said, "I can't afford to use a despicable servant like you who would deceive his superiors and oppress his inferiors. You weren't just disrespectful to me, you had also deceived your superiors and implicated Aunt. If I don't punish you today, our Lin family's servants might just end up following your example." Lin Xuanji's words had completely pushed the responsibility for docking his 5 yuan rice onto Steward Zhang. Thus, Lin Zeji immediately took advantage of this to stand out and say, "That's right. You wicked servant who dared to deceive his superiors, my mother had even specially instructed you to take good care of Xuanji Tangshang. But we didn't expect you to actually pocket the 5 yuan rice behind our backs just for that little bit of benefit it gave you. Even if Xuanji Tangshang doesn't do anything to you today, I would still kill you myself." Steward Zhang was immediately confused, then said, "It was obviously Madam who asked me to yi." A fist landed, and one of Steward Zhang's arms was kicked off. 5. Steward Zhang let out a blood-curdling screech and rolled about on the floor incessantly. The murderous intent in Lin Zeji's eyes gradually grew. He said to the Lin Xuanji who kept silent at a side, "Xuanji Tangshong, since this is a servant that came from my mother's family, I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf." Lin Xuanji coldly laughed to himself in his heart, then said without a change in his expression, "Since he had the audacity to dock my supply of 5 yuan rice, he must be extremely infatuated with this type of rice. Why not let Tangshong offer him some palliative care, so that he can have his last fill of 5 yuan rice?" That was when Lin Zeji knew what those 2 bags of 5 yuan rice were for. 1. Reliable source of funds is implied, which is why YTH knew what LXZ's implied meaning was too. Pike. 3. Civ 4. Added meaning is that Steward Zhang was borrowing his mother's name to shield him. 5. I have no idea why a fist landed and his arm was kicked off and not punched off. The Raw wrote it like that. Chapter 61. Vicious and merciless. Lin Zeji involuntarily shuddered. He couldn't help but turn around to look at Lin Xuanji, but all he saw was an aloof and magnificent-looking Lin Xuanji stand within this law enforcement hall. His expression was rather apathetic, as if he was merely watching a show. Yet his heart was even more vicious than his end. To be this merciless dread suddenly filled Lin Zeji's heart. Whatever he had known about Lin Xuanji before this moment had all been overturned in an instant. Was this still that aloof and distant Lin Xuanji who never bothered to get even with others? No, this is a devil clothed in human skin. However, even if Lin Xuanji had turned into a devil, he's still a devil acknowledged by Master. Lin Zeji took a deep breath, then looked at the guard and ordered in a cold and loud voice, "Go and grab that guy for me, and since he loves to eat 5 yuan rice, then we'll force all these 5 yuan rice down his throat until he's full." Yes, the guards shouted, then they walked in sync towards Steward Zhang. 5 yuan rice is indeed good for the body. It contains a considerable amount of spiritual qi, so cultivators could reap significant benefits after they consume it. However, 5 yuan rice is not easily digested, especially for someone like Steward Zhang who was a mere refining qi stage first layer cultivator. He only needed to eat 1 small bowl of 5 yuan rice to meet his absorption quota for the day. Handfuls of 5 yuan rice were forcefully stuffed into Steward Zhang's mouth. "Save me, Wu! Save Wu!" Cow. Steward Zhang incessantly made vomiting noises. He wanted to puke out the 5 yuan rice that he had consumed, but those guards didn't even give him the slightest opportunity to do so. This type of pure 5 yuan rice was really hard to swallow. Being force-fed with handfuls of it would be a kind of arduous torture for anyone. Towards the end, Steward Zhang's stomach had been filled to the point of bursting by the spiritual qi within the 5 yuan rice and looked like a mortal woman who was 10 months pregnant. He clutched his throat and wanted to puke the rice out, but how could one easily puke out what had already been swallowed into the stomach? Steward Zhang thus rolled about on the floor in utter agony while he let out gurgling sounds. His eyeballs almost popped out of its sockets as they glared at Lin Zeji. This was the only son of the madam by whom he had called his master, his young master, yet it was this person who had personally given such a vicious order. He hates him, but it's a pity that this hatred was no longer of any use. An excess of 5 yuan rice was being digested in his stomach, its spiritual qi rapidly dispersed within his body. His muscles, tendons and flesh that couldn't withstand such a huge amount of qi was gradually being forced to the brink of rupture. Blood began to pour out of Steward Zhang's 7 orifices. 1. He was evidently being subjected to an arduous, drawn-out torture, like a frog that was slowly being boiled in warm water. 2. He was dying slowly, but surely. Steward Zhang's wails of anguish reverberated throughout the spacious law enforcement hall. The crowd that was spectating this scene, not one of them managed to keep a straight face as they went numb with shock. Lin Yuro turned away as she couldn't bear to continue looking at the scene that was unfolding in front of her. She felt that Lin Xuanji was really too malicious, so much so that it scared people witless. Yan Tianan's little face turned pale. He didn't know why, but when he saw the miserable look of despair on Steward Zhang's face, a strong wave of sorrow that made him want to cry washed over him. Yan Tianan forced out a weak smile, then said, "Dage, I don't want to continue looking any longer. Let's leave this place, okay?" Lin Xuanji was worried that Yan Tianan would recall his memories from his past life, so he didn't want to let him stay for too long either. Also, he had already achieved his goal of intimidating the Lin family's people, so he stretched out his hands to pull Yan Tianan into his embrace and said in a gentle and soft voice, "Ah Hen, we'll leave right now, don't be scared." Yan Tianan nodded, then leaned into Lin Xuanji's embrace like he was yearning for its warmth. Quite a few people caught sight of this scene. Some of them felt envious, while others had other ideas. Lin Xuanji said to the guards next to him, I'll leave him to you guys. The guard immediately replied, Xuanji young master need not worry, we'll definitely watch over this wicked servant until he's thoroughly dead before throwing him out. After Lin Xuanji brought Yan Tianan and left, the other people didn't stay for much longer and began leaving one after the other. Even though they didn't see how Steward Zhang would end up, the scene they had witnessed had already left an incomparably deep impression and shock in everyone's minds. Too terrifying. Such calculated schemes had actually been derived by a young man who was barely past the age of 17. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xuanji had never explicitly stated how he wanted to deal with Steward Zhang, yet someone had already done all the dirty work for him. And he had even made Steward Zhang's master personally inflict the punishment also. There were several thousands ways to die, but the way Steward Zhang died could be considered one of the most inhumane one. Putting aside how painful it must feel to gradually have your meridians be filled to the brink of rupture by spiritual qi, just the prolonged amount of time the person is subjected to torture would make one shudder. This kind of Lingqi 3-like torture would last for at least a day or two, or even longer. This is because even though 5 yuan rice does have spiritual qi, it contains such qi in minute amounts. Without a doubt, Lin Xuanji had exerted his dominance over the Lin family. From then on, amongst the people of his generation in the Lin family, none would dare to arbitrarily provoke Lin Xuanji. Lin Zeji was the last one to leave. He looked at Steward Zhang's pathetic state, then coldly said, "This can be considered as you courting your own death. You were unlucky to have encountered Lin Xuanji right as he was regaining his influence." Steward Zhang let out a hhrruug sound as he choked on the blood that had arisen in his throat, then stretched out his remaining arm to grab the hem of Lin Zeji's robe. Yet his hand was mercilessly kicked away by Lin Zeji. "Even though I do want to give you a quick death, who knows if that Xuanji Tangshang of mine would be prompted by an impulse to return and help you keep your corpse. As of now, he's in the limelight as Fifth Elder's precious successor, so I definitely can't upset him just because of you." Lin Zeji narrowed his eyes, then said, "Besides, you actually tried to pour dirty water onto my mother." Lin Zeji uttered a cold hng, then waved his sleeves and left. Steward Zhang wanted to commit suicide, but he was tied up tightly with sturdy ropes, and his mouth was stuffed full to the brim, so he didn't have the chance to bite his tongue and end his life. It was only when they had almost reached their yard that Yan Tianan's face gradually regained its color. He touched his cold cheeks, then said with slight bewilderment, "Dage, I obviously feel no pity at all for that guy, but why is it that I had felt so upset and despondent just now, as if I had personally experienced that kind of torture before?" Lin Xuanji's heart ached, then he immediately hugged Yan Tianan and kissed the top of his head with a tender look in his eyes. "Because Ah Hen is a good kid who has a soft heart. Dage didn't consider your feelings, it was Dage's fault." "Of course not." Yan Tianan hugged Lin Xuanji back tightly and buried his face into his embrace. He pursed his lips and said, "I'm not soft-hearted. Steward Zhang bullied Dage so badly last time, and had even insulted Dage, so he deserved to die in the past. He even asked me to go buy mortal's rice for Dage to eat. He has such a malicious heart. The moment a cultivator eats mortal food, impurities would accumulate in their bodies." At that time Lin Xuanji's body was very weak, so if he had eaten ordinary rice his life could have been in danger. Lin Xuanji said, "Okay, let's not think about him anymore. Does Ah Hen want to go out and eat something nice?" Yan Tianan raised his head, then nodded and said, "Are we going to go shopping?" Lin Xuanji pinched his little nose, then said, Since it's convenient. Dage had crafted a few wares these few days, so I was intending to bring them out to exchange for some money." Even though the Lin family provide him with adequate resources in the future, Lin Xuanji would not be like how he was in the past and completely rely on the provisions of his family. The more he took, the more he would have to give back in the future. Lin Xuanji had thought of owning his own business empire a long time ago. It's just that, his foundations were still weak right now, and his ability was not up to par, so he could only build it up bit by bit. Yan Tianan's eyes widened, then said, "What kind of good stuff is Dage going to sell?" "I want to go with you too." Lin Xuanji smiled and said, "I'm just selling a few wine cups. After I earn some money from selling them, I'll treat Ah Hen to a meal at Retaining Immortal's restaurant, okay?" Yan Tianan was a bit worried. As he said, "But Dage, wine cups can't be sold for much, and 1 cup of tea in Retaining Immortal's restaurant costs 10 silver ingots. I'll need to work for 2 days before I can afford a cup of tea." Yan Tianan sighed sorrowfully. Lin Xuanji was so amused by Yan Tianan's devastated appearance that he laughed. He was in a pretty good mood today, and coupling that with how he had taken revenge for one of Yan Tianan's grievances in his past life, he decided to celebrate. Ah Hen only needs to care about eating his fill. As for earning money, he can leave it to Dage. Yan Tianan clapped and smiled cunningly. Looks like Dage has quite a bit of confidence in his wine cups. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, if you don't believe me, Ah Hen can go carry a jar of wine over and try it for yourself. Whoopee. Yan Tianan skipped his way into the yard. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan squat underneath the peach blossom tree in their yard and dig into the dirt with a shovel. A light smile involuntarily appeared on his face. If Steward Zhang had only insulted him and docked his supply of 5 yuan rice, he wouldn't have been worth being dealt with in such a manner. But Yi Yi in his past life, the one who had personally pulled out Ah Hen's tongue, was this running dog of Madame Bai. If it had been possible, Lin Xuanji would have even scattered his soul so that he would never be able to reincarnate. It's just that right now, Lin Xuanji had not reached a higher realm, and he didn't want to leave an impression on the family's elders of him being overly cruel, so he allowed Steward Zhang to temporarily escape that plight. As for Madame Bai and Third Elder, Lin Xuanji squinted his long and narrow phoenix eyes. He wasn't too eager to get rid of them right now. When the timing is right, whatever these two people owed them, he would definitely make them repay their debts 100-fold. When Lin Zan was alive, he had loved to drink, and the moment he started he wouldn't stop till he was dead drunk. Lin Zan had hidden quite a few jars of high-quality spiritual wines. After he passed away, Yan Tianan had taken out all his wines one by one out of his wine cellar, then buried it in the soil of this remote yard that they had been allocated to. Even though Yan Tianan would definitely not be able to finish all these wines by himself, he could keep them till a day when they really couldn't hold on any longer, then bring them out to the commercial district to exchange for money. When Yan Tianan huffed and puffed as he carried a brown, short and stout wine jar out of the soil, Lin Xuanji was looking at him from the back with a faintly discernible smile. Then he said, I actually didn't know that Ah Hen had hidden so many good wines behind my back for so many years. A look of embarrassment appeared on Yan Tianan's face. He placed the wine jars onto the stone table in the yard, then rubbed his nose and said, I didn't keep Dage in the dark about this on purpose. It's just that I wanted to treat these wines as our last resort. If we need money urgently someday, I could dig these wines out to sell. Lin Xuanji smiled as he said, looks like in Ah Hen's heart, I'm still an unreliable Dage. Yan Tianan stuck his tongue out, then said, Dage wasn't very reliable before, but now you're reliable. Okay, where are the wine cups Dage made? When he saw Yan Tianan change the topic, Lin Xuanji didn't bother continuing their previous discussion. He took out 2 transparent wine cups from his storage bag. Both of them were only the size of an apricot, its shape even looked a little cute. Yan Tianan took one, then curiously said, what's special about this? There are tons of these on the streets. They can probably be sold for 10 copper coins each. Ba. Lin Xuanji said, then you're underestimating your Dage too much. Lin Xuanji unsealed a wine jar. The rich and mellow scent of wine scattered into the air and assaulted one's nostrils. Those who smelled this fragrance couldn't help but feel intoxicated with just one whiff of its scent. 1. The 7 apertures of the human head: 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. 2. Frog being slowly boiled in warm water, i.e., boiling frog. The boiling frog is a fable describing a frog being slowly boiled alive. The premise is that if a frog is put suddenly into boiling water, it will jump out, but if the frog is put in tepid water which is then brought to a boil slowly, it will not perceive the danger and will be cooked to death. 3. An old form of capital punishment, death of 1,000 cuts, where one's flesh is slowly sliced off piece by piece until the person dies. 4. Ordinary and mortal use the same word. Fan, Chapter 62, Taste in the cup. Lin Xuanji said, go and find an ordinary cup. Yan Tianan took out a cup from the kitchen and placed it on the stone table. Lin Xuanji picked up the wine jar with one hand, then poured wine into the ordinary cup. He said to Yan Tianan, try it. Yan Tianan had drunk wine with Lin Zan ever since he was young, so this small cup was nothing to him. He accepted the wine cup and downed it in one shot, and even smacked his lips and nodded before he complimented, good wine, this should be Daddy's favorite 100 flowers brew. Ba. Lin Xuanji poured another cup of wine into the same cup, tasted it, then nodded and said, it is indeed the 100 flowers brew, and it should be about 50 years old. Yan Tianan's eyes opened wide. He stared at the wine cup that he had just drunk from that was taken away by Lin Xuanji and said, "Dage, I drank from that cup. If you drank from it, then I can't use it." Lin Xuanji's attitude was incredibly calm. Yan Tianan thought that he was probably being overly sensitive, so much so that he was treating Dage like an outsider. He didn't have much contact with Dage before, but now they even share the same bed, so naturally, even if they use the same cup, it should be quite normal, right? Yan Tianan quickly convinced himself and thought to himself happily, Dage is really getting closer to me. Bai and Hu Po's sensitive nose picked up a whiff of the scent, then both of them waggled their butts as they ran over. They had wanted to drink some wine, but they received a knock on their heads from Yan Tianan instead. "The two of you can't drink this. The last time you guys sneakily drank Daddy's wine, the house was almost torn apart." Yan Tianan pulled a long face as he said. Bai and Hu Po recalled how they had acted when they were drunk and appeared to shudder at the thought, but they couldn't endure their cravings for wine, so they stuck their tongues out and started to act cute in front of Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan couldn't pull a long face any longer. He thought for a bit, then said, "What about this? If you guys watch the house obediently and wait for Gerger and I to come back, I'll let you two drink some wine." Bai and Hu Po thus unwillingly drooped their tails and ran away. "Are you treating these two tiger cubs as puppies?" Lin Xuanji smiled. Sticking their tongues out and wagging their tails are not gestures that white tiger spirit beasts should be making. But, if Hen likes this kind of charmingly naive appearance, then so be it. They're still young right now, so no matter what they do it's okay. Yan Tianan thought simplistically, right now they're still in their infant stage, once they go past their infant stage's 9 stars and obtain their demonic beast inheritance, they'll naturally become super amazing. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, Hen's right. Beasts and humans are different. Beasts can obtain the inheritance that has been handed down through generations through their species bloodline. Most demonic beasts only awaken their inheritance after they get past their infant stage, and only a few could awaken in their infant stage. But some sacred beasts, mythological beasts and auspicious beasts awaken their inheritance immediately after their feet touch the ground the moment they are born. They would have already become the absolute overlord of beasts in their respective regions, but the problem is an infant stage 9 stars beast is equivalent to a hardened body 3rd layer cultivator. How much time would they have to spend to get to that kind of level? Who knows when these two white tiger spirit beasts would awaken their bloodline and discover their true identity, then they wouldn't treat themselves as little dogs anymore. Oh my god, this wine tasted way too delicious. If we say that the aroma of the 100 flowers brew just now was quite varied and bland such that its wine flavor was stronger than its flowery fragrance, then now, all the different types of flowery fragrances are suddenly 70% more prominent. Also, each unique flower fragrance would slide over the tip of the tongue one by one. Its blandness had transformed into a light flavor and didn't seem heavy at all. It complemented the wine flavor in the brew very well, and had actually highlighted the inherent qualities of the 100 flowers brew. Yan Tianan could only feel like he was floating about in a sea of flowers, and when the 100 flowers brew slid down his throat and into his stomach, he actually felt that its spiritual chi was even stronger than before. Lin Xuanji didn't need to ask any questions. Just by looking at Yan Tianan's intoxicated expression, he had gotten his answer. He smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Yan Tianan's eyes were gleaming. He stretched out his hand with the empty cup in front of Lin Xuanji and said, "Dage, I want another cup." Lin Xuanji gave his head a knock and said, "Little kids like you shouldn't be too greedy for drinks. Don't forget that we still need to head out later." "Okay then." Yan Tianan stared at the wine jar that had been resealed by Lin Xuanji reluctantly, then licked his lips. He finally understood why Daddy loved to drink so much. Drinking was even better than becoming an immortal. Thus, Lin Xuanji had inadvertently opened up a new door for Yan Tianan to turn into a drunk cat. After he had regained absolute confidence in Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan rode on the carriage with Lin Xuanji and they drove towards the commercial district. When the carriage was driving towards the Lin family's door, quite a few Lin family members saw this special carriage. In the past, when they saw this carriage, scorn of some sort would show on their faces or in their hearts. But now, all they felt was veneration for the person in this carriage, and a bit of fear. Along their way to the Lin residence's main door, Lin Xuanji didn't hear any kind of ridicule or mocking laughter. Yan Tianan had also noticed this, and couldn't help but smile as he said, "Those people must have been bowled over by Dage's handsome display today." Lin Xuanji couldn't help but rub his head and said, "Hen, in this world, the strong is king. In the past they ridiculed me, mocked me and insulted me only because I was a good-for-nothing who had hit rock bottom. But now, they dread me and fear me only because I had become a craftsman. Yan Tianan still didn't have the heart for cultivation. In his past life, it was only when he had been driven to a corner that he finally had the determination to cultivate. The fact that he had trodden onto an unorthodox path had always been a huge worry for Lin Xuanji. So, Lin Xuanji grabbed the opportunity to enlighten him. So Ah Hen, you need to work hard on your cultivation and continuously train to get stronger so that no one would be able to bully you. Dage, the principles behind what you're saying, I actually understand them all. Yan Tianan said dispiritedly, I want to cultivate properly as well, but when it comes to this aspect, I have no talent for it at all. Daddy had given me all kinds of elixirs and cultivation methods, but I just couldn't gather any chi at all. If even Daddy was at his wit's end, what else could I do? There'll be a way, Lin Xuanji said, heaven never bars one's way. My Dantian was destroyed, yet I managed to awaken my craftsman soulfire. Ah Hen shouldn't feel sluggish and jaded just because you're momentarily in a bind. Yan Tianan nodded, then looked at Lin Xuanji with gleaming eyes and said, Dage is a craftsman now. Even though no one would dare to attack you in the Lin family, once you're out of the house, there might be some evil people who would have ideas about you, so I must cultivate diligently and become the world's strongest person. By then, I would be able to thoroughly beat up anyone who dares to cause trouble for Dage. When he heard Yan Tianan's words that were only filled with the intention of safeguarding him, Lin Xuanji felt incomparably pleased and calm. This deity of his is so lovable and cute. In his past life, how could he have had the heart to push him away? Lin Xuanji lightly tapped on Yan Tianan's face with his finger, then said with a smile, then Weishang would have to thank Ah Hen first, I'll count on you to protect me in the future. Yan Tianan forcefully nodded his head, yet he felt extremely vexed in his heart. Great, he's blown the cow up to the heavens too. His glib words had escaped the moment his lips touched, but if they really talk about who's protecting whom, didn't he still need to rely on his Dage to protect him? Yan Tianan was unprecedentedly gloomy as he was filled with sorrow the entire way to the commercial district. Lin Xuanji only looked at him with a smile and didn't offer any words of comfort. After all, given Ah Hen's current situation, he probably needed some pressure before he would be compelled to improve. In this life, Lin Xuanji was determined to explore and experience a world that was wider than the one in his past life. He hoped that in this life, no matter where he went, Yan Tianan would accompany him by his side. Then, that would be true happiness for him. When they reached the commercial market, Lin Xuanji stopped the carriage at a fence by the street specially set up for transportation beasts to rest. Originally, this mortal horse was extremely afraid of the other transportation beasts that carried the blood of demonic beasts to some extent. But after Lin Xuanji smeared some blood that he had gotten from Hupo on the horse's forehead, this mortal horse held its head high and puffed its chest out like it was a regent who was patrolling its territory. And when other low-level transportation beasts saw this horse that was emitting the odor of a spirit beast, they fearfully avoided it. It wasn't just humans, even beasts would oppress the weak and fear the strong. When Lin Xuanji turned around, he saw that Yan Tianan was already wearing a black bamboo hat. Lin Xuanji was stunned, then he recalled that Yan Tianan would usually hide his face in crowded places because of his appearance. Lin Xuanji walked over and said, Ah Hen, you can take this off, you're not ugly. No, there'll be kids who'll cry, and some people would look at me with scorn in their eyes and point fingers at me. Yan Tianan adjusted his bamboo hat, then said, I don't like to be looked at that way by other people. Lin Xuanji's heart ached slightly before Yan Tianan stuffed a white bamboo hat into his hat that was of a similar design. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan resolutely said, Dage, to prevent people from staring too hard at your face, why not you wear one as well? These are matching hats for brothers. I specially asked an artisan to make these, and they even costed me 1 tael of silver. Lin Xuanji was thoroughly amused by Yan Tianan. He couldn't help but smile as he wore the bamboo hat on his head. The light muslin fell and covered his face. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji through 2 layers of muslin, then sighed and said, It's over, even without Dage's face, your charm hasn't diminished at all and had even risen instead. Now you even have an added air of mysteriousness about you. Lin Xuanji lightly smacked his head, then pretended to say sternly, What a bunch of nonsense. Looks like I've been pampering you too much lately, you actually dare to make fun of me now. Yan Tianan chuckled a bit, then pulled Lin Xuanji's hand and said, let's go. The bazaar was filled with cultivators who were dressed in all sorts of bizarre clothing, so Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan weren't conspicuous at all. Their getup was considered common here. There would definitely be quite a few cultivators who didn't want to let others see their faces, so they would carry a bamboo hat around with them out of convenience. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan arrived at the lively bazaar, but Lin Xuanji didn't intend to sell his wine cups straight away. He held Yan Tianan's hand and searched for a place to rent. While they took a stroll, they looked so very carefree. Lin Xuanji saw a kid tug at his mother and asked her to buy him a stick of candied hawthorn 3, then smiled and asked, "Does Ah Hen like to eat candied hawthorns?" Yan Tianan pursed his lips and said, "I'm not a kid, I've stopped eating that kind of stuff a long time ago." Lin Xuanji nodded and said, You're already 13 years old. Those who don't know might even think that Ah Hen is already 113 this year." Yan Tianan said, "Dage, it seems like you've been teasing me more and more lately. From what I can see, Ah Hen is actually still a kid." Lin Xuanji said, "Is it because my hairs aren't fully grown yet?" Yan Tianan asked softly. Lin Xuanji casted him a glance, then nodded and said, "That's probably it, but, do you really want to discuss this topic with me in a bazaar?" Yan Tianan, "It really doesn't seem appropriate to talk about this kind of topic in public." They strolled along the bazaar for a while, but Lin Xuanji didn't see Yan Tianan take any interest in what they had seen so far. So, he decided to sell the wares that he had crafted a bit earlier, then treat Yan Tianan to a good meal. Even though this street and its adjacent street was only separated by a single wall, there was a noticeable discrepancy between them. Overlooking Immortal Street only sold items used by cultivators, and the shops there were all opened by cultivators. The value of goods sold on this street were at least measured in silver, and they could easily fetch prices measured in gold. The adjacent Chongla Street was a market for mortals. The value of the items sold there were at most measured in silver, and most of its prices were calculated with copper coins. Author's gossip. Xuanji, it's time to earn some money, or else I wouldn't be able to support my family's Ah Hen. Ah Hen. Are you sure you meant supporting me, and not yourself? Xuanji smiling. Ah Hen, could you repeat that? Ah Hen. Jay is wholeheartedly being considerate of me, woo, but I'm really not a spendthrift. Xuanji, be a good boy. When it's time to take the blame, you'll have to take the blame. 1. A drunk cat refers to someone who loses control over their actions when they get drunk. 2. Brag equals blowing cows in Chinese, literally, so blowing the cow up to the heavens equals he's bragged so hard the cow managed to fly. 3. Candied hawthorns. TN. I love their interactions. Hen has turned into an alcoholic cat. Chapter 63. Selling cups in the bazaar. The two streets weren't completely disconnected from each other. Once in a while, there will be rich mortals who will go to overlooking Immortal Street to buy some elixirs. Even though they couldn't cultivate, they could still consume the elixirs to strengthen their bodies and prolong their lifespan. Overlooking Immortal Street is Qing City's most prosperous street. Innumerable cultivators would come and go along this street. There were some who had swords on their back, some who wore alchemist uniforms, and some would even carry wine gourds on their back. Dage, should we rent a stall first? Yan Tianan often followed Lin Zan here to shop, so he more or less understood the rules of the bazaar. Lin Xuanji thought for a bit, then said, yeah. They found someone who was patrolling nearby, then after they told him what they were here for, they gave the other party 10 silver and obtained an incomparably remote and desolate location. Yan Tianan grimaced, then said with an aching heart, he actually asked for 1 gold, isn't that a bit too exorbitant? You must know, 1 gold is equivalent to 100 silver, and this amount could get them God knows how many stocks of spiritual plants. He could only earn back that amount after working for 20 days. Lin Xuanji knew that his housekeeping mentality had resurfaced, so he comforted, don't worry, we'll just raise the price of these wine cups a little higher. Yan Tianan nodded, then said, then we should hurry and lay the cups out. Lin Xuanji had crafted a total of 7 cups, 2 of which he left for his and Yan Tianan's personal use. The remaining 5 cups were arranged side by side on a piece of black brocade, one that he had laid out on their stall's table. But since their stall's position was really too horrible to, don't even mention selling the cups, they could rarely see people passing by. Once in a while 1 or 2 people would walk by, but they would only cast a brief glance at their stall then walk away without much interest. Lin Xuanji is someone who had never dabbled in any sort of business. In his past life, he had adhered by the cultivator's principle of not being stained by the stench of copper, so he had rarely touched any sort of money. Thus, This immortal that appeared like he had never been stained with the secular stood behind their store and didn't say a word. He actually looked like a decoration for the stall. After an hour passed, Yan Tianan couldn't sit still anymore. Dage, why not I shout out a few words ba? Shout, I'm afraid that won't be very effective. Lin Xuanji thought for a bit, then took out 1 gold and passed it to Yan Tianan, then said, Ah hen, go to the adjacent Chungla street and buy a jar of good wine. Yan Tianan was stunned, then asked, do I buy mortal wine? Lin Xuanji nodded, then said with profound mystery, the more ordinary it is, the stronger the effect will be when you drink it. Yan Tianan nodded, then ran towards the adjacent Chungla street. Within a moment, Yan Tianan ran back with a black jar. Yan Tianan placed the jar on their table, then broke out into a huge smile and said, mortals' items are cheap after all. I went to buy their best wine and it only costed me 1 gold per catty 3. For a mortal, 1 gold was already considered a sky-high price. Lin Xuanji unsealed the jar, then said, take a whiff, how's the scent? Yan Tianan covered his nose, then furrowed his brows as he retreated a few steps back and said, what a pungent smell, 1 whiff and you can tell that it's wine drank by mortals. Lin Xuanji said, we're not selling this wine, we're just using it to attract people to our stall. Ah hen need not overthink it. With Lin Xuanji's guarantee, Yan Tianan felt reassured. Then he began to brazenly circulate his qi to disperse the smell of this jar of wine in all directions. There's an old proverb that said, fragrant wines fear no dark alley, but if the wine is bad, even if it was buried somewhere deeper than a dark alley, someone would smell it. Thus, just as the smell of this wine reached a store that was selling spiritual wine, that store's owner immediately fumed. Where did those ignorant rascals come from? They actually dared to sell mortal wine on overlooking a mortal street. Damn it, I need to go take a look. Boss Feng immediately brought a few of his henchmen out of his shop and gallantly walked in the direction from which the wine smell came from with vigor. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street stood a cosmetic shop. The Madame Duan who was browsing the latest collection of rouges had smelled the same scent of wine as well. Madame Duan couldn't stop her eyebrows from furrowing, then said to the Duan's second young master, Duan Yuhao who had accompanied her, why is there this kind of strong-smelling mortal wine here? Duan Yuhao looked unhappy as he said, it's probably coming from some lowly mortal who had accidentally wandered into overlooking a mortal street from somewhere. Don't worry mother, I'll dispatch some people later to drag that mortal out and beat him to death. Madame Duan's face softened, then looked at Duan Yuhao askance and said, you only talk about killing people the moment you open your mouth. If your father had overheard that, he would be preaching to you again. Duan Yuhao appeared to pay no mind and said, father is too indecisive, a real cultivator should be like me. All those mortals are mere ants to us. Madame Duan said, the last time you impetuously murdered that mortal family's 3 sons, you actually left evidence behind that they could use against you. But fortunately, when they came to lodge a complaint, your father wasn't around so I could help you resolve that incident and seal their mouths. Or else, if your father had caught wind of it, he definitely wouldn't have let you off easily. Duan Yuhao is the Duan family's second young master and was ranked below Duan Yuyang. He was Duan Yuyang's brother and they shared the same father, but different mothers. Although his cultivation level wasn't low and his talent was extraordinary, he was too conceited and had homicidal tendencies. These bad traits of his made the Duan family's master very unhappy. Even though cultivators were born to be a cut above mortals, they were still outnumbered by mortals in this world, so they needed to abide by the rules that kept both sides from disturbing one another to some extent. PFT, father just likes that deranged Duan Yuyang. Duan Yuhao sarcastically said, Duan Yuyang doesn't kill people, but he's a pitiful trash who's destined to never go beyond refining qi. Madame Duan's face stiffened, then abruptly pulled on Duan Yuhao's wrist and lowered her voice as she said, Ahao, take note of your words. There are a lot of people here, don't arbitrarily spout nonsense. I understand, mother. Duan Yuhao casually complied. He suddenly took another whiff of that low-quality wine, then immediately furrowed his brows and fumed. He cracked his fingers and said, that fucker deserves death, I'll go and deal with him now lest he irks my eyes. When Boss Feng brought his henchmen and rushed to the scene, quite a number of people had already gathered in front of Lin Xuanji's stall. What do you mean by this? A cultivator who had passed by was assaulted by the scent of the wine and thus rushed over in a fit of rage to argue with its seller. Most cultivators believed that exposing them to mortal goods was a kind of humiliation and provocation. Yan Tianan explained, "We're not selling wine, we sell wine cups, just these few broken toys." Someone casted a glance over those cups that didn't look like they were anything special, then said, "Hurry and quote a price, I'll buy them all." "You better stop your farce here, that's defiling Laozi's nose." As he spoke, this cultivator dressed like a rich young master casually threw a golden leaf out that was worth 10 gold. Lin Xuanji didn't even look at the golden leaf before he lightly said, 5 wine cups, 1,000 gold in total." "What?" Rich young master was immediately startled. He dug his ears before he said, 1,000 gold. "Have you gone crazy from dreaming about money? Ha ha ha, just these few broken cups, a few coppers should be able to buy them all. These two guys actually want to sell them for gold, are they crazy? Judging from his appearance, I had thought that he was a cultivator, but I didn't expect him to actually be an idiot." Someone else added. When the rich young master heard these words, he narrowed his eyes and sized Lin Xuanji up. Even though he couldn't see his face that was covered by the bamboo hat, he could tell from this person's body, broad shoulders, a narrow waist and ink-black long hair that draped over his shoulders, coupled with his sturdy cypress stance and the charm he exuded, he was definitely a rare stunner. As for the one standing beside him, shriveled figure, short stature, and a head full of yellowing, unruly hair, he was probably a servant. Rich young master raised his eyebrow, then said, "What about this? Take off your bamboo hat and let young master Ford take a look. If your looks suit young master's taste, it's not impossible for young master to give you 1,000 gold." The crowd burst out into laughter. This rich young master was obviously teasing Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan fumed and said, "It's up to you whether or not you want to buy these cups, my dage isn't here to sell his looks. If you can't afford them, then stand aside and don't block the way." Rich young master narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm talking to your master, you're in no position to cut in. A servant like you has really poor upbringing." Lin Xuanji opened his mouth and said, "Right now, even if you offer me 10,000 gold, I won't sell these cups to you. Since there's not even one person in the crowd who can recognize the value of these goods, then it doesn't matter even if I don't sell them today." Lin Xuanji would definitely not tolerate those who dared to look down on Yan Tianan. When he finished, Lin Xuanji prepared to put away his 5 wine cups. "Wait." Boss Feng walked to the front and looked at those few wine cups, then hesitantly asked, "These cups, are they made from blood spiritual stone marrow?" Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrow slightly, then his lips curved up underneath the white veil of his bamboo hat as he thought, "Looks like there is someone who can recognize value. They are indeed made from blood spiritual stone marrow, and the raw material is of a high-grade quality." Lin Xuanji said. Boss Feng's interest was piqued. He took one wine cup and scrutinized it as he said, "Even though blood spiritual stone marrows are commonly seen, most are of either low or mid-grade quality. A cup made out of such a small piece of high-grade raw material can indeed fetch a price of 100 gold, but 200 gold is too high an asking price. Also, your wine cup is of the simplest design and doesn't even have patterns on it. To make use of mortal wine to attract people over may have been a clever move on your part, but it had probably backfired on you instead." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "Why not, your excellency? Pour some wine into it and try its flavor." Boss Feng was slightly startled, then said, "What, don't tell me there's something else special about this cup?" Yan Tianan said, "Of course, my dage wouldn't purposely use mortal wine as a vulgar claptrap just to attract attention, you'll understand once you take a sip. You'll lose out if you don't buy them, you'll be duped if you don't buy them, and after you buy them once you'll want to buy them again." Yan Tianan's mouth was so smooth that Boss Feng almost laughed. This kid, he might have a rough and coarse voice, but he could actually be an expert at doing business. As for the one standing next to him, at one glance you could tell that this dage of his didn't fit in well with this place. If he could really sell his wares, then he's probably quite lucky. Boss Feng's interest was piqued further. He picked the wine jar up and poured one full cup of wine into the wine cup. He was extremely adept at pouring wine. Even though the wine cup was only as big as an apricot and its top was only the size of a bowl, Boss Feng didn't spill a single drop of wine. Boss Feng held the wine cup and brought it under his nose to take a whiff. He first used some wine to lightly moisten his lips, but then he suddenly paused. He lowered his head to take a look at the wine inside the wine cup, then hurriedly downed the rest of it in one shot. Boss Feng was stunned. His eyes opened wider and wider, and after he finished drinking the entire cup of wine, he stopped moving. "How is it, Boss Feng? What does it taste like?" Don't tell me something happened to your body because you drank mortal wine. The onlookers were extremely curious and couldn't help but incessantly ask Boss Feng about how he felt. Boss Feng looked at Lin Xuanji, then picked up the wine jar and poured the wine inside directly into his mouth. But he had just downed a big mouthful when Boss Feng spit the wine out with a puyi sound. Lin Xuanji lightly smiled. Boss Feng, how's the taste? Boss Feng pinched wine cup in his hand and was actually reluctant to part with it. He involuntarily asked, did you put anything else in your wine cup? Lin Xuanji said, naturally there are some other special ingredients mixed into it, but that's my secret recipe, so it's inconvenient to divulge this information to an outsider. Actually, the cup itself wasn't special. What was special was his crafting method. Items crafted using different hand seals and word seals can be said to be as different as heaven and earth. 1. Black brocade tablecloth. 2. Original phrase is Keng Dai, which refers to something very deceiving, i.e. their spot was so horrible yet so expensive equals they were cheated. 3. 1 caddy equals 500,600 grams. 4. He refers to himself as Young Master Tn. There won't be an update tomorrow, I have something important to prep for on Monday. Chapter 64, Xuanji's counterattack. Boss Feng took a deep breath. His eyes glowed radiantly as he sighed, this cup looks so nondescript. No one would expect that it had the ability to filter impurities from the wine it contains and can even gather the spiritual qi in its surroundings. Even though there's only a fraction of a difference, if ordinary mortals had drank the mortal wine in this cup, they would definitely be able to reap a lot of nourishment from it. If I were to pour spiritual wine into it, that taste, you don't need to mention it. Yan Tianan licked his lips, then said, this morning, my Dage and I had already tried it with 100 flowers brew. Boss, why not you buy 1 cup first and pour in some spiritual wine to have a taste when you go back? If you like it, you can come buy a few more cups. Boss Feng laughed aloud and said, this little kid here has a pretty keen business acumen. If that's the case, then I'll just buy all the wine cups here. The taste is secondary. What's really amazing are the miraculous effects this cup can give its drinker. Ah bitch, Boss Feng is really generous, you're throwing out 1,000 gold just like that. Boss Feng, I have quite a few wine cups at home too, why not you buy a few? Boss Feng, don't be cheated by him, I recognize the people who usually set up their stalls on this street. These 2 newcomers, I'm afraid that after their first time here, they won't be back a second time. That's right Boss Feng, how could there be cups that can turn mortal wine into spiritual wine? They must have used some sort of diversionary tactic to lie to you. The surrounding crowd kept talking incessantly as they tried to persuade Boss Feng not to be cheated by Lin Xuanji of his money. After all, it was 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold is a big sum even to a cultivator. An ordinary refining qi stage cultivator who's not from a rich family would probably need to work a few years before they could see that amount of money. Yet Boss Feng only waved his hands and said, I, Feng Lun, had always done business this way. Kid, if you're selling me the real deal, I can consider engaging in a long-term business partnership with you. But if you're selling me fake goods. Boss Feng narrowed his eyes, then stared at Lin Xuanji and said, my Feng family's Heaven and Earth winery can be found throughout the 5 continents mainlands. No matter where you run to, you won't be able to hide from my pursuers. Lin Xuanji smiled, then said, Heaven and Earth winery is one of the biggest wineries in the 5 continents, so I naturally wouldn't dare to deceive you. Also, the Feng family is a super first-class family, you need only move a finger and we wouldn't be able to withstand it. I understand the consequences of my actions. As he spoke, Lin Xuanji took off his bamboo hat and lightly said, if you ever discover that what I've sold you are fake, you need not chase me to the ends of the earth. Why not head over to the Lin family to capture me instead? When Lin Xuanji revealed his face in front of the crowd, everyone involuntarily sucked in a cold breath of air. His appearance could be said to be extremely unique and unforgettable. Lin Xuanji. It's actually Lin Xuanji. Is the Lin family going to go bankrupt? Even their direct descendant Young Master has come out to do business. Didn't they say that Lin Xuanji had already turned into a good-for-nothing? That's why he's here to sell wine cups. Lin Xuanji didn't mind the crowd's critiques, he only said to Feng Lun, Boss Feng, if I, Lin Mo, wants to do business, I'll definitely treat my clients with utmost sincerity. You should understand this better than anyone else, that for a businessman, his reputation is way more important than money. Boss Feng was also incredibly shocked. He didn't expect that this craftsman who was selling wine wares would actually be Lin Xuanji. It's not that Boss Feng wasn't willing to dispatch people to send the wine over, but the Lin residence was infamous for being ridiculously difficult to enter. When Lin Zan was around it was still okay, but not long after Lin Zan passed away, the Lin family began to reject practically almost everyone who had friendly connections with Lin Zan. After Boss Feng had suffered a few rounds of humiliation at the Lin family's door, he swore to never take another step into the Lin residence ever again. Boss Feng took out a golden banknote that was worth 1,000 gold and passed it to Lin Xuanji. Do you still have more of these wine cups? Just these 5. The other 2 I'm leaving behind for me and my Jadi. Lin Xuanji said. Feng Lun nodded and said, then these wares, were they crafted by you, or were they obtained through other means? Lin Xuanji smiled, but didn't reply. Feng Lun saw that he wasn't willing to answer, so he didn't pursue the topic any further. He was anxious to take the cups back to try them with his spiritual wine, so he exchanged a few more trivial greetings before he took those 5 cups and left. Lin Xuanji resealed his wine jar, then said to Yan Tianan, "Ah hen, let's go." Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji hadn't even taken a few steps before someone blocked their way. An icy cold smile appeared on Duan Yuhao's face before he said, I was wondering who was using such a vulgar claptrap here to attract attention, and it turned out to be the Lin family's great young master. Lin Xuanji didn't have a favorable impression of Duan Yuhao at all, purely because of his ruthless disposition and penchant for murder. In his past life, Duan Yuhao had expelled Duan Yuyong from the Duan family, and after he had seized control of the Duan family, he even managed to kill his own father. And for some reason, he had also massacred an entire village that was close by. Yan Tianan didn't have a favorable impression of Duan Yuhao either, and his reason was even simpler. He didn't like him purely because the Duan Yuyong whom he had a good relationship especially detested this rascal Duan Yuhao. Yan Tianan stood in front of Lin Xuanji and glared at Duan Yuhao as he said, "Do you have any business with my dage?" "Not really, I was just led here by a disgusting and cheap scent. At first I wanted to see which disgusting bug was emitting this gross scent, but I didn't expect the bug to be the great Lin young master." Duan Yuhao revealed a cold smile that harbored malicious intentions and said, "Oh great Lin young master, why is it that I remember you turning into trash, but not immortal? Don't tell me you've already completely given up on yourself, and had fallen to the point where you would mix around with mortals." Lin Xuanji ignored him and said to Yan Tianan, "Ah hen, let's leave through another path." Duan Yuhao's complexion worsened, then said, "You dare to disregard me?" Lin Xuanji lightly said, "There's a proverb that says, good dogs don't obstruct one's path. But since there's a fierce dog in our way, it would be beneath my dignity to argue with it." Yi Duan Yuhao was immediately enraged. He began to form chi seals, then threw a fist at Lin Xuanji as he hollered, "You're asking for it dage." Careful Yan Tianan's expression changed. He immediately formed chi seals of his own and threw his palm at the incoming fist, but he was blown away by the sharp gust of wind surrounding the fist instead. Lin Xuanji hurled out a forged stone with one hand and pinched a forged stone in his other to leap up, then caught Yan Tianan in his arms before he landed back on the ground smoothly. Pong! A loud sound rang out, the forged stone collided with the fist in midair and the collision immediately emitted a huge shockwave. The limestone bricks on the floor had been fragmented into who knows how many pieces, its fragments flew onto the roads and walls on both sides. They were obviously evenly matched. Lin Xuanji only cared about checking if Yan Tianan was hurt and couldn't be bothered with Duan Yuhao, but Duan Yuhao was extremely perturbed at the moment. Hasn't Lin Xuanji been completely crippled? How is it that he could still easily leap 3 zhong off the ground as if he was as light as a feather? He didn't appear to be like a refining chi stage second layer trash at all. Also, that hidden weapon that he had hurled out could actually withstand the force of his fist. That was definitely not something a good-for-nothing is capable of. Duan Yuhao was appalled to no end. He thought, don't tell me, Lin Xuanji had obtained some great, fated opportunity and really managed to find a sky-level medicinal pill. No, that was impossible. If that was so, based on how talented Lin Xuanji is, he definitely wouldn't be as obscure as he is now. The Lin family would have definitely announced his recovery to every corner of the earth. No matter what Duan Yuhao was thinking, on Lin Xuanji's side, he had just finished ensuring that Yan Tianan was safe and sound without a single scratch. And evidently, Lin Xuanji had begun to flare up. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes, then said to Duan Yuhao, "The Duan family better be prepared to beg for forgiveness at our doorstep." After he spoke, he brought Yan Tianan to leave by another path. Duan Yuhao paused for a moment, then scoffed, "Didn't he just use some magic tool to block me? yet he actually treats himself as some sort of important figure now. He even wants my Duan family to beg for forgiveness at their doorstep. Hey, open your eyes and take a look at the kind of third-class family your Lin family is. Trash. Evidently, Duan Yuhao had treated Lin Xuanji's attack just now as the work of one of the magic tools he carries around on his body. After all, he didn't sense any qi in Lin Xuanji's body. Dage, that Duan Yuhao is really too annoying. Yan Tianan said in distress. Yu Yongzhe said, Duan Yuhao is especially tyrannical and uses his status as a cultivator to often humiliate mortals. Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan's hand tightly, pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He had a cold and austere expression on his face. Yan Tianan naturally noticed this, so he changed the topic and said, Dage, are we still going to Drunk Immortal's one restaurant to eat? Isn't Ah Hen afraid? Lin Xuanji suddenly stopped walking, then he looked at Yan Tianan and asked. Yan Tianan's bamboo hat had already been ruined when he was blown up into the sky just now. Right now, his face was in full view and the cracks on his face made him look like his face had been ripped apart, then sutured back together piece by piece. Yan Tianan said, I'm not really scared, cause Dage's super amazing. Yu Yongzhe said that even he wasn't Duan Yuhao's opponent, but Dage managed to push him back with just one hit. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and kept silent for a long while before he said, Ah Hen, when you encounter this kind of situation next time, just hide behind me. You're not allowed to block any more hits for me, do you understand? Yan Tianan nodded, then gently rubbed his nose and said, I know that I was holding Dage back, but at that moment my mind had gone blank and I didn't even think before I rushed forward. But who knew that I'm just way too weak and couldn't even take one fist from Duan Yuhao? Lin Xuanji's heart had almost jumped out of his body in fright. He sighed, then rubbed Yan Tianan's head and said, Let's go, Dage will treat you to a meal at Drunk Immortal's restaurant. Yan Tianan smiled and excitedly said, Okay. Lin Xuanji looked at the pure and simple Yan Tianan who didn't know how to bear grudges and made a firm resolution he definitely needed to get strong, and needed to train Yan Tianan to get stronger, definitely Lin family, within a sky-level yard. Ji Lanjin looked to her left and right to confirm that there was no one around, then quickly and nimbly closed the door to her room. Her white and clean face revealed her anxiety as she looked uneasily at the Lin Zontian who was sitting by the table gulping down cups of tea without a word. She said, What should we do? Will he bear grudges against us for backstabbing him today? Lin Zontian's face stiffened as he said, He'll definitely bear a grudge. He had personally handed that recorder mirror over to me, but when he needed evidence, I didn't stand out to testify for him. Not only that, I had even handed the evidence over to Madame Bai. Ji Lanjin's face was full of worry. She pressed down on her forehead and said, It's all my fault, I shouldn't have forced you. Mother, it's not the time to be saying those kind of words. Lin Zontian said, and it wasn't entirely your decision. If it wasn't because Madame Bai had used Mei to threaten us, we wouldn't have gone so far as to resort to this kind of treacherous behavior. Ji Lanjin took a deep breath. She was filled with remorse as she said, I just knew that when we had committed that kind of act, we would suffer retribution for it sooner or later. It's just that, I didn't expect our retribution to come this early. Lin Zontian solemnly said, Mother, as long as Mei can stay safe and sound, I would still make the same choice even if time was turned back. Ji Lanjin shook her head and said, but now Lin Xuanji has regained favor and had actually become a craftsman. He's the first craftsman the Lin family had seen in 1,000 years, so his future status in the Lin family will definitely be even more stable than before. Right now, we must be frank and honest with him. Yuhan's future may even lie in his hands now. Lin Zontian pursed his lips and furrowed his brows, then stood up and said, I'll go and look for him now to offer him my apology. Ji Lanjin took another deep breath and said, I'll go with you. 1. Previously the restaurant was called Retaining Immortals, but now it's called Drunk Immortals. I'm pretty sure Drunk Immortals is the correct version, the author probably forgot her names or something. 2. Mei equals younger sister. Chapter 65. A business transaction. After they ate their fill at Drunk Immortal's restaurant, Yan Tianan patted his full stomach and held the reins to their horse in one hand, then swayed alongside Lin Xuanji as they returned to the Lin residence. On their way home, Yan Tianan scrunched up his little face and said with a slight heartache, Drunk Immortal's restaurant is so unscrupulous, they actually charged us 200 gold for one meal. Why don't they just go rob a bank? Ayayaya, I'm definitely not going to that place to eat ever again. Lin Xuanji smiled, then said, You little money grubber. The chef at Drunk Immortal's restaurant is a retired food cultivator. The food that he dishes out aren't just tasty and unique, they also contain a type of mild qi that's easily absorbed by the body, so his food is incredibly beneficial for a cultivator's body. Also, Drunk Immortal's restaurant is a chain restaurant, it's extremely well known throughout the 5 continents mainlands. They have very stringent requirements for their food cultivators and ingredients, and they adopt very strict quality control practices as well, so you don't need to worry about suffering from food poisoning at their restaurants. Yan Tianan tried to sense if there had been any changes in his body, then rubbed his head and said, "I don't really feel anything though." Lin Xuanji sighed and said, "You'll feel it sooner or later." Yan Tianan broke out into a broad smile that showed his teeth and said, "But, if Dage can reap its benefits, then that's good enough." Lin Xuanji pinched his cheeks, then said, "Did Ah Hen eat any candy? Why are you suddenly so good at sweet talking?" Yan Tianan grinned as he said, "I've always been this sweet, it's just that Dage had never noticed." The two of them maintained this good atmosphere the whole way back, and the moment they stepped into the house, one of Fifth Elder's attendants welcomed them. The attendant had an agreeable smile on his face as he said, "Xuanji young master, Tianan young master, master has arranged new accommodations for the both of you. Would you like to follow me to your new place now?" Yan Tianan blinked, then said, "New accommodation? Don't tell it's some dilapidated yard again. We won't want to go there." The attendant was slightly embarrassed as he smiled. Yan Tianan looks quite harmless to him, so he didn't expect Yan Tianan to have such a sharp tongue because he couldn't tell if Yan Tianan was being serious or sarcastic. The attendant felt a bit helpless, but he couldn't do anything. When Lin Xuanji was chased away to the worst yard they had, Fifth Elder was in seclusion and knew nothing about what had happened. Now that he discovered that this Lin Xuanji is a craftsman, he suddenly began to proactively shower him with concern, so this was a bit, it would be too difficult to explain with just a few words. But Lin Xuanji didn't make things difficult for the attendant and lightly nodded, then said, "Show us the way." The attendant gratefully clasped his hands together, then walked in front of them to guide them towards the new yard allocated to them. Their newly allocated yard was a sky-level pavilion. It was located near the Lin family's training field and internal commercial district, so no matter if it was with regards to cultivation or shopping, this new location was much more convenient. Lin Xuanji had a huge yard of his own. It was Lin Zan's previous residence. There are no fewer than 10 rooms in their pavilion, and they even had a separate bathroom specifically set aside for bathing. "This is your new place." The attendant smiled with squinted eyes and said, "This is the room master personally picked out for Xuanji young master. If Xuanji young master has any other requests, feel free to let me know." "Right, I'm called Yu Shu, I'm the attendant who cares for Master's Sword 1. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, "Thanks for the trouble, I don't need anything else for now. Master had said that everything will go as Xuanji young master's wishes." Yu Shu smiled as he said, "Then I won't disturb the two young masters now. I'll be taking my leave." After Yu Shu left, the sullen Yan Tianan, who hadn't spoken a single word and was kicking little stones at a side, walked over to the peach blossom tree in their new yard. Then he gave the tree trunk 2 good kicks. He had a lot of resentment pent up in his heart but nowhere to vent it, so he could only take his frustrations out on other things. Lin Xuanji walked over and said, "Why is Ah Hen angry with him? If you're dissatisfied, you should be directing your dissatisfaction towards those who had chased us to that small yard." The one he was talking about was Madame Bai. As for Fifth Elder, since he didn't openly throw stones at him when he was down, Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't bear grudges against him. Yan Tianan pouted, then said indignantly, "At first, when they saw that Dage was of no more use to the Lin family, they threw Dage aside like you were a piece of rag and didn't care about Dage at all. They couldn't wait to see Dage disappear from the face of the earth then. But now that they have to ask you for help, they're suddenly giving Dage tiny favors here and there. This is just way too unfair for Dage. How could Lin Xuanji not see what they were trying to do? And realistically speaking, even if he does turn his nose up at such pragmatic behavior, he couldn't make an enemy out of everyone." Lin Xuanji broke off a branch from the peach blossom tree, then passed it to Yan Tianan and steadily said, "Ah Hen, the world operates in this manner. If you're strong, everyone will try to curry favor with you and worship you because they want something from you. If you're weak, then they will step on you and trample all over you because they think that you can be wantonly humiliated." Yan Tianan said with great resentment, I will never forget the face of that Bai woman when she got people to carry you when you were unconscious from our original yard to that dilapidated one. I really want to kill her." Lin Xuanji placed his hand on Yan Tianan's shoulder and gently brought him into his arms, then said, "Ahen shouldn't get so angry over that kind of scum. Your anger will take a toll on your body, it's not worth it. Also, Dage will be worried." Yan Tianan pouted and said, "But now, Dage has already become the Lin family's most important craftsman. From now on, that Bai person wouldn't dare to bully Dage again. The time for our revenge has not yet come. It's easy to decorate something that's already beautiful, but difficult to send someone charcoal in the snow too. Most people in this world act like that. Ahen will meet many more people like this in the future, so you need not mind them too much." Under Lin Zan's guidance, Yan Tianan had become an intelligent child, but he also had a kind of innately straightforward and naive nature. Lin Xuanji naturally liked this kind of Yan Tianan. But, when he recalled how the Yan Tianan in his past life had been unable to see through people's intentions due to his naivety and straightforwardness, which in turn led to his tragic downfall, his heart felt like it was being crushed by a rock. Also, Yan Tianan had something called stubbornness carved into his bones. Towards the people whom he believes in, even if they were to beat him up till he was covered in bruises, he would never give up on them. Towards those who had bullied him, he would always keep their misdeeds in his heart and secretly think about how to take revenge against them. On the other hand, Lin Xuanji hoped that Yan Tianan could mature as soon as possible and not care too much about others' opinions. A childish tiger roar sounded. Yan Tianan looked at the door and saw two white tigers come in one after the other. One of them was biting on someone's trousers, while the other was nuzzling against that person's calf. Evidently, this man had been forced the whole way here by those two tiger cubs. This person was the Lin Zantian who had visited their dilapidated yard to offer his apology. When he saw Lin Zantian, Yan Tianan immediately let out a HNG and pointed at their courtyard's door, then said, "You are not welcome here. Hurry up and leave or else I'll start cursing you." Lin Zantian's face revealed a look of guilt, but he still stood as straight as a rod as he said, "Not handing over the recorder mirror was my fault. You may kill me or cut me up if you wish." Yan Tianan said angrily, "Don't think that just because you said that I wouldn't dare to beat you to death." Lin Zantian threw over something that he was holding in his hand. Yan Tianan caught it, then when he looked at it closely, he realized that it was the sword that Lin Zantian usually carries around with him. Yan Tianan was instantly stunned. He was the typical, "I'm strong when my opponent is strong" character, so if the other party were to suddenly soften, he wouldn't know what to do. Thus, he looked towards Lin Xuanji to request for assistance. Yet, Lin Xuanji couldn't understand his pleading gaze. He only lightly asked, "The impression you gave me was that of an impartial man, so I really didn't expect that you would stand on Madame Bai's side and collude with her in her conspiracies." Lin Zantian endured their words with a face full of shame, then he pursed his lips and said, "Feel free to kill me or cut me up as you wish. But my father, mother and Mei know nothing about what I did, so don't bear grudges against them." Yet Lin Xuanji coldly laughed and said, "If you say your father knew nothing about what you had done, I would believe it, but if you say that your mother and sister were completely in the dark, I wouldn't believe that in the slightest." Lin Zantian looked up and fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Xuanji, then said, "If you dare to cause trouble for them, I wouldn't let you off even if I were to turn into a ghost. Even if you do turn into a ghost, I wouldn't have to deal with your mother and sister before Madame Bai does." Lin Xuanji coldly laughed and said, "Do you think that after Madame Ji had seized Madame Bai's supervisor position, Madame Bai would be willing to take it lying down? The power of a supervisor in the Lin family is only second to that of master. Ever since Madame Bai gave birth to Lin Zeji, the role of the family's supervisor had always been in her hands. Yet, it had now fallen into the hands of a side branch. How could Madame Bai endure such a great humiliation? In fact, after Madame Bai recovers, she'll probably deal with Madame Ji immediately." Lin Zantian gritted his teeth and said, "If you can spare my life, I'll be eternally grateful to you." "What do I need your gratitude for?" Lin Xuanji changed the topic and said, "I remember you have a sister who was born with a Qiang-3 body type, and it is precisely because her yang qi is so strong her body can't withstand it, which had caused her to stay bedridden all these years. If she doesn't consume a certain medicinal pill every day, her body would be at risk of exploding from her inner yang qi." When Lin Zantian heard Lin Xuanji mention his sister, he was instantly more wary and said, "That's right, Yuhan is indeed like that." What are you mentioning this for? Lin Xuanji said, nothing much. It just suddenly occurred to me that when I was still at Profound Sky Sect a few years ago, Madame Ji had asked me to search for a magic treasure called Tian Cauldron. Even though I had managed to find it at that time and almost sent it to Madame Ji, that Tian Cauldron had a hole in it, so it could not be as effective as Madame Ji expected it to be. Lin Zontian was surprised, then he said, that Tian Cauldron was actually found by you. Lin Xuanji looked at him and said, who else? Yan Tianan couldn't help but jump in and say, my Dage had done such a big favor for you guys, yet you repaid his kindness with ingratitude. Pay, aren't you guys too shameless? Lin Zontian was thoroughly berated. As he thought about what he had done, his hatred for himself grew. I let you down. Lin Zontian finally lowered his head and said, I don't need your apology. Lin Xuanji had always believed that apologies were useless. I want to make a deal with you. Lin Zontian raised his head and asked, what deal? Lin Xuanji placed his hands behind his back and lightly said, I want a drop of your sister's heart blood. What? Lin Zontian's face immediately changed, then said, if a drop of her heart blood is taken out, the extreme yang qi in her body will become even more turbulent. Heart blood has a yin quality, and at least half of the extreme yang qi in Han Yuren's body is being suppressed by her heart blood. Lin Xuanji's glance swept across Lin Zontian's face, then said, within the next 3 years, I will finish repairing the Tian Cauldron, then I'll pass it to Madame Ji. This Tian Cauldron is the only one of its kind throughout the 5 continents mainlands. Rumors have said that the medicinal pills refined by alchemists who use the Tian Cauldron will either be of extreme yin or extreme yang quality depending on the attribute of the spiritual plants used, and the yin medicinal pill that is refined from it would be without a doubt the best kind of medicine that can suppress Lin Yuhan's internal extreme yang qi. Even if it can't resolve the root of her problem, it would be more than enough to help Lin Yuhan live like a normal person. You must know, ever since Lin Yuhan's feet touched the ground, she had never seen the sun before. Exposure to the sun's pure yang nature would overload her body and she would end up exploding to death, and her mother's wish had always been a simple and tender one. All Ji Lanjin wants is for Lin Yuhan to be able to live like an ordinary girl. 1. This attendant is the master's Bao Jian Tong Zi, directly translated equals the attendant who carries his sword. But after some googling, apparently this kind of attendant takes care of their master's sword. BC outside of cultivation they don't have much energy for anything else. If no one takes care of their sword while they cultivate, their sword will end up gathering dust in some corner too. Sending someone charcoal in the snow equals helping someone in their time of need. 3. Kai equals blazing, yang equals sun. It's a body type that contains a lot of yang energy, and this yang energy is supposedly very extreme. Chapter 66. 3-year promise. This Tian Cauldron is a top-grade magic treasure that's the only one of its kind throughout the 5 continents mainlands. Usually, people living in the 5 continents would only be able to see spiritual level treasures at best, so the number of people who can actually repair the Tian Cauldron could probably be counted on 2 hands. And of those people, those who do manage to find a top-grade magic treasure would most likely be tempted to claim it as their own. If they don't have that kind of temptation, then they would most probably already be quite well-known figures. In this world, repairing the tools crafted by others is 100-fold more difficult than crafting your own tools. Craftsmen would be even less likely to attempt repairing this kind of top-grade magic treasure. Famous craftsmen are especially fond of their plumage and wouldn't easily lend others a hand in repairing tools. If they fail, they would have to bear the consequences of a decline in their reputation, and even their cultivation may be affected. Ji Lanjin had searched all over the East Continent's mainlands for a craftsman to repair the cauldron, but no one was willing to accept the job. Yet Lin Xuanji only needed 3 years before he could repair it. Lin Zontian looked at Lin Xuanji as he wanted to see if he could find a trace of guilt on that outstanding face of his. But all he saw was apathy and indifference. This was the kind of calmness that only confident, but not conceited people could have. Lin Zontian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed his saliva. He had actually kept his mother in the dark about coming here. Originally, Ji Lanjin had accompanied him to their old yard to wait for Lin Xuanji so that they could offer their apologies to him together. But on their way over, Ji Lanjin was called away by Lin Yuhan's personal maid who had rushed over to look for them. Lin Yuhan had accidentally touched the pill cauldron that Ji Lanjin uses for refining pills, so her whole body almost caught on fire. As of now, Lin Yuhan was lying on her bed and she couldn't even lift a single finger. Lin Zontian heard himself ask, 3 years. He heard Lin Xuanji reply, 3 years. Lin Zontian said, if you fail, what then? Lin Xuanji answered, so I'm asking you right now, do you dare to take a gamble? Lin Zontian kept silent for a moment, then gazed into Lin Xuanji's deep and unfathomable eyes before he said, do you have to take that drop of heart blood right now? A slight breeze blew by and a peach blossom fell onto Yan Tianan's head. Yan Tianan jumped in shock as he thought that he was being attacked. This reaction made him look very cute. Lin Xuanji raised his hand to pinch that peach blossom off his head and held it in his hand, then lightly said, within a month. After that, I won't need it anymore. Lin Zontian gritted his teeth slightly. He thought of his Mei who would always hold his hand and say longingly, I really wish I could bask in the sun. If a man was born with a Qiang body, he would definitely be genius cultivator who had received the favor of the heavens. But if a girl was born with such a body, it would only be the most tragic kind of disaster. You can take your time to consider, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Xuanji said. Lin Zontian took a deep breath, then solemnly looked at Lin Xuanji and said, okay, give me some time. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, if there are no other matters, then that'll be all for today. Lin Zontian clasped his hands and shot him a profound look, you won't get even with me. This was unlike how the Lin Xuanji who had displayed his dominance and ruthlessness today would act. Lin Zontian had thought that Lin Xuanji would have at least made him pay a small price. If it had been someone else, I might have made him regret it. Lin Xuanji said calmly, but, I can understand why you did what you did. After all, we both have someone we want to protect. Lin Zontian's whole body jolted, then he looked towards the Yan Tianan that he had completely neglected. Yan Tianan had sallow skin and an emaciated body that didn't look the least bit healthy. Aside from possessing a terrifying appearance, he was even a cripple who had a broken leg. Everyone, including Lin Zontian, had thought that Lin Xuanji would treat this brother that his father had adopted as a disgrace. However, Lin Zontian realized that he had never truly understood Lin Xuanji. Lin Zontian took a closer look at Yan Tianan's face. He suddenly thought that the black and red cracks on Yan Tianan's face didn't look natural, but more like it had resulted from a poison that crawled all over his face, or a formation that was buried deep within his body. Then, why do you want a drop of Yuhan's heart blood? Lin Zontian couldn't help but ask. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly, then said like he was trying to guard a secret, didn't I just say, that both of us have someone we want to protect? So that really was the case. Lin Zontian was secretly shocked as he sighed. He didn't expect that Lin Xuanji was actually doing all this for the sake of his younger brother, someone who he wasn't even related to. However, this did make Lin Zontian admire and sympathize with Lin Xuanji even more. I will definitely consider it seriously. Lin Zontian clasped his hands together and said, within 3 days, I will give you an answer. I'll take my leave now. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Zontian's figure as he left, then said unhappily, you're letting him go just like that? Dage, he had almost killed you. If you hadn't coincidentally awakened your craftsman's soul fire, Madame Bai definitely wouldn't have let Dage off easily without the evidence that proved you were bullied by that wicked servant. First, Yan Tianan is an extremely insightful kid, so right now, he didn't like Lin Zontian one bit. Lin Xuanji looked at his fuming appearance and really wanted to pull him over for a kiss. But, Lin Xuanji only thought about it, and didn't actually do it. Ah hen, the Lin family may need me, but I need the Lin family too. Lin Xuanji sighed, in this world, there is no strong person who keeps to himself and fights alone. The Lin family has thousands, or even 10,000s of people. There will be many times when we wouldn't be able to handle everything by ourselves, and even though blood relations aren't exactly reliable sometimes, they're still more reliable than people whom you're not related to. The Lin family will be our backing in the future, and if I manage to obtain a stable footing in the Lin family, we wouldn't be bullied by others even if I were to turn into a good-for-nothing again in the future. Eventually, we would still need true friends whom we can rely on. Yan Tianan's eyes twinkled, then he lowered his head to ponder for a bit before raising his head back up to look at Lin Xuanji and said, so what you're saying is that Lin Zontian is someone whom you want to be your teammate. But he had betrayed you before. Wei Shang knows, Lin Xuanji said softly as he explained, but he had a reason for doing so. He views his sister as his most precious person, and Madame Bai holds several spiritual plants that they need in order to refine his sister's life-saving medicinal pills. Madame Bai threatened to cut off their supply of these spiritual plants if they didn't hand the recorder mirror over, so if he hadn't done as she wished, his sister would probably not be in this world by now. So I thought, if I was in his position today and someone was threatening to take Ah Hen's life, I would have made the same decision as Lin Zontian. When Yan Tianan heard this, he was so delighted that even his eyebrows were curving more than usual. He smiled as he said, "Sage is trying to say that I am as important to you as Lin Zontian's sister is to him. Of course, Ah Hen is my most precious baby. I can do without many things in this world, but I can't do without Ah Hen." Lin Xuanji's sweet talk casually escaped his mouth. Yan Tianan's smile had turned a little silly. Lin Xuanji lightly tapped his nose, then smiled as he said, "One more thing. Even though Lin Zontian had his own reasons for doing what he did, when he came to offer his apology to me just now, he didn't have the slightest intention of explaining anything so that he could absolve himself of guilt. That showed that he was truly remorseful for what he had done." Yan Tianan suddenly saw the light and nodded, then said, "What Dage said is right. If Dage hadn't mentioned his sister, I wouldn't have known about their situation." Actually, Lin Xuanji had other reasons for letting Lin Zontian off that he didn't divulge to Yan Tianan. For example, he didn't pursue Lin Zontian this time not entirely because he was feeling particularly magnanimous, but because he needed Lin Zontian's gratitude and subordination. If he wanted to control the entire Lin family, he would definitely need to have people whom he could trust on his side. Lin Zontian was capable and smart, and coupled with a loyal heart that was hard to come by, he was Lin Xuanji's best candidate. Also, Lin Zontian's mother Ji Lanjin is an extremely amazing alchemist. It's difficult for a single tree to grow into a forest. In his past life, Lin Xuanji was skilled at exploiting the strengths of the people around him to achieve his goals. In this lifetime, he intends to make even better use of this particular skill. After he put aside his thoughts, Lin Xuanji said to Yan Tianan, "Ah Hen, I'll be going away for a few days to search for some materials, do you want to go with me?" "Of course it would be great if I could go out with Dage." Yan Tianan's eyes lit up, then he blinked and asked, "But, what kind of special materials does Dage want to find this time? Does the Lin family not have them?" Lin Xuanji replied, "I want to craft a container that can hold that drop of Qiang blood. One of the materials required to craft this container is the 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul. In the whole of the East Continent's mainland, Profound Sky Sect is probably the only place that has it. Moreover, this material is rarely seen and extremely difficult to obtain. Logically speaking, Qiang blood has the ability to burn everything in sight, so ordinary containers will definitely not be able to contain it. Only a container with special qualities and special materials would be able to hold it. 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen souls can only be found in the North Bicontinent's Arctic, and only the clans there would know how to breed and preserve them." Coincidentally, Lin Xuanji's fellow disciple in Profound Sky Sect is a descendant of an ancient clan that lives in that Arctic, and Lin Xuanji had coincidentally saw the 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul in his hands. Right now, Lin Xuanji needed to conceive a plan to obtain that precious 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul from him. Or else, even if he did manage to obtain Lin Yuhan's drop of Qiang blood, it would all be for naught. Yan Tianan was somewhat puzzled and said, "But why is Dage so sure that Lin Zontian will agree to give his sister's heart blood to Dage?" Lin Xuanji looked at him, then lightly smiled and said, "Because his sister will definitely choose to do so. For someone who had never seen the sun and has to stay bedridden with a sickly body all year round, even if she only had a slight glimmer of hope, she would dare to risk her life for it." "Dage is right." Yan Tianan nodded. His heart was filled with trepidation as he said, "Lin Yuhan is really too pitiful. If it were me, I would have felt like life wasn't worth living a long time ago and died from all my pent-up frustrations." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's small face that was covered with magic imprints, then thought, if a mighty power hadn't used a formation to suppress Yan Tianan's Mingyan body, Yan Tianan probably wouldn't be able to live like a normal person like he's doing now, and probably would have lived a life even more miserable than Lin Yuhan. Every time Lin Xuanji had this thought, he would feel extremely grateful to that mighty person for helping Yan Tianan. He hoped that one day, he could meet that mighty person and repay him for his selflessness and grace. Lin Xuanji smiled as he rubbed Yan Tianan's head and said, "Since that's the case, then after we obtain Lin Zontian's answer, we'll immediately set out." Yan Tianan nodded excitedly and said, "That's great." Yan Tianan was happy to be able to stay in their old house again, but he also felt a bit upset. Because there were so many rooms in their new house, there was enough space for the 2 tiger cubs to have their own little nests, so they wouldn't randomly urinate on Yan Tianan's bed anymore. Thus, Yan Tianan no longer had a legitimate reason to sleep with Lin Xuanji. Before he slept, Yan Tianan stood in front of his bed and stared at how neat and tidy it was with a conflicted and distressed face. Should he go, or not? If he went, would his dage think that he's weird? After hesitating for half a day, he finally decided to lay down and sleep. But just as he was about to go to bed, Lin Xuanji knocked on the door, then entered Yan Tianan's room. Lin Xuanji had already taken off his outer robe and was only adorned in white, brocade underclothes. His ink-black long hair that had been let down flowed loosely behind his back. Evidently, he was ready to fall asleep. 1. Ziyi. WTF, it's so hard to find men underclothes, Google is filled with women ones. The male ones are something like this but thinner. TNPLs, pardon the grammatical errors in this chapter. I'm operating on 4 hours of sleep right now, so I ended up spending an hour plus to proofread this chap. FML tat, I can do without many things in this world, but I can't do without Ahen. Screams. Chapter 67, Zondian's decision. Dage, why are you here at this kind of timing? Did something serious happen? Yan Tianan was really surprised and immediately asked. Lin Xuanji pulled a long face on purpose and said, of course something serious happened. What happened? Is someone trying to cause trouble for Dage again? The only important thing that Yan Tianan could think of was this. To him, anything important probably had something to do with Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji said in a secretive manner, no one tried to cause trouble. For me. But when I was about to sleep, I suddenly realized that my little heater had disappeared. Yan Tianan was stunned. He immediately understood the implication of Lin Xuanji's words and was instantly at a loss. He said, Dage, when I slept with you before, it was because those 2 naughty tiger cubs had peed on my bed every day for some reason, and there were no other rooms in our small yard, so I had to disturb Dage. But now that we've moved to this big yard, plus Abai and Hupo have become so much more obedient, it won't be right for me to go squeeze into Dage's bed. Also, every morning when he woke up, he would discover that his hands and legs would be wrapped around Lin Xuanji, which made him feel very embarrassed. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he looked at Yan Tianan for a while, then said in a profound tone, Ahen, sometimes I really don't understand if you're really a fool, or you're just acting like one. Yan Tianan blurted out, of course I'm not a fool, Daddy always used to say that I'm a smart kid. Lin Xuanji smiled and said, looks like you really are a fool. Yan Tianan was a bit annoyed. He didn't know what he had done to make Lin Xuanji describe him in that way. But, he must have done something wrong somewhere. Since Ahen thinks that way, you can just rest here tonight, Ba. Lin Xuanji said, then turned around and left without another word. Yan Tianan scrunched up his little face and pondered for a bit, then suddenly had an epiphany. Just now when Lin Xuanji said that his little heater had disappeared, he couldn't have been talking about him, Ba. So basically, Lin Xuanji had wanted him to go warm his bed. But his body is obviously always chilly, so comparatively, Lin Xuanji should seem more like a heater. Yan Tianan really wanted to go and find Lin Xuanji to ask him what he had meant, but after thinking about it, he thought that since Lin Xuanji had already asked him to sleep here, it would be too embarrassing to go squeeze with Lin Xuanji in his bed now. Forget it, he should just obediently sleep in his own room first, Ba. Yan Tianan's sleep quality had always been very good, so the moment his head touched his pillow, he managed to fall into a deep slumber. Whatever Lin Xuanji or heater stuff had all been thrown to the back of his head. After all, even though Yan Tianan had always worshipped and respected Lin Xuanji, before Lin Xuanji was injured they had never lived together, as one stayed at the Lin residence while the other was in profound sky sect. And after Lin Xuanji returned to the Lin residence, he had always readily given Yan Tianan the cold shoulder. Although Lin Xuanji's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change recently, it was still not enough to eradicate Yan Tianan's cautiousness and his deep-rooted sense of distance from Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji only had himself to blame for that. And right now, Lin Xuanji was sitting cross-legged on his bed looking at his dark door while he thought about all these. The illumination tools in this room were not candles nor luminous pearls, but fireflies that could emit light by absorbing heat. This kind of firefly lives in cemeteries from birth, so even if they emit light, they were still definitely chilly yin creatures. Lin Zontian held Lin Yuhan's hand and whispered, Yuhan, it's already quite late, you should sleep. Lin Yuhan's body was full of burn marks. Her face that was covered in scars revealed a bewildered expression. Gerger, there have been many times when I would wonder, what's the purpose of living like this? Lin Zontian's face stiffened. Then he said gently, Yuhan, don't overthink so much. I'm not overthinking. Lin Yuhan said with difficulty, today, I heard Dad and Mother fight outside because of me. Lin Zontian was stunned, then said, what were they fighting about? Lin Yuhan looked at Lin Zontian and said, Dage, did you and Mother do something bad because of me? Lin Zontian furrowed his brows and said, who said that? Daddy scolded Mother. He said that our family shouldn't have this kind of treacherous person. Even if it was for the sake of saving my life, we should never throw stones at someone while they're down and engage in the kind of shady business that would provoke ridicule from others. He also said that as a person, we must be honest and upright, even if we may lose our lives, we can't lose our dignity. Lin Yuhan said with tears in her eyes, Gerger, ever since I was born, Dad and Mother have had many disagreements and quarrels over my affairs. I don't want to go on like this anymore, all of you should just leave me alone. What kind of nonsense is that? Lin Zontian looked at how Lin Yuhan wanted to cry yet be unable to shed a single tear, and his heart felt like it was being impaled by 10,000 gusts of qi. He gritted his teeth, then said, Yuhan, if Gerger takes one drop of your heart blood right now and within 3 years you could either live like a normal person, or possibly die instead, would you be willing to take the risk? Lin Yuhan smiled weakly with a pale face and said, of course I would be willing. Even if there was just a glimmer of hope to live a normal life, I wouldn't give it up. I'd rather die than live this life that's no better than death. If it wasn't because she was born in the Lin family, or because her father was the law enforcement hall's master and her mother was from an influential family and is an amazing alchemist herself, then, Lin Yuhan thought, she would have probably been burnt to ashes along with her soul the moment she was born by her Qiang Fire Ba. To be able to live for so many years, Lin Yuhan felt like it was already more than enough. She has had enough of living this kind of life, and was tired of dragging her family down. Even if, after losing a drop of your heart blood, the yang qi in your body would torture you even more. Lin Zontian asked with a coarse voice. Lin Yuhan's eyes suddenly widened. She anxiously grabbed Lin Zontian's hand and her breathing sped up as she asked, Jay, do you really have some sort of way? Lin Zontian nodded and said, your Xuanji Tangshang might have a way. Lin Yuhan immediately said, I want to do it Gerger, putting aside how this is an opportunity for me, just the fact that you and Mother had let him down is enough reason for me to give him a drop of my heart blood as compensation for free. I'm worried about you. Don't worry about me, I can endure it, Lin Yuhan anxiously said. She was terrified that Lin Zontian wouldn't agree. I'm not afraid of pain, nor of burns, and even if I still die in the end, I'll accept it Gerger, just let me gamble this once. Lin Zontian looked at Lin Yuhan's eyes that were full of longing, and finally resisted his heart-rending pain and gritted his teeth as he nodded, okay, I'll look for Lin Xuanji tomorrow. Lin Yuhan's face broke into a wide and happy smile. The next morning, Lin Zontian went to pay Lin Xuanji a visit. Yan Tianan was sitting by the stone table in their yard as he stuffed Lin Xuanji's homemade meal into his mouth. When he saw Lin Zontian, he waved his paws at him and said, Dage is waiting for you in his room, you can just go straight in. Lin Zontian nodded and walked towards the room. When he passed by Yan Tianan, Lin Zontian's eyes swept over the neatly arranged wine cups on the table. Lin Zontian paused, then said, this wine cup was made by Lin Xuanji himself. Yan Tianan nodded and said, yeah, my brother crafted them in the middle of the night yesterday. They cost 250 gold each, do you want to bring one back with you? Lin Zontian was immediately startled. He walked over to pick up one of the wine cups, took a look at it and said, isn't 250 gold a bit too expensive? His monthly allowance was at most 100 gold. Yan Tianan waved his hand and said, it's not, this is really good stuff you know. Just give it a try and you'll understand. Lin Zontian shook his head and said, I can't afford it for now. All his money had been spent on buying spiritual plants for Lin Yuhan. Even though the Lin family would prepare spiritual plants for him, the Lin family isn't a charitable organization after all. The amount of spiritual plants Lin Yuhan required was like a bottomless pit, so it was practically impossible for them to give all the spiritual plants Lin Zontian needed for free. Lin Zontian was already incredibly grateful to them just for finding those spiritual plants and providing a constant stream of supply of these plants. Yan Tianan nodded and said, if you can't afford them then forget it. But you're a pretty honest guy, At least you wouldn't try to pretend to be someone you're not. The corner of Lin Zontian's mouth twitched. He put down the wine cup that looked like a tool for cheating customers of their money, then walked towards the main room that was wide open. Lin Xuanji was currently cleaning up the debris of his forged stones. When he heard the sound of footsteps, he said without raising his head, "Sit." Lin Zontian didn't sit down. Instead, he walked over to Lin Xuanji's side and watched him sweep the forged stone debris that was scattered everywhere as he said, "I've considered it carefully, I'll agree to give you a drop of my Mei's heart blood." Lin Xuanji appeared to have expected this response. He dug out a few pieces of forged stone that was inlaid in the table with a small scoop, then placed them on the tray that he was holding and said, "I'll be making a trip soon. When I return, I'll take the heart blood then." Lin Zontian silently watched Lin Xuanji continue to clean up the debris and said, "Xuanji, I'm basically handing over my sister's life to you. Man proposes, but God disposes. I can only guarantee that I'll try my very best to repair the Tian cauldron, but I can't guarantee you any more than that." No craftsman would dare to say that he would never fail. Even an old hand like Lin Xuanji who had already been crafting with a soul body for close to 1,000 years could fail. Because he couldn't resolve the melancholy in his heart last night, he didn't make full use of the spiritual chi within his forged stones while he was crafting, which resulted in the explosion of the forged stones he was using. As for the wine cups that he had crafted, even though it looked normal and could sort of be used, it was evidently only of a mid-grade quality. In the process of crafting, anything unexpected could happen. And there was only one chance to repair the Tian cauldron. If he were to fail, the Tian cauldron would most likely be completely destroyed. Lin Xuanji didn't exaggerate and frankly told Lin Zontian the truth. Lin Zontian took a deep breath, then solemnly said, "Then I can only prepare for the worst." Lin Xuanji nodded and lightly said, "Submit to heaven's will, but do one's level best." Lin Zontian said, "Are you planning to leave for a while to find the container that can hold the Qiang blood?" Lin Xuanji said, "Yes." Lin Zontian didn't ask anything else, and instead said, "After you leave, do you need me to do anything for you on my side?" Lin Xuanji thought for a bit, then said, "Now that you mention it, I do need you to help me take note of some things." "What things?" Lin Zontian really wished that he could help Lin Xuanji in any way right now. This way, he could dispel the guilt and self-reproach he felt and encourage Lin Xuanji to put in more effort into resolving Lin Yuhan's problem. Lin Xuanji said softly, "Madame Bai has been a widow for many years and had devoted all her energies into cultivating. But for her to maintain such a stable position in the family, and to have held the position as the Lin family's supervisor for so many years, there must be someone who's supporting her from the shadows." Lin Zontian furrowed his brows and said, "I had already thought of that possibility before. I'm afraid that that person should be one of the 5 elders. After all, only they have the right to decide who holds the supervisor position in the family, but I had never figured out who that person is." Lin Xuanji said with a profound tone, "A few days ago, someone had seen Madame Bai and 3rd Elder walk out from a small forest in the desolate back mountains one after the other." Then, Lin Xuanji stopped talking. TN. Still operating on versus little sleep. Tat. PLS. Pardon the grammatical mistakes. I'll proofread these 2 chapters again when I catch up on some sleep TMR. Chapter 68. Appearance of the Yin corpse. Lin Zontian was shocked. He looked into Lin Xuanji's unfathomable eyes and blurted out, "Is that true?" Lin Xuanji laughed and said in an inscrutable manner, "Why would I need to lie?" Lin Zontian narrowed his eyes. Lin Xuanji was not just trying to imply that 3rd Elder is Madame Bai's backer, but also that these two were secretly having an affair. Honestly, Lin Zontian had his doubts with 3rd Elder's cultivation level. The moment someone approached the mountain, he would have been able to easily detect their presence. He definitely wouldn't make this kind of mistake, yet Lin Xuanji had solemnly vowed that what he said was the truth. "I will take note of that." Lin Zontian was careful with his words. He didn't dare to say anything that others could end up using against him. Lin Xuanji lightly nodded, then said, "The supervisor position is of great importance. Go back and tell Madame Ji that right now, she has no other way out. Since Madame Ji has already had a taste of the supervisor position, she would definitely become a thorn in Madame Bai's eyes. Madame Bai is a jealous and aggressive person by nature. Since she had lost so much face, she would undoubtedly try to get even with Madame Ji. Lin Xuanji knows that this would happen, and Lin Zontian knows it too. Thus, if they manage to get the dirt on Madame Bai, it would certainly be of great help to Madame Ji. It's just that, since this matter involved Third Elder, Lin Zontian understood that this was a difficult matter to handle. Lin Zontian looked at Lin Xuanji with a solemn expression and clasped his hands, then said, "I'll take my leave." Lin Xuanji held a tray of forged stone debris and walked out of his room. When Lin Zontian passed by Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji asked him to stop. Lin Zontian thought that Lin Xuanji had something important to say, so he immediately turned around. Lin Xuanji said, "These wine cups, do you want to buy a few to try?" Lin Zontian, "No," he refused in his heart. "If I were to bring it to the market to sell, I think it would be sold for at least 20 gold per cup." Lin Xuanji continued. Lin Zontian's eyes slowly swept over those 3 cups. "I actually still have a lot of wine cups at home." Lin Zontian declined politely. 10 gold for 3 cups and I'll sell them to you," Lin Xuanji said in a straightforward manner. Lin Xuanji lightly smiled and said, "We don't lack that bit of money, so isn't it better to sell him a favor?" Yan Tianan pouted as he said, "Anyone can tell that he's someone who can't recognize the value of goods." Lin Xuanji said, "After he uses them a few times, he'll naturally understand their value. Even if they were only mid-grade magic tools, they still had their benefits. 10 gold for 3 cups is indeed extremely cheap." In the middle of the night, the moon was somber and the winds blew strongly. In the middle of Mass Grave Ridge 1, 2 guards casually threw a straw-wrapped corpse that was beyond recognition onto a pile of bones. One guard said, "Today, I've finally seen what the most tortuous way to die is. I didn't think that our aloof Xuanji young master would have times when he could be this brutal. Yeah, even for someone like me who has worked in the law enforcement hall for so many years, this was really hard to watch." Another guard said, "Steward Zhang had struggled for quite a while, a full 3 days and 3 nights before he drew his last breath. When Steward Zhang died, his face was hideous and filled with agony. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and all the meridians in his body had ruptured while his excrement and urine were all over the place." The word, wretched, was far from enough to accurately describe his horrible state. "Forget it, it's better for us not to guess our master's thoughts. We should just obediently shut our mouths up. The less we say, the fewer mistakes we make." The calls of crows sounded, and coupled with the chilly winds that were blowing in Mass Grave Ridge, this place began to seem even more creepy. The guards rubbed the goosebumps that had formed all over their bodies, then quickened their pace as they said, "This kind of place has such an evil atmosphere, let's hurry and return as soon as possible." The voices of the 2 men gradually softened until they completely disappeared. An incomparably dark figure suddenly appeared like a ghost in the darkness at the Mass Grave Ridge that was 10 miles away from the city. He stretched his right hand out and formed a strange magic seal while he uttered a few verses. After a moment, he reversed his hand and lightly clenched his fist. The steward Zhang, who had been lying on top of a pile of bones, looked like his body was being lifted up by an invisible string as his stiff body actually began to stand up. "Look at all that resentment of yours spilling out, you really are suited to be a corpse general." The man chuckled softly for a while, then took out a red pill bottle and poured out one medicinal pill. With one flick of his finger, he shot the medicinal pill into Steward Zhang's open mouth. Within the time taken to drink 1 cup of tea too, Steward Zhang suddenly opened in his eyes. Under the moonlight, the inside of his eyes from his pupils to the whites of his eyes was completely covered with the color of blood. Steward Zhang made sounds that didn't sound like that of a human. He lifted both his arms and opened up his legs, then began to walk forward in a stiff manner. The man cruelly laughed, then said with a somber voice, "Lin Xuanji, Lin Xuanji, did you really think that after you had awakened your craftsman's soulfire you would be free of worries? Just wait, I'll definitely let you die without a place to bury your corpse, Lin family, in a certain sky-level room." Even though it was bright out, there was an erotic atmosphere in the room. One man and one woman were shaking the bed so hard it looked like it was about to fall apart. After all kinds of sounds that would make one blush were made, a slender hand stretched out to draw the bed curtains and hung them on its hooks. A naked Madame Bai gasped coquettishly as she drew circles on Third Elder's chest with one hand, then said, "I heard that yesterday morning, that cunt went to report to Fifth Elder and said that he needed to leave for a month." Third Elder's hand rubbed all over Madame Bai's body as he said, "Yeah," and Fifth Elder even dispatched a few Foundation stage servants to act as his personal bodyguards. At this point, he sneered, "Looks like Fifth Elder really likes this Zan grandson of his. Who doesn't know that?" Madame Bai's eyes flashed with deep hatred as she said, "While I, Bai Ling, had worked so hard for the Lin family the moment I stepped foot into this place. Which of the Lin family's magic treasures weren't made by me? Even if I don't get any credit, at least I've put in the effort. Yet, that day in front of so many Lin family members, Fifth Elder actually gave me so little face just for that Lin Xuanji who had just started cultivating the path of the craftsman, and even tortured me for a whole 7 days. I really wish that he could just go die right now. Third Elder's heart had also ached considerably. He and Madame Bai had been fooling around with one another since a long time ago, and even though he was a vicious and merciless person, he truly liked this lovable, tender and very capable woman in his arms. Hence, when he had personally seen Madame Bai get hit by Fifth Elder's palm, which made the chi in her rage about uncontrollably, a strong sense of hatred naturally arose in his heart. Third Elder coldly narrowed his eyes, then said, "Don't worry, once I succeed in making a corpse general, Fifth Elder and even Second Elder wouldn't be able to do anything to us." Madame Bai immediately got up and stared at Third Elder. "Didn't you say that the requirements for a corpse general are very demanding? You would need someone that had been tortured for at least 3 days and 3 nights, and have an intact body before you can turn them into a corpse general, right?" Third Elder laughed and said, "You can think of it as Lin Xuanji suffering the consequences of his own actions. Thanks to him, I've already found my candidate for a corpse general." Madame Bai's eyes widened as she asked, "Who?" Third Elder said, "Who else but that steward that you brought over from your family?" Madame Bai was stunned, then furrowed her brows and said, "How could it be Steward Zhang? Based on his cultivation level and the amount of 5 yuan rice he was fed, he should have lasted for at most 1 day and 1 night before he died." The elder revealed a triumphant smile and said, "Lin Xuanji is allowed to kill, but others aren't allowed to save." Madame Bai paused, then immediately understood what he meant. "I went to look for Steward Zhang a few times, and right before he was about to die, I would use some means to make him live for a few more hours. Originally he only needed 12 hours to die, but I let him live for a whole 3 days more." Third Elder said. Madame Bai smiled and pecked Third Elder's face, then said, "You really are a man that's beyond Nujia's expectations. So basically, not long after, the whole Lin family wouldn't matter to us anymore. Not just the whole Lin family, I would be able to easily take control of the entire Qing city by then." Third Elder smiled smugly. Madame Bai also laughed and said, "Then Nujia will wait for you to replace the Duan family's first elder and become our Qing city's new master." Third Elder pinched Madame Bai's tender cheeks, then said, "Don't worry, if all goes well in creating that corpse general, we'll be able to see its preliminary results in about 3 months. In half a year we'll see some success, in 1 year we'll see huge results, and in 3 years it'll become a true weapon of mass destruction. We would at most need another 3 years, it's not a lot of time to us. But I'll still need Madame's help in creating the corpse general. Of course, I'm one with you, so naturally I'll do my best to help you. We'll eliminate Lao Er and Lao Wu 3 first, then we'll find a way to get rid of the Lao Si who only returns to the family a few times per year. Then, the Lin family would be mine." Third Elder revealed an ambitious and sinister smile. Madame Bai furrowed her brows. "Don't forget, there's still First Elder. He's even less of a worry for us." Third Elder's lips curved up, then he smiled with a profound look. "What do you mean? First Elder's most favorite 2 people are Lin Zan and Lin Xuanji. But when they had encountered trouble, First Elder continued to remain in seclusion. That's definitely not normal." Third Elder said, "It's already been close to 10 years since First Elder first went into seclusion. He still had some activity at first, but for the past few years, there have been no signs of activity from his side at all. Such a big incident had occurred in our clan and yet he didn't make a move, so I'm afraid First Elder is no longer in this world." Madame Bai was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared. "First Elder is no longer around. Then Lin family. Wouldn't the Lin family become a mess? The Lin family should go on as per normal. This news must not be known by outsiders at this critical juncture." Third Elder scoffed. "I'm sure Lao Wu knows the truth, it's just that he didn't say a single word about it. But for him to abandon his time in seclusion to come back and preside over the Lin family already implies that he's afraid that the Lin family would suffer from internal strife at this moment, when no one else but him could suppress it." Madame Bai nodded, but her heart was still hammering away non-stop. First Elder is the Lin family's only profound level cultivator and could be said to play a very important role in the Lin family. If the Lin family were to lose his backing, then very soon, it wouldn't even be considered a third-class family. It wouldn't even be impossible for their enemies to seize this opportunity to massacre the entire Lin family. This matter was of great importance, leaking this news out would be disastrous. But this matter wasn't something Madame Bai could meddle in. Madame Bai calmed down, then thought of a safe question and asked, Jingzhe, did you put Steward Zhang's corpse in a safe place? He definitely can't be noticed by others, or else all your efforts would go to waste and you would have to bear other people's suspicions for no good reason. Third Elder narrowed his eyes, and a calculating gleam flashed through his eyes, then said, Don't worry, I've already placed that corpse in the safest place at the back mountains. Even if someone managed to find him, they would think that Lin Xuanji was the one who placed him there. Madame Bai suddenly realized something, then nodded and said, That's right, only Lin Xuanji had lived in that kind of place before. If it wasn't because a corpse that met the requirements for making a corpse general was extremely rare to find, Madame Bai really wanted to use Steward Zhang's corpse to frame Lin Xuanji for creating a corpse general. Meddling with corpses is often seen as the devil's practice. If people from the righteous sect saw someone controlling a corpse, they would definitely pursue him relentlessly and completely wipe both the corpse controller and corpse general from the face of the earth. 1. Luan Zhang Gang, Luan 4 Zhang 4 Gang 3, a mass grave ridge is just a place with a lot of corpses thrown into it 2. 15 minutes, 10 minutes in winter 3. Equals 2, Wu equals 5, C equals 4, calling someone Lao Lao Wu is akin to calling them like they're your siblings bros TN. Imagining Madame Bai and Third Elder's bed scene gave me chills. Chapter 69. Meeting Yuyong on the way. The Lin family had always prided itself in being an orthodox cultivator family, and had even participated in many wars with demonic cultivators and the Devil's Clan. Even though its status had declined rapidly in recent years and couldn't be compared to its previous heyday, their most basic beliefs and principles had not changed. And that was one of the main reasons why those first-class families were willing to unite with the Lin family through marriage. If someone from the Lin family were to discover that the Lin family's third elder was cultivating this kind of demonic art, then no matter how much he had contributed to the Lin family, he would definitely be pursued relentlessly by his entire clan. It would be the same even if the one cultivating the demonic arts turned out to be Lin Xuanji. After all, even if he is a craftsman, he's definitely not as important as the reputation that the Lin family had painstakingly accumulated over the past 1,000 years, as well as the lives of all the other Lin family members. Madame Bai had evidently thought of this backup plan just in case they were discovered. When she thought of Lin Xuanji's impending departure, Madame Bai's eyes flashed with a malicious look and said, Jingzhe, why not we take advantage of Lin Xuanji's departure and get rid of him during his journey while no one else is looking? Madame Bai cracked her knuckles. Naturally, I would have already made plans for that even if you didn't mention it. Third Elder coldly said, At first I thought that since he was just trash, I could just let him slowly eke out the rest of his meager existence until he died. But I didn't expect his luck to be so good that he managed to turn into a craftsman. I must kill him before his wings grow, or else, if we wait till his wings are fully fledged it wouldn't be easy to kill him anymore. Madame Bai nodded and said, It's fine as long as Jingzhe will get even with him. In the case, I won't care about him for now. Madame Bai sighed, then said with a face full of worry, Zeji had received quite a huge blow recently. He's been deep in the doldrums all day long and can't seem to snap himself out of it. I'm really worried that he wouldn't be able to recover from his setback this time. Ever since Lin Zeji knew of Lin Xuanji's fall from grace, he had turned into the new center of attention in the Lin family. Even the master who usually didn't care about much would personally give him a few pointers here and there. Yet, when Lin Xuanji had suddenly become a craftsman and regained master's favor, Lin Zeji felt like he had returned to the times when he was always suppressed by Lin Xuanji. Evidently, Madame Bai had forgotten that when Lin Zan was the master of the Lin family, he had always treated Lin Zeji with much care and concern. Third Elder furrowed his brows and said, This Zeji is good in every area except for his eagerness to outdo others. Lin Xuanji's cultivation isn't as high as his, and his reputation and popularity in the Lin family can't be compared to him either. For Zeji to be in his current state, that kid loses his composure way too easily. Zeji is still a child after all, so it's understandable. Madame Bai said. Third Elder shook his head and said, Don't spoil him. You should send him away and let him experience what it's like outside Ba, or else he'll never be able to know how to conceal his emotions. It's okay even if one bears hatred and discontent in their hearts, but it's a problem if their inner thoughts can be seen through with just one glance. And Lin Zeji's present behavior is extremely abnormal. It's completely incompatible with his previous image as a magnanimous and kind person. During this period, Lin Zeji kept himself locked up in his room every day as he squandered his life away. He had even shut his doors and refused to receive any guests. And he has many friends in the Lin family, so there have been quite a few people who paid him a visit recently. If it wasn't because Madame Bai took his place and fooled them with her laughs, Lin Zeji's true nature would have been discovered by the Lin family members a long time ago. Third elder nodded and said, "That's good too. With Zeji's abilities, he will surely be able to enter profound sky sect without much difficulty." Madame Bai indignantly said, "If it hadn't been for Lin Xuanji's obstruction 5 years ago, my son would have been able to enter profound sky sect's gate a long time ago." Third elder sneered and said, "But now, Lin Xuanji no longer has that much faith in profound sky sect. Since first elder has not yet left his seclusion, and several distinguished guests were going to pay the Lin family a visit in the next few days, fifth elder wouldn't have the time to care about Lin Xuanji for a while." When Lin Xuanji reported to him about his intention to leave the Lin family for a period of time, fifth elder only urged him to return early and gave him a few magic treasures. Fifth elder dispatched a few attendants who could protect him to follow along, gave him some allowance, then waved his hand and didn't care about Lin Xuanji anymore. After Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji left Master's room, Yan Tianan held Lin Xuanji's hand and said, "Dage, why didn't Master ask you where you were going, or what you were going to do and when you were gonna come back?" Lin Xuanji said, "Because in Master's eyes, those questions are unnecessary." Yan Tianan said, "If it were me, I would have definitely asked you a lot more questions." Lin Xuanji smiled, then said, "That's because Ah Hen cares about Dage the most, right?" Yan Tianan also smiled and forcefully nodded, then said, "That's for sure." Lin Xuanji packed his luggage, carefully checked his stock of medicinal pills and magic treasures in his storage bag, then took stock of some of his other valuables. Then Lin Xuanji carried another jar of 100 flowers brew that Lin Zan had left behind and placed it in his storage bag. His storage bag that can't be considered very spacious was thus filled to the brim. Yan Tianan also had a small storage bag of his own, and it had the capacity of approximately 1 unit and wouldn't even be able to store a full-grown man. At most, you could probably only stuff half an adult-sized person inside, so usually Yan Tianan would use this storage bag to keep his money and medicinal pills, as well as other miscellaneous gadgets. Storage bags are extremely expensive. This is because the raw materials required to craft storage bags are already very expensive themselves, and coupled with the remuneration paid to have it crafted, the small storage bag in Yan Tianan's hand had a very exorbitant price tag attached to it. What makes storage bags and storage rings even more precious is that the craftsman who crafts them must be able to craft tools that are at least of a treasure level too. Craftsmen who can craft treasure tools are rarely seen in the 5 continents mainlands, and only the middle continent's profound sky sect has a craftsman who can craft this kind of storage bag. Naturally, there are quite a few reclusive masters who can craft them, but you would need a lot of luck to meet even just one of them. For a luxury good like a storage bag, even if you manage to come across one, you might not be able to afford it. The storage bags that Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan own were given to them by Lin Zan. But Lin Xuanji had never understood something. Based on the kinds of adventures and experiences Lin Zan had in the past, it seemed like he had traveled to many places and had seen plenty of outstanding people of eminence. But it was impossible for his cultivation level to have supported his peaceful adventures across so many dangerous places. Beyond the 5 continents, lay a vast and expansive world. The journey from Qing City to Profound Sky Sect was a long one. If they were to ride their mortal horse, they would probably need to endure a bumpy ride that would last for at least 3 months before arriving at their destination. Luckily, Fifth Elder was pretty generous and had given Lin Xuanji 2 chasing sun horses that were extremely fast. As for the 5 foundation stage cultivators who were dispatched to protect Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, their travel speed far surpasses even that of the chasing sun horses. Only those who break through to the foundation stage can be considered true cultivators. As for those at the refining chi stage's 7th layer, they can only be regarded as quasi-cultivators. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan pulled along 1 horse each as they walked out of the Lin residence. Ah Bai and Hu Po naturally followed along and were running around them. One look at their happy dances and you could tell that they were very much in favor of leaving Qing City. Profound Sky sect was located northeast from Qing City, so the two began to ride towards that direction. Dage, this chasing sun horse is really super fast, it feels like I'm flying, Yan Tianan shouted as the winds blew against his face. This still isn't considered fast. When Abai and Hupo grow up, they'll be 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold faster than chasing sun horses. Lin Xuanji smiled as he answered. 100-fold, 1,000-fold, then wouldn't they be flying by then? Yan Tianan couldn't help but turn around to look at the happy Abai by his side. Abai held his head high and began barking at him with ow-ow-ow sounds. As Yan Tianan heard the childish cries of his tiger cub, he looked at Abai's body that wasn't much bigger than a cat and silently casted some doubt at Lin Xuanji's words. Lin Xuanji only smiled, but didn't speak. Yan Tianan actually still did not know that these two amethyst white tigers were spirit beasts. Demonic beasts would most likely stagnate at their infant stages, but that would be impossible for spirit beasts. However, Lin Xuanji didn't want to tell Yan Tianan the truth. He cheekily thought about wanting to see Yan Tianan's surprised expression when he realizes that his two tiger cubs had turned into magnificent and mighty big tigers. Right as they left the lofty, bronze city gate, Yan Tianan heard someone calling him from above. From above, Yan Tianan looked up at the sky and saw a pentacolored crane circling about gracefully in the air. Yan Tianan saw a head that popped out from the crane's back and was instantly surprised as he cried out, "It's Yuyong Zhe!" Duan Yuyong shouted, "Wait for me, I'm coming down!" Yan Tianan pulled on the reins of his horse and his chasing sun horse stopped. Lin Xuanji stopped as well. The pentacolored crane descended and landed gracefully on the ground, then turned into a normal small crane. There were 3 people riding on the pentacolored crane: Yuan Tianwen, Duan Yuyong and Han Yuran. All of them landed smoothly. When Abai saw the pentacolored crane, its pair of purple eyes lit up. He still remembers this beautiful little crane. Abai immediately spread its legs and ran towards the pentacolored crane. The pentacolored crane was in the middle of combing its messy, windblown hair, and when it was nuzzled by Abai, it instantly used one of its legs to kick Abai away. Hupo scoffed at aside. What an idiot, he deserves it. Yan Tianan took in this whole sight, and before anyone could give their greetings, he complained to Yuan Tianwen, "Your bird kicked my family's Abai." Yuan Tianwen held back the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Han Yuran glanced at the Abai who was running about everywhere as he was being chased, and a greedy glint flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and withdrew his gaze, then gave Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan a cold look as he said, "It was your demonic beast who stuck to our Kai Xiao on purpose, and you still want to blame Kai Xiao for beating him up? Nonsense, don't tell me that animal that can't distinguish between right and wrong can't be blamed." Duan Yuyong currently wore a face with an expression that said Laozi has finally been saved. He walked over to squeeze in between Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, then pointed at Yuan Tianwen and said, "Skask, pets usually take after their owners. Just look at that stinky bird of his, it always puts on a stinky face that makes it look like the whole world owes it 80,000 gold and struts around so haughtily. It conducts itself just like its owner." Han Yuran said in a cold voice, "Duan Yuyong, pay attention to what you say. Tianwen Zhe was kind enough to bring you along, don't take others' kindness for granted." "Pay." Duan Yuyong scornfully glared at him and said, "Are you in any position to talk?" Han Yuran fumed, Yuyong, isn't what you said a bit too much?" Yuan Tianwen unhappily looked at Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong sneered and said, "Honorable me, is this impolite? 1. To have grown full-fledged wings equals become fully independent too. This typo irritated me to no end cause it's just a huge typo that I doubt the author even noticed. She makes a lot of typos, even a Chinese reader commented on the no of typos in this novel." Okay, so the original Raw stated that only craftsmen of a treasure level can craft storage bags. Problem is, there is no such thing as a treasure level craftsman. The author has a glossary of her own and in it she didn't mention anything about a treasure level, so I could only interpret it as a craftsman who crafts treasure tools. But if the craftsmen in the 5 continents can barely craft treasure tools, second lowest level for tools, then they must be pretty weak. Which I wouldn't be surprised at actually. TN, my favorite side character is back also. I've been translating ahead and OMG. I'm beginning to forget all the funny equipment, city names have translated. Time to finally get down to writing that glossary. Also, translating RSCB is such a fresh breath of air after SD. SD makes me appreciate translating RSCB so much more. Ideographic period. Chapter 70. Returned to its original owner. Yuan Tianwen frowned and said, "Why are you always picking on Yuren? When did he ever offend you?" Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes and said with disdain, "He has an inauspicious face, and honorable me can't stand seeing every part of him from his head to his toes. Just this alone is enough for him to have offended me. If you can't bear to see me roll my eyes at your fiancé, then take him with you and get lost." Yuan Tianwen had intended to suppress the rage in his heart, but when he saw Duan Yuyong mock his sweetheart like this, he flew into a rage. "Duan Yuyong, if it wasn't because my dad forced me to bring you along with me to Profound Sky Sect to meet him, did you really think that I would have been willing to take you along with us?" Duan Yuyong lifted his chin up so high it almost reached the sky. His nostrils faced Yuan Tianwen as he said, "Then hurry and get lost. You think honorable me actually wants to travel there with you?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. "Then you can go by yourself." Han Yuren ended the conversation coldly, then looked at Yuan Tianwen with a long face and said, "Tianwen Jie, you've heard what he said. He doesn't know what's good for him at all. If we continue traveling with him, you wouldn't know what else might happen." When Duan Yuyong heard his words, he immediately smiled mischievously and said, "Iya, since Han Young Master doesn't want to see me, then I should really tag along with you guys. When you're unhappy, I'm happy, hehehehe." Han Yuren fumed. Shameless Duan Yuyong grinned as he said, "Bite me. Bite me if you're so capable, why not come over and hit me? Oh, that's right, you're a craftsman, so you're probably no match for me anyway. Just throwing any one of my magic treasures at you will be more than enough to smash you to death." Yuan Tianwen's expression had turned rather stern as well. When he went to pay the Duan family a visit, Duan Yuyong's mother had talked to him about Duan Yuyong's improper conduct in the past couple of years. At first, he had thought that this deity of his who would always sweetly call him Gerger and follow him around everywhere when they were younger was being bad-mouthed by his stepmother. Thus, he had felt some pity for him, as well as guilt from rejecting his proposal. But he didn't expect Duan Yuyong to really be such a crude guy who completely lacked any manner or poise. His dad will be going to Profound Sky Sect soon to settle some matters and wanted to see Duan Yuyong while he was there. So, his dad had asked him to bring Duan Yuyong along with Han Yuren. If it wasn't for his dad's request, Yuan Tianwen definitely wouldn't have wanted to contact Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong obviously doesn't like him, but for some reason, he still agreed to go meet Su Mo. Lin Xuanji had had enough of this farce, so he helped to smooth things over. "Everyone, Jadi and I are on our way to Profound Sky Sect right now. Since you guys are going to Profound Sky Sect too, then we may as well go together." Yuan Tianwen took a deep breath and suppressed his annoyance, then said to Lin Xuanji, "Sorry for making a fool of ourselves." Yan Tianan nodded and laughed. "It is indeed quite funny. My Dage had just annulled his engagement with him a few days ago, yet he had already found another fiancé. But, I think the bracelet on his wrist is a gift from my Dage Ba." Han Yuren's face stiffened, and suddenly felt like the bracelet on his wrist weighed a ton. He withdrew his hand that wasn't covered by his sleeve and said, "If you want it back, you can just say so." Lin Xuanji casted a glance at Yan Tianan and said, "Ah hen, be polite." Yan Tianan blinked and said, "I'm already quite polite. Also, would that bracelet suddenly not be a gift from Dage if I were a little more polite?" Skask. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue and shook his head, then said, unexpectedly, "Someone's taking advantage of your generosity." Enough. Han Yuren took off the bracelet on his wrist and threw it at Lin Xuanji, then said, "Who cares about that kind of item?" Lin Xuanji raised his hand and caught the bracelet. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." The bracelet was engraved with symbols that resembled the clouds, sun and the moon. It was capable of blocking an all-out attack from a primary level realm cultivator, and if you wear it on a daily basis, it had an added effect of nourishing your meridians as well. This was a birthday gift from Lin Xuanji's master when he was at the peak of his glory in Profound Sky Sect. Han Yuren had asked him for it, and Lin Xuanji thought that it was worth it to keep the engagement that Lin Zan had arranged for him, so he generously gave it to Han Yuren. This could be considered as one of the most valuable gifts that Lin Xuanji had given Han Yuren. Lin Xuanji played around with the bracelet, then asked the Yan Tianan who was standing beside him, "Ah hen, do you like this?" Yan Tianan nodded, "I like it. Lin Xuanji pulled over one of Yan Tianan's hands, then helped him wear the bracelet and said, "Since Ah Hen likes it, then I'll give this sun-moon cloud bracelet to you." Yan Tianan was stunned, then said happily, "Thank you Dage Han Yuren bit." On his lower lip as he looked at the bracelet that had belonged to him hang on that ugly idiot Yan Tianan's wrist. He instantly felt short of breath and his heart ached so badly he wanted to die. That bracelet, even someone who couldn't recognize value would know that it was a treasure that couldn't be measured by money. It was a magic treasure that could save your life. Yuan Tianwen felt inexplicably distressed. He felt like he had just lost face because Han Yuren was still carrying around Lin Xuanji's gifts while he was out with him, and this fact was even pointed out by someone who accompanied Lin Xuanji. He said, "It's getting late, we should get going." Duan Yuyong said, "I don't want to ride that stupid crane with them, I want to ride a horse." Lin Xuanji's eyes swept over Duan Yuyong, then said to Yan Tianan, "Let's ride one horse together while we leave the other for Duan young master, how's that?" When Yan Tianan heard this, he muttered in his heart, there were only 2 horses, if they were to give one to Duan Yuyong, then he would be able to ride the other one with his Dage for the entire journey. Why would Yan Tianan disagree? He generously offered Duan Yuyong his smaller chasing sun horse. Duan Yuyong raised his eyebrow, then confidently jumped onto the horse and said, "Thanks for the generosity. Lin Xuanji, Honorable Me has decided to take back my previous evaluation of you. You've made great progress within such a short amount of time. Honorable Me will definitely befriend someone like you." Lin Xuanji smiled as he nodded and said, "Same here. As for the 2 of you, Honorable Me can't be bothered to keep your irksome presences in my sight. Let's go our separate ways and never meet again." When Duan Yuyong finished, he called out a jaw and his chasing sun horse rushed forward like a gust of wind. The pentacolored crane who was playing catch with Abai saw Duan Yuyong run off on another horse. It was so angry that it started to quack very loudly, and was ready to rush forward to catch him with one flap of its wings. Abai followed along behind Kai Xiao and suddenly jumped onto its back. This time, Kai Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. It could only think about Duan Yuyong right now. Kai Xiao. Yuan Tianwen called out. The pentacolored crane anxiously flapped its wings and kept quacking at Yuan Tianwen, but no one knew what it was trying to say. Kai Xiao, chirp 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 quack 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 ggg Yuan Tianwen. It's a pity that he's not his dad, so he couldn't understand what Kai Xiao was saying. But even his dad may not be able to understand the words of a demonic beast in its infant stage. After all, infant stage demonic beasts aren't very good at expressing what they truly think. Han Yuren stretched his hand out to touch Kai Xiao's head, yet Kai Xiao ruthlessly pecked him. If it wasn't because Yuan Tianwen chided Kai Xiao and asked it to back off, Han Yuren's hand might have been bitten off entirely. Han Yuren fearfully hid behind Yuan Tianwen. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the receding figure of Duan Yuyong who was urging his horse forward with a whip, but no one knew what he was thinking. Yet, Lin Xuanji's beautiful eyes twinkled as his wisdom and prescience was revealed. All demonic beasts are spiritual. Based on Kai Xiao's age, it should be a rather high-level infant beast. Even though it couldn't speak, its actions had already illustrated a few problems. For instance, Kai Xiao likes Duan Yuyong a lot. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. And also, that Kai Xiao doesn't like Han Yuren. Even though the reason for this needed to be explored further carefully, one could see the signs of future enmity between Yuan Tianwen and Han Yuren from how Kai Xiao is acting now. Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji, took his leave, then called his pentacolored crane over to resume their journey. After Yuan Tianwen and Han Yuren rode Kai Xiao and took to the skies, Lin Xuanji withdrew his gaze and held his hand out to Yan Tianan and said, "Ah Hen, let's go too." Yan Tianan nodded. He held Lin Xuanji's hand and was pulled by the latter to sit in front of him on the horse. As such, Yan Tianan was basically sitting in the midst of Lin Xuanji's embrace. Even though a chasing sun horse isn't very big, it was famous for how light-footed and agile it is. Luckily, Yan Tianan had a short and slender stature, so it didn't seem out of place for him to be in Lin Xuanji's embrace. The chasing sun horse neighed, then spread out its 4 hooves and ran ahead at lightning speed. Yuan Tianwen looked down from the back of his pentacolored crane and saw 2 chasing sun horses running side by side in the wilderness. They looked so carefree and unrestrained that others couldn't help but admire this sight. Yet, Han Yuren had been wearing a frosty look on his face ever since they left. His heart was still aching for his sun-moon cloud bracelet. He thought to himself that he seen through Lin Xuanji's true nature. He's such a miser, he was actually shameless enough to demand for a present that was already given out. Originally, he had thought that Lin Xuanji would have refused to take back the bracelet. Also, that ugly idiot is even stranger, he would actually pick up other people's secondhand goods for his own use. One look and you can tell that he's an ugly idiot whom you can't be seen with in public. Can't he consider his own status first before thinking about whether or not he was fit to wear such a good bracelet? Han Yuren was in the middle of gnashing his teeth in his heart when he suddenly heard Yuan Tianwen say, "Throw away all of the items that Lin Xuanji had given you." Han Yuren was shocked and quickly suppressed the words "why should I" that he had almost blurted out, then said, "Those magic treasures are of great use to me. Most of his gifts are magic treasures that have defensive functions. I'm a craftsman, my combat ability naturally can't be compared to the other cultivators, so I need those magic treasures to safeguard myself." Yuan Tianwen was sitting in front of Han Yuren, and when he heard these words, he turned back and stared at Han Yuren with a profound look in his eyes. Then he said, "The defensive tools I gave you naturally wouldn't be worse than his. Also, after we meet my dad and father, they will definitely find a way to ensure your safety. Profound Sky Sect will guard you as well, no one will let you get bullied. If that's the case, then I guess I'm the one who's thinking too much." Han Yuren sighed in his heart, then put on a faint smile as he said, "I had originally intended to keep a few of the items that he had given me as souvenirs, but since Tianwen doesn't like them, I'll just throw them all away." Yuan Tianwen turned back and continued to look forward. Yuan Tianwen's words had turned all of Han Yuren's worries into joy. He did have the intention of letting Yuan Tianwen see that bracelet, then wait for Yuan Tianwen to ask him about the bracelet's origins. After all, a person favored by the heavens like Yuan Tianwen who had strong possessive tendencies definitely wouldn't allow his sweetheart to keep gifts from his ex-fiancée. By then, he just needed to act a bit coquettish and say some words before Yuan Tianwen would willingly give him more and better magic treasures. His main goal had been achieved, but Han Yuren was still upset about his Sun Moon Cloud bracelet. What horrendous luck he must have to actually meet Lin Xuanji the moment they left the city gates. After a while, Han Yuren suddenly realized that they had always been able to see the two horses and one man on the ground, and couldn't help but furrows his eyebrows and say, "Tianwen, why must we follow them?" With the speed of this pentacolored crane, they were definitely able to leave those two horses in the dust. Yuan Tianwen lightly said, "Since I had already promised Dad to escort Duan Yuyong to Profound Sky Sect, I won't go back on my words." Han Yuren scoffed in his heart and said, "Duan Yuyong may not necessarily appreciate your efforts, also, isn't he interested in you?" "How can that be?" Yuan Tianwen said. "Why not?" Han Yuren sneered and said, "He hates me and often causes trouble for me, isn't he doing all that because of you?" "Don't overthink it," Yuan Tianwen said, "he doesn't give me any face when he sees me either." "I would hope so," Han Yuren said. Yuan Tianwen might have said all that on the surface, but he had other thoughts in his heart. Chapter 71. Under Flying Luan Peak. And it wasn't because Duan Yuyong had always been picking on Han Yuren, but because Sumo had said that half a year ago, Duan Yuyong and Second Elder had personally paid them a visit to offer them a marriage proposal. Although the Duan family can't match up to the Yuan family, they had not needed any help from the Yuan family recently. Also, with Duan Yuyong's unyielding character, he wouldn't have personally paid their family a visit if it wasn't because he had some interest, no matter how much the Duan family tries to force him. Does that mean Duan Yuyong really does like him? Yuan Tianwen felt his heart rate speed up a bit. He doesn't know why he couldn't help but care about Duan Yuyong. It's probably because Duan Yuyong had always been by his side ever since they were kids, so to him, Duan Yuyong was like a younger brother Ba. After Yuan Tianwen thought of that, he looked up at Han Yuren. During the past few days, he felt that the more he interacted with Han Yuren, the more his feelings for him subsided. However, his decision to take responsibility for Han Yuren remained unchanged. As for Duan Yuyong, "You've had to suffer for the past few days," Yuan Tianwen said. Han Yuren lightly said, "The grievances I've suffered don't matter. I don't care if other people have their own ideas about you. As long as your heart is still with me, I can ignore them." Yuan Tianwen kissed Han Yuren's clean, pure white face, then said, "That's a given. You are my savior and I have no other way of repaying you other than to give myself to you in marriage." Han Yuren looked down and smiled, but no one knew how much reluctance was hidden in this smile aside from himself. The chasing sun horse could travel 10,000 li one in a day. Lin Xuanji and the rest had set off in the morning, and now that the sky had begun to darken, this group of travelers arrived at the flying Luan peak that was 5,000 li away from Qing City. Lin Xuanji pulled over his horse to stop by the forest at the foot of the mountain. Let's rest here for today, then continue our journey tomorrow when it's light out. Lin Xuanji said. I agree. Duan Yuyong nodded. He got off his horse and looked for an empty space, then said, we'll need to climb up this mountain tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, we should be able to go down the mountain before it's dark. If they wanted to reach Profound City, they needed to cross this flying Luan Peak first. From afar, flying Luan Peak looks like a bird that had opened up its wings and was about to take flight. It stretched thousands of miles and towered over its surroundings. If one wanted to go around it, their travel time would be prolonged by quite a bit. In the past, Lin Xuanji had already achieved a peak-hardened body stage cultivation and could fly around on his sword easily. When he returned from Profound Sky Sect, he always made the trip on his sword and was extremely fast, so he wasn't affected by the peak at all. But after he had restarted his cultivation, he hadn't even cultivated to the foundation stage yet. And also, since he had cultivated the equipment path, he wouldn't be able to cross the mountain like he did before without the aid of magic treasures. Ah Hen, are you hungry? Lin Xuanji asked. I wasn't, but now that Dage mentioned it, I actually do feel a little hungry. Yan Tianan looked down at his stomach and rubbed it, then said, it's flat. Lin Xuanji looked at his childish movements and revealed a faintly discernible smile. Since you're hungry, Dage will prepare dinner for you. Lin Xuanji took out a bottle of water from his storage bag and passed it to Yan Tianan, then said, drink some water first. Yan Tianan took the water bottle and opened it, then gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. The edges of Duan Yuyong's lips twitched. He randomly waved his hand about and said, fine, just treat it as I didn't say anything. Yan Tianan chuckled with a hee-hee. Lin Xuanji smiled and said, the two of you go get some firewood, I'll go find some food. We need branches that are at least 500 years old to use as firewood, and we'll ignite it with this flintstone, or else we won't be able to roast our ingredients well. Duan Yuyong's eyes immediately widened as he said, you're going to hunt spiritual demonic beings. Lin Xuanji nodded, then said, of course. Since we're out in the wild, we shouldn't have to let our mouths suffer too. Duan Yuyong stared at him, then said after a while, but you're a cripple now, you definitely won't be able to handle those demonic beings alone. Don't court trouble for yourself. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly, then said, or, Duan young master can come with me. Although Duan Yuyong really wanted to refuse, he thought for a bit before he said, fine, I'll go, at least I'm more reliable than you. He turned around and said to Yan Tianan, you stay here and don't run around recklessly. If anyone bullies you, just use the ground-splitting hammer your Dage gave you to smash them to death. Yan Tianan almost jumped up in surprise. He said, how do you know I have the ground-splitting hammer? Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes, then said, you were fiddling around with it God knows how many times on our way here. Since you were so reluctant to put it down, it must have been given to you by your brother. Why not you just marry your brother in the future? Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and looked at Lin Xuanji a bit sheepishly, yet the latter flashed him a faint smile. Don't spout nonsense, Yan Tianan said. At this moment, Yuan Tianwen and Han Yuren walked over. Han Yuren's complexion wasn't too good as he said, why are you guys stopping here? Just climb the mountain while it's dark, we'll be able to reach the other side by tomorrow morning. Duan Yuyong immediately sneered and said, since you've never been to Flying Luan Peak before, I guess you don't know the dangers of Flying Luan Peak. Han Yuren was instantly alert with a guilty conscience. For a moment, he thought that his lie had been exposed, so he immediately lashed out all flustered, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? I've even stayed on Flying Luan Peak for a period of time before, so I definitely know it better than you do. TCH, you're acting like this even though you've stayed here before, I really wonder how you managed to survive. Duan Yuyong laughed coldly before ignoring him completely, then said to Lin Xuanji, since the two bodyguards have arrived, let's enter the mountain ba. Lin Xuanji nodded, then said to Yuan Tianwen, I'll entrust my jadi to you two for a while. We're entering the mountains to hunt for some ingredients. Hupo was standing at one side with a cold and detached look on his face as he looked at Abai. His brother just had to provoke that arrogant crane whenever he saw it. When he heard Lin Xuanji call him, he turned around and ran towards Lin Xuanji. As for Bai, he was left behind to serve as Yan Tianan's bodyguard. After the 2 men and 1 tiger left, Han Yuren complained, "After we cross this mountain, we would be able to find an inn where we could stay, then we wouldn't need to spend the night out in the open like we're doing now." Within the 5 continents' mainlands, craftsmen were usually given much better treatment than other cultivators. Even a craftsman who had just started cultivating would often be sought after and protected by many. Han Yuren had always enjoyed comfortable living conditions ever since he was a kid. Plus he rarely left his home, so he didn't know that spending the night out in the open was the norm for cultivators no matter what their cultivation level was. Yuan Tianwen's expression was a bit strange as he said, "Doesn't Yuren know that the demonic beasts and devil beasts in Flying Luan Peak are nocturnal?" When he was recuperating on Flying Luan Peak, he often heard the sounds of demonic beasts duking it out in the open. Sometimes, they could even burn or crush an entire forest. They had never, ever left the secret cave that they were hiding in after sunset. They could still deal with one demonic beast, but 10, or 100, or even thousands or 10,000s of them were not numbers that they could have dealt with. Han Yuren was shocked, and cold sweat almost dripped down his forehead. An idea instantly occurred to him, so he pretended to be calm as he said, "I had just momentarily forgotten that they're riding horses. If it was just the 2 of us in Kai Shao, we could have flown over Flying Luan Peak to get to the other side." "Not necessarily." Yuan Tianwen shook his head and said, "There are innumerable flying demonic beasts on Flying Luan Peak. If we can fly over Flying Luan Peak, then they can do so as well. But I have realized that compared to before, Yuren's much less vigilant now." Han Yuren forced out a smile and said, "It's probably because you were severely injured at that time. But now, you've already completely recovered and had even broken through to the foundation stage, so I don't need to worry as much." Yuan Tianwen reminisced about the past and his heart softened, then said, "Last time, Yuren was the one who always had to protect me. So now, I should be the one to protect you." When Han Yuren heard this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At this kind of critical juncture, he can't let down his guard. If Yuan Tianwen discovers that he wasn't the one who had saved him, then all his efforts would have been for naught. After Yan Tianan picked up a few wooden sticks that was scattered on the ground, he used the flintstone that Lin Xuanji had given to him to light a fire. This flintstone was actually a kind of forged stone. The meat of demonic beasts is different from that of ordinary wild beasts. Spiritual qi circulated within their bodies, so they couldn't be cooked well with ordinary fires. Only branches that were at least 500 years old and fire from a forged stone could be used to cook them. The flames had just begun to burn brilliantly when Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong returned. The moment Duan Yuyong returned, he immediately said in a loud voice, "Well, Yan Tianan, aren't you just great, and to think I even treated you like my own brother. Yet from start to finish, you actually hid the fact that Lin Xuanji is actually a craftsman from me." Duan Yuyong was holding a deer in his hands as he rushed over energetically. Han Yuren was stunned, then he said, "Who did you say is a craftsman?" Duan Yuyong's eyes swept over Han Yuren, then said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you still here?" Han Yuren abruptly turned around to look at the expressionless Lin Xuanji, then said with an incredulous look on his face, "You're a craftsman?" "Since when?" Lin Xuanji lightly said, "Just a few days ago." "How could it be?" Han Yuren took 2 steps back, then said, "You can't possibly have a crafting soulfire. Don't tell me you seized someone's soulfire to become a craftsman. Don't slander people, my Dage isn't that kind of person." Yan Tianan glared at Han Yuren in disgust and lifted his chin as he spoke. "My Dage only managed to awaken his crafting soulfire after he annulled his engagement with you. I'm guessing that Dage's bad luck in the past must have been because you were suppressing all his good fortune." Yeah, that's quite possible." Duan Yuyong clapped and smiled, "In my opinion, you should be more careful." By Yuan Tianwen Lin Xuanji, nice annulment. The color on Han Yuren's face alternated between white and red as he was being mocked. Yuan Tianwen saw that his sweetheart was being bullied, so he immediately said in a cold voice, "Lin Xuanji, you were obviously a craftsman even before you annulled the engagement. I used to respect you because I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect that you were actually this kind of person." Lin Xuanji said, "I've always been like this. Maybe Yuan Young Peak Master has some sort of misunderstanding about me." Since the situation had turned so ugly, there was no need nor possibility of continuing the conversation any further. Thus, Yuan Tianwen and Han Yuren sat on one side, while Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan and Duan Yuyong sat on the other, and there was a considerable distance between the two groups. Yuan Tianwen often carried out his missions away from home, so he was proficient in keeping himself alive in the wild. Without needing Han Yuren to lift a finger, he had quickly finished a series of tasks by himself, such as picking up branches, lighting a fire and roasting meat. Of course, the mutant rabbit covered in thorns was personally captured by their pentacolored crane. Yuan Tianwen peeled off the rabbit's skin and pierced through it with a branch, then said to Han Yuren, "I really miss the taste of your roast meat, why not we relive that part of our past today?" Han Yuren stiffened, then smiled slightly and said, "Actually, you had thought that it was delicious because of the environment that we were in. How could my roasting techniques be compared to you? Why not you let me have a taste of your roasted meat today, ba?" Yuan Tianwen looked at him as disappointment filled his heart, then nodded and said, "That's fine too." On the other side, under Lin Xuanji's oppression, Duan Yuyong could only peel the skin off their deer and clean it by himself. "How did you find out that my dage is a craftsman?" Yan Tianwen asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, craftsmen would wear craftsman robes as a proof of their identity to differentiate themselves from other ordinary cultivators. People who weren't of a certain cultivation level would not be able to identify a craftsman just by sight. Lin Xuanji's was dressed as casually as before, and even Han Yuren couldn't tell that he was a craftsman. 1 li equals 0.5 kilometers tn. Hupo is so done with his bro I can't. Novel recommendation. Saw ye a bittersweet slice of life. It may seem mundane at first, but for some reason it's kept me hooked for the past day or so. Chapter 72. Repaying one's gratitude. Duan Yuyong wore a pair of thin silk gloves that can't be stained by oil as he handled the deer. If you had seen how he used forged stones as a weapon to attack this deer, you would be able to tell too. Also, to be able to utilize forged stones with such ease, the user must either be a heaven-defying genius or at least be of a heaven-defying level. Evidently, Lin Xuanji was the former. If he had just turned into an ordinary craftsman, then it wouldn't matter much to Duan Yuyong, but if he had turned into a heaven-defying craftsman, then he would definitely be worthy of note. Duan Yuyong. In any case, Duan Yuyong is the Duan family's young master after all, so he would never neglect any opportunity to rope a craftsman onto his side. Lin Xuanji looked at the pair of antlers on their deer, then cut them off and kept them in his bag. Yan Tianan blinked and asked out of curiosity, "Dage, what can those antlers be used for?" Lin Xuanji said, "They can be used to exchange for other items in Profound City. We could also keep it for our own use, infuse it with liquor or use them as raw materials for crafting." Yan Tianan nodded and revealed a look of admiration as he said, "Dage is so amazing." Duan Yuyong almost rolled his eyes up to the heavens. He had finally realized that Yan Tianan was a brocon through and through. No matter what Lin Xuanji does, he'll always think that he does it amazingly and awesomely. "Please, I was the one who handled this deer from start to finish, why don't you praise me?" Duan Yuyong said, "Because my dage would definitely handle it even faster and better than you did." Yan Tianan said, "Duan Yuyong, are you serious?" Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh, then raised his hand and lightly knocked on Yan Tianan's head. "Do you know how to cook game meat?" Lin Xuanji turned around to ask the Duan Yuyong, who was rolling his eyes. Duan Yuyong hummed softly and said, "I do, but I don't want to work." Lin Xuanji took out 3 cups and 1 jar of wine from his storage bag, then passed one of his cups to Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong held the cup with a puzzled look, then said, "You're really well prepared, aren't you? I can't believe you'll actually carry this kind of toy around with you." Yet Yan Tianan's eyes were already gleaming as he immediately unsealed the jar of wine and poured the wine inside into a cup. "This isn't just any ordinary wine, just try it and you'll understand." Duan Yuyong looked at Yan Tianan doubtfully. He took a whiff of the wine in his cup and thought that its flavor was alright. But after he drank a mouthful, he suddenly felt like he was going to soar into the sky. "Lin Xuanji, you're really something else. I can't believe you managed to get your hands on such a good item." Duan Yuyong gave Lin Xuanji a thumbs up while he wanted to hide the cup that he was reluctant to part with in his storage bag. Lin Xuanji took in this whole sight, then a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "If you can take responsibility for our clothing, food and shelter during our journey, I'll give you this cup." "Okay," Duan Yuyong promised without much hesitation. He lacked everything but money, and although his cooking skills used to be rubbish, he can proudly say that his cooking is excellent now, especially when it came to his roasting techniques in the wild. "Then why do you know how to do it now?" Yan Tianan blinked as he asked. It was all through force of circumstance. Duan Yuyong casually said, when you find yourself in an awful predicament and neither the heavens nor earth would answer your prayers, you'll be forced to learn how to survive too. Yan Tianan nodded with a pensive look. He didn't know how to cook in the past either. But after his daddy passed away and his brother was severely injured, their family took away their former servants. Thus, he had to learn how to cook for himself. But his cooking skills really need not be mentioned. In any case, Lin Xuanji had always respected his skills from a distance. A fragrant scent began to waft from their meat. Yan Tianan took a deep breath, licked his lips and said, it smells really delicious. Duan Yuyong flipped over the roasted meat and boasted, of course. Honorable Mi's roasted meat is the only one of its kind in this world. If you miss the chance to taste it now, you won't get the opportunity to savor it in the future. Yan Tianan laughed aloud. Lin Xuanji's eyes darkened, then his lips curved up as he said, there's a stream nearby. If we're thirsty, we can go there to fetch some water. Yan Tianan nodded and said, is Dage thirsty? I'll go fetch some water for Dage Ba. Don't take too long, Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan picked up their water bottle, patted his butt and ran off. I'm really jealous of you for having such a good brother, Duan Yuyong said with a face full of envy. There's no use for you to be jealous. Lin Xuanji, he's the only one of his kind. It's difficult to find someone like him even just once in 1,000 years. Duan Yuyong immediately laughed and said, can you be any more shameless? Who's as much of a braggart as you? Isn't that the case though? Lin Xuanji lightly said, as a Dao partner, Yuan Tianwen should be quite considerate and gentle as well. Duan Yuyong paused. Something should have happened between you and Yuan Tianwen Ba. Lin Xuanji just casually threw his question out like this. Duan Yuyong was instantly stunned. He didn't even have time to withdraw his smile, so it was currently affixed to his face. When Lin Xuanji changed the topic, he didn't give any warning nor make a connection with their previous conversation at all. He went straight to the point and had caught Duan Yuyong by surprise. A trace of fluster flashed through Duan Yuyong's eyes. He picked up the seasoning jar to rub it on the roasted meat and had intended to calm himself down by doing so. But unexpectedly, his hand shook and half the jar of seasoning was poured onto the meat. Duan Yuyong. Lin Xuanji laughed, but didn't say anything. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue, kept the jar and decided not to hide anything. He looked at Lin Xuanji's eyes that seemed to be able to see through anything and said, no matter what you've realized, don't say it. It has nothing to do with you. How could it have nothing to do with him? Lin Xuanji lightly said, the one by Yuan Tianwen's side now is my ex-fiancé. Duan Yuyong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xuanji continued, and the reason he's now my ex-fiancé appears to be because some young master had incited my family's hen to slip me a sleeping pill, then took advantage of the situation to steal my marriage contract and went to the Han family to annul my engagement. Duan Yuyong almost jumped straight up, then said, and you dare to bring that up? Didn't I help you resolve a huge problem? Lin Xuanji said, so I intend to repay the favor by helping you resolve your huge problem. Duan Yuyong, you. Lin Xuanji talked in a very casual and gentlemanly manner. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, or, I could go look for Yuan Young Peak Master now and give him some guidance. Duan Yuyong. This was definitely a threat of the highest magnitude. Duan Yuyong immediately retreated. He clasped his hands and said, you're too amazing, I admit defeat. Lin Xuanji smiled, but immediately withdrew his smile and said, so, what on earth is this all about? Duan Yuyong rubbed his nose, then sighed and said uneasily, actually, there's not much to say. When Yuan Tianwen was severely injured, had an unsound mind and was undergoing a qi deviation, I happened to pick him up and took care of him for a while. Then afterwards, I left when he had almost recovered. And when we met again he was pursuing that Han Yuran like a madman, so what else can I fucking say? Even though Duan Yuyong had described his situation simply, Lin Xuanji could tell that there was some other truth to the matter that Duan Yuyong didn't divulge. For example, when Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen were alone together, some sort of emotional friction must have occurred between the two of them. Or else, Duan Yuyong wouldn't feel so indignant about Yuan Tianwen pursing Han Yuran. How did Yuan Tianwen get acquainted with Han Yuran? Lin Xuanji asked. How the fuck would I know? Duan Yuyong impatiently stabbed the deer's leg with a knife, then called out in surprise, oh, it's done. Duan Yuyong's eyes lit up. He took the branch off the fire, stuck it into ground and clapped as he said, "Come and try it, this is the Duan's secret recipe and this is the only shop around, there's no other branches." Lin Xuanji took the knife and sliced off a piece of venison. Right at this moment, Yan Tianan returned with the water he had fetched. He sat down next to Lin Xuanji, passed the water to him, then took a deep breath and said, "It smells so good." Lin Xuanji passed the slice of venison that he had cut to Yan Tianan and said, "Try it." Yan Tianan took a bite and a satisfied expression spread across his face. There was no need to say it, the taste of this roasted venison was definitely top-notch. "Yuyong Gerger, you're so amazing," Yan Tianan praised. "Of course, and in comparison to your dage, you definitely can't match up to my dage though." Duan Yuyong sighed and said, "Fine. Why did I have to invite my own humiliation?" Yan Tianan's eyes looked like half moons as he laughed, "Ha ha ha." The cheerful sounds of laughter abounded on this side, which contrasted with the cold silence on the other. Yuan Tianwen had also caught a whiff of the scent of their roasted meat and thought it smelled a bit familiar, but couldn't tell why he found it this familiar. When he and Han Yuren were on flying Luan Peak, Han Yuren often jabbered on and on into his ears without stopping. Even when his blood and qi was raging through his body and he hadn't wanted to hear a single word, Han Yuren still wouldn't stop talking as a form of distraction. But now, Han Yuren had quietened down quite a bit. Yuan Tianwen was also a man of few words, so when the two of them were together, it seemed like there was nothing they could talk about. Yuan Tianwen felt like Han Yuren has changed quite a bit, and didn't know which was the real him. Yuan Tianwen sliced off a piece of the meat he roasted and passed it to Han Yuren. Han Yuren accepted it, and after he took a bite, he furrowed his brows and said, "Why does it taste so gamey?" Yuan Tianwen was a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Recently my skills have turned rusty." Han Yuren's eyes swept over the three people who were laughing cheerfully at the other side, and his gaze especially lingered on Lin Xuanji. His heart was distraught as he casually threw away the piece of roasted meat in his hands, then stood up and said, "I'm not eating anymore, no appetite." He had been feeling depressed ever since he knew that Lin Xuanji had turned into a craftsman. He had always treated Lin Xuanji as a coward who didn't have much of a backbone. He thought for sure that Lin Xuanji couldn't bear to lose their engagement, which was why he had always righteously demanded for his magic treasures in the past. And as he had expected, Lin Xuanji would generously give him anything that he asks for. But who would have known that Lin Xuanji would actually stab him in the back like this? Lin Xuanji had probably thought of annulling the engagement the moment he turned into a craftsman. The funny thing is, he had always been kept in the dark while he assumed that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect. Han Yuren took a deep breath, and his eyes were both cold and grim as if they had been dipped in poison. In that case, then Lin Xuanji would definitely be his opponent in the future. Looks like he really needed to think about how he could use someone else to get rid of Lin Xuanji in advance. Yuan Tianwen helplessly looked at Han Yuren's back. It wasn't the first time that he had an argument with Han Yuren. It's just that, when they had fought in the past, Han Yuren would openly argue with him and he would be able to retort. But now, Han Yuren only had a cold expression plastered onto his face and wouldn't say a word. Now, he didn't even have a way to start a fight with him so that they could get it over with. Yuan Tianwen thought that he had indeed caused Han Yuren to suffer recently, so he thickened his skin and went over to Lin Xuanji's side. "Yo, Yuan Young Peak Master, what are you doing here?" Duan Yuyong immediately sneered. Yuan Tianwen walked right past Duan Yuyong. He only casted a brief glance at him and ignored his jeers. Yuan Tianwen said to Lin Xuanji, "Could I borrow some food? My cooking isn't very good so he can't get used to it." Duan Yuyong looked like he had just eaten a mouthful of shit, then said, "Where did such a pampered person come from? If he's not used to it then don't eat it. Does he still think that he's a young master when he's out in the wild?" TNLXZ made me laugh so hard when he was forcing DYY to spill the beans. OMG Wheeze Chapter 73, Parted Ways. Yuan Tianwen looked like he was about to lose his temper. Lin Xuanji casted a glance at Duan Yuyong and didn't know what to say. This rascal loses his composure way too easily. The more he acts out like this, the more Yuan Tianwen would dislike him. Since Yuan Young Peak Master had personally come over to make this request, what harm is there to share some with them? Lin Xuanji sliced off a piece of venison, pierced it with the tip of a knife and passed it to Yuan Tianwen. "Hold up, who allowed you to give it to him?" Duan Yuyong jumped up, then glared at Yuan Tianwen and demanded, "Hand over 1,000 gold." Yuan Tianwen may be rich, but he's not a fool, and much less someone who would be deceived into paying more than he should be. He looked at Duan Yuyong coldly and said, Duan Yuyong, your willfulness should have a limit. Yes, I'm willful, I'm fucking more willful than anyone else. Duan Yuyong pointed at the tip of his own nose and was so angry his chest couldn't stop heaving, then said, if you can't stand the sight of me, then hurry and get lost, don't follow behind our asses. Yuan Tianwen stabbed the knife into the deer leg, then said with his eyes filled with fury, since that's the case, then let's go our separate ways. We were originally going our separate ways anyway, who the fuck wants to travel with you? Duan Yuyong roared. The meat in Yan Tianan's mouth almost fell out. Why did they start quarreling? Wasn't it just a piece of meat? Yuan Tianwen turned around and left with vigorous strides. He whistled and summoned his pentacolored crane, then pulled the Han Yuran who had been spectating the show and immediately got on his pentacolored crane and left. He left just like that. Yan Tianan still couldn't make sense of what had just happened. Duan Yuyong suddenly squatted down and buried his face in his arms, then started to choke out subtle sobs. Yan Tianan was startled and couldn't be bothered with eating his meat anymore. He immediately ran over and squatted down too, then said, Yuyong Jie, you're the one who chased him away, so why are you crying? Duan Yuyong raised his head, glared at Yan Tianan then said loudly, you little rascal, don't you know how to comfort people? Yan Tianan felt a bit wronged. He rubbed his nose and said, but isn't it just a piece of venison? And yet you demanded 1,000 gold from him, that's really exorbitant. What the hell? Do you know? Duan Yuyong said. Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji stood at one side, slowly tore off a piece of venison, then stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew on it. Duan Yuyong got up, saw this scene and immediately flew into a rage, don't you have any compassion at all? Lin Xuanji lightly said, you brought it upon yourself, don't tell me you want to put the blame on me for that. Duan Yuyong wanted to wail out loud, yet he also felt that he had indeed brought it upon himself. Yan Tianan blinked and asked, why are you always so mean to Yuan Young Peak Master? Did he offend you last time? Lin Xuanji lightly said, there's a certain type of person in this world. The more this kind of person likes someone, the more he would cause trouble for the one he likes and pick on their faults to attract their attention. Yet they don't realize that this is the most foolish method of all that would only backfire on themselves. Once the person they like ends up liking someone else, their love would end up turning into hatred. Yan Tianan looked at the Duan Yuyong who was immersed in his own world, then suddenly had an epiphany. He said, I understand now. Yuyong Jie, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Duan Yuyong flared up, what's wrong with me? Who told you that I like him? Yan Tianan said, if you don't like him, then why would you always try to cause trouble for him? In the past, I really thought that you had proposed an annulment of Daeja's engagement from my Daeja's sake, but I didn't expect that you did so because you had other ideas about him. Duan Yuyong said with a puzzled look, who are you talking about? Han Yuran. Yan Tianan said, it must have been because you saw that after Han Yuran and Daeja's engagement was annulled, he didn't jump into your embrace and went to follow Yuan Young Peak Master instead, so your love for Han Yuran turned into hatred. And as for his new lover Yuan Young Peak Master, you began to hate him so much you couldn't even stand the sight of him. Duan Yuyong. Right now, he only wanted to use a block of tofu to smash himself to death. Lin Xuanji placed his fist on his lips, then softly chuckled. He didn't expect that such a distorted explanation could be made, and it even sounded quite convincing. Duan Yuyong wanted to flare up, yet he couldn't release his anger after reining it in for half a day. Whatever, the ignorant can't be blamed, so it's not like he can blame Yan Tianan. Also, for fear of losing his own face, it's not like he could grab Yan Tianan's lapel and roar at him. The one lousy one likes is obviously Yuan Tianwen, that what's his name is a fucking nobody. Duan Yuyong gloomily continued to roast his meat. Lin Xuanji didn't bother with him either, and after Yan Tianan ate his fill, he pulled Yan Tianan over to sit with him underneath a huge tree. Yan Tianan yawned. Lin Xuanji sat cross-legged, then brought Yan Tianan into his embrace and said, we'll have to settle for this resting spot for now. After we cross Flying Luan Peak tomorrow, there'll be an inn where we could stay in at the foot of the mountain. Yan Tianan nodded, then leaned into Lin Xuanji's arms and looked at him. Daej, you're not going to sleep. Lin Xuanji shook his head and said, I'll continue to meditate. Yan Tianan got up and said, then I won't disturb Daej, I'll go somewhere else to sleep. With that, Yan Tianan walked over to another spot and didn't even give Lin Xuanji a chance to say no. Even though Lin Xuanji felt somewhat helpless, he also knew that Yan Tianan would never want to disturb him. So, he could only take a pillow out from his storage bag and place it by Yan Tianan's side. Dage will keep watch for you, have a good rest. Yan Tianan hugged the pillow and stuffed it underneath his head, then closed his eyes. And quickly fell asleep. Lin Xuanji had to admit that Yan Tianan was a kid who easily let his guard down. They were out in the desolate wilderness with only the sky over their heads. If it were someone else, they would have probably had to do some mental prep and toss about restlessly before they could force themselves to fall asleep. Lin Xuanji sat down cross-legged, formed his seals and entered a state of meditation. Within his consciousness, the soul bead spoke. Rascal, I'm warning you, if you don't start replenishing my forged stones for me I'll completely disappear within a few days. Of course I know that, Lin Xuanji lightly said, the quality of forged stones in Qing City is too poor and its prices are too exorbitant. Once we reach Profound City, I'll buy forged stones to nourish your soul bead. What soul bead? That voice roared. Benzun is a soul plate. Lin Xuanji casted a glance at the bead that was about the size of his thumb, then didn't say another word. Soul plate was shamed into anger as he said, isn't it all because of a crafty and detestable rascal like you who takes forged stones from me every day? If Benzun didn't reduce the size of my body, my soul would have scattered a long time ago. Lin Xuanji chuckled and didn't think much of it. He knew that soul plate was in his current state because of a lack of spiritual qi and a huge decline in the cultivation level of the soul plate himself. It didn't have much to do with forged stones at all. But this concerned the secret to soul plate's past identity, so Lin Xuanji decided not to expose his lie in case soul plate starts to doubt his origins. Soul plate probed around Lin Xuanji's body and cried out in surprise, not bad you rascal. It's only been a few days and yet you've already reached the 4th layer of the refining qi stage. You only need one more breakthrough before you can advance to the 5th layer. The speed of your progress is quite terrifying. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes and said, which is why I plan to break through to the 5th layer tonight. Soul plate exploded. No way. Do that after you buy more forged stones. I'm crafting a wine bottle tonight. Lin Xuanji said, coincidentally, I managed to obtain non-ossified and ossified antlers too just now. The wine bottle crafted with these antlers will have an added effect of strengthening its user's physical body. Once it's crafted, it'll definitely be at least of a high-grade quality, so its value will naturally increase as well. After I sell it, I'll spend all the money I sold it for on forged stones. Soul plate was almost choking back sobs as he complained, when you refined those cups before, that's what you said too. Lin Xuanji smiled and said, I never go back on my words. Soul plate gritted his teeth, then searched around for a while before throwing out 3 primary level high-grade forged stones. Lin Xuanji smiled, but didn't speak. Soul plate threw out 2 more forged stones of the same level and grade. Lin Xuanji said, I plan to craft a top-grade magic treasure, are you joking around with me? Top-grade magic treasure. Top-grade magic treasure. Soul plate fumed, do you think top-grade items are so easily crafted? You were a lucky rascal to have managed to craft a top-grade hairpin the first time, but after that, you hadn't crafted a single top-grade magic treasure even though you used up so many forged stones. The last time I gave you 10 top-grade forged stones, you actually dared to scrap the whole pot of them. Lin Xuanji said with absolutely no remorse, that was an accident. I don't care. Soul plate firmly said. You really won't give them to me? Lin Xuanji asked. I won't give them to you even if you beat me to death. Okay then. Lin Xuanji activated the contract that he had forced Soul plate to sign, then took out about 10 forged stones from Soul plate by himself. Soul plate was on the verge of crying. He cried out once, then stopped talking and faked his death. Lin Xuanji took out the Arabian crafting manual, then flipped to the page on crafting wine bottles. His eyes swept over the contents that described the basic materials and the hand seals that were required, as well as the details on the control of one soulfire. He quietly memorized what he had read, then closed the Arabian crafting manual in his consciousness. Afterwards, when he took out his wine cup recipe from his storage bag, a half-used blood spiritual bone marrow fell out. Then he took out a few types of expensive materials that he had bought from some shops along Qing City's overlooking Immortal Street before he began to calmly kickstart his crafting process. The forged stones emitted a faint, dark light. The wisps of spiritual qi continuously drifted into the materials that were suspended in midair. Lin Xuanji formed his hand seals quickly and evenly without pausing in between them, and the soulfire within his body was constantly burning. His soul fire was still quite weak as of now. He had only opened up 360 of the 720 acupoints in his body, which could barely support the crafting of a high-grade magic treasure that's the size of a wine bottle. However, Lin Xuanji wanted to craft a top-grade magic treasure today. This implied that in this crafting process, he needed to simultaneously break through 108 vital acupoints and the remaining 252 acupoints in his body. This was not something that one could accomplish within a day. In order to refine their soul fires, most craftsmen would need to do it in an enclosed area that was absolutely safe and peaceful. They would ensure that adequate preparations were made before starting, then spend about 10 to 14 days as they steadily use the soul fire in their meridians to break through the acupoints in their body bit by bit. However, Lin Xuanji didn't intend to do all that. Firstly, he didn't have enough time. Secondly, if he wanted to refine this wine bottle into a high-grade or even a top-grade magic treasure, he needed the requisite soul fire to do so, or else he would most likely fail. 1. Lousy. Used to refer to oneself when speaking to someone else with contempt, jokingly too. The Chinese makes a distinction between non-ossified antlers, antlers of a young deer that hasn't fully grown into its ossified form. It's quite soft and velvety to the touch, often used in TCM as a medicine, and ossified antlers, antlers of an adult deer. Hardened antlers, Chapter 74. Overjoyed before a craftsman breaks through to the hardened body stage, their levels are divided in the same way as a magic cultivators. But after they reach the hardened body stage, craftsmen and magic cultivators will go on their separate paths that are as different as night and day. The path of a magic cultivator is separated into introductory level, primary level, profound level, earth level and sky level. Its introductory level consists of the refining chi stage, foundation stage and hardened body stage. The primary, profound, earth and sky levels are further divided into 3 big realms and 12 kinds of small realms. On the other hand, the path of a craftsman is divided into introductory level, teal soul, crimson soul, purple soul, brown soul and black soul, these 6 soul levels. Each soul level is further divided into 5 stages. First stage soulfire indicates that one has opened up 360 acupressure points, and the soul force flowing through the meridians would expand by 2-fold. Second stage soulfire indicates that one has opened up 540 acupressure points, the soul force flowing through the meridians would expand 4-fold. Third stage soulfire indicates that one has opened up 612 acupressure points, the soul force flowing through the meridians would expand 8-fold. Fourth stage soulfire indicates that one has opened up 684 acupressure points, the soul force flowing through the meridians would expand 16-fold. Fifth stage soulfire indicates that one has opened up the remaining 360 lethal points. The soul force flowing through the meridians would expand 8-fold. And by then, one's soulfire would be considered to be perfectly pure, but it still would not have reached its peak state. Soul force can be expanded indefinitely, as long as the craftsman's meridians can withstand it. When one's soulfire advances to the next soul level, it would return to its initial stage. A craftsman's soulfire is equivalent to the Dantian Qi of a magic cultivator. The higher the level of their soulfire, the brighter it burns and the longer the time it can be used for crafting. However, as one's soul stage progresses, the difficulty in cultivating it increases as well. And what Lin Xuanji intended to break through right now was the refining chi stage's third stage soulfire. In this stage, 612 of his acupoints would be opened up, then the soul force through his meridians would expand by a whole 8-fold. The rate at which Lin Xuanji formed his hand seals got faster and faster, to the point that one could hardly follow his actions with the naked eye. The soul force in his body was also flowing through the 360 acupoints in his body that had already been opened, and now it was ruthlessly surging towards the remaining 252 acupoints. The soul force within his meridians was continuously expanding as well, and his meridians seemed like they were on the verge of rupturing. Hong! The sound of a loud blast rang out from Lin Xuanji's body. The spiritual qi from within the mountains wantonly gushed towards Lin Xuanji like tidewater. The turbulent spiritual qi whooshed through the air, as if it was about to cause a huge commotion. The blood running through Lin Xuanji's whole body was boiling, his meridians were all in the midst of rupturing and his acupoints were under a fierce barrage of attacks. This painful feeling almost made Lin Xuanji groan. On the other hand, Yan Tianan had already been awoken by this turbulent spiritual qi. He suddenly turned to look at the Lin Xuanji who was by his side and saw that Lin Xuanji's face was as white as a sheet, all color had been drained from his face and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. Yet, His hand seals weren't stopping and his soul force was still leaking. The spiritual chi of the 10 forged stones in front of him rushed towards the ware that had taken shape. The ingredients had already been fully integrated into it. The Duan Yuyong who was roasting venison also stood up. He looked towards this side with a shocked look in his eyes, and after he saw what was happening, the shock in his eyes instantly turned into admiration. After enduring a whole 4 hours of this torture, Lin Xuanji finally opened his eyes. His hands made a big open and close gesture, then he jumped up and caught the wine bottle that had flown up into the air. Success! Lin Xuanji looked at this primitive and dull-looking top-grade magic tool that had an incomparable texture, then laughed happily. Yan Tianan breathed a sigh of relief, then walked up and said, "Congratulations Dage for breaking through to the foundation stage." Lin Xuanji casually threw the magic tool in his hand to Yan Tianan and said, "I'll go wash up." "Ah hen, wait here for a moment." Lin Xuanji had broken straight through all the realms of the refining chi stage's 7th layer and had entered directly into the foundation stage of his cultivation. This kind of talent was really so heaven-defying, to the point that others would find it terrifying. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation stage, all the impurities within their bodies would go through a round of filtering and be expelled from their body. This was why there was a black layer of dirt on Lin Xuanji's skin. Even though this layer was much thinner than most cultivators, who had just entered their foundation stage for the first time, it was still unbearable to leave it on one's skin. When Lin Xuanji passed by Duan Yuyong had already withdrawn his hand seals and stood up. Duan Yuyong looked at Lin Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "I'm afraid that from today onwards, your reputation will be even better than before." Lin Xuanji lightly smiled. His aura was evidently very different from what it was yesterday. Within expectations. After he spoke, Lin Xuanji lightly walked away. Duan Yuyong. He thought that Lin Xuanji's behavior just now was practically asking for a beating. But after careful consideration, he had to admit that Lin Xuanji did have the right to be arrogant. No, maybe he wasn't being arrogant. Since reality was indeed so, Lin Xuanji had just spoken the truth. When he thought of this, Duan Yuyong's thoughts suddenly became even more chaotic. Duan Yuyong walked over to Yan Tianan and looked at the stupidly happy Yan Tianan with a complex expression on his face. Yan Tianan rested his chin on his hand and said with a tone full of worship, "My Dage is really amazing, isn't he? He can no longer be described by the word, amazing." Duan Yuyong said, "With your Dage's standard, before long, he would become the top craftsman amongst the younger generation." Yan Tianan nodded and said, "That's right. I've seen many amazing cultivators when I was traveling with Daddy, but none of them can compare to my Dage. You must know, Lin Xuanji had directly stepped over 3 layers and jumped straight into the next big realm. The Lin Xuanji today can already be considered to be a true cultivator." Duan Yuyong looked at the Yan Tianan who was sincerely happy for Lin Xuanji and couldn't help but say, "Ah hen, have you ever thought that once he becomes amazing, he won't want you anymore? It'll be just like before. His horizons would expand and he'll make even more amazing friends. He'll also have innumerable pursuers, as well as like-minded masters and fellow disciples." Yan Tianan was stunned. He looked at Duan Yuyong and said, "Isn't that good? His Dage was originally that kind of person anyway. It was only normal for his Dage to be surrounded by tons of people." Duan Yuyong's usual frivolous expression had suddenly turned solemn. "So Ah hen, have you never thought that at that time, where would you be? Can you still stay by his side? And in what capacity?" Dan Yuyong asked. Of course I'll still be by Dage's side." Yan Tianan furrowed his brows and said, "Don't tell me that after he becomes amazing, he won't be my Dage anymore. He's the only relative I have left, and nobody can change that fact." Duan Yuyong wanted to say something, but held it back before he continued, "You should start thinking about it." Yan Tianan smiled and looked at Duan Yuyong gratefully, then said, "I know what Yuyong Gerger is trying to say, thank you for your concern. But I don't think Dage is that kind of person. Also, I won't be able to live for many years, but my Dage can live for a very very long time. I only hope that while I'm alive, I can accompany Dage by his side. I had never hoped for anything more." "What do you mean by you won't be able to live for many years?" A cold voice traveled into his ears. Yan Tianan shuddered, then looked up and saw that Lin Xuanji was actually standing about 10 zhang away too. And yet, it seemed like he was talking right next to his ear. Lin Xuanji didn't expect that right after he returned from washing up, he would overhear a dialogue that made him feel this overjoyed. Lin Xuanji was so angry he laughed. His cold eyes swept across the Yan Tianan who was looking at him uneasily, then said, "That idea of yours has really made me see you in a different light. Yan Tianan, since that's how you think, then I won't need to rack my brains to help you think of methods to prolong your life anymore. Why not we just go back home right now?" Yan Tianan immediately panicked and looked at Lin Xuanji apprehensively, then said, "Dage, don't be angry. I said the wrong things just now, I'll take it back, okay?" "Did you say the wrong things, or do you actually think that way in your heart?" Lin Xuanji was so resentful that Yan Tianan didn't meet his expectations, so he shouted angrily, "You usually lazed around, but I just treated it as you being playful and hadn't understood the importance of cultivating. I had also thought that you were afraid because of the slow progress in your cultivation, but I never expected that you actually only wanted to live for these few dozens of years. I can't believe your ambition is actually this low." Lin Xuanji's unexpected rebuke made Yan Tianan's eyes turn red in an instant. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip, then raised his hand and wiped his eyes. Duan Yuyong couldn't watch this any longer. He stood in front of Yan Tianan, pulled a long face and said, "Lin Xuanji, what are you shouting at him for? He has always been considerate of you. Do you need to scare him like this just because of a slip of the tongue?" Lin Xuanji's cold eyes swept over them and said, "A slip of the tongue, ha, this isn't as simple as that." But Duan Yuyong could understand why Lin Xuanji was so angry, so he said to Yan Tianan, "Ah hen, admit your mistake to your Dage Ba." At first, he thought that Yan Tianan would admit his mistake obediently in a soft voice, but he didn't expect Yan Tianan to actually turn stubborn and spill the beans as he shouted at Lin Xuanji, "What mistake did I make? I can obviously only be an ordinary person. Daddy had already done everything he could to help me advance even just a tiny little bit. Plus I look this ugly, and I'm even a cripple too. I know you don't like me, you think every part of me looks unpleasant. When we were in the Lin family, you had always turned a blind eye when someone bullied me because you hate me. You think that I can't do anything right, that I'm a good for nothing, but I just can't be as amazing as you. I don't want to listen to you guys coax me, lie to me or comfort me. I understand very well just what kind of person I am." Duan Yuyong was completely stunned by these words that Yan Tianan had practically yelled out. This shock was no less than when he personally saw Lin Xuanji jump from a refining chi stage 3rd layer quasi-cultivator to a foundation stage cultivator in one night. Yan Tianan has always had a good temper. He always grinned as he spoke, and he was never this impulsive even when he was being bullied. He could tell that Yan Tianan had truly been forced to the brink of desperation. Lin Xuanji was also stunned for a while. Yan Tianan had never mentioned a single word about this to him in his past life. He thought that the Yan Tianan at this time was still a kid, and that his heart was always cheery and frank. But he really didn't expect, that he had actually never, truly understood Yan Tianan's inner world. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes. He could only feel sorrow gripping his heart, as well as an indescribable sense of guilt. "Let's resume our journey, Ba." Lin Xuanji got on a horse after leaving this sentence, then whipped his horse and rode it towards the top of the mountain. He needed some time to carefully think about how he was going to face Yan Tianan in the future. Duan Yuyong felt like his head was going to explode. He pulled Yan Tianan onto the other chasing sun horse, then rode together with him as they chased after Lin Xuanji. On the road, Yan Tianan was pouting very hard. Duan Yuyong sat in front of him. He said, "You really were very amazing today. That's a foundation stage expert, you know. Weren't you afraid that after you finished speaking he would have sent you flying with just one palm?" Yan Tianan leaned forward onto Duan Yuyong's back and said dispiritedly, "Yuyong Jie, I must have been possessed just now." He thought about what had happened an hour ago and really wished that he could turn back time. He actually dared to shout at Lin Xuanji. What's more, it's clear that those words were not what he really wanted to say, but why did they all just come out of his mouth without any censor? 1. It is believed that the human body has 720 acupoints, 108 of which are vital acupoints and 36 of these 108 points are lethal. Lethal points equals points that would cause one's death if pressed on. 2. 1 Zhang equals 3.3 meters. Chapter 75. A weird person. The edges of Duan Yuyong's mouth twitched, then he said, "Don't tell me you're scared now." Yan Tianan blinked and pouted as he said, "Can't you tell? I can't believe you even need me to tell you that." Duan Yuyong, he just knew it. How could such a kick-ass Yan Tianan be a permanent existence? Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji's back that wasn't too far ahead and said with a hint of melancholy in his voice, "What do I do? Dage must hate me to death right now." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong comforted, "Look on the bright side, he might have hated you that much in the past anyway." Yan Tianan, he only wanted to wail out loud right now. Duan Yuyong sighed and said, "Don't think too much, my rotten mouth was just spouting nonsense. Your Dage is angry at you because what you said just now was really infuriating. This just shows that he values you and cares about you, so he wants you to accompany him for a long, long time." Yan Tianan was already immersed in his own sorrowful world. He felt extremely wronged. He sniffed and said, "I only said that one sentence, and yet he was so fierce to me. Maybe he just really hates me." Sigh, "Don't be like this, my heart will ache." Duan Yuyong turned his hand over and patted Yan Tianan's arm, then said, "Tianan, be a good boy. Why not you take your cultivation seriously from tomorrow onwards? Once your Dage sees that, his anger might just turn into happiness." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan thought for a moment with tear-filled eyes, then nodded his head. Although there wasn't much use for him to cultivate, his Dage probably can't stand the sight of him lazing about Ba. To the east, it escaped to the east. A young cultivator shouted. A young woman holding a sword quickly flew eastwards and called out, "Third Shishang, hurry and use the thunder net to capture it, don't let it escape." Lin Xuanji saw a bald bird about the size of his palm in the distance. It was flapping its wings desperately as it rushed towards him. Several fierce killing intents were also chasing after the bird from afar. Lin Xuanji didn't want to be nosy, so he stopped his horse and moved aside to wait for the few cultivators behind to rush past him. But he didn't expect that bird to actually bump straight into him, and even chirped at him incessantly while looking very pitiful. But Lin Xuanji doesn't have much compassion. The strong feed on the weak. This was the natural order of things. The bald bird appeared to have sensed Lin Xuanji's ruthlessness, so it rushed towards the Yan Tianan at the back and dove straight into his arms. Yan Tianan looked down, then met the eyes of the small bird who kept burying itself into his clothes. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." His first thought was, "So ugly." And he couldn't stop himself from blurting it out. The bird had also revealed a disgusted expression, but very quickly, this disgust turned into the empathy of a fellow sufferer. Looks like in this world, there was something who was as ugly as himself. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. This pitiful bird definitely didn't lead a good life amongst its own race. One bird and one human remained silent, then simultaneously revealed a sympathetic look in their eyes. Yan Tianan couldn't help but hug the bird and said, "What a pitiful bird." The small bird chirped and shivered. Right at this moment, two cultivators, one man and one woman, arrived in front of them. Lin Xuanji had already changed his mind and decided to protect this bird that Yan Tianan took a fancy to, but when Lin Xuanji saw these two newcomers, he was even more sure of his decision. "Lin Xuanji," the young man pointed at Lin Xuanji with a shocked face. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The woman beside him was also shocked as she said, "Haven't you already turned into a good-for-nothing? Why are you here?" Lin Xuanji's lips slightly curved up as he sat on his horse and said, "And I was wondering who it was. Looks like it's my old friends." "Who's friends with you? Don't try to flatter yourself," Lien Xueqing immediately refuted. She furrowed her willow brows one and said, "You've been expelled from Profound Sky Sect a long time ago. When you're outside, don't you dare use Profound Sky Sect's name to fool around. That's right." Third Shishang Li Yong pointed his sword at Lin Xuanji and said, "I saw the animal fly towards you just now. If you hand it over quickly, I can spare your life." Lien Xueqing's eyes revealed a strong killing intent, then said, "Lin Xuanji, I didn't want to kill you at first. But since you've met me too today, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Obediently accept your death." Ba. Where did these dogs come from? They have been barking incessantly since they've met us. Duan Yuyong fiddled with a talisman in his hand. He narrowed his eyes as he sat on his horse and looked at these two cultivators with disdain, then said, "They talk pretty big, and they're even blind too. Lin Xuanji, don't tell me that these are the disciples of the legendary East Continent's #1 sect, Profound Sky Sect. They're dragging their sect's name through the mud." Lien Xueqing immediately turned around to look at Duan Yuyong and coldly said, "Who do you think you are? You actually dared to insult my profound sky sect Shimei. Don't bother wasting your saliva on these people, just kill them. Li Yong hadn't even finished speaking when he leapt into the air. His sword looked like a lone star on a wintry night as it swung down on Lin Xuanji's head. Meanwhile, Lian Xueqing wielded two swords in her hands and rushed forward to attack Duan Yuyong, who was on the horse behind Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji whipped out his backhand and a clang rang out. The sword that swung down on him had actually been pierced through. Li Yong staggered and fell to the ground. He looked at his broken sword and was so shocked he couldn't move. You're pretty good looking, but too bad you're a fool. Duan Yuyong sighed regretfully and casually threw out a talisman which exploded in Lian Xueqing's face. Li Yong glared at Lin Xuanji and gritted his teeth as he said, "You actually didn't turn into a good-for-nothing. You lied to us." Lin Xuanji's face was as casual as ever as he said, "The people who had harmed me, do you know who they are?" Li Yang's face immediately changed, then he sneered, "It was because of your own weakness that a demonic beast managed to harm you, yet you're actually trying to push the blame onto your fellow sect members now. Someone as vicious and narrow-minded like you isn't worthy of being a part of Profound Sky Sect." Well said. Lin Xuanji actually smiled. He suddenly raised his hand and used it to chop Li Yong. Li Yong didn't even have time to sense the majestic and dreadful soul force of this attack, nor have the time to block it and escape before his head was chopped off. "Nice one!" Soul Bead suddenly cheered. A chi that didn't belong to Lin Xuanji rushed out of his body and it actually absorbed Li Yang's soul directly into the soul bead. Lin Xuanji didn't expect the soul bead to do something like this, so he immediately furrowed his brows slightly, but he remained silent. "Ah!" Lian Xueqing shrieked. A few bloody holes appeared on her face after she was bombed, which made Lian Xueqing panic immediately. Her whole body shivered with rage as she glared at Duan Yuyong, then held up both her swords and said, "I'll kill you." Duan Yuyong threw out another 3 talismans in succession which lined up in a row, then he formed a complicated magic seal. The talismans exploded in an instant and blew Lian Xueqing away along with her swords. Hong. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lian Xueqing's body had been blown up into bits. Only 2 swords landed on the ground, utterly mottled. Duan Yuyong's heart ached as he placed his hand on his chest and said, "Half of Honorable Mi's assets has just disappeared. This woman is way too fierce, and even a little formidable. Ah, my heart aches." Sigh, "My heart really aches." Lin Xuanji nodded his head and said, "Duan young master is extremely wealthy indeed. Those 3 blasting skies talismans must have costed at least 3,000 gold or more. Not just anyone can use them so casually. But what's even more expensive than those talismans are the hand seals used to activate them. The whole set must have costed at least 10,000 gold ba." Duan Yuyong raised his eyebrow and looked at Lin Xuanji slightly surprised, then said, "You know that too? Expert Lin, you really aren't simple." Lin Xuanji said, "I think Ahen should know about it too." Yan Tianan heard Lin Xuanji say his name and was stunned, then nodded his head and said, "Last time when Daddy used to let me see the talismans made by talisman cultivators, I've seen this kind of talisman before. But, even though there isn't much of a difference between the hand seals and magic seals used to activate the talismans made by different people, these minor details have their respective merits. If any part of it goes wrong, the effect of the talismans will be greatly reduced. But I think the 3 blasting skies talismans used by Yuyong Gerger should have been utilized to the best of its abilities. If you were to use each of these talismans by itself, they wouldn't be worth much. But the problem is, if you wanted these talismans to be as effective as possible, then you would need to activate all 3 talismans at the same time." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. And this would require the hand seals and word seals needed to activate them. When Duan Yuyong bought these talismans, he would have needed to buy the method of using them as well. This definitely wouldn't have been a small sum. Even the Lin Xuanji who was still at Profound Sky Sect wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money on this kind of talisman that's only used to protect one's life. Duan Yuyong smiled as he nodded, then said, "I won't hide it from you guys, these 3 talismans actually didn't cost much." When Lin Xuanji heard this, he said, "Don't tell me you made these talismans yourself." Duan Yuyong lifted his chin and said proudly, "Of course. How's that? Isn't Honorable Mi super amazing? Isn't Honorable Mi especially admirable?" Yeah. Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong with worshipful eyes, then said with admiration, "Yuyong Gerger, you're really modest. I actually didn't know that you had this kind of skill. It's not just you, even my dad doesn't know." Duan Yuyong raised his eyebrow at Yan Tianan and said, "So, do you want to become Gerger's apprentice?" Without waiting for Yan Tianan's reply, Lin Xuanji opened his mouth to speak. "There's still one more bug in hiding. Let's continue talking after we get rid of him." Duan Yuyong raised his hand and another 3 yellow talismans appeared. Suddenly, a young man stumbled out from behind a tree and kneeled in front of the 3 people with his head on the ground, then shivered as he said, "Warong Sword Immortal and these 2 respectable masters, I beg you to spare my life. I was only accompanying them on the road, we aren't particularly close. I'm just a small fry who was following behind them with the intention of finding some exotic things to bring back to sell. I had absolutely no intention of killing anyone." The 3 talismans in Duan Yuyong's hands gently swayed about in the air. He smiled and said, "Lin Xuanji, this guy actually knows you. Don't tell me he's also one of your Profound Sky Sect's disciples." Lin Xuanji didn't even need to see his face, he could tell who this person was based on his voice alone. Even though most cultivators in Profound Sky Sect couldn't wait to put themselves on a pedestal that reached the clouds, to transcend this world and be free from worldly affairs, there were still a few unconventional cultivators who did the exact opposite. And one of them was the cultivator called Yang Dongmian in front of them right now. Although he had just entered Profound Sky Sect a few years ago, his reputation could actually be on par with Lin Xuanji. Yang Dongmian was infamous for being thick-skinned. Many people in Profound Sky Sect look down on him as they think that he lacks the grace and arrogance a cultivator should have, and thus think beneath their dignity to befriend him. However, Yang Dongmian has his own fortes. He's a broker and doing business was his hobby. Rumors has it that any business transaction that goes through his hands would never fail. Especially when it came to rare and strange items, he could get them through all kinds of means. I have a slight impression of this person, Lin Xuanji admitted. When he recognized this person as Yang Dongmian, he had already thought of something. "Ha ha ha, your Profound Sky Sect is really interesting. The other 2 met you with fierce faces and talked about killing the moment they saw you without considering their own strength, but now this one is being all subservient and can't wait to stuff his face into the ground." Duan Yuyong ridiculed, "Don't tell me that your Profound Sky Sect doesn't even have one normal person." We do, we definitely have normal people." Yang Dongmian's eyes immediately swept over Lin Xuanji and flattered, "Just like Warong Sword Immortal, he's the cream of the crop amongst those who are normal. You can tell at a glance that he's different from a weird person like me." Chapter 76. It's a phoenix. Yan Tianan couldn't help but laugh and say, "That's the first time I've heard someone talk about themselves like that." Yang Dongmian said with a straight face, "Humble me knows myself well." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "This bird, what's so special about it?" Yang Dongmian heaved a sigh of relief, then immediately answered, "I don't know if this bird is special or not, but when I was handing over a return yuan sky level pill to those 2 as part of our transaction at the foot of the mountain, this bird came out of nowhere and swallowed the return yuan sky pill. So we definitely had to chase it and we ended up here as we were chasing it." Yan Tianan's face immediately changed. He even dug his ears before he said in disbelief, "Return yuan sky pill? I didn't hear that wrongly, right? Isn't that really difficult to find?" Lin Xuanji was also stunned, then said, "After this bird ate an Earth-level medicinal pill, it actually didn't have any abnormal reaction." Earth-level medicinal pill? Duan Yuyong almost fell down from his horse. He opened his mouth so wide his jaw almost dropped off as he shouted, "Oh God, you're not lying to Honorable me, right? Where did you manage to get an Earth-level medicinal pill from?" Even though he didn't know what kind of pill the return yuan sky pill was, just knowing that it was an Earth-level medicinal pill was more than enough. Out of the 4 levels of medicinal pills, primary, profound, Earth and Sky level, the most commonly seen type in the 5 continents mainlands is the primary level medicinal pill. Profound level medicinal pills can only be found within big sects, and as for Earth level medicinal pills, the number of such pills that exist in the East continent could probably be counted with just one hand. Yang Dongmian was shocked by these 3 voices that rang out at the same time, then immediately patted his chest and said, "How would I dare lie to you? That's a real, bona fide Earth-level medicinal pill, and it was a pill that I expended a lot of effort in getting from the Middle Continent's Sky Peak sect." When he spoke of this, Yang Dongmian suddenly felt his heart and teeth ache. His face twitched, then he sighed and said, "At first I had thought that I would be able to earn a big sum, but who knew that this animal with flattened feathers would actually appear at such an opportune moment. All my life savings had disappeared in an instant." After he finished speaking, Yang Dongmian felt more and more despair as he thought of what had happened. He didn't kneel down to beg for forgiveness anymore, and instead sat on the ground and spoke as tears streamed down his face. Forget it, just palm me to death. I don't want to live anymore, I'm going to be broke soon. Woo 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 woo. Yan Tianan looked at him as he suddenly cried while he was talking, then quickly comforted him by saying, "What are you crying for? If you don't have any more money you can just go earn it back. People shouldn't be forced to die just because of money." Yang Dongmian wiped away the snot and tears on his face, then sniffed as he said, "What do you know? This medicinal pill was crafted by a fussy craftsman in Sky Peak sect who took 10 years to craft this one Earth-level medicinal pill. He hadn't intended to sell it at first, but it was because I knew him when I was young that he was willing to sell it to me. And he hadn't even received his deposit. Woo woo woo." Yan Tianan thought that he did seem pretty miserable, so he thought for a bit before he said, "When those two went to get the medicinal pill from you, they must have brought some money along. Why not you go search their clothes to see if there's money?" "They won't have money." Yang Dongmian sniffed and said with bloodshot eyes, "That was a pill requested by their master, how would they be able to afford an Earth-level pill? I had coincidentally bumped into them on my way to meet their master, and they said that they had to see the pill then, which was why I was forced to open the bottle. But who would have thought that when one was unlucky, they could be this unlucky? No medicinal pill and no money, you could say that he had lost both money and the goods." Yang Dongmian thought about his pathetic savings, then thought of the looming debt that towered over him and suddenly felt like his life had turned bleak and hopeless. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but sympathize with him and said, "You really are too unlucky." Yan Tianan nodded his head and said, "Yeah, this kind of occurrence is really rare." Chirp 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 chirp. The bald bird that was buried in Yan Tianan's arms suddenly popped its head out and chirped a few times with a sympathetic look on its face. Yan Tianan, he thought that at this kind of timing, the perpetrator only needed to keep quiet. Lin Xuanji's eyes swept over the bird and suddenly thought of something. In his past life, Yang Dongmian appeared to have died very early on, and was said to have had died right on this flying Luan Peak. Rumors has it that flying Luan Peak was reduced to ashes after burning for a whole 7 days and 7 nights and had turned into a dead mountain. At the same time, there were 3 disciples from Profound Sky sect who were burned to death in this fire, and one of them was Yang Dongmian. Yan Tianan rubbed the bald bird through his clothes, then said somewhat apprehensively, "Dage, since it had already eaten the pill, we can't possibly get it to spit it out, right? Why not we release it, ba?" Lin Xuanji said, "Ah hen, bring that bird over to let me take a look at it." Yan Tianan hesitated for a bit, then took the bald bird out, got off his horse and walked over to Lin Xuanji. He pursed his lips as he held the bald bird up in his hands, then said softly, "Dage, it's actually really obedient." Bald bird flapped its wings and cried out sadly, then Lin Xuanji picked it up by its wings and held it in his hand. Lin Xuanji looked at this bald bird. Bald bird opened its golden beak as it faced Lin Xuanji to express its dissatisfaction. And what Lin Xuanji clearly saw in that instant was a hint of smoke within that bird's beak. Lin Xuanji was stunned. This bald bird, whose ugliness was unmatched and was no better than a pheasant, would actually become the phoenix that would turn the entire 5 continents' mainlands upside down in the future. Isn't this too big of a discrepancy? Don't ask how he knew about this, because in his past life, he only knew one such phoenix that could shake the heavens, the earth and the skies, but at this moment, the phoenix was merely a bald bird. It tried its best to spit out a mouthful of fire, but all it did was spit out a puff of smoke and even choked itself by accident. Chirp chirp chirp, it coughed harshly. Yan Tianan's heart was beating so fast it almost jumped out from his throat. Lin Xuanji threw the bald bird back to Yan Tianan, then said with a face full of disdain, "If you want to raise it, then just raise it for now, ba. It doesn't even have enough meat on it to get stuck in our teeth if we roast it now to eat." Yan Tianan, bald bird, nonsense, it's obviously very delicious. Yan Tianan quickly stuffed this ugly and cute bird back into his clothes and was about to return to the horse he shared with Duan Yuyong when Lin Xuanji stopped him. "Sit in front of me," Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan stiffened, and only hesitated for a short moment before he obediently turned around and grabbed Lin Xuanji's outstretched hand. Then, he sat back on his old seat. He moved about a bit uneasily, so Lin Xuanji wrapped his arms around him from behind. Yan Tianan immediately settled down. Lin Xuanji said to Yang Dongmian, "I want you to swear that you won't tell anyone that the deaths of those 2 people are related to the 3 of us." Although Yang Dongmian had just rolled about on the floor talking about how he was better off dead, but evidently, when he had the chance to live he would choose to try his best to stay alive. Thus, Yang Dongmian immediately straightened 3 of his fingers and swore to the heavens, I, Yang Dongmian, swear that I will never tell anyone else about what had happened today. If I were to reveal anything about the 3 people in front of me, I'll be struck by lightning and doomed to suffer in hell forever. The oath had been made and the contract had been formed. The heavens had mysteriously taken note of this oath. Lin Xuanji nodded, then said, Yang Dongmian, I have some business I want to do with you, but it won't be easy. Are you interested? Of course. Yang Dongmian's eyes lit up. He got up from the ground, patted away the dust from his clothes and said, the bigger the deal the better. What does Warong Sword Immortal want? Lin Xuanji said, I want the 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul. Yang Dongmian was stunned, then said, I can get that item, but if Warong Sword Immortal wants it, it should be easier for you to obtain the 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul directly without using me as a middleman, right? Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Dongmian with an obscure look, then said, looks like you do know quite a bit about me. Yang Dongmian shuddered, then awkwardly chuckled and said, actually, I don't really know much. This isn't because I'm always staring at Warong Sword Immortal, but because Warong Sword Immortal is naturally an eye-catching existence, so even if I closed my eyes and covered my ears, someone would mention you. Bei Duan Yuyang sighed ruefully, you're so good at bootlicking. Yang Dongmian broke out into a huge smile and said, I'm genuinely sincere. Duan Yuyang nodded and said, bootlicking at its finest. Yang Dongmian, where did this person come from? Must he expose him like this? Yang Dongmian turned around and continued talking to Lin Xuanji. But of course, if Warong Sword Immortal has this request, I'm ready to go all out to fulfill Warong Sword Immortal's wish as soon as possible. Yang Dongmian said, I want to obtain the 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul within the next 7 days. Lin Xuanji held up one finger and said, I'll give you this price. Yang Dongmian's face suddenly brightened. His smile was so wide that his eyes had turned into slits as he said, don't worry Sword Immortal, I'll definitely be able to get you a 1,000-year winter silkworm's frozen soul of the highest quality, but where do I pass the good to you? Lin Xuanji said, I'll wait for you at Gentleman's Approach Inn. When you find it, just head there straight to find me. That's great. Yang Dongmian nodded his head. Gentleman's Approach Inn was located right below Profound Sky Sect on the liveliest street in Profound City, so it was pretty convenient for him. One more thing, Lin Xuanji said, you can just call me by my name. Warong Sword Immortal has already become a fragment of the past. Although Lin Xuanji was slightly reluctant to part with this alias, but ever since he decided to cultivate the path of the craftsman, he had been destined to never be Warong Sword Immortal again in this life. Yang Dongmian took out a penetrating clouds shuttle out from his storage bag, then clasped his hands and said, then I'll take my leave first. Also, Xuanji Shishang, even though there were some people in our sect who let you down, there is still a fraction of us who have always looked forward to your return. Lin Xuanji's expression turned stern, then he clasped his hands and said to Yang Dongmian, thank you. Yang Dongmian was already about 25 meters away. Thank you Xuanji Shishang for not killing me. After Yang Dongmian left, Duan Yuyang touched his chin and said, that rascal actually didn't need to beg us to spare him. He has quite a lot of good stuff on him, that's more than enough to help him escape. Lin Xuanji, he probably wanted this bird. Duan Yuyang's line of sight immediately fell onto the bulge in Yan Tianan's clothes and said, exactly what species is this bird? It had swallowed an Earth-level medicinal pill, yet it didn't exhibit the slightest abnormal reaction to it. I'm afraid it's not just any ordinary bird. It's not ordinary, but it's not a good bird either. Lin Xuanji stretched his hand out and encircled Yan Tianan from behind, then he grabbed the bird that was moving about in Yan Tianan's embrace. Bald bird, ow 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 chirp. Lin Xuanji ignored the bald bird's protest, then said, there's a chance that this bird hasn't digested that Earth-level medicinal pill. Why not Ahen cut its stomach open to look for that Earth-level pill, then you can leave it for yourself to consume next time. Yan Tianan froze for a moment. He looked at the bald bird that had instantly exploded and was crying out shrilly. His heart couldn't help but soften and said, Dage, don't scare it, it's still very young, it's only an infant. Lin Xuanji thought, it's definitely an infant, but it may not be very young. Lin Xuanji placed this bird on Yan Tianan's shoulder. Bald bird glared at Lin Xuanji with its pair of golden red eyes, then angrily spat out a puff of smoke at him. Duan Yuyong coincidentally saw what had happened and his eyes almost fell out of its sockets. I saw smoke come out from its mouth. It probably wants to cook itself. Bah. Lin Xuanji said. Duan Yuyong, little phoenix, chirp chirp chirp, this person is so detestable. 1. The actual phrase describes something like you feel your heart jumping up to your throat, which is akin to when you're taking a roller coaster. It's a phrase used to describe a feeling of extreme nervousness, fear. I'm feeling a slight burnout. Chapter 77. Forged engraving pen. Yan Tianan faced Lin Xuanji and was about to speak, but he faltered and fell silent instead. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanji whipped his horse to urge it forward and left Duan Yuyong in the dust. He completely ignored Duan Yuyong's shouts of protest as he brought Yan Tianan into a quiet mountain forest. Yan Tianan's heart had almost reached his throat. Dage, today listen to me first. Lin Xuanji interrupted Yan Tianan, then said, today, I was at fault for shouting at you. Yan Tianan pouted and hung his head, then said, I was the one who made Dage mad. Lin Xuanji paused, then said, I had neglected you far too much in the past, which is why I didn't understand what you were truly thinking. That won't happen ever again. Yan Tianan blinked. Lin Xuanji continued, Hen, no matter how many pledges or promises I make right now, you probably won't believe them, so I won't say anything of the like. I just need to prove my commitment to you with my actions. But, I hope Hen won't say stuff like, living for a short few decades, or that you'll eventually leave Dage one day, anymore. Yan Tianan's eyes had reddened considerably as he said, I don't want to either, but that's beyond my control. Lin Xuanji hugged Yan Tianan, kissed him on the forehead and sighed, but when you say stuff like that, I will feel very upset. Very, very upset, as if his most cherished treasure was about to leave him. Yan Tianan was stunned for a moment, then sniffed and said, actually, I feel very upset when I say those kinds of words too. Yan Tianan lowered his head and whispered, Dage, I'm sorry. I won't do that again in the future. A faint smile appeared on Lin Xuanji's face, then he said, okay, then this matter is considered resolved and Hen won't bear a grudge against Dage. I won't, I have never kept Dage's bad points in mind. Yan Tianan said, actually, ever since I fought with Dage, all I could think about on the road was how well Dage treats me. You. Lin Xuanji sighed again. Thus, the two had reconciled. After he picked up a bird that was as ugly as him, Yan Tianan had one more playmate on the road that he could hold in his hand. He was instantly much happier and ended up losing track of time. After they traveled for about 5 days, Lin Xuanji and gang finally arrived at Profound City's huge gate. Profound City was the East Continent's capital city, and was also where Profound Sky Sect is located. Thus, just its city gate alone was taller and more grand than the one in Qing City, which gave the city a very imposing atmosphere. The number of cultivators on the streets had evidently increased. There hadn't been even a single mortal in sight as they made their way into the city from the city gate. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. This was the first time Yan Tianan came to Profound City. His eyes widened considerably as he kept looking around at the various medicinal pill, spiritual plant and magic tool shops that surrounded them. His curiosity was off the charts. Duan Yuyong sighed and said, this is the only city in the East Continent that doesn't have any mortals. If you casually pull someone out from the streets, that person would probably be the descendant of some influential cultivator family. You can probably even grab a handful of them off the streets. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, but, the place with the most cultivator second generations one is the Middle Continent. Duan Yuyong revealed a longing look, then said, Middle Continent is the true heart of the 5 continents' mainlands. Influential families and sects are aplenty there. If I ever get the chance to go to Middle Continent and see Sky Peak Sect with my own eyes, I won't have any more regrets in life. Lin Xuanji smiled, but didn't make any comment. In his past life, Duan Yuyong did have some ties with Sky Peak Sect, yet these ties were not strong enough for him to successfully enter Sky Peak Sect. But in this life, he didn't know what fate might have in store for Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong went to Gentleman's Approach Inn to reserve a room first. This young master who had never let himself suffer in the past had actually camped in the wild the whole way here, and no one knew how much dirt he had had to eat. At this moment, he just wanted to soak himself in clean water and wash himself thoroughly from head to toe. Meanwhile, Abai and Hupo were ordered by Lin Xuanji to follow Duan Yuyong to the inn's room to wait for them. They were spirit beasts after all. Lin Xuanji was worried that Abai and Hupo would be discovered by the people in Profound City and get abducted while they're not looking. As for the bald bird, it fell asleep after it had its fill of playing around. Right now, he was still lying on Yan Tianan's chest as it continued to sleep peacefully. No matter how much Yan Tianan changed its sleeping posture, it didn't exhibit any signs of waking up. From the looks of it, this bird was probably going to stay asleep for a long time. But Lin Xuanji knew that this ancient phoenix that they had unexpectedly picked up was probably absorbing the earth-level pill that it had consumed. Before a sufficient amount of time passes, it probably wouldn't wake up. We really are lucky, Lin Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. On a wide street, Lin Xuanji was holding the reins to their horse while Yan Tianan sat in front of him. Yan Tianan looked to his left and right for a while, then furrowed his brows and said, "Dage, I realize that a lot of people here are looking at you. Let them look, it's not like I'll lose a piece of meat if they do." Lin Xuanji lightly said. Lin Xuanji has long since been accustomed to these kinds of gazes. When he was still the Profound Sky Sect's Yuarong, these people would scramble over one another to sell his portraits, and could even raise the price of one such portrait to a sky-high price. It was common for people to express their love for him on the streets every day. However, after Lin Xuanji turned into a good-for-nothing, their gazes of adoration turned into scorn. Profound Sky Sect had sent him away in an open-air carriage, and when his carriage was pulled along by horses towards Profound City's gate, those who used to adore him had all avoided him like the plague and wished that Lin Xuanji could stay as far away from them as possible. You can say that most of the cultivators within Profound City were Profound Sky Sect disciples, and amongst the Profound Sky Sect cultivators, there was barely anyone who didn't know what Lin Xuanji looked like. As such, when Lin Xuanji walked on the streets, he naturally attracted countless gazes as people engaged in a lively discourse. "That's Profound Sky Sect's Broken Sword Peaks Lin Xuanji, right? I'm not seeing things right. That appearance and temperament. Who else could it be? He's just trash now. We haven't seen him in 2 years, how is it that he still dares to come here to search for some sense of purpose? Who's the one sitting on the horse? His face looks really horrendous, just one look at it and I feel like puking, ha ha ha, maybe he's Lin Xuanji's lover. They're pretty well suited for each other." Lin Xuanji heard their exchange but didn't mind it much. He no longer bothered with words that came out from the mouths of inconsequential people like them. Yan Tianan glared at them and scared them off with a face that looked like it had been torn apart then glued back together. Then, he satisfactorily turned back to say to Lin Xuanji, "Dage, which magic tool recycling shop are we going to?" Lin Xuanji said, "We're going to the biggest magic tool shop in Profound City." "Are you talking about Hidden Tools Pavilion?" Yan Tianan's eyes gleamed brightly. "Of course it's Hidden Tools Pavilion." Lin Xuanji nodded, then said, "I have some friendly relations with the boss of Hidden Tools Pavilion. It would probably save us some time if we went to his shop." Yan Tianan squinted his eyes and nodded forcefully, then said, "I've heard that there are countless rare treasures in Hidden Tools Pavilion. Just randomly picking out a tool from the shelf would net you a one-of-a-kind treasure. Saying that there are countless treasures there is right, but the items inside aren't as exaggerated as the rumors say they are." Lin Xuanji smiled, then said, "Hidden Tools Pavilion has a total of 10 floors. The 5th floor and below contain ordinary wares, ingredients and forged stones. From the 6th floor onwards, the higher you go, the more complicated its arrays and the rarer its treasures will be." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan blinked his eyes, then said with a face full of longing, "I wonder how much we can sell our wine bottle for." Lin Xuanji smiled as he said, "No matter what, it'll never be worth as much as you." Yan Tianan was stunned, then he sighed, "We're finished. Looks like it really isn't valuable then." Lin Xuanji, what he wanted to say was that his family's ahen was a priceless treasure that couldn't be exchanged for even 1,000 gold. But his family's ahen doesn't seem to have much confidence in himself. And even thinks of himself as inferior. Lin Xuanji does want to correct this idea of his, but he knew that this wasn't something he could accomplish within a day. Thus, he planned to secretly correct it bit by bit every day. Eventually, there'll be one day when ahen can be filled with confidence. Even though Hidden Tools Pavilion is supposed to only have 10 floors, it had the added effect of the high-level array within it, so if you looked up from below you wouldn't be able to see the top of the pavilion. It was as if this pavilion had infinite floors. Lin Xuanji brought Yan Tianan inside. When they entered, they saw a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits that were arranged neatly around the room. They had the full assortment of equipments, offensive tools, defensive tools and auxiliary tools. It was a truly dazzling sight. There were so many tools that your eyes wouldn't be able to take the whole sight in with just one glance. There were quite a few profound Sky Sect disciples here who were selecting the equipments and ingredients they needed, while waiters shuttled about the hall with smiles on their faces. Also, for the sake of improving their sales performance, these waiters could launch into a very exaggerated and elaborated account of the benefits their ingredients and equipment would bring its users, which made people feel like they would lose out if they didn't buy them. After Yan Tianan finished listening to a waiter recommend a sword to some cultivator, he couldn't help but rub his chin and said to Lin Xuanji, "Dage, these people look so jubilant and are so eloquent that I'm almost convinced to buy something." Lin Xuanji smiled as he said, "That's right. Hidden Tools Pavilion is an equipment shop that can be found throughout the 5 continents. Any random waiter here would be of the highest quality. They can ensure that these buyers would enter and leave the shop in a good mood." Yan Tianan looked at the equipment that surrounded him and even felt some reluctance to blink. Lin Xuanji asked, "What does Ah Hen want to buy?" Yan Tianan saw a black forged engraving pen. That pen was placed inside a transparent crystal box. It appeared completely dark jade in color, which gave it a mysterious air, and looked both clean and tasteful. It looked very compatible with Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan thus pointed at the forged engraving pen and said, "Dage, this pen looks pretty good. It should be very comfortable for you to use. Every craftsman would need a forged engraving pen. This kind of pen was used to engrave patterns and change the finer details on their equipment. If the craftsmen had adequate soul force, they could infuse their soul force into those patterns through their forged engraving pens. Also, equipment with soul force added to it are not only more beautiful, but its effectiveness would also be taken up a notch. Some of them could even jump straight to a higher grade. But the cost of most forged engraving pens start from at least 10,000 gold and were extremely expensive. Lin Xuanji couldn't afford it last time, so he had always crafted his equipment without one. You wouldn't be able to find any patterns on his wares at all. Of course, Lin Xuanji can't go without a forged engraving pen forever. He needed to get one sooner or later. "Quick, get your hands on that forged engraving pen." Soul Bead had apparently awoken and was crying out within Lin Xuanji's consciousness. Lin Xuanji slightly raised his eyebrows, then said, "I can't afford this." "Even if you can't afford it, you need to think of some way to steal it," Soul Bead suggested without a single bit of moral integrity, then urgently said, "You rascal who can't recognize value, do you know that forged engraving pen's material is the only one of its kind in the world? It's something that you can only find through pure luck." Oh. Lin Xuanji's interest was piqued, then asked, "I can't tell what it's made out of though." Soul Bead said, "It's the concentrated essence left behind by a divine Firminia Simplex II after being burnt for a whole 10,000 years by an extraterrestrial fire. Which bastard actually dared to turn this kind of rare treasure into a magic tool? What a waste. It truly is such a waste of heaven's gift." Soul Bead wrung its non-existent hands and sighed. His tone and manner of speaking could be said to be filled with bitter resentment. On the other hand, Soul Bead's words had already caused a huge stir in Lin Xuanji's heart. His gaze locked onto that pitch-black and lustrous forged engraving pen that had faint, dark red lines crawling all over it. Evidently, he had changed his mind. He finally remembered why this pen looked so familiar to him. In his past life, he had seen this forged engraving pen in the hands of the genius craftsman who would soon shake up the entire 5 continents mainlands. Chapter 78, Just to Trick Fools. So, this is the legendary godly pen. Lin Xuanji was about to ask someone to open the box and take out the forged engraving pen for him to see when a waiter walked over. The waiter sized up Lin Xuanji, and when he saw his shabby appearance and how he didn't seem to have anything valuable on him, he gave Lin Xuanji a scornful look and said, "This forged engraving pen costs at least 10,000 gold. You can only touch it if you intend to buy it." Yan Tianan glanced at the unconcealed scorn on the waiter's face and said to Lin Xuanji, "But Dage, why do I feel like he has a particularly horrible disposition? And he even looks like he's itching for a beating." Lin Xuanji nodded and said, "There'll always be situations where one mouse shit could ruin an entire pot of porridge, which is why until today, Hidden Tools Pavilion still isn't the best magic tool shop in the 5 continents mainlands." Yan Tianan looked like he had just saw the light and nodded, then said, "So what Dage is saying is that it's because there's this kind of mouse shit that Hidden Tools Pavilion can't make it big." The waiter was so angry he almost spat blood out, but he only heard Lin Xuanji shake his head and say, mouse shits aren't that capable. Dage is trying to say that the upper management's supervision is lacking, which is why they allow this kind of people to run around here and ruin Hidden Tools Pavilion's reputation. This is the real reason why Hidden Tools Pavilion can't be the best in the 5 continents. Just as the waiter was about to start swearing at them and chase them out, his line of sight fell upon the entrance and his eyes suddenly gleamed like he had just seen his god of fortune. Right now, he practically looks like a dog who just saw a bone dangle in front of him. The waiter couldn't be bothered with Lin Xuanji anymore. He rushed towards the door ahead of the other waiters who had also seen the newcomer. He welcomed the new customer with a smile and bowed slightly like he was a henchman, then said, "Craftsman Tong, welcome, and I was wondering why I kept hearing the cries of magpies today, so it was because they had already known that you would be coming today." Tong Li's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, "I'm here to sell tools, notify your pavilion's master." "That's great." This waiter immediately ran upstairs to look for the pavilion's master. Meanwhile, the other waiters were staring at his back with eyes full of envy. "You must know, every time Tong Li came, whoever receives him and helps him find the pavilion's master would be able to get 10% of the proceeds from selling the tools Tong Li brought over. This was practically a godsend assignment. It's that asshole Fang Yu again who changes his attitude at the flick of a finger." One of the waiters spat out, "We can't help it, that bastard has a good eye after all." Another person lightly said, "Doesn't he just flatter the strong and step on the weak? He keeps chasing after wild geese, one of these days a goose is going to bite him back. Just wait and see, he'll suffer his retribution sooner or later." I won't know if he'd get any retribution in the future, but I do know that he's earning so much now that his money is falling out of his pockets. However, although these few people said these things on the surface, they weren't slow in clustering about Tong Li with huge grins on their faces as they ushered him into the VIP room. "Craftsman Tong, please come over here, I've already prepared some young spiritual tea leaves for you. Its flavor is excellent, you simply must have a taste. Craftsman Tong, what good tools did you bring over today? Could you show it to us so that we could broaden our horizons? Craftsman Tong, when you want to come over again next time, you can just let Humble Me know and Humble Me will greet you at the foot of Profound Sky Sect in advance." When Tong Li's gaze lightly swept over the forged engraving pen that he had taken a fancy to a long time ago but never had the chance to buy because of its exorbitant price tag in his shy pockets, he suddenly stopped. "Lin Xuanji," Tong Li said in astonishment with a face full of disbelief. Lin Xuanji looked at him coldly, then said, "Tong Li." Tong Li furrowed his brows and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Xuanji said, "Just taking a look." There would often be people clustered around craftsmen, and Tong Li wasn't an exception. In fact, the cluster around him was even bigger and of a higher quality than most craftsmen. A cultivator dressed in extravagant clothing casted a glance at Lin Xuanji, then said in a peculiar tone, "Why aren't you recuperating in that worn-down cottage of yours? If you do so, you could prolong your life by another 1 or 2 more years. So why the hell are you trying to find some sense of purpose here? Profound Sky Sect isn't a place where you can return to whenever you please." Lin Xuanji lightly said, "Naturally I can't compare to a dog like you who hasn't even touched the inner doors of Profound Sky Sect." This cultivator immediately retorted angrily, "My name is Wuda, oh." Lin Xuanji said, "I can't remember the names of all the random stray cats and dogs I come across. If you're called Wuda, does it change the fact that you've never touched the inner doors of Profound Sky Sect?" Wuda, fuck, he's never touched them before. Laughter poured in from all sides. Wuda's face flushed red, then he said resentfully, "Lin Xuanji, why the fuck are you so arrogant? Don't forget, you've already turned into a good-for-nothing through and through. That isn't something for you to decide." Lin Xuanji smiled in a poised and noble manner. Tong Li sized up Lin Xuanji, and for some reason, he had a bad feeling about him. From what he knows, Lin Xuanji should have completely fallen to rock bottom. After he returned to the Lin family, he became a good-for-nothing who was despised by humans and detested by dogs. Not only did he stay in a residence that couldn't be compared to that of a random outer disciple of Profound Sky Sect, but he also couldn't even fill his stomach sometimes. However, although Lin Xuanji's current state and temperament can't be considered as energetic as when he was at the peak of his glory in Profound Sky Sect, he definitely still seemed quite refreshing and lively. He didn't appear to be on his last legs as Tong Li had imagined. A sudden suspicion arose in Tong Li's heart. Don't tell him that Lin Xuanji's Dantian Qi Si had been restored, Thus Tongla asked, has your Dantian Qi been restored? Lin Xuanji said, without a sky-level pill, how could it be restored? Tongla heaved a faintly discernible sigh of relief. He smiled at Lin Xuanji and said, it's been a long time since we last met. I should have gone to the Lin family to pay you a visit, but recently I've often been cultivating in seclusion. Master intends to make me the young peak master of Thousand Hammer Peak, so he has been arranging all sorts of trainings for me. I really haven't had the time to spare, so I sincerely hope you won't blame me for not visiting. Lin Xuanji slightly nodded his head, then said, I don't find anything unusual about that. But I've heard that the next young peak master of Thousand Hammer Peak can only be decided during the year-end general election next year after everyone goes through a round of competitions and assessments. Perhaps, when the sect recruits fresh faces at the start of the following year, a new disciple with an astonishing talent for crafting may appear. Tong Li's face immediately stiffened and turned ugly. He cursed Lin Xuanji's crow's mouth, yet he maintained a gentlemanly bearing on the surface and said in a cold voice, something like that could happen. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, I hope to see a new rising star who can add new blood to Profound Sky Sect. Tongla didn't say anything in reply. Lin Xuanji overbearingly said, what, don't tell me you don't hope for the same. Tongla, go and die. Of course he doesn't hope that an even more heaven-defying genius would appear. You must know, almost everyone in Profound Sky Sect firmly believes that he will become the next young peak master. If an exceptional genius were to suddenly appear out of nowhere, he couldn't guarantee that his spot wouldn't be taken away unexpectedly. No, he definitely wouldn't let that happen, but, in front of so many people's faces, Tongla pretended to be magnanimous as he said, Lin Shishong must be joking. Of course I'd hope that our Profound Sky Sect gets to recruit more and more heaven-defying geniuses, the more the merrier. Lin Xuanji's lips curved up into a mysterious smile and said, with your good wishes, next year, our Profound Sky Sect would definitely be able to induct a wealth of talents. Tongla, is it okay for him to tear Lin Xuanji's mouth apart? Lin Xuanji had actually felt a slight twinge in his heart. Before he had turned into a good-for-nothing, Tongla and Lin Xuanji actually had a pretty good relationship. Lin Xuanji looked up at the young man adorned in a gorgeous and beautifully decorated craftsman robe, then his lips slightly curved up into an icy cold smile. No cultivator can avoid magic treasures. The more talented a cultivator, the greater their expenditure on magic treasures. In the past, Lin Xuanji had many dealings with Tongla in order to maintain and repair his Zij sword. Tongla had always expressed a great willingness to help and appeared to be very friendly, so he would always kindly help Lin Xuanji wipe down and take care of his sword. He had even imparted some of his knowledge on how to improve the Zij sword to Lin Xuanji. It's just that in his past life, Lin Xuanji discovered that the Zij sword that he had lost after he was gravely injured in the small grotto heaven was actually taken away by Tongla. Also, after he secretly used some method to melt his Zij sword, he used the melted remains of his sword to cast a new sword for the perpetrator who had plotted to kill him. In the small grotto heaven that day, Tongla had also been present. Although Lin Xuanji didn't have any evidence to prove it, the clues that he had unearthed was enough for him to suspect, and to even confirm Tongla as an accomplice to his attempted murder. Tongla didn't expect Lin Xuanji to be this overbearing, so he couldn't help but taunt, I've never seen the person who's by your side now. Is he a new servant that you bought? He's definitely a servant. He looks so ugly, too. The one who sold him probably made a loss in selling him. Wu De immediately continued to mock. Yeah, I'm young master's servant. Yan Tianan nodded, then looked at Wu De and said proudly, but, the venerable one in my family saw my young master's extraordinary talent, boundless prospects and unparalleled demeanor and realized that he is the reincarnation of Xing Jun who came down to the mortal world to overcome a heavenly tribulation. He wanted to build up some good karma, so he could only reluctantly part with precious me as he bestowed me upon my young master. He thought that once my young master overcomes his heavenly tribulation and returns to his throne, my young master would remember this favor. As the saying goes, when one person attains Tao, his poultry and dogs ascend as well, so he had hoped that young master would give him some benefits in return. Wu De was completely stunned. He looked at Lin Xuanji with a dumbfounded expression and said, is what he said true? You're really Xing Jun incarnate who descended to the mortal world for a heavenly tribulation? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan as he spouted complete rubbish with a straight face to blow his trumpet, and he instantly felt calm. Tongla couldn't bear to look straight at Wu De's embarrassing face as he casted a cold glance at him, then said, anyone could tell that it's a lie used to trick fools the moment they hear it, yet you actually believed him. Wu De knew that he had been tricked, so he smiled a bit awkwardly and glared fiercely at Yan Tianan. He made a gesture of cutting off one's head and said, the ugly ones always do strange things to cause trouble. You better watch out. Yan Tianan steadily nodded his head with the wisdom of an old man. It is important to know one's own limitations, you're actually not that bad of a person. Wu De, Tongla couldn't help but say, Xuanji, this servant of yours is a pretty good buy. Even though his appearance leaves a lot to be desired, he does have the gift of the gab. Lin Xuanji's eyes lightly swept over him, then said, this is my Jati, not a servant. His words were an outright lie used to trick fools, yet you actually believed him. Tongla, at this moment, the waiter Fang Yu hurriedly walked down from upstairs with a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a purplish-red robe behind him. This man was Profound City's Hidden Tool Pavilion's chief steward. The power he wields here is only second to that of the Hidden Tools Pavilion's young master. Hidden Tools Pavilion's young master was usually too lazy to show his face around here, so most of the time Chief Steward He would settle matters under his young master's name. The moment Tongla saw Chief Steward He, his brows immediately furrowed as he asked, is the young master not around? Chief Steward He's smile made those around him feel like they were being bathed in a warm spring breeze. He walked over and said, I'll have to tell Craftsman Tong that I'm afraid you came at an inopportune time. Our young master just so happens to be out and hasn't returned yet. Tong Li's face turned stern, then he said, then I'll wait till he comes back. As he spoke, Tongla prepared to leave. I died laughing from all the burns in this chapter. LXZXYTH burns are the best burns.